Chapter 1. No Mercy for Transgressors. Behold, the readers who have entered are truly striking. Kindly add me to your bookshelf. The multiple female leads are exhilarating. Kill the transgressors, no mercy, thrilling narrative, the three sisters of the Empress charge against the disciples' mind storage. Airdrop divine, sister check-in spot. Damn you, transgressor. I shall carve out your heart and roast it for my feast. How dare you appear before me after crossing over? Truly, the heavens have favored me. With a sudden jolt, Qin Ming awoke from a painful sensation. He found himself bound to a short wooden plank, the ropes constricting around him, making it difficult to breathe. Where was he? Just moments ago, he had settled into bed with his long-absent girlfriend. How had he arrived here in the blink of an eye? A chilling, grating sound of a blade being sharpened echoed from the corner of the room. Turning his head, Qin Ming beheld a tall man in green garb, meticulously honing a long knife. The flickering flames of the furnace cast shadows on the man's face, obscured by a dark cloth. His eyes gleamed with the thrill of impending murder, sending shivers down Qin Ming's spine. He struggled desperately, but found himself unable to free himself from the confines of the wooden plank. Was he a victim of abduction? Abduction? Brother, kindly untie me so I can catch my breath. The masked man turned his gaze, his eyes sharp as daggers. Abduction? Huh. It seems only you transgressors utter such incomprehensible phrases. You wretched transgressors deserve to perish. Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback, a tempest raging in his mind. Had he truly crossed over? Yet, this was utterly illogical. Which transgressor was ever identified upon arrival? Moreover, how did this individual even grasp the term transcend? The masked man rose, gripping the large knife, his posture unsteady, the cold blade sending tremors through Qin Ming's body. Ha ha! The masked man laughed maniacally, resembling a drunken fool. Stop struggling. Killing you will be my ticket to the palace. As soon as the words left his lips, the large knife lunged towards Qin Ming. What madness! Qin Ming shifted to the right, the blade grazing his side, causing blood to flow instantly. Pain! Excruciating pain. You lunatic! Without a word, he lunged at me with a weapon, disregarding whether I could withstand it. Whoosh! The masked man thrust the knife once more. Fortunately, the bindings on his legs were loose, and the plank was short, allowing Qin Ming's feet to touch the ground. He pushed off, and with a swift movement, leaped up with the plank. His regular workouts had paid off otherwise. That last strike would have proven fatal. The masked man's knife sliced through the air, then swung horizontally again. Qin Ming quickly retreated 2 steps to evade the blade. Beside him stood an iron pot with flames roaring within. Turning sideways, he forcefully slammed the wooden plank against the pot. Bang! Splash! The fiery coals leapt towards the masked man's face. Ah! The masked man recoiled, shielding his eyes as he staggered back. My eyes! Cursed transgressor! Qin Ming's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. He noticed a patch of blazing coals in the corner to his right. In a frenzy, he seized the coals and pressed them against the ropes binding his wrists. Zzz, Qin Ming's hand was searing with excruciating pain. Cracked the slender grass rope around his wrist was burnt and snapped apart. Just as Qin Ming was about to untie the rope around his leg, the masked man swung his large blade once more. Boom! The masked man's vision, impaired by the flames, seemed clouded as if he were intoxicated, causing his strike to be wildly inaccurate. Qin Ming deftly sidestepped the blow, simultaneously freeing his legs from their bindings. Seizing a wooden plank, Qin Ming struck fiercely at the masked man. Bang! With his eyes already injured and inebriated by pain, the masked man fumbled, losing grip of his weapon as the plank struck him. Dazed, he squatted on the ground, groping for his blade. In a flash, Qin Ming lunged forward, grasping the large knife in his hand. The masked man, like a madman, wrapped his arms around Qin Ming's neck from behind. You time travelers! You all deserve to die. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Ming thrust the knife upwards with fervor. Whoosh! The blade plunged into the masked man's neck. A torrent of crimson, scalding blood gushed forth, splattering over Qin Ming's back. Panting heavily, he pushed the lifeless body aside, struggling to comprehend the chaos that had unfolded. He hastily bandaged his abdominal wound, and then peeled back the masked man's face covering. To his astonishment, the features bore a striking resemblance to his own. A fresh, Gory scar ran from the corner of the man's eye down to his neck, and at his waist hung a brown badge inscribed with the name, Little Qin. Rummaging through the masked man's pocket, Qin Ming discovered a yellow bounty notice. Any who compose poetry without cause shall be executed without mercy. Any who manufacture soap, cement, or gunpowder shall be executed without mercy. Any who write in simplified characters or speak oddly shall be executed without mercy. Any who, once a failure, suddenly cultivates at an astonishing pace and boasts that not even the heavens can obscure their vision shall be executed without mercy. Any who proclaim that 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west shall suffer the most brutal fate. A chill ran down Qin Ming's spine, his hair standing on end. What manner of place was this? Why the desire to kill time travelers? Peering out the window, he beheld a night as dark as ink, with snowflakes swirling about. In the distance, peculiar lanterns adorned the eaves of buildings. A dozen fiery red birds circled above, their tails stretching 3 feet long, enveloped in an eerie glow akin to ghostly flames. At that moment, Qin Ming spotted a figure 300 meters away, carrying a lantern and walking slowly toward him, the snow rising to his calves. Without hesitation, Qin Ming changed into the masked man's clothing. He stowed the embers from the ground back into the boiler. Donned in the masked man's badge, he noted that the name Little Qin was fortuitously aligned with his own surname. As he reached for the black face covering, a sudden realization struck him: the masked man's fresh scar seemed to be a recent injury. The footsteps outside grew increasingly closer. Gritting his teeth, Qin Ming grasped the knife and lightly scraped a line across his left cheek. No matter how handsome his face once was, that was of no consequence. For now, survival was paramount. With a creak, the door swung open. A slightly hunched figure clad in a green cloak entered, a eunuch of sort. As he brushed off the snowflakes clinging to his body, he inquired in a high-pitched voice, "Little Qin, have you taken care of everything?" Qin Ming nodded subtly, his head wrapped in a black cloth. "Well done. You have cleansed yourself, and now, having eliminated the interloper, you may enter the palace." The hunchbacked eunuch beckoned to Qin Ming, holding up a lantern. "Come along, follow me." Qin Ming pulled the hood of his cloak over his head and stepped into the enveloping darkness. The snow was falling heavily, the cold biting through to the bone. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ming felt the icy chill pierce his chest and abdomen with pain. As he turned his head, he noticed a snow-white weasel, 2 meters in length, perched on the roof to his left. Its 2 green eyes fixated intently on Qin Ming, creating an especially eerie presence in the darkness. Chapter 2. Did the princess really slay hundreds of transcenders? How absurd. Before the circular palace, a string of red lanterns hung gracefully. The mottled, dim light reflected off the pristine white snow. Qin Ming stood in a row with 20 newly appointed eunuchs, the only one wearing a black cloth, likely due to facial injuries. A stout eunuch clad in deep blue silk approached them, his broad figure adorned with peculiar hexagonal floral embroidery. His waist insignia bore the name, Wang Jin. "You 20 are personally selected and purified by me, each of you with blood from transcenders on your hands. However, consider this your oath of allegiance for entering the palace. There will be no rewards. From now on, keep your eyes peeled. For every transcender you slay, you will receive a reward of 100 taels of silver and a volume of martial arts." Qin Ming sensed the fervent excitement radiating from the eyes of those around him. This world was truly twisted. The thrill of killing transcenders stirred such enthusiasm within them. How unfortunate he was to have traversed into such a deranged realm after years of trudging through muck. Just as Qin Ming's heart was a tumult of emotions, a short eunuch gently patted his hand. "This luminous stone imperial city is far warmer than our cold night city." Qin Ming nodded, recognizing that the diminutive eunuch and the masked man were likely compatriots. In the dim light, he could only see Qin Ming's eyes and failed to notice any distinctions. His waist insignia read, "Shaoliozi." "I just overheard them say, whatever you do, avoid the Empress's Hall of Fire, and do not venture into the princess's tiny palace." Other new eunuchs muttered in agreement. Indeed, it is said that the Empress and the princess kill without a second thought, especially the princess, who has slain hundreds of transcenders and dozens of non-transcenders. Hundreds of transcenders slain? Qin Ming felt a chill run down his spine. How could one woman, let alone a princess, be so monstrous? And why are there so many transcenders in this world? However, do not fret, Little Qin. With that large scar on your face, The princess and his majesty prefer handsome individuals. Qin Ming let out a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. He was truly grateful for the cut he had made on his face earlier. This time, His Majesty's Hall of Fire does not require new eunuchs. Raise your hand if you wish to go to the princess's Qin palace. The 20 new eunuchs fell into a deathly silence, each bowing their heads slightly. To venture into the princess's Qin palace signified an imminent transformation into a corpse. Why is it called the Qin palace? Because so many have perished there. The atmosphere is laden with Qin energy. Come, lift your faces. The rotund eunuch Wang Jin strolled around, finally standing in front of Qin Ming. The hunchbacked eunuch who had accompanied Qin Ming hurriedly interjected, "This little Qin was injured yesterday. He has a fresh scar from his eye to his neck on the left side of his face. He is too unattractive and surely does not meet the princess's standards." Wang Jin chuckled. Would you believe it? This time, the Qin palace specifically conveyed that they do not want pretty boys. They seek someone rugged, robust, and capable of enduring punishment. Qin Ming's heart sank. With a resounding slap, Wang Jin's hand landed on Qin Ming's shoulder. With that scar on your face, being unattractive, tall, and robust, you're the one. In Qin Ming's heart, a myriad of frustrations surged forth. What kind of divine intervention had initiated this peculiar journey? All the anomalies seemed to have compounded. Qin Ming was escorted away by the hunchbacked eunuch Lu Yuan. As others gazed at his receding figure, their eyes brimmed with sympathy, akin to witnessing a corpse on the brink of demise. The night here seemed devoid of darkness, as if the sky were shrouded in paper steeped in ink. Hazy and dim, thick frost had settled along the corridor. Clad in mere garments, Qin Ming felt an unbearable chill. Yet, his mind was unusually alert. He slightly hunched his back, keeping his head lowered while trailing behind the hunchbacked eunuch. Qin Ming cast fleeting glances at the surroundings flanking the corridor. The snow fell heavily, burying the garden's rockeries, leaving only half visible. Numerous trees, each unique in form, drooped under the weight of the wind and snow. Occasionally, bizarre crimson birds flitted through the branches. Little Qin, how does it feel to confront a time traveler today? Still feeling anything? What sensation is there in piercing a man? In response to eunuch Lu's query, Qin Ming replied, "It feels rather satisfactory. You are quite brave." Many newcomers tremble at the thought of confronting a time traveler, perceiving them as malevolent beings, gripped by fear. "Thank you for your praise, eunuch Xie. Has the famine in Cold Night City improved?" Qin Ming's mind raced. How should he answer that? Where exactly was Cold Night City? The hometown of the masked man? If the masked man had become a eunuch in the palace, how could his hometown possibly fare well? In truth, not particularly good. Ever since I can remember, darkness and cold have shrouded Cold Night City. The past 3 years have been especially harsh, frozen in calamity. However, your region, the Western County, should be slightly better. Be astute in the palace, eliminate more time travelers. With the silver earned, you can return home, and life there may improve. Qin Ming was taken aback and puzzled. Cold Night City had been perpetually cloaked in darkness? Frozen for 3 years? What kind of world was this? Proceeding straight ahead led to the Qin Palace, where the eldest princess held a notorious fondness for killing. Whether it be time travelers or citizens of the Dayan Kingdom, she relished in the act. In light of our evening conversation, should you perish, I shall send a missive to your family. Qin Ming, I truly appreciate your kindness. Little Qin, have you seen the inscription upon the stone ahead? At a distant fork in the path stood a large blue stone, emblazoned with 3 striking red characters. I see it. Curved Path Garden. Lu Yuan fell momentarily silent, murmuring in response, before veering toward the right path. Eunuch Lu, did you not just say that going straight would lead us to the Qin Palace? Taking this route is a shortcut. Qin Ming's face betrayed his confusion. Isn't the shortest distance between 2 points a straight line? Just moments ago, you mentioned going straight would suffice. Now, we are taking a right turn for a shortcut. Something feels amiss. Suddenly, realization struck Qin Ming. When the large stone bore the inscription Curved Path Garden, Lu Yuan had inquired about it, and he had instinctively read it aloud. Those characters appeared to be in simplified script. In an instant, his mind buzzed as if struck by a heavy blow. This place was indeed rife with peril. Stay calm. It is imperative to remain composed. He steadied himself, stealthily grasping a stone from the rockery. Little Qin, do you know how many years I have spent in this palace? Eunuch Lu, I do not. For 30 years, fortune has eluded me. I have yet to encounter a time traveler, nor have I received any rewards. With no money to support my family, I am unable to cultivate any skills for myself. However, all of this is destined to change. Suddenly, Lu Yuan paused, and in the next breath, he swiftly turned, brandishing a gleaming dagger aimed directly at Qin Ming's heart. You wretched time traveler. It's impossible for you to recognize simplified characters on your first visit to the imperial city. With a thud, the dagger lunged towards Qin Ming, but was deflected by a stone he held. Lu Yuan was taken aback, his face a mask of shock. Qin Ming seized Lu Yuan's blade with his left hand while his right brought the stone crashing down upon Lu Yuan's head, sending him sprawling to the ground. When did you conceal a stone? Lu Yuan gasped. Damn you. Qin Ming wrested the dagger and pressed it against Lu Yuan's throat. Why do you seek to kill time travelers? Speak. You truly are that damned time traveler. If you dare to touch me, you will meet a fate worse than death. Qin Ming pressed down hard on Lu Yuan, the cold blade digging into his throat. I will ask you one last time. Why do you want to kill time travelers? You bastard, you are as good as dead. You disgusting time traveler will meet a miserable end. Lu Yuan's voice rose in pitch. In a swift motion, Qin Ming drove the dagger into his neck. The sound cut off abruptly. Chapter 3. The Time Traveler's Assessment. Madness. Lu Yuan's eyes bulged, lifeless and unblinking. Distant footsteps echoed from the corridor. In an instant, Qin Ming kicked his right foot, extinguishing the lantern in the snow. He pressed Lu Yuan's body deep into the thick snow. After 10 breaths, the footsteps receded into the distance. Qin Ming scanned the surroundings and spotted a well behind a rockery. He dragged Lu Yuan's body and the lantern, casting them into the well. He also disposed of the blood-stained snow and, with great effort, placed a large stone atop to hide the evidence. I only wish to survive. Yet you all conspire against me. So let you all perish. Qin Ming retreated from the snow, erasing his footprints as he went. The only viable course of action was to boldly proceed to the Qin Palace. Wandering elsewhere would lead to swifter demise. He returned to the fork in the winding garden path and continued forward. After a quarter of an hour, a grand palace loomed before him, its entrance adorned with 3 gleaming characters. They were the traditional characters of the Dian Kingdom. Qin Ming recognized only the character for Tai. This must be the Qin Palace. Halt! What is your purpose? Suddenly, a squad of soldiers emerged from a side path, clad in white armor and wielding long blades, exuding an air of menace. Qin Ming turned to respond. General, I am the newly assigned eunuch, Qin Zi, to the Qin Palace. Remove your face covering. Qin Ming complied, unveiling his scarred visage. Present your waist token. He retrieved the waist token of Qin Zi and handed it over. The tall general examined it thoroughly. He approached the Qin Palace and gently knocked on the door's tiger head ring. After 30 breaths, the door creaked open, revealing a girl in green, holding a phoenix tail lantern. Who peeked out? The flickering candlelight danced upon her porcelain-like round face, enhancing her exquisite beauty. She raised her right hand, exhaling warm breath in front of her rosy cherry-like lips. General Tiehu, what brings you here at such a late hour? Miss Lingyin, a new batch of eunuchs has been sent to the service quarters this evening. This is young Qin, assigned to the Qin Palace. Oh, I see. Thank you for your efforts, General Tai. It is my duty. As you enter the Qin Palace, you shall assess yourselves. I shall not intrude any further. Farewell. Qin Ming's mind was in a haze. Assessment? What kind of assessment? Come inside. The girl in yellow beckoned to Qin Ming, holding a lantern to light the way. With the night deepening and heavy snow falling, she remarked, You are underdressed. I shall not test you tonight. Tomorrow, the princess will see you, and I assure you, there will be an assessment. Miss Lingyin, Qin Ming cautiously inquired as he followed. I just arrived at the palace and am unaware of what the assessment entails. Of course, it is to determine whether you are a transmigrator. My heavens, must there be a test for that? What enmity exists between this world and transmigrators? Young Qin, what is your name? How old are you? Qin Ming, 20 years old. Qin Ming could only answer truthfully, uncertain of the name of the masked man he had impersonated. He could only take things one step at a time. You are younger than I. Where are you from? From the west county of Cold Night City. Qin Ming recalled what Lu Yuan had told him. The girl in green, Lingyin, turned around, holding the lantern. Her stunning beauty was breathtaking. I am from the east county of Cold Night City. It has been 8 years since I returned home. How is my hometown now? This question brought unexpected delight to Qin Ming. Since they were from the same hometown, he naturally sought to endear himself and secure a retreat. Sister Lingyin, our hometown is suffering from famine, and the heavy snow has frozen everything. The young lady Lingyin's expression instantly turned sorrowful as she sighed. Such sweet words. What happened to your face? Injured by a transmigrator, but it is nothing. Let me introduce you to the Qin Palace. It is quite vast. The highest hall is where the princess resides. In the western side chambers, you will find eunuch Li Shan, maid Jingxiang, and myself. Your room is in the corner. Thank you, sister. No need for thanks. Rest early. Tomorrow, I shall take you to meet the princess. The room was sparsely furnished, featuring a square wooden table and a small earthen bed for a stove, though the stove was currently unlit. Qin Ming shivered from the cold and hurriedly shut the door. In the right corner, there was a bagua-shaped window adorned with strange talismans. Just then, a loud thud echoed from the eaves outside, and a large mass of snow tumbled down. Qin Ming's heart trembled as he peered out. On the snow-covered rooftop, a completely white weasel with a long tail approached again, its round green eyes fixed on Qin Ming. Could this be a monster? What weasel is white? No wonder the window was covered with talismans. This bizarre world was utterly thrilling. He had only transmigrated for less than a night and had already killed 2 people. He was uncertain if the incident with eunuch Lu would be exposed. What kind of assessment would this deranged princess conduct? Would his identity as a transmigrator be revealed? Would they ever realize that they are mere eunuchs? Qin Ming would willingly allow a cut across his face to impersonate a masked man. However, he adamantly refused to take the life of his second brother, for becoming a true eunuch was entirely out of the question. Without the thrill of stabbing, what meaning would this journey hold? Qin Ming's mind was a tumultuous storm, his heart racing erratically. Halt, stop! A whisper of remaining rationality cautioned him from within. At this moment, it was imperative to remain calm and not succumb to panic. The more one panicked, the swifter the demise. Qin Ming leaped onto the bed, wrapping himself in a thin blanket. Suddenly, with a thud, a golden object tumbled from his pocket. A golden gourd? He recalled that he had purchased it while seeking blessings at a temple. It was merely gilded, as genuine gold had skyrocketed in price beyond his means. The crucial point was that he had already changed into the masked man's attire. How could this golden gourd still remain in his pocket? Did it possess some mystical essence? Qin Ming thought of the fantastical trope in novels about blood recognition. He pressed the icy gourd against his facial wound. To his astonishment, upon contact, it truly transformed. The golden gourd instantly morphed into a brilliant beam of light, merging into his third eye. In an instant, the gourd hovered within his mind, emanating an enchanting golden glow. Locking Heaven Gourd activated. Activating Transmigrator Talent. Duplication, Level 1. Talent Sequence 9. By coming into contact with fresh blood of other transmigrators, one can replicate their talents. Current duplicated talents. 1. Available for upgrade. In that moment, a wealth of cultivation knowledge surged into Qin Ming's consciousness. The cultivation levels in this realm were classified as Body Refinement, Spirit Communication, Grandmaster, Yin-Yang, Martial Deity, each tier comprising 9 stages. However, each transmigrator additionally carried inherent talents. For instance, a talent of flame enhancement would significantly amplify the cultivation techniques of that transmigrator in fire attributes. Qin Ming's duplication talent sounded quite promising. Locking Heaven Gourd Lucky Attribute activated. Daily increase of 24 points in luck value. Luck value can be utilized to draw martial techniques or elixirs in perilous situations, with an accelerated growth rate for luck points. Survive. The longer you live, the stronger you will become. The visions of the Locking Heaven Gourd in his mind abruptly ceased. My foster father, do not depart just yet. What on earth is this world about? Why must transmigrators be exterminated? Reason unknown. Please explore on your own. Survive. Locking Heaven Gourd closed. By heavens. Such aloofness. After enduring the frigid dangers of this winter, finally igniting a flame with the gourd, you extinguish it so swiftly? Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the room. Chapter 4. Recite a poem, and you shall be executed. The eldest princess is quite perverse. Peering out the window, Qin Ming beheld none other than Ling Yin, clad in a yellow dress, approaching. He hastily jumped off the bed and opened the door. Ling Yin held a lantern in her left hand and a blanket in her right. Little Qin, it is quite cold in Firefly City, so I brought you this blanket. Thank you, Sister Ling Yin. Do not mention it. Also, take this firefly lantern. It lasts longer than a candle. Qin Ming had seen the firefly lantern in the palace corridor, with a shade containing glowing stones, quite a peculiar sight indeed. Ling Yin handed the fluorite lamp to Qin Ming before departing once more. Qin Ming curled up in bed, enveloped in a soft quilt, feeling considerably warmer. He felt fortunate to have such a clever companion from his hometown today. However, this also put Qin Ming on high alert. A local would be most familiar with the behaviors and customs of the cold night city. A single misstep could lead to his exposure, leaving him without a grave. At dawn, the The crowing of a rooster shattered the darkness. Qin Ming immediately sat up in bed. Outside, the night sky had brightened slightly, yet it remained hazy and dim. At that moment, Ling, who resided in the opposite wing, rose from her slumber. She donned a green brocade dress and embroidered cotton shoes. Rubbing her small hands together and exhaling puffs of breath, Ling approached the red flowers in the courtyard, retrieving some frozen ice crystals, placing them in her mouth while sweeping the ground. Qin Ming observed all of this intently. Approximately 15 minutes later, he leapt from his bed, donned his shoes, and stepped outside. He too picked up a broom and began to sweep the snow. Ling turned to see him, her expression slightly surprised, but she merely smiled without speaking. After a quarter of an hour of sweeping, he seized a handful of ice from the red flowers and popped it into his mouth, crunching down on it. Cold. It was bone-chilling. This made him, already dressed in thin clothing, feel thoroughly frozen. Ling witnessed this scene and, with her left arm clutching the broom while warming her hands, approached Qin Ming. "I didn't expect you to retain the customs of your hometown," she remarked. Was she referring to eating ice and snow? Indeed, in times of famine, we relied on consuming ice and snow infused with spiritual energy to sustain ourselves. Qin Ming feigned agreement with a nod. It seemed his careful morning observations had paid off. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from the eaves of the palace to the left. Qin Ming turned to see the pure, white weasel once again. "Ling, what is that creature?" Ling, blowing warm breath into her hands and stamping her feet, turned to him. She looked puzzled. "What creature?" "The one on the eaves," Qin Ming clarified. Ling rubbed her eyes, still perplexed. "There's nothing there." In an instant, Qin Ming's nerves tightened. "Nothing? Could it be that I am hallucinating?" No. This white weasel had been sighted for the third time. It remained there, staring intently at Qin Ming. "It's so obvious. There's no reason for you not to see it." "What do you see, Qin Ming?" "Oh, it's nothing, Ling. I must have misjudged. I mistook the snow on the roof for an animal." Ling chuckled, her fair face revealing two shallow dimples. What a stunning beauty. If she were on Blue Star, she would be considered a natural gem of a beauty. "Ling, I am unfamiliar with the climate of the fluoride imperial city. How long until dawn?" "It is already dawn." Qin Ming responded incredulously. "Ling, are you jesting? It is still shrouded in hazy darkness, akin to the twilight on Blue Star." "You tell me it's dawn?" "Qin Ming, our cold night city is perpetually dark, while Fluorite City remains dim, even darker at night. If one wishes for brightness, they must journey to the southern cities of Starlight and Aurora." Qin Ming was utterly bewildered by this information. What kind of world is this? At that moment, the doors of two houses on the left swung open simultaneously. Master Li, dressed in a coarse cotton jacket, stood there, not particularly tall, with a face marred by scars. Beside him emerged the slender palace-maid Jingxiang, with a round face that, while not conventionally beautiful, possessed a certain charm. "Oh, is this the little eunuch who just arrived at our Taiyin palace yesterday?" Having met Master Li and Miss Jingxiang, I inquired. "Did you kill the time traveler who came in? What was the name of the traveler you killed?" Qin Ming's mind raced as he responded swiftly, failing to inquire about the man's name. "On what basis do you determine he was a time traveler?" "He had red paper money in his pocket and was uttering words I couldn't comprehend," Master Li replied, his hands tucked into his sleeves, smiling at Jingxiang. "It seems the one we killed was indeed the right choice. However, Jingxiang, do refrain from calling me ugly in the future. We have someone in Taiyin Palace who is even more unfortunate in appearance than I am. Just look at that scar." 100 thoughts raced through Qin Ming's mind. As he thought, "My facial scar will eventually heal, and the mark will fade away. My handsome face far surpasses yours by 1,000-fold. All right, Ling interjected, placing the broom aside and coming to Qin Ming's rescue. "Stop questioning him. Soon the princess will awaken. Let us not disturb her with our chatter. Quickly, go fetch your meals." Just then, a commotion erupted from the upper palace. Qin Ming instinctively turned his head. The palace towered 100 meters high, reaching into the clouds. At around 30 meters up, an octagonal mystical door was pushed open. Following this, the princess in black attire gracefully stepped out. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her skin whiter than snow. The flowing skirt revealed her long, smooth legs, and a blue snowflake emblem adorned her high chest. How beautiful! In all his life, Qin Ming had never encountered such a stunning woman. Compared to her, the 108 lovely ladies in his memory seemed insignificant. Suddenly, the princess turned around. Her piercing gaze felt like frost, stabbing into Qin Ming's heart. causing him to tremble. With a flick of her sleeve, the princess coldly commanded, "Impudent. Pluck out his eyes." Warning, danger level increased tenfold. Luck points will increase tenfold during this danger period. In an instant, 8 women clad in black armor emerged from around Qin Palace, exuding a formidable presence, their murderous intent palpable. It was over. Qin Ming felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. He truly hadn't meant to stare. What to do? The 8 female guards drew their swords and advanced towards Qin Ming. Thinking quickly, he shouted, "Wait. Princess, I did not intend to offend. I was merely concerned for your safety. You, a mere newly arrived eunuch, are worried about my safety? What gives you such confidence?" The princess retorted, "Your Highness, there are many small icicles hanging from the eaves above you, on the verge of falling. I am simply concerned about them." The princess and her 8 guards simultaneously looked up. Indeed, sharp icicles about a foot long hung precariously from the 40-meter-high eaves, ready to drop at any moment. The princess waved her hand, and the fierce guards retreated simultaneously. Qin Ming exhaled deeply, feeling a rush of relief. What a heart-stopping moment. "Little Qin, answer this question of mine. The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger." "Qin Ming, what on earth?" "The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. The pagoda suppresses the river demon?" Should I respond with "the pagoda suppresses the river demon"? No, that would be incorrect. Answering would mark me as a time traveler. This is a question of life and death. Answer my question. "Princess, I do not comprehend how to respond." Spring slumber, unaware of dawn. A poetic line. Qin Ming, "Princess, I cannot compose poetry. I truly cannot." The princess, cloaked in black, emanated an icy aura. Her formidable presence nearly suffocated Qin Ming. Failing to answer even this question renders one utterly useless. "Enter the chamber. I shall personally execute you." Qin Ming's heart raced with panic. The rate of his fortunate points continued to escalate at tenfold. The danger had not yet subsided. Steeling himself, he reluctantly stepped into the upper chamber. The furnishings on the first floor, tables, chairs, beds, and floors, were crafted from white jade. The air was imbued with a bone-chilling atmosphere. The strikingly beautiful princess appeared before Qin Ming without warning. "Now that we are alone, I shall pose one final question. Should you fail to answer, I shall take your life. Listen closely. Odd changes, even remains." Qin Ming's mind erupted in chaos. Chapter 5. Taken out for execution. This is madness. Qin Ming's brain raced, his heart pounding furiously. Odd changes, even remains, symbols observe quadrants. This was a well-known mantra among the people of Blue Star. Yet, at this moment, who would dare respond? Qin Ming feigned ignorance, his anxiety palpable. "Princess, I hail from a humble background and have not received much education. I do not understand this at all. Are you truly unafraid of death?" A wave of frigid energy enveloped the room, forcing Qin Ming to retreat several steps. Warning, danger level increased by 50 times. During this perilous period, the rate of fortunate points escalates by 50 times. This is it. This woman, as beautiful as she is, resembles a demon. Guards. With a swish, the 6 black-clad female guards rushed in, drawing their weapons. "Take him out for execution." "Understood." "Damn it. What insanity is this?" In an instant, 2 of the female guards seized Qin Ming's arms and dragged him away. Though these women appeared delicate, their grip was unyielding. Qin Ming, standing at a height of 1.8 meters, felt as if his sturdy limbs could be easily twisted off in their grasp. As he was escorted outside, his eyes inadvertently met the gaze of Ling Ying kneeling on the ground. She regarded him with a calmness that was striking. In his state of panic, Qin Ming's mind raced. Ling Ying had shown him kindness since his arrival, regardless of any hidden motives. Her tranquil expression seemed to convey a message to Qin Ming, to remain composed. Yes, it must be. This is still the princess's method of assessment. I must calm myself. This madwoman. What is this about the pagoda suppressing the river demon and odd changes, even remains? How can she understand us time travelers so well? Before long, Qin Ming found himself dragged to the lotus pond outside the Qin Palace. The water in the pond was a blood-red hue, suggesting that this place was no stranger to violence. "Little Qin, the princess has asked me to inquire once more. The odd changes while the even remains unchanged. What comes next? I beg you, General, I truly do not know. I have never heard of it. Truly ignorant?" With a sharp clang, the sword was drawn. The gleaming blade shimmered with a chilling light. "This is your final opportunity. Otherwise, your head will join those of others, resting in the lotus pond." Qin Ming feigned a tense expression, his voice breaking in desperation. I truly do not know. What is this? I implore you. He shut his eyes, awaiting the impending strike. After 10 breaths, a gentle pat graced his right shoulder. Qin Ming, rise. It was the voice of Ling Yin. Congratulations, you have temporarily passed the assessment. Qin Ming turned around to find that the 8 cloaked female guards had vanished. Behind him stood Ling Yin, Shizuka, and the eunuch Li Shan. Wang Defa, I have finally placed the right bet. This world is utterly deranged. Others traverse to alternate realms and thrive on knowledge from Blue Star, ascending to the pinnacle of life. Yet in the world I, Qin Ming, have traversed to, revealing knowledge as a traveler leads to immediate execution. What madness! Qin Ming, you have passed the assessment. I must inform you once more. Never approach the princess in the upper hall. Understood. I comprehend. That erratic, murderous woman. I would prefer to distance myself from her as much as possible. Li Shan and Shizuka went to the imperial kitchen for breakfast. Li Shan had been in the Qin palace for 3 years. Though a eunuch, his innate affection for women had not been extinguished. The maid Shizuka, recently arrived for half a year, often conversed with him. However, Li Shan's heart was most inclined towards Ling Yin. I cannot fathom it, with that hideous scarred face. How could Ling Yin show such concern for Qin Ming? Li Shan, do not overthink it. Sister Ling Yin is kind to everyone. Who said that? She has never shown me a kind expression. Since this morning, I have witnessed her smile at that brat twice. Just as they arrived at the imperial kitchen, they noticed a gathering of several eunuchs. Has anyone seen eunuch Lu Yuan? The eunuchs below all shook their heads. Eunuch Lu Yuan has been missing since last night. The Bayou guards have scoured the entire imperial kitchen without finding any trace of him. What? Eunuch Lu Yuan is missing? Upon hearing this, Li Shan felt a surge of anxiety. When he first entered the palace, eunuch Lu Yuan had been quite considerate towards him. Although he had not formally acknowledged Lu as a godfather, Li Shan had always regarded him as a senior. He hurriedly approached. Esteemed eunuchs, how could eunuch Lu Yuan have vanished? By the way, Li Shan, has anyone from the Qin palace seen him? Last night, eunuch Lu Yuan escorted your little Qin over. And since then, no one has seen him. Li Shan felt a slight jolt in his heart, instantly concluding that this matter was inextricably linked to Qin Ming. Remembering how Ling Yin, who had always disregarded him, had smiled at Qin Ming, his resentment towards Qin Ming deepened. Just then, a patrol of Bayou guards passed by. Li Shan quickly approached to explain the situation. General, that little Qin of ours was indeed delivered by eunuch Lu Yuan. The disappearance of Lu Yuangong is undoubtedly related to him. General Iron Tiger, clad in white armor, pondered for a moment and waved his hand decisively. Let us proceed to the Qin palace. His Majesty is exceedingly enraged regarding this matter. Should it be discovered that he is involved, he will face the direst of consequences. A chilling smile crept across the lips of Li Shan Gonggong. Qin Ming was clearing the snow in front of the Qin palace. During a half-hour conversation with Ling Yin, he gleaned some insights about the Dian Kingdom. This nation is characterized by 4 colossal cities arranged from north to south: Hanyue City, Yingshi City, Xinguang City, and Jiguang City. Hanyue City is perpetually shrouded in darkness, resembling ink, with ice sealing the city as a norm. Xinguang City, adorned with a sky full of stars, is said to be exceptionally beautiful, yet it is plagued by incessant rain, floods, and tsunamis. At the southernmost tip lies Jiguang City, basking in perpetual daylight. According to Ling Yin, it is a dwelling place for deities and inhabited by numerous perilous beasts. Thus, although Yingshi City also experiences frequent heavy snow and cold, and is often dim and hazy, it remains the most suitable place for habitation. As for the reason behind the extermination of crossers, Qin Ming dared not inquire. He believed that the indigenous people of this world were likely well aware of the motives for eliminating crossers. Any question posed by Qin Ming would signify exposure. Just then, a contingent of approximately 20 armored soldiers approached. The leader was someone Qin Ming had encountered the previous night, the General Iron Tiger, who had obstructed him for questioning. The soldiers swiftly surrounded Qin Ming, their ice-cold white armor and glimmering blades instilling an unsettling chill. Are you the little Qinzi? Yes, General. Last night, Lu Yuangong brought you to the Qin palace, but he subsequently disappeared. Do you have anything to say? In response to the General's words, Lu Yuangong hastily directed me, stating he had matters to attend to and indicated the direction for me to proceed alone. Upon reaching the entrance, I encountered the General. Beyond that, I know nothing. Impudent. Little Qinzi, are you aware of the consequences of lying? General, I am not lying. The sound of unsheathing swords echoed as numerous white feather guards pointed their blades at Qin Ming. Speak the truth. My lord, I am speaking nothing but the truth. Did you see the simplified monument on your way yesterday? I did, my lord, but I did not recognize it. That monument is specifically designed to test crossers. It is certain that Lu Yuangong discovered your anomaly, leading to your treachery against him. Is that not so? Chapter 6. Crossers turning against each other? Fine. I will eliminate you first. I truly do not recognize the simplified monument. Qin Ming remained remarkably composed. He understood that even a hint of panic would lead to his demise. You refuse to acknowledge it? Very well. General Iron Tiger gestured with his left hand. Take him back and subject him to severe torture. I refuse to believe you will not confess. Qin Ming inwardly cursed. Just then, the grand doors of the Taiyin Palace thundered open. Stop! Ling Yin, adorned in a flowing white dress, rushed out, her delicate face tinged with a faint flush of anger. General Iron Tiger, what is the meaning of this? Ling Yin had been the maidservant to the Long Princess for 8 years. Even General Iron Tiger had to show her some respect. Miss Ling Yin, the matter is as follows. General Tai, I assure you, Xiao Qinzi is not a time traveler. He hails from the west county of Cold Night City. What makes you so certain, Miss Ling Yin? Our Cold Night City, being perpetually frozen, has led many to develop a habit of consuming ice, and the west county particularly relishes the ice that forms on flowers. This morning, I witnessed him indulging in ice. General Tiehu hesitated slightly. Miss Ling Yin, I am tasked with a thorough investigation of this matter, and such statements alone are insufficient to exonerate Xiao Qinzi. Indeed, they are insufficient. Ling Yin replied with a subtle smile. Then please wait a moment. I shall report to the Grand Princess. However, General Tai, to arrive at the Taiyin Palace without any evidence to apprehend someone may provoke the Grand Princess's ire. General Tiehu then realized the gravity of the situation. Feeling a twinge of fear, everyone in the palace knows the Grand Princess's ruthless methods, rivaling even that of the Empress. General Tiehu indeed possessed no evidence and was merely speculating. The Grand Princess might interpret his actions as the Empress intentionally causing her trouble, as the sisters have always been at odds. If General Tiehu were to act solely on conjecture, not only would his military career be in jeopardy, but his very life could be at stake. Thank you, Miss Ling Yin, for the reminder. I shall reconsider and search the vicinity further without troubling the Grand Princess. General Tiehu departed with 20 white feather guards. Qin Ming exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank you, Sister Ling Yin, for speaking on my behalf. Do not worry. They are after time travelers, and you are not implicated. Ling Yin noticed the lingering sorrow in Qin Ming's brow. Realizing he must be apprehensive due to the various trials he faced upon his arrival yesterday, she gently reassured him, Qin Ming, take it easy. This place, compared to your homeland, is filled with more light, and there is food to be enjoyed. Qin Ming nodded, feigning agreement. As he was entirely unaware of what Cold Night City truly entailed. My brother once envied the Imperial City immensely. He was about your age. Then Sister Ling Yin could write to invite him over. Ling Yin bit her rosy lip, a hint of sadness gracing her features as she softly replied. He came with me from Ingshi City, but was slain by a time traveler on the way. Ling Yin seemed to recall past events, her expression sorrowful as she departed. Qin Ming was taken aback by the extent of the conflict between time travelers and the natives in this world. What could be the reason? Reflecting on the assistance he received from Ling Yin, he realized it was likely tied to her feelings for her brother. This kindness was something Qin Ming would remember. Li Shan and Jingxiang stood at a distance, observing the scene at the crossroads. They had witnessed everything that transpired before the Taiyin Palace. Anger and resentment flared in Li Shan's eyes. Has Ling Yin lost her mind, vouching for a new eunuch? And smiling at him, how absurd. I would wager that this Xiao Qinzi is undoubtedly a time traveler. Lu Yuan, the eunuch, once told me that the simplified monument is meant to test time travelers. Xiao Qinzi must have revealed his true nature last night, thus prompting him to silence Lu Yuan. Li Shan, these are merely your assumptions without any proof. Do not speak recklessly. Jingxiang, do you not believe me? I have taken great care of you during your 6 months here. When the time comes, I shall capture this time traveler, and we will split the bounty of 100 taels of silver, practicing the technique together. I certainly trust you, Li Shan. But there is no room for hesitation. Capturing him will be a significant achievement. What are your plans? I shall replicate the 4 characters from the simplified tablet and toss them to him, inviting him to meet at that location. As long as he comes, it signifies that he can comprehend the characters. Li Shan, Given our proximity to the simplified tablet, he may have heard someone recite it before. Have you ever visited the Yusho Palace? Li Shan shook his head. That is a residence for many noble ladies. I have not been there. Jing Xiang glanced around to ensure no one was present and whispered, the west gate of Yusho Palace has a simplified tablet inscribed with 4 characters. Yusho Palace West. Use these 4 characters to summon him. If he goes, it indicates he understands. However, I cannot write those 4 characters. I have seen the stone tablet. I can. I will teach you, but you must keep it a secret and not reveal that I have instructed you, Brother Li Shan. Of course, rest assured. Once we acquire the silver and the technique, our lives will improve significantly. As night deepened, the darkness enveloped the surroundings. This place lacks sunlight during the day and is bereft of moonlight and stars at night. Qin Ming pondered how these people managed to survive. The snow continued to fall incessantly. Outside the window, on a barren tree, several crimson birds with long tails flew in circles. The palace's interior was eerily peculiar. The world beyond the palace remained oblivious to the impending turmoil. Qin Ming opened the locking sky-gourd space. Current luck value, 40 initially. After just a day and a night, the luck value was 24. However, due to encountering 2 perilous situations, the benefits had significantly increased. Every 40 points of luck allows for a draw. Qin Ming could hardly contain his anticipation. Consuming 40 luck points, drawing once, draw successful. Obtain the technique Turtle Breathing Spirit Formula. Turtle Breathing Spirit Formula. Advanced yellow grade technique that can enhance hearing, vision, and speed by 2-fold. Allowing for silent movement. Technique weapon levels. Yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, Divine. This technique sounds promising. Qin Ming gazed at the manual. Akin to a famished man who had not seen a woman for a decade. He immediately commenced his breathing exercises. The breath of the turtle, formless and colorless. He practiced until the late hours of the night. The spiritual energy within him flourished. He felt his senses sharpen and his spirit invigorated. After just one night of practice, the effects were remarkably evident. What a delight! Hope for survival finally appeared on the horizon. Just then, Qin Ming suddenly heard movement outside the window. As he pondered whether to investigate, the window was pushed open a crack. A crumpled paper ball instantly floated upwards. When Qin Ming pulled the window open to look outside, he found it utterly deserted. A sense of confusion enveloped him. Who could it be? He picked up the paper ball and, under the dim glow of the fluorite lamp, discerned the 4 simplified characters, Yusho Palace West. Qin Ming recalled that Ling Yin had mentioned Yusho Palace, located just a mile to the east. Could it be that a time traveler is summoning him to gather there? When had his identity been revealed? Qin Ming meticulously retraced his thoughts. Did the incident of killing the father-in-law come to light? It cannot be. He felt an ominous sense in his heart. After half an hour, Qin Ming stealthily glanced out of the window. The serene and empty surroundings were devoid of any presence. He slipped out, climbing up to the rooftop via the back windowsill. Against the backdrop of the white snow, Qin Ming discerned a figure approaching from the direction of Yusho Palace, drawing ever closer. At last, he recognized the figure. It was eunuch Li Shan. Could it be that Li Shan was the one who had thrown the note? Was Li Shan summoning him to the west of Yusho Palace? How could Li Shan possibly write those 4 simplified characters? Could he also be a time traveler? This fellow, with his sharp features, hardly appeared to be of good character. Qin Ming hurriedly descended from the roof and burrowed into his bed. As anticipated, a quarter of an hour later, Li Shan quietly cracked open the window outside Qin Ming's room. He saw Qin Ming sleeping within and muttered a curse before returning to his own quarters. After practicing the turtle breathing technique, Qin Ming's hearing had significantly improved. He could clearly hear Li Shan murmuring at the door. Damn it! How could I not be deceived like this? Why is it so difficult to earn a reward? Upon hearing this, Qin Ming was certain. Li Shan must suspect his identity and was attempting to lure him into a trap to obtain a reward. Since they were both time travelers, they ought to band together for mutual support. Why resort to mutual destruction? Very well, then I shall eliminate you first. Chapter 7. Qin Ming is a time traveler, using a knife to kill. That morning, Qin Ming accompanied Ling Yin to the imperial kitchen. Ling Yin collected staple foods and vegetables, while Qin Ming sought out the Shuahan fruit from the back kitchen. The Shuahan fruit was a second-tier spirit fruit, rich in spiritual energy, and had always been favored by the eldest princess. Just as Qin Ming finished gathering the Shuahan fruit and was about to leave, he suddenly spotted a few squids and several squid ink sacks discarded in a corner of the kitchen. While squid meat is edible, most would discard the ink sacks. An idea struck Qin Ming regarding how to deal with Li Shan. The squid ink, dark as ink, was essentially composed of protein. If he were to write on paper with this black liquid, the protein would rapidly decompose, causing the writing to vanish. He was determined to teach Li Shan a harsh lesson. Noticing that the coast was clear, Qin Ming swiftly pocketed one of the ink sacs. Upon returning, Qin Ming waited for the opportune moment. Seeing Li Shan return from outside, he immediately spread out the paper that Li Shan had given him on the table. Dipping his finger into the squid ink, he wrote on the back of the paper, 1, 2, 3, 4. As expected, Li Shan was immediately drawn to the site as he passed by Qin Ming's door. Qin Ming pretended not to notice, blowing on the written paper to hasten the decomposition of the protein. He folded the paper and tucked it against his chest. Li Shan's expression was one of excitement and anticipation. Simplified characters. Indeed, it was simplified characters. Qin Ming, you wretched time traveler. Li Shan immediately thought to rush to the palace to report, but the eldest princess had not yet returned from her morning court. He would wait until she returned to expose Qin Ming to claim the most substantial reward. In truth, the period during which the eldest princess was in morning court was precisely within Qin Ming's calculations. This duration would be sufficient for the writing on the paper to vanish. Qin Ming stepped out, pretending not to see Li Shan. In the courtyard, the sound of bells accompanied the crackling of firewood. With an iron pot atop it to heat water, the frigid weather meant that the imperial kitchen primarily provided meals, leaving the responsibility of hot water to each palace. Qin Ming leaned by the pot, adding firewood and deliberately warming his clothes, as high temperatures could expedite the decomposition of proteins. He and Ling Yin engaged in light-hearted banter while boiling water. This provoked Li Shan, who ground his teeth in irritation. Qin Ming, I shall make you regret this. When the princess returns, your end is nigh. An hour later, the princess returned from her morning audience, clad in a resplendent black robe, her proud chest accentuated. The moon shadow sword in her hand splattered with blood. Qin Ming pondered, this madwoman merely attended a morning audience. Yet she appears as if she has been on a killing spree. 8 female guards accompanied her, standing vigil at her sides. Ling Yin carried the hot water, while Qin Ming brought the snow-cold fruit. As the princess approached the red maple tree in the courtyard, her black sleeves suddenly billowed, releasing a chilling aura that swept forth. With a loud crack, the accumulated snow on the bluestone table was sent flying. The princess seated herself at the stone table, commanding, bring me a jar of wine, we shall dine here. Yes. Seizing the opportunity to fetch the wine, Qin Ming discreetly unwrapped a piece of paper, glancing at it. He confirmed that the ink had vanished, leaving only a few black specks that fell away with a gentle shake. The yellow paper bore no trace of its former markings. Qin Ming uncorked a jar of green ant wine and placed it before the princess. Seeing the moment ripe, Eunuch Li Shan stepped forward and knelt with a thud. Your Highness, I have important news to report. The princess's breathtaking visage was as cold as ice. Raising her cup, she drained it in one gulp and coldly uttered, Speak. Your Highness, I have discovered that the young Qin is a time traveler. A gasp of shock rippled through the surrounding guards. Even the princess's enchanting eyes flickered with surprise. She fixed her gaze on Qin Ming, her autumn-like eyes gleaming with lethal intent. The 8 female guards drew their weapons, encircling Qin Ming with unwavering resolve. Ling Yin, still tending to the boiling water, wore an anxious expression, while the calm Jing Xiang appeared unperturbed, as if this affair did not concern her in the slightest. Little Shan, do you have proof? Your Highness, I witnessed the young Qin writing in simplified characters in his chamber. That very paper is concealed against his chest. Oh, the princess's beautiful eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, turned once more to Qin Ming. Young Qin, do you have anything to say? Your Highness, I do not comprehend Eunuch Li Shan's intent. What intent? Li Shan retorted. This wretched time traveler has written simplified characters and concealed them in his bosom. Your Highness, I am willing to stake my life as assurance. With that, Li Shan stepped forward and forcefully extracted the paper from Qin Ming's chest. An exhilarated smile graced his face, his hands trembling slightly. 3 years. He had spent a full 3 years within the palace. He had been seeking an opportunity to prove his worth. Capturing a time traveler would not only earn him 100 taels of silver, but also grant him martial arts techniques. Thus, he could ascend to the Demon Suppression Guard and rise to greatness. As he unfolded the paper, he advanced towards the princess. The princess, upon seeing the back of the paper, was momentarily taken aback. Li Shan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be that there were no words on the reverse side of this yellow paper? Surely, that was impossible. The front, inscribed with characters from the Yuxiu Palace, was indeed his handiwork. He had clearly seen that Qin Ming had written 4 characters on this very sheet. So where had they vanished? Where are the words? Li Shan's face turned pale. This could not be. He distinctly remembered seeing the characters. Enough. A resounding clap echoed as the princess slammed her palm onto the stone table, causing the wine jars to tremble. You claim he wrote in simplified characters. Yet where are they? Your Highness, I surely witnessed him writing, Li Shan stammered, his legs trembling with urgency. A female guard stepped forward, seizing the yellow paper and presenting it to the princess. These 4 characters on the back, did Xiao Qinzi write them? Seizing the moment, Qin Ming approached with feigned bewilderment. Your Highness, these 4 characters were not penned by me. Last night, inexplicably, someone threw a piece of paper through the window. I intended to report this to you today, but I never anticipated that Li Shan would. The princess's expression remained impassive as she scrutinized the paper for 3 breaths. Xiao Shanzi, if my memory serves me correctly, this should indeed be your handwriting. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Li Shan quickly knelt forward, his voice trembling. Your Highness, it is indeed my handwriting. I wrote it to test whether Xiao Qinzi was a time traveler, to see if he could recognize the characters. If he had come to Yuxiu Palace for a meeting with me, it would have provided evidence of his transgressions. But how did you come to write these simplified characters? Li Shan hesitated, contemplating revealing that it was Jing Xiang who had taught him. However, he had promised her secrecy. And besides, it was merely a copy of the simplified stele. Even if the princess found out, it would not be a grave offense. Your Highness, I have seen this simplified stele at the Yuxiu Palace, thus I memorized these 4 characters. Do you understand the consequences of lying? Your Highness, every word I speak is the truth. I am loyal to you. The princess's demeanor remained icy. Remove him. Execute him. Li Shan was struck with terror, losing control of himself. How could merely copying 4 simplified characters be a crime? In an instant, 2 female guards seized his arms and began to drag him away. Your Highness, I am wronged. I was merely studying the stele outside Yuxiu Fang, aiming to help you catch the time traveler. In the next breath, suddenly, the princess flung the wine cup into the air, causing a dozen droplets to float momentarily. With a swift motion of her dark sleeve, the droplets coalesced into a half-foot-long water sword, slicing through the air. You fool. There is no simplified stele outside Yuxiu Palace. In that instant, Li Shan's mind reeled as if struck by lightning. As he beheld the approaching water sword, a final thought flickered in his mind. Jing Xiang deceived me. The blade formed of water sliced through Li Shan's neck. His head rolled away, blood gushing forth, splattering several droplets onto Qin Ming. He immediately utilized his copying talent to sense whether he could replicate anything. However, there was no response. Li Shan was not a traverser. How then did he inscribe the 4 simplified characters of Yuxiu Palace? Chapter 8. 12 Maidens, all possessing long, elegant legs. Qin Ming felt a headache coming on. He had only entered the palace for 2 days. Who orchestrated this trap? These deranged individuals. Calm down. He must maintain his composure. In times of chaos, one only invites confusion upon oneself. He promptly feigned an expression of profound grievance. Your subordinate, Princess Xia. The princess reclined languidly against a bamboo chair, her proud figure exuding an air of arrogance. Holding a wine jug, she brought it to her crimson lips and took a delicate sip. A few drops of clear wine trickled down the corner of her left lip, cascading onto her fair neck, a sight of utmost allure. Little Qin, lift your head. The princess's gaze fixed upon Qin Ming. Your right cheek is so handsome, yet why is there such a long scar on your left? In response to the princess's inquiry, he replied, your subordinate encountered and killed a traverser upon entering the palace. This is the wound he inflicted. I have heard of this, the princess said, casting a bewitching glance at her nearby female guard. Meng too, provide the medicine. Yes. A petite, round-faced female officer stepped forward, handing Qin Ming a vial of scar-removing ointment. Only then did Qin Ming recall that Ling Yin had mentioned the princess was in charge of the world's demon-suppressing guards. The 12 closest officers, known as the 12 Zodiac, were all exceptionally skilled and possessed strikingly long legs. This round-faced guard was indeed the legendary Meng Tuesday. This ointment, when applied for several days, will remove the scar as a form of restitution for your wrongful suffering, Princess Xia stated. The princess rose and flung her wine cup onto the table, where it spun wildly. With one hand behind her back, she strode toward the main hall, leaving Qin Ming, Ling Yin, and Jing Xiang in the courtyard. Li Shan's blood had melted a large patch of white snow, creating a ghastly sight. Jing Xiang offered a cup of hot water to Qin Ming. Drink this to soothe your nerves. Li Shan was never a good person. His death is inconsequential. You need not feel remorse. Thank you, Qin Ming replied. I occasionally assist at the demon suppression tower, where I have seen this scar-removing ointment. For a wound like yours, it should heal in 3 days. The demon suppression tower? Qin Ming echoed, realizing it was a prison for traversers. Ling Yin interjected, but gaining entry is no easy feat. One must undergo a bloodline test conducted by the princess. Qin Ming, perplexed, inquired, are there so many traversers that a tower is necessary to contain them? Indeed, the tower houses numerous traversers, some of whom are exceptionally formidable. Yet, no traverser has ever escaped alive from there. The snow began to fall heavily once more. Qin Ming took a sip of the hot water, feeling no warmth, but rather an icy chill enveloping his entire body. This cursed world, surviving is truly arduous. As night descended, the cold wind howled. Qin Ming glanced at his luck points, which stood at 24, insufficient for a second draw. After practicing the turtle breathing technique for a while, he began to ponder. Qin Ming sensed the lurking presence of a traverser nearby. It was evident that Li Shan had been ensnared in a scheme. But who is this time traveler? It certainly cannot be the eldest princess, nor could it be Ling Yin. It is evident that Ling Yin's concern for him is genuine. Moreover, she had once rescued him from General Tiahu. During the day, Ling Yin mentioned that the eldest princess would examine the bloodline before entering the demon suppression tower. This indicates that Jing Xiang is not a time traveler either. Could it be one of the 12 zodiac signs of the eldest princess? No. This woman is both cunning and ruthless. How could she possibly allow a time traveler among her personal guards? The thought is utterly perplexing and confounding. When will I be able to leave the palace or perhaps visit the demon suppression tower to seek out other time travelers? Perhaps I could uncover more information about this world. The night deepened. Qin Ming patiently awaited Ling Yin's customary late-night appearance for some flower ice. She had this habit every time. However, tonight she did not emerge as expected. After hesitating for a brief moment, he rose and approached Ling Yin's door. He gently knocked. Sister Ling Yin, are you asleep? No, not yet. Why does your voice sound so weak? A soft cough escaped Ling Yin's lips. Qin Ming's brow furrowed slightly as he pushed the door open. Before him lay the once graceful and capable Ling Yin, now curled up beneath her blanket, her lips pale and dry, her complexion ashen. What is wrong, Sister Ling Yin? Oh, it's nothing. The charcoal burned out today, and the room has become a bit chilly. What brings you here at this hour? Qin Ming instinctively wanted to mention how he noticed she hadn't eaten her flower ice tonight, but he immediately dismissed the thought. He must not allow Ling Yin to perceive that he had been observing her closely. He had previously exposed himself when he feigned eating ice. Sister Ling Yin, I feel a bit homesick and cannot sleep. I hope to talk with you. Cough, come sit. I too wish to converse about our hometown. Let us not rush. I shall go to the imperial kitchen to fetch some charcoal for you. No need, Qin Ming. Jing Xiang has gone to the kitchen to return the meal box. She may bring back some charcoal. I shall go regardless. It is too heavy for her to carry. Sister Ling Yin, cover yourself well with the blanket. Once I return with the charcoal, I will light a fire for you. With that said, Qin Ming pushed the door open and dashed into the swirling snow. Ling Yin struggled to sit up, propping herself against the bed. She gazed at Qin Ming's retreating figure, warmth flooding her heart. Truly, fate is devoid of compassion. Such a handsome young man, reduced to a eunuch. Suddenly, Ling Yin's entire body trembled. A radiant light emanated from her palm. She hurriedly clenched her hand and buried it beneath the covers, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Calm down. Do not panic. Light. I beseech you, do not emerge. Qin Ming wrapped himself in his long robe. The wind howled and the snow fell heavily. It was indeed cold. As he traveled partway, he felt the ink pouch in his pocket. This item was akin to a ticking time bomb. It must be discarded. Turning around, he noticed the dry well where Lu Yuan had been buried behind the rockery. Observing that no one was around, he tossed the ink pouch forcefully into the garden. As fate would have it, it landed directly in the well. Jing Xiang returned the meal box to the imperial kitchen. From morning till night, her mind had been plagued with confusion. Li Shan, usually so astute, how could she possibly use a blank piece of paper to frame Qin Ming? No matter how she pondered, it eluded her understanding. Good evening, Miss Jing Xiang. The eunuchs and maidens from the imperial kitchen held a favorable impression of Jing Xiang from the Tying Palace. Hello everyone, it's quite late. And yet elder brother and sister are still busy. We just finished steaming the buns. Care for a taste? Oh no. Jingxiang waved her hands in refusal. These buns are for the masters. How could a maid dare to indulge? Just have one. It's perfectly fine. The cook, Eunuch Wang, pressed a bun into Jingxiang's hands. As she took a bite, her eyes caught sight of several squids and ink sacs resting in the corner. One of the ink sacs had ruptured, spilling black ink across the floor. A sudden realization struck Jingxiang. She comprehended everything in an instant. Her heart raced with excitement. Qin Ming was indeed a time traveler. Only a time traveler would possess such knowledge. If she could capture him, she would earn a reward of skills, obtain silver, and free herself from servitude. She longed for a better life outside the palace. What's this, Eunuch Wang? Oh, this is an ink sac from the squid. It's quite amusing. May I have one to play with? What do you need it for? I just find it interesting. It could also be used for painting. Chef Wang chuckled heartily. Take it then. Jingxiang quickly tucked one into her sleeve and hurried back to the palace. She had uncovered the truth. It was imperative that she inform the Grand Princess about the ink sac. After all, she had undergone bloodline verification and had dealings with time travelers in the Demon Suppression Tower. The Grand Princess would not suspect her. Just as she exited the imperial kitchen, she spotted Qin Ming approaching along the corridor. Without a moment's hesitation, she slipped into a side path of the imperial garden. Knowing Qin Ming's secret, she felt deep down that he was indeed extraordinary. She must evade him to avoid revealing any clues. Qin Ming had successfully gathered 10 pounds of coal. With his sweet tongue and meticulous nature, he had formed good relations with the several palace maidens in the kitchen. He seized the opportunity to savor 3 freshly made buns, soft, fragrant, and utterly delightful. Eunuch Wang, why does this coal appear somewhat pale? Of course it's pale. You're taking it for Lingyin. The maidens and eunuchs can only use this inferior white mountain coal. The black mountain coal is reserved for the masters. But can this white coal even ignite? Ha. Of course it can. If you find it too white, just take an ink sac from over there and dye it black. Chef Wang's jest elicited laughter from those around. Qin Ming waved his hand, hoisting the coal upon his shoulder. That squid ink sac is both ugly and dark. Who will want to play with it? Oh, surprisingly. Someone does. Qin Ming's heart raced, and he casually inquired, Who? Jingxiang. She just took an ink sac away. That little girl is quite delicate. What would she find amusing about such oddities? In that moment, Qin Ming felt as though he had been struck by lightning. It was as if a thunderclap had resounded within him. He realized almost instantly. Jingxiang must also be a time traveler. Chapter 9. The Gift of Duplication. The Princess, Shizuka, is a time traveler. Shizuka must have discovered the secret she used to manipulate Li Shan. She surely intends to report it with the ink pouch. Qin Ming hastily excused himself while carrying coal and dashed toward the Tying Palace. Shizuka had just departed and was devoid of any cultivation. With the turtle-breathing technique at his disposal, Qin Ming's speed was swift, and he should be able to catch up. However, what perplexed Qin Ming was that the princess had conducted a bloodline test on Shizuka. She had also entered the Demon Suppression Tower. How could she possibly be a time traveler? Yet, if she were not a time traveler, how could she perceive the secret of the disappearing ink from the pouch? Could it be mere coincidence that she took an interest in such a grim and unattractive object? Unthinkable. What girl would inexplicably develop an interest in such an unsightly thing? Qin Ming reached the entrance of the Tying Palace in a hurry, only to be astonished to find no footprints belonging to Shizuka at the entrance. There was only this singular door to enter the palace. Such a heavy snowfall could not fail to leave traces. The only explanation was that Shizuka had not returned. She might have been delayed by some matter or was deliberately evading him. With this thought in mind, Qin Ming ran along the path in front of the Tying Palace for about 300 meters and concealed himself behind an artificial hill. His conjecture proved correct. Moments later, Shizuka, adorned in a rose-colored dress and embroidered white shoes, emerged cautiously from the adjacent imperial garden. She looked around, seemingly quite wary. Once she sensed the situation was safe, she quickened her pace towards the entrance of the Tying Palace. As Shizuka passed by the artificial hill, Qin Ming sprang out. Before she could utter a word, he swiftly covered her mouth and pulled her behind the hill. Without hesitation, Qin Ming tightened his grip on her throat. Qin Ming, what is the meaning of this? What do you need the ink pouch for? The ink pouch? What ink pouch? Damn it. Stop pretending. Qin Ming exerted force, making it difficult for Shizuka to breathe. Her fair complexion flushed crimson as her hands beat against his arm in desperation. I can't breathe. Did you deceive Li Shan? Did you write those 4 characters? West of Yushio Palace? If you dare lie, I'll snap your neck right now. Shizuka coughed several times and nodded slightly, her eyes filled with blood. Qin Ming, you are a time traveler, aren't you? I am also a time traveler. Please don't kill me. We are on the same side. I brought back this ink pouch as a precaution, not to report you. Qin Ming, please let me go. It's so cold. You must feel cold sleeping alone at night. Come to my room. I'll keep you company. Don't kill me. A fierce glint flickered in Qin Ming's eyes as he increased his grip. I don't believe you. If I truly went to the west of Yushio Palace last night, wouldn't you have already dealt with me? As Qin Ming tightened his hold, Shizuka struggled for breath, her arms flailing desperately against his. Just then, a sharp reprimand echoed from the distance. What is going on over there? Startled by the voice, Qin Ming turned to look. In the distance, General Iron Tiger was approaching, accompanied by 20 white feather guards. Seizing the opportunity, Shizuka took a deep breath. Let me go? Her eyes sparkled with hope. She was finally saved. Damn Qin Ming. He almost crushed her to death. The white feather guards would rend him to pieces, and the princess would send his soul into oblivion. Meanwhile, she, Jing Xiang, would receive the rewards of profound techniques and wealth. From this moment on, her life would be transformed. As a time traveler, she would no longer live in humiliation as a mere palace maid. She had awaited this day. However, in the next breath, Qin Ming suddenly seized the golden hairpin from her hair. With a swift motion, he plunged it viciously into her neck. Instantly, blood gushed from Jing Xiang's throat. The pain rendered her speechless. Her right hand clutched her throat tightly as she collapsed to the ground in agony. Detected blood of a time traveler. Talent replication activated. Opponent's talent, concealment, talent sequence 103, can effectively obscure one's bloodline and aura. Qin Ming finally understood. Why could she, as a time traveler, evade the princess's detection and enter the demon suppression tower? Concealment talent, replicate. Replicate. Talent sequence 103, concealment. Replication successful. Can effectively obscure bloodline aura. The sound of the white feather guard's hurried footsteps drew nearer. Lying on the ground, Jing Xiang clutched her neck, her eyes filled with resentment and mockery, as if she had already foreseen Qin Ming's fate. How would you explain killing me with a hairpin, Qin Ming? Your end will be far worse than mine. Yet, in such a tense moment, Qin Ming's mind remained remarkably calm. Jing Xiang had just evaded him by taking the small path through the imperial garden. Coincidentally, he had discarded the ink pouch into the dry well of the imperial garden half an hour earlier. In an instant, he devised a countermeasure. As the white feather guards approached, Qin Ming turned and stabbed the golden hairpin 3 times into his own chest, blood pouring forth. He pulled out the dark ink pouch from Jing Xiang's sleeve and, while she was distracted, swiftly tossed the entire pouch into his mouth. Just as the white feather guards arrived, Qin Ming desperately swallowed the ink pouch whole, without chewing. He clutched his chest, pretending to be in pain, lying on the ground. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, he took several bites of snow to clean his mouth of any ink stains. General Tai Hu and 20 white feather guards surrounded the area tightly. At that moment, a powerful aura of killing intent descended upon them. Out of the corner of his eye, Qin Ming saw that the approaching figure was none other than the princess in her black attire. Jing Xiang clutched her neck, unable to speak, struggling for breath. Her eyes were filled with hatred and unwillingness. She would die wanting to see Qin Ming executed by the princess. The princess descended from the sky, causing the surrounding snowflakes to scatter. General Tai and the 20 white feather guards all knelt down. We pay our respects to the princess. What is happening? Reporting to the princess, we saw 2 individuals causing a disturbance while patrolling, and upon our arrival, they were both lying on the ground. The princess, upon seeing the scene before her, immediately felt she had conducted a bloodline test on Jing Xiang, confirming that she was certainly not a time traveler. Now, seeing them in such a violent struggle, it was evident that Jing Xiang had discovered the peculiarities of Qin Ming. Xiao Qinzi, are you a time traveler? A glimmer of schadenfreude flickered in Jing Xiang's eyes. She trembled all over, gritting her teeth tightly, her breath growing increasingly faint. She was determined to witness Qin Ming's downfall. Even in death, 2 members of the White Feather Guard approached to seize Qin Ming. He slowly turned around, propping himself up with his hands. A dark stain of blood marred his left chest, his complexion pale, and cold sweat beaded his forehead. Your Highness, Jing Xiang is a time traveler. The declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Even the near-death Jing Xiang found Qin Ming's assertion ludicrous. Who would believe you? How audacious. Xiao Qinzi. Jing Xiang serves in the Demon Suppression Tower. How could she possibly be a time traveler? To my eyes, you are the real time traveler, so confess your truth promptly. Qin Ming spoke slowly. Your Highness, this evening, Ling Yin fell ill and was short on coal, so I went to the imperial kitchen to fetch some. By chance, I overheard that Jingxiang had taken an octopus ink sac. The expression on the Long Princess's face shifted, her brows furrowing in confusion. Although I do not know the purpose of an octopus ink sac, I have heard it is toxic. How could I allow someone to bring such a poisonous item back to Tyne Palace? Thus, I pursued her to question her. She claimed it was not for poisoning, but for suppressing souls. The Long Princess remained indifferent, crossing her arms over her chest. Jingxiang, trembling on the ground, was at a loss. As she listened to Qin Ming's increasingly outrageous claims, she found herself rendered speechless. At that moment, 8 demon suppression captains and an elderly man in white approached. The elder, with hair and brows flecked with gray, elicited a modicum of respect from the Long Princess as she spoke to him. Elder Wang Lin, Xiao Qinzi claims the octopus ink sac is toxic, does it not? Indeed. Your Highness, the ink sac of an octopus is indeed poisonous. And what of the claim that the ink sac can suppress souls? I have not heard of such a thing, the elder replied. The Long Princess's piercing gaze once again fell upon Qin Ming. Your Highness, upon hearing this, I believe there to be no notion in our world that an ink sac could suppress souls. Thus, Jingxiang must surely be the time traveler. Jingxiang's fury nearly took her breath away. Blood continued to seep from her mouth. Chapter 10. Do the beautiful women wear black stockings? The Long Princess gestured with her eyes. The adorable rabbit captain immediately approached Jingxiang to search for the octopus ink sac, yet after an extensive search, none was found. The crowd's eyes once again turned to Qin Ming. He feigned confusion as well. That is odd. The people in the imperial kitchen clearly said she took an ink sac. How could it not be on her? Could she have hidden it on me? Qin Ming deliberately searched his own body, finding his sleeves and pockets empty. On the brink of death, Jingxiang nearly succumbed to shock upon witnessing this scene. She had clearly seen Qin Ming steal the ink sac from his sleeve. How could it now be missing? In less than 30 breaths, the Long Princess had summoned Chef Wang from the imperial kitchen. Naturally, Chef Wang dared not lie. He stated unequivocally that Jingxiang had taken an ink sac from the kitchen. Several eunuchs and palace maids could attest to this. The Long Princess ordered a thorough search of the vicinity, yet the ink sac remained elusive. Your Highness, we have discovered the footprints of Jingxiang in the imperial garden. Are there any other footprints? Indeed, Your Highness, only her footprints are present. Qin Ming's traces are found solely in the corridor, indicating he has not visited the garden. Thoroughly search the garden for any signs. Understood. Leaning against the rockery, Qin Ming grimaced from the painful wound on his left chest. Yet, witnessing Jingxiang's desperate, voiceless state filled him with a sense of satisfaction. Little girl, what can you achieve by traversing through time like this? Such meager cleverness aimed at causing harm. And in the end, you shall not even know how you met your demise. A report. A white feather guard rushed in, kneeling in haste. Your Highness, we found an ink pouch in the dry well behind the rockery in the garden. Jingxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Another report, Your Highness. A corpse has emerged from the bottom of the dry well where the ink pouch was found. It is that of eunuch Lu Yuan. It appears that Jingxiang is indeed a time traveler. She had previously slain eunuch Lu Yuan, and today used this ink pouch to suppress his soul. At this revelation, the crowd erupted in shock. The chain of evidence was perfectly closed. Jingxiang had taken the ink pouch from the imperial kitchen, leaving her footprints in the garden. The ink pouch reappeared in the dry well. Meanwhile, no one had seen Qin Ming use the ink pouch. His footprints were confined to the corridor. As the cold, piercing gazes of Princess Zhang and General Tai who fell upon Jingxiang, blood gushed from her throat like a fountain. She stared incredulously at Qin Ming, unable to comprehend how he had orchestrated this frame-up. Coughing violently, she succumbed to despair, her eyes failing to close in death. Suddenly, a cacophony filled the air. Above, over 20 eerie red-winged birds circled, their elongated tails swooping down to peck at Jingxiang's head. Indeed, it was confirmed, she was a time traveler. And these soul-eating birds prey solely on the souls of such individuals. The white feather guard's words had barely left his lips when Princess Henyuexi abruptly turned her head, her eyes glinting with lethal intent. Are you implying that I cannot detect a time traveler? The guard, terrified, hastily knelt. With a thunderous crash, he was sent flying 100 meters, blood spilling from his mouth as he perished. General Tai, who immediately knelt. Your Highness, I beg for your mercy. I have failed in my duty, please forgive me. Tai, who was drenched in cold sweat, realizing the foolishness of the soldier's words, suggesting a time traveler had infiltrated the demon-suppressing tower, was tantamount to slapping the princess in the face. Should he anger her, she could easily sever his head with a single stroke, and even the empress would remain silent. Princess Han Yuexi's expression grew increasingly frigid. Suddenly, she took 2 steps forward, raising her right hand and gently clenching it in the air. The snowflakes cascading down gathered in an instant, transforming into a blue ice sword. With a roar, the ice sword descended, cleaving the already lifeless Jingxiang in 2, flesh and blood scattering. Damnable time traveler, how dare you infiltrate my side? Dispose of her remains and feed them to the dogs. Understood. The princess turned and departed. After taking a few steps, she suddenly turned around and coldly instructed, "Bring Xiaoqin to my chamber." Understood. The gentle Lieutenant Meng Tu and the charming Lieutenant Mei Yang assisted Qin Ming toward the upper hall of the princess. Lieutenant Meng Tu, petite with a round face, possessed a kind disposition. As she supported Qin Ming, she tore open his shirt to examine his wound, applying some medicinal ointment. Lieutenant Mei Yang, with her fair complexion and a beauty mark adorning her lips, accompanied her. "Dear lieutenants, could you please deliver the coal I brought back to Sister Lingyin? Even at this moment, you still think about delivering coal? Sister Lingyin's room is chilly, and she has fallen ill. I beg of you." Meng Tu and Mei Yang escorted Qin Ming to the entrance of the upper hall. "You may enter on your own. There is no need to worry about Sister Lingyin." This marked Qin Ming's second entry into the chamber of Princess Han Yuexi. His mindset this time was evidently much more composed than during his first visit. The room was adorned with furniture crafted entirely from white jade, exuding an icy chill. Princess Han Yuexi lounged languidly in a white jade chair, crossing her legs, her long, fair limbs glistening under the warm glow of the lamps. "Greetings, Your Highness." The princess raised her captivating eyes, locking her gaze onto Qin Ming's. "Xiaoqin, you are also a traveler from another realm, are you not?" Qin Ming remained remarkably calm. "No. Do you know Li Bai?" "I do not." The princess rose from her chair, her hand resting gracefully behind her, radiating an imposing presence as she stood before Qin Ming. A subtle fragrance wafted from her. With her fiery red lips and breathtaking beauty, she drew closer to him, and Qin Ming could almost sense her breath. She playfully bit her lip, seemingly intent on unsettling his composure. How utterly enticing. It was difficult enough for Qin Ming to maintain his calm in such a situation, compounded by the fact that he was but a false eunuch. How could he endure such temptation? If the truth were to slip, he wouldn't even know how he would meet his demise. Hastily, Qin Ming directed his thoughts toward the locking heaven gourd. He took a deep breath to steady himself. How could such a ruthless and merciless princess wield such seductive tactics? "Xiaoqin, I ask you, who is Lagrange?" "I do not know." "And Zhuge Liang?" "Your Highness, I have read little and truly do not know." "Then, am I beautiful?" "Indeed. In your homeland, do the beauties wear black stockings?" Qin Ming was taken aback by the question. Naturally, they must wear them. All 108 ladies in his memory did. However, he certainly could not respond in such a manner. "Your Highness, the weather in my homeland is frigid, and the women dress warmly. I have not encountered any black stockings." Suddenly, Princess Han Yuexi extended her jade hand, gently resting it on Qin Ming's injured chest. Qin Ming's mind reacted swiftly, activating his innate ability to conceal himself and suppress his bloodline. The replication of Shizuka's talent came just in time. The princess's right hand trembled, and in an instant, several drops of Qin Ming's blood were drawn from his wound, coalescing in the air before her. The princess extended her left hand towards the window, drawing in the myriad snowflakes from outside. The snowflakes melted into droplets in the air, enveloping her blood and forming a spherical shape that spun gracefully. A substantial chill emanated from the palm of her hand. Her exquisite visage displayed signs of weariness, indicating that this bloodline examination was quite taxing. Even the princess could not recklessly wield her powers. Fortunately, this restraint allowed Qin Ming to narrowly escape calamity upon his arrival. After 30 breaths, the princess's initially fierce countenance transformed into a calm demeanor. She turned and resumed her seat on the jade-white chair. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall, followed by the sound of someone kneeling with a thud. "Your Highness, Lingyin seeks an audience." "What is it?" "Your Highness, the servant is unwell, and there is no charcoal in my chamber. I sent Qin Ming to the imperial kitchen for charcoal. He is not a traverser. Please forgive him, Your Highness." Your Highness, it is entirely my fault for falling ill tonight and causing such trouble. Please pardon me. The Princess Han Yueshi coldly interjected, enough. If you dare plead further, I shall take your life as well. Lingyin outside the door was so anxious that she began to weep. Qin Ming felt a surge of gratitude. Sister Lingyin was truly a good person. The princess fixed her piercing gaze on Qin Ming's face. The scars on it had faded considerably, revealing a handsome man, which explained why even Lingyin would plead for him. Your Highness, Sister Lingyin pleaded for me because we both hail from Cold Night City. We are fellow townsfolk. You seem quite fond of your compatriots. Warning, danger level increased 5-fold. Luck points accelerate 5-fold during danger. Damn, Qin Ming was utterly speechless. This princess was truly unhinged. How could she harbor murderous intent over such a matter? Your Highness, my genuine feelings for Lingyin stem from my loyalty to the Qin Palace. Flattery. Men are indeed deserving of death. Warning, danger level increased 10-fold. Luck points accelerate 10-fold during danger. Qin Ming felt an overwhelming urge to strike this lunatic. Was she out of her mind, impervious to reason? Your Highness, tonight. Xingxiang obtained a poisoned ink pouch. My first reaction was that she intended to harm you, which is why I desperately intervened. I was repeatedly stabbed in the chest by her. I speak no falsehoods. My loyalty to you is unwavering. Feigning pain, he clutched his chest. Do you think a mere ink pouch could poison me? The princess suddenly radiated an aura of lethal intent. Little Qin, do you perceive me as a mere child of 3? You have only been in the palace for 3 days. What loyalty can you claim? You are lying. Warning, danger level increased 50-fold. Luck points accelerate 50-fold during danger. Oh no, this madwoman was truly formidable. Am I destined to perish so pitifully? Your Highness, there is another reason. Oh, speak. What reason? Qin Ming felt the need for a melancholic melody to accompany his plight. I have suffered greatly in Cold Night City. I have had neither food nor drink and often resorted to ice to stave off hunger, accompanied by numerous compatriots. I journeyed to the capital in search of a means to survive. Many perished along the way, while others fell victim to the hands of travelers from another realm. It was only upon reaching the lunar palace that I finally found my own dwelling, with ample provisions that granted me a life of unprecedented happiness, akin to a perpetual celebration of the new year. Naturally, I hold this blessing in profound appreciation, especially towards the esteemed princess. This, I suppose, serves as a valid justification. The princess, with her delicate hands, beckoned me closer. The firefly lantern that had previously adorned the table floated towards Qin Ming, illuminating his visage brightly. Alas, he was a eunuch. Qin Ming pondered whether the princess harbored expectations for him to be otherwise, or perhaps entertained other peculiar thoughts. Princess, should you possess any such special inclinations, I am willing to serve with utmost devotion. However, the princess quipped, Little Qin, it is fortunate that you are a eunuch, otherwise. Should you venture into the sound of bells chamber uninvited, I could slay you 100 times over. Qin Ming was taken aback by her formidable spirit. The princess then retrieved a blue token from her sleeve, engraved with a diamond-shaped snowflake. Since you have successfully identified the traveler, Jingxiang, you shall henceforth take her place in the demon suppression tower. Your command is my duty. At that moment, the adorable rabbit captain entered, carrying a tray that bore 100 taels of silver and a small gray booklet. For having eliminated the traveler, here is your reward of 100 taels, along with the technique of Ice Soul Fist. The path of cultivation is arduous. Should you achieve the first level of body refinement within a year, I shall permit you entry into the Demon Suppression Guard. Thank you, Your Highness. Qin Ming felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Not only had he received a technique, but he was also granted the opportunity to enter the Demon Suppression Tower, which housed many travelers from other realms. Perhaps therein lay the information he so desperately sought. He yearned to uncover the truth of this world and to find someone with whom he could converse freely, without pretense. The princess waved her graceful hand dismissively. You may leave now. Allow Jingxiang to tend to your wounds. Understood. Qin Ming gratefully accepted the Ice Soul Fist and the silver, retreating with elation. In this era, gold and silver were particularly precious, while jade artifacts bore little value. Within the chamber, the previously composed princess transformed into a figure of icy indifference. The rabbit captain, standing beside her, stepped forward to gently massage her shoulders. What is your impression of this young Qin? The princess inquired. The bloodline test has confirmed he is not a traveler. Had he been one, he would have long since met his demise. Previously, When it came to Jingxiang, I conducted a bloodline test as well, yet I was caught off guard. To this day, I remain perplexed by the reason. Your Highness, Jingxiang underwent the bloodline test only after she had been here for half a year. It is possible she encountered a traveler with special abilities or consumed some elixir. As for young Qin, having just entered the palace and with no acquaintances, his bloodline test is undoubtedly authentic. The princess's elegant brows furrowed slightly. Given that he is in my proximity and assigned duties at the Demon Suppression Tower, we must proceed with caution. Investigate who else arrived with this young Qin from Cold Night City. I shall not allow a repetition of the error made with Jingxiang. Understood. By the way, Rabbit, have you even eaten? Your shoulder massage lacks any strength. The eldest princess remarked, as a woman, I lack the strength for such tasks. Your body has been plagued by cold for years. You require massages and leg kneading. Perhaps I should train that young Qin. Preposterous. Such nonsense. How could a man dare to massage this princess? The playful Lieutenant Ming too crouched before the princess, a smile adorning her face. My lady, have you forgotten? He is a eunuch. What ill intentions could he possibly harbor? Moreover, he possesses strength. The princess furrowed her brow slightly. Let us wait. I shall only proceed when I fully trust him. Understood. Chapter 12, Absurdity. The Demon Suppression Tower is filled with transmigrators. Within the Qin Palace, in the West Wing, beneath the radiant glow of the luminous stone lamp, Qin Ming sat with his left shoulder bare. Ling Yin tenderly wrapped his wound with a piece of white cloth. Her delicate face blushed deeply, reaching her ears. Qin Ming had diligently trained his body before his transmigration, maintaining an impressive physique. It was Ling Yin's first time seeing a man's body, causing her heart to race with nervous excitement. I never expected Jingxiang to be a transmigrator. Her cruelty is astounding. How could she stab you with a golden hairpin? Suddenly, Qin Ming winced in pain, not from his shoulder, but from his abdomen. To survive today, he had swallowed an octopus ink sac whole. Although the toxin was not particularly potent, it still inflicted considerable discomfort. What's wrong, Qin Ming? Did I wrap it too tightly? It's nothing, Sister Ling Yin. My stomach is just a bit uncomfortable. That must be from the cold. Ling Yin finished bandaging the wound and turned to rummage through her cabinet, retrieving a short black jacket. Qin Ming, wear this jacket. It was originally made for my brother. Is that appropriate, Sister Ling Yin? It belonged to your brother. Just wear it. He is no longer with us. Your discomfort is surely due to the cold. Thank you. Thank you for what? I feel guilty for sending you to the kitchen for coal, resulting in this unfortunate incident. But I must thank you, Sister Ling Yin. If it weren't for your request, how could I have turned misfortune into fortune? With that, Qin Ming produced the blue demon suppression order from his arms, along with 100 taels of silver notes. Ling Yin exclaimed in delight, the demon suppression order? Qin Ming, you have gained the eldest princess's approval. This is wonderful. She will no longer test you without reason. Qin Ming placed the 100 taels of silver notes into Ling Yin's hand. This is for you, Sister Ling Yin. Why for me? I have received much care since coming to the Qin Palace, and I have nothing of value to offer. Please accept this silver note. Ling Yin smiled, returning the silver note. Which eunuch or palace maid wouldn't be pleased to receive silver notes? You are generous, giving away 100 taels so readily. Keep it. Find an opportunity to send it home later. Qin Ming had initially intended to mention that he had no family, but the words caught in his throat. After all, he was assuming the identity of the masked man. If the masked man had relatives, it would surely expose him. Sister Ling Yin, I have heard that the Demon Tower holds many time travelers captive. Yet I see that the Crown Princess seems to despise them to the extent of wishing to reduce them to mere pulp upon encountering them. Why then, do they remain imprisoned? It is, of course, to extract information from them, inquiring as to why they have traversed to this realm and whence they have come. Oh, it seems they are also compelled to pen works from their own worlds. The simplified characters inscribed on those tablets in the palace were indeed learned from these travelers. How enlightening. Qin Ming, do exercise caution while performing your duties outside. It is said that quite a number of time travelers have infiltrated the city of Yingshi. Some among them possess formidable powers. Many of the Crown Princess's demon guards have perished at their hands. I understand. Thank you, Sister Ling Yin. Upon returning to his chamber, Qin Ming promptly retrieved the Ice Soul Fist. Though classified as a high-level yellow-grade technique, its value is exceedingly high. The Ice Soul Fist condenses spiritual energy and cold air into the fist, amplifying its force. Given the frigid climate of Yingshi City, its execution proves especially advantageous. The Crown Princess seems rather generous in this regard. Qin Ming opened the locking sky gourd. Current luck points, 50, just enough for another draw. Consuming 40 luck points. Draw successful. Acquired second-grade pill, Pulse Profound Pill. This pill can double cultivation speed and enhance the toughness and width of meridians by twofold. Without hesitation, Qin Ming consumed the Pulse Profound Pill. Instantly, a pure flow of spiritual energy coursed through his meridians. He felt invigorated, as though every cell within him was breathing. What a delightful sensation, akin to snuggling under the covers with a beloved. The crowing of a rooster echoed once more. Qin Ming has finally stepped into the first realm of body refinement. His heart brimmed with joy and excitement. It is worth noting that the Crown Princess had proclaimed that if he entered body refinement within a year, he would be appointed as a demon guard, indicating the arduous nature of the initial stages of cultivation. Yet, Qin Ming achieved this milestone in merely 2 days. Such news is truly exhilarating. The early morning remained shrouded in a dim haze, the sun and stars concealed from view. Arriving at the kitchen, Qin Ming had just collected his meal when he spotted a little eunuch assigned alongside him. He wished to inquire about the whereabouts of Xiao Liuzi. This Xiao Liuzi had come from Hanya City alongside a masked man and always posed a potential threat. Master Zhang, do you remember me? Who are you? I am Xiao Qin, the one who stood beside you that day. Oh, I recall. You were the one with your face covered. Isn't there a scar on your face? How did it heal so rapidly? I serve in the Crown Princess's household. The master granted me medicine. Upon hearing this, Master Zhang's eyes suddenly brightened. Who in the palace is unaware that the Crown Princess and the Empress's palace are the most challenging to endure? Qin Ming's ability to receive medicine from the Crown Princess is a testament to his favorable standing. Congratulations, congratulations. It appears that Master Qin's future is promising. Master Zhang, I wish to inquire about something. Do you still remember the little eunuch who stood beside me, Xiao Liuzi? Certainly. I remember. He is rather short. Do you know where he is currently serving? Alas, he was in the respectful affairs room, but he passed away yesterday. Passed away? Qin Ming was taken aback. How did he die? It was said that his throat was pierced by the claw of a strange beast, and some claimed to have seen a white weasel. Yet, such accounts are mere hearsay. The White Feather Guard is still investigating the matter. Qin Ming's heart raced with trepidation. Although the death of Xiao Liuzi was advantageous for concealing his identity, it left him perplexed. Why would the white weasel seek to kill Xiao Liuzi? Could it be that the weasel was acting in his favor? That seemed implausible. The thought of that weasel's ghastly green eyes sent shivers down Qin Ming's spine. Why would it assist him? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly spotted a gigantic red maple tree in the distance. Perched on its branches was the white weasel, curled up, its fluffy tail enveloping its body, and its eerie green eyes fixated on Qin Ming. Startled, he took 2 steps forward, but the weasel leapt away with a rustle, vanishing atop the palace, leaving only a flurry of disturbed snowflakes in its wake. Deep in contemplation, Qin Ming returned to the Tang Palace. Upon entering, he beheld 2 enormous stone lions, upon which sat 2 striking women clad in black armor. One was the adorable rabbit lieutenant, and the other, the alluring goat lieutenant. The rabbit lieutenant was petite and charming, sporting 2 small fangs, while the goat lieutenant possessed a voluptuous figure, prompting Qin Ming to recall an idiom: greatness lies in inclusivity. Chapter 13. The women of Tang Palace are unrestrained. Upon noticing Qin Ming, the 2 women promptly retrieved a set of garments from behind and tossed them into his arms. Change into these, they instructed. Change clothes. The princess has decreed that you shall accompany us to the demon suppression tower today. Qin Ming felt a surge of joy. He had long awaited this day. Thank you, Lieutenant Rabbit. Thank you, Lieutenant Goat. He donned the dark green uniform adorned with snowflake patterns of the demon suppression guard, fastening the black belt around his waist. As he stepped out, he found Rabbit and Goat, both holding long blades, momentarily taken aback. The Rabbit lieutenant nudged the Goat. Did I not say so? This lad is tall and handsome. The uniform suits him quite well. True, he looks good, but he's still a eunuch. Qin Ming felt an urge to show the Goat lieutenant what true masculinity entailed. Just then, Lingyin emerged from the room to fetch water. Upon seeing Qin Ming in the uniform, she was slightly taken aback. What a dashing young man, she remarked with a smile. Lieutenant Goat, you shouldn't say that. It's fortunate Qin Ming is a eunuch. Otherwise, how could he possibly roam the Tang Palace? Indeed, Lingyin is right. Over the past few years, we have had at least 500 young eunuchs in the Tang Palace, yet I have never seen you treat anyone with such kindness. The Rabbit and Goat lieutenants exchanged amused glances, while Ling Yin's face flushed crimson once more. She waved her hands at them, saying, "Go on, you two, stop teasing me." The rabbit lieutenant chuckled, unable to contain her laughter. Qin Ming sensed that the atmosphere today felt distinctly different. Perhaps he had indeed earned the princess's recognition? Or had his scar healed, rendering him more handsome? Amid the playful banter of the three women, Qin Ming quietly inquired, "Sister Ling Yin, have over 500 eunuchs truly arrived at our Qin palace?" "Indeed. But where are they?" "They are all deceased," Qin Ming remarked. The mischievous rabbit lieutenant pointed her long blade towards the lotus pond at the entrance. "Do you see? The blood of 500 eunuchs stains that very ground. Otherwise, how could those lotus flowers bloom so beautifully? Little Qin, you must diligently perform your duties, otherwise it won't be long before your head joins the rest in that pond." Qin Ming felt utterly speechless. This rabbit lieutenant, with her two small canine teeth and delightful dimples, appeared so charming, yet her words were far from pleasant. Sister Ling Yin is much better. Apart from her, the women of Qin Palace are all quite mad. This was Qin Ming's first venture beyond the palace walls, and he felt an exhilarating thrill within. The rabbit lieutenant specially provided him with a steed. The horse was resplendently white, with a thick mane. Its hooves were significantly larger than those of horses on Blue Star, equipped with serrated shoes to aid its traverse across icy terrain. This robust white horse was called Snow Steed. The imperial palace of Dian country was vast. Qin Ming perceived it to be at least 5 times the size of the Forbidden City on Blue Star. He and the rabbit and charming goat lieutenants rode their snow steeds across 10 snowy bridges and 13 snow-laden plazas. Countless pavilions and towers flanked their path. Upon emerging from the divine martial gate, he beheld the vibrant life of the citizens within the fluorite imperial city. It was a sight that left him profoundly shaken. These cities bore a stark contrast to traditional ancient cities. The architectural style and arrangements were imbued with numerous modern elements. For instance, while the exteriors resembled ancient structures, the interiors featured contemporary sofas and round tables. Moreover, the trinkets sold by street vendors were saturated with modern aesthetics. From the depths of his being, Qin Ming sensed the significant influence of the traversers on this world. Yet, he could not fathom why there existed such deep-seated animosity between the traversers and the indigenous inhabitants. The rabbit and charming goat lieutenants observed Qin Ming as he gazed left and right. The rabbit, with a gentle disposition, smiled softly. "Little Qin, isn't this place far more entertaining than your Cold Night City?" Qin Ming nodded in agreement. In truth, he had no understanding of what Cold Night City was like. The charming goat lieutenant turned her head. Her figure was more voluptuous than the rabbit's, particularly in the chest area. Her armor evidently constrained her physical development. A hint of allure graced her countenance as she cast an appraising glance at Qin Ming. "I find it curious, with such fierce winds in Cold Night City, how could a handsome lad like you emerge? Isn't it said that food is scarce there? You certainly don't appear to be one who suffers from hunger." Before Qin Ming could respond, the rabbit lieutenant chuckled beside him. "Charming goat, you never change, always so preoccupied with others' appearances and physiques." "Humph." The charming goat dismissively turned away. "Am I concerned with his looks and physique? I wouldn't even glance at a eunuch in the nude." Qin Ming felt an urge to purchase a skewer of candied hawthorn from a roadside vendor and offer it to her. The trio rode their snow steeds for an hour until they finally arrived at the Demon Suppression Tower. The imposing, pitch-black structure stood majestically between 2 mountains, soaring into the clouds. The Jinma Tower is surrounded by numerous luminous fluorite lamps, its summit shrouded in a hazy mist, towering at least 500 meters high. Truly, it is a marvel of the fantasy realm. Such a structure would be deemed most prestigious even on Blue Star. Encircling the tower are countless Jinma guards, all clad in ebony armor, wielding swords and blades. Each individual possesses a cultivation level surpassing the 2nd stage of body refinement. At the entrance stand 10 other members of the Zodiac, each a strikingly tall maiden, possessing exquisite features and commanding figures. They merely cast a fleeting glance at Qin Ming without uttering a word. Qin Ming follows closely behind the charming rabbit and alluring goat as they enter the depths of the Jinma Tower. The exterior is already dim and nebulous, while the interior plunges into an even deeper darkness. It is not until they have walked for a quarter of an hour that the walls begin to glimmer with the light of fireflies. By this illumination, Qin Ming observes an array of peculiar runes etched upon the walls. At that moment, a squad of 20 Jinma guards approaches from the left, carrying fluorite lamps. Lieutenant Ming 2 steps forward to inquire, Why have the firefly stones at the entrance not been replaced? Reporting to Lieutenant Ming 2. Today the quantity of firefly stones in His Majesty's Hall of Fire is limited, with each palace and hall receiving a third less than usual. Oh, and what is the reason for this? Historically, His Majesty's Hall of Fire would ensure all firefly stones were abundantly illuminated. Why is it so diminished today? My subordinate has heard in private that His Majesty sustained some injuries during a recent visit to Aurora City. Qin Ming remains silent behind them. Yet he absorbs two pieces of information from their exchange. First, the firefly stones of this world must be replenished at the Empress's Hall of Fire. Second, if Aurora City is indeed a realm of the divine, how could the Empress have been harmed? The further he advances, the more astonished he becomes. Along both sides of the corridor, numerous instruments of torture are displayed, stained with blood. The first transmigrator he encounters is a young woman, clad in scant athletic wear. Her hair disheveled, with blood adorning her lips and face. Upon sighting Qin Ming and his companions, the young woman immediately lunges forward, kneeling on the ground. Her hands clasped together in supplication. Please, noble sirs, I can compose poetry, and I can sing and dance. I beseech you to speak to His Majesty on my behalf, and allow me into the palace. Once I become a concubine, I shall surely look after you. Qin Ming is rendered speechless. Does this woman not grasp her dire reality, being confined within a prison? Chapter 14. The golden scales are not meant for the pond. Truly, it is outrageous. Lieutenant Ming too turns back to remark, this transmigrator is named Suya. On her first day after crossing over, she boldly recited a poem before the soldiers at the gates of the imperial city. Subsequently, she implored a eunuch to escort her into the palace to meet the emperor, declaring her aspirations to become a concubine or even an empress. Lieutenant Ming too chuckles. Is it not laughable? She does not even realize that His Majesty is a woman. Yet she seeks to enter the palace as a concubine. Whence comes her audacity? Qin Ming glances back. Suya remains kneeling, persistently pleading, take me into the palace. I assure you, I can delight His Majesty. I can certainly become a concubine. I have composed numerous poems. Have you truly presented them to the emperor? Qin Ming shakes his head. This woman appears to be a quintessential little fairy even before her transmigration. Having indulged in an abundance of time-traveling soap operas, I once believed that crafting poetry would surely win the favor of His Majesty and elevate me to the pinnacle of womanhood. Alas, the world operates by no such predictable rules. As I ventured further, I beheld a woman, her feet brutally severed, trembling in a corner against the wall. The adorable rabbit officer softly remarked, this woman is named Xia Shui. Her plight is even more ludicrous. After entering the palace with a group of selected maidens, she dared to dance upon the Yulin Bridge in the midst of a heavy snowfall, hoping to capture the emperor's attention. When the grand princess witnessed her folly, she had her feet chopped off. Observing Xia Shui's pallid countenance, it was apparent she would not endure much longer. Continuing onward, I encountered nearly 30 other time travelers. These individuals exhibited a far greater sense of reason than the two women before. They seemed to have accepted their grim reality. Within the confines of their cell, wooden tables and chairs were provided, alongside ink, paper, and brushes, as they fervently scribbled upon the pages. The rabbit officer halted before one particular cell, where a tall time traveler clad in a white shirt and denim jeans held a manuscript in his hands. My lord, I have completed the multiplication and addition tables. Might I beg for some food? The officer accepted the manuscript, perusing its contents with disinterest before tossing it to me. Little Qin, the Grand Princess believes you are astute and wishes for you to learn the simplified characters and culture of these travelers to better equip us against them. As I glanced at the manuscript, I was astonished to find it contained multiplication and addition tables in Arabic numerals. The rabbit officer called out into the distance, "Send some food to number 83. The man in jeans knelt in gratitude. I was deeply moved. I had thought my own circumstances within the palace were dire. Yet their plight was far more tragic. What had become of their talents as time travelers? Had they been rendered useless, or had they simply not awakened? Following the rabbit officer, Mei Yang, to the front, I discovered a wall brimming with books, all inscribed in simplified characters, the collected poems of Li Bai, the complete poems of Wang Wei, the art of papermaking, and elementary scientific knowledge. With astonishment, I inquired, "Sisters, did they write all of these?" "Indeed," Mei Yang replied. "Only by writing daily can they earn their sustenance." She retrieved 2 volumes from the shelf. "Little Qin, this is the script of our Dian kingdom. Compare it with their writings to learn their simplified characters." She then selected another book. This one, I would like you to study carefully and explain to me once you comprehend it. Taking the book, I was struck by its title. Is the golden-scaled fish merely a creature of the pond? My goodness, who among the time travelers penned such a work? It was nothing short of extraordinary. Even more astonishing was the fact that this traveler was a genius. Not only crafting exquisite prose, but also illustrating vivid sketches on the reverse of each chapter, capturing the characters' movements and expressions with remarkable precision. A true talent. As the rabbit officer and Mei Yang departed for other matters, I found myself alone before the shelf. I dared not appear overly proficient. My first move was to open the book inscribed in the traditional characters of the Dian Kingdom. The script, unlike any I had encountered in the history of the Huaxia dynasty, possessed a structure both square and aesthetically pleasing, rivaling the beauty of the small seal script of the Qin dynasty. Qin Ming flipped through a small booklet, which contained a few hundred characters in both simplified and traditional Chinese. It appeared to be written by Jingxiang. Drawing from the contents of the booklet, he quickly deciphered the characters, managing to translate nearly 200 traditional characters in just 2 hours. However, he only recorded 20 characters in the booklet, retaining the rest in his memory. At that moment, agonizing screams pierced the air, one after another. He lost interest in the booklet and tucked it away, venturing deeper into the abyss of torment. After a brief quarter of an hour, Qin Ming located the source of the screams. Captain Meng Tu and Captain Mei Yang were interrogating a time traveler, an elderly man clad in tattered attire, his body marred with wounds. The usually enchanting Captain Mei Yang now appeared menacing as she subjected the old man to harsh questioning. She brandished a red-hot iron and approached him, demanding, "Where is the stronghold of the time travelers? Why have you crossed over into our Dian kingdom?" The old man glared defiantly, remaining silent. Frustration bubbled within Mei Yang. Her ample chest heaved with anger. The iron pressed fiercely against the old man's chest, sizzling as smoke wafted into the air, the scent of seared flesh permeating the surroundings. "Will you speak?" she pressed, but the old man, stubborn and resolute, remained mute. By chance, Qin Ming noticed a phrase inscribed in English at the corner by the old man's feet. "Look at the door." He feigned distraction, casting a sideways glance at the cell door, where another inscription read, "Look at the ceiling." Puzzled, he looked up, but found nothing. This scene did not escape the old man's notice. Suddenly, he broke his silence, laughing uproariously. "Do you know what I, Musija, despise most in this life?" Meng Tu and Mei Yang exchanged confused glances. "What? I have been wronged by women. My greatest hatred is women. You two come to interrogate me, and I will never speak, even if you kill me. Go on, kill me." Meng Tu and Mei Yang shared a glance. Musija had been captured for an entire month without uttering a word. They had not anticipated this motivation. As they raised their heads, they spotted Qin Ming standing at the door. "Ah, Xiao Qinzi, your timing is impeccable," Mei Yang said, stepping forward with a charming smile. "Come, help your sister out and interrogate this time traveler. Ask him where the others are hiding and why he crossed over." At that moment, Qin Ming grasped the situation. Musija's inscriptions pointed towards the door and the ceiling, clearly testing the time traveler's knowledge, as the natives could not be so well-versed in English. Musija had evidently noticed that Qin Ming understood the language, prompting him to deliberately make that statement, seeking a male interrogator. Yet Qin Ming, astute as ever, realized that agreeing immediately would surely arouse suspicion. He hastily waved his hand in refusal. "No, no, no. Dear sisters, I merely came here to learn characters. These matters are beyond my capabilities, as I am not yet a guardian of the demon suppression tower." With that, he turned to leave. The voluptuous Mei Yang swiftly approached from behind, extending her arms in a manner that nearly overwhelmed Qin Ming with her proudly arched chest. "Consider it a favor for your sister. I shall assist you in gaining merit with the Grand Princess upon your return. Yet, I have never engaged in such endeavors. Just because you have not done it before does not imply you cannot." Mei Yang purred, her alluring eyes fluttering. "Everyone has a first time, do they not? Do not be so tense." Chapter 15, Astonishment. "They are beasts. They are not human." Mei Yang's teasing gaze and her luscious lips truly stirred something within Qin Ming. Little Rabbit followed closely behind. "Come now, Qin Zi. As a member of the Taiyin Palace, it is only right for you to assist us. This fellow is formidable. We have lost many lives in our attempts to capture him. If you can extract information from him, it would be a significant achievement, and we are rather weary. We shall leave it to you." Qin Ming, feeling the weight of obligation, reluctantly agreed. though his demeanor exuded great reluctance. He turned and stepped into the prison cell. The bound Musija fixed his gaze upon Qin Ming, laughing loudly. Ha ha! I thought this world was filled only with those flamboyant women, but lo and behold, there are men after all. Yet, who would have thought it would be a eunuch? Ha ha! Clearly, Musija had overheard their conversation. Being from the Grand Princess's palace, Qin Ming was undoubtedly a eunuch. Qin Ming's face, feigning composure, flushed with indignation. Grasping a nearby long whip, he angrily retorted, "If you dare to call me a eunuch again, I shall make you regret it." His words elicited a chuckle from Little Rabbit and Mei Yang, who stood at the entrance. Look at that. Even without certain attributes, a man's spirit remains intact. Come now, let him be interrogated. We shall go enjoy some tea. Qin Ming, adhering to protocol, inquired loudly, "Speak. Where are the other travelers? Why have you come to this world?" Musija, with piercing eyes, bellowed back, "You wretched eunuch. You filthy eunuch." His voice echoed as if to be heard throughout the entire demon suppression tower. After 5 shouts, he seemed to tire and lowered his tone, whispering, "Can you read English?" A tremor of unease coursed through Qin Ming, yet he maintained a facade of calm. "Tell me, are you a traveler?" Musija's voice dropped, nearly inaudible to the other prisoners. Qin Ming felt a surge of panic, but still shook his head. "No, you lie. Did Newton not discover the law of universal gravitation? Answer me." Qin Ming replied, "I do not know." "You lie again." Qin Ming, startled, gazed at Musija in disbelief. Was this fellow merely speaking nonsense? Or did he truly discern the truth? "Have you ever killed a traveler?" Qin Ming furrowed his brow slightly. "I have. This time, you do not lie." "How remarkable. Can Musija truly see into the hearts of men? Are you in the Grand Princess's tiny palace?" Qin Ming, momentarily taken aback, glanced around to confirm there were no others present. He nodded. "This time I do not lie. What is your name?" "Qin Ming." "Qin Ming, are you a kind-hearted person?" Qin Ming took a deep breath. "Generally speaking, I ought to be a kind-hearted individual. However, I shall show no mercy to those who wish to harm me. I am not lying." The elder Musija gazed intently at Qin Ming. "Child, come here. Approach me." Qin Ming was perplexed. "You must assist me in retrieving the jade pendant lodged within my abdominal wound and deliver it to a girl named Qing Xian at Baiku Ridge." Qin Ming was taken aback. "Why do you place your trust in me? My talent is the ability to discern lies. You are a benevolent soul. Child, I believe in you, for you are my only hope. We are both traversers. We are akin in nature, and you must aid me. Traversers may not always stand united. The one I killed sought my life. They are but shallow-minded wretches. In this bizarre world, if traversers do not band together, they shall ultimately perish. If you wish to survive, you must seek out an organization." Qin Ming hesitated, having recently experienced the betrayal of a fellow traverser. "Child, listen to me. You are human. They are beasts. They are not human." Qin Ming was bewildered, utterly astonished. "They are not human. You will understand when you witness them in battle. Do you not wonder why they are called the 12 Zodiac? Because they are not human. They are beasts." Qin Ming was engulfed in confusion, a storm raging within his mind. Beasts? That cannot be true. Sister Lingyin, the Grand Princess, Meng Tu, Mei Yang, how could they be beasts? They are beasts. Otherwise, how could traversers, despite their greater talents and cultivation, be unable to defeat them? Because they are beasts. Their defenses and offensive capabilities are terrifyingly formidable. Qin Ming was shaken to his core, as if his understanding had been utterly shattered. "Quickly, retrieve my jade pendant, and take it to Baiku Ridge for Qing Xian." Qin Ming hesitated for a moment, but ultimately reached for the pendant. It bore traces of blood, triggering his replication talent. Detected the traverser's talent. Lie detection, sequence 99. Would you like to replicate? Current replication talent level. 1. Replicable quantity. 1. Replicating a new talent will overwrite the old one. So it truly is lie detection. No wonder I could discern his words so clearly. However, Qin Ming currently needed to conceal his bloodline. Thus he chose not to replicate. Why does this world harbor such animosity towards traversers? Once you find the girl named Qing Xian, she will enlighten you. Someone approaches. Quickly. Take up the whip and strike me. Hurry. Quickly. Child, strike me with the whip. Hit me hard. Qin Ming found himself unable to grasp the whip. With a resounding crack, he swung the whip. Though his strike was not forceful, Musija cried out in anguish. "Do not strike any further." Yet. Musija's eyes continuously urged Qin Ming. "Hit me. Strike me heavily." Qin Ming wielded the whip, striking repeatedly. Mu Xizhe cried out in pain. You beasts! How cruel! If you continue, you shall kill me. Suddenly, Mu Xizhe turned and violently slammed his head against the adjacent wall. He exerted such force that blood gushed forth, and his skull appeared to cave in. This scene left Qin Ming utterly stunned. Child, quickly strike me. Do not stop. They are coming. Qin Ming could only wield the whip, striking relentlessly. The sound of the whip cracked sharply, and indeed, after 3 breaths, Meng Tu, the enchanting Captain Mei Yang, and a squad of demon guards swiftly surrounded him. Unexpectedly, despite his usually gentle demeanor, little Qin was quite ruthless in his actions. This fellow was excessively merciless. During the interrogation, he had beaten the prisoner to the point where the skull was caved in. Mu Xizhe wept bitterly. Stop, stop. I concede. Isn't that enough? At Baiku Ridge. I only know they said to gather at Baiku Ridge, and then I was captured by you all. Please, I beg you. Don't hit me anymore. Blood poured from Mu Xizhe's mouth. It was clear that Qin Ming had not struck his mouth with the whip. He had bitten his own lip to convince Meng Tu and the others. He intended for them to believe him, so they would head to Baiku Ridge, allowing Qin Ming to successfully deliver the message. However, Mu Xizhe had overlooked one crucial detail. There was no guarantee that Qin Ming would be assigned to Baiku Ridge. Bang! The prison door was flung open. Captain Mei Yang rushed over and snatched the whip from Qin Ming's hand. Why are you being so brutal? This traveler is an important figure. What if you kill him? Mei Yang, do not blame little Qin. He has extracted valuable information and will report to the princess upon our return. We must eliminate Baiku Ridge. Chapter 16. What a physique. How alluring. On the way back to the palace, Qin Ming's mind was haunted by Mu Xizhe's words. They are terrifying beasts. Otherwise, why do you think travelers with extraordinary gifts cannot defeat them? Do you realize why they are called the 12 zodiac signs? The more he pondered, the more his heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. Could it be that Sister Lingyin, Meng Tu, Mei Yang, and the princess were all beasts? Surely not. Were they all sirens? That was too frightening. Upon returning to the Taiyin Palace, the door was suddenly knocked upon vigorously. Qin Ming, it's me, Lingyin. He quickly gathered his thoughts and opened the door. Sister Lingyin. Today, she wore a delicate green brocade dress, paired with a white jacket, her ample bosom nearly straining against the buttons. She held 2 steamed buns and a jug of wine. The buns were steaming, exuding an enticing aroma of meat. Qin Ming, you didn't have dinner, so I specially brought these for you from the imperial kitchen. Famished, Qin Ming immediately grabbed a bun and took a large bite. Delicious. Lingyin removed the cork from the green ant wine and offered it to him. Have a drink, don't choke. Her gentle words caused Qin Ming to pause his eating. He was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, how could such a kind girl be a beast? The unpredictability of the world was truly bizarre. In his haste, Qin Ming choked on the bun, causing him to burp repeatedly, which made Lingyin cover her mouth and stifle a laugh. Quick, have some wine. Why are you eating so fast? It's just too delicious. The buns Sister Lingyin brings are simply the best. Qin Ming, I heard from Meng Tu that during the interrogation, that traveler called you a eunuch, which made you furious, and then you beat him until he was covered in blood? Qin Ming remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. In truth, it was not he who initiated the turmoil. It was Muses who deliberately tormented himself to disseminate falsehoods. Qin Ming, being a eunuch is not inherently negative. One must adopt a more open perspective, for many circumstances are beyond alteration. In the city of cold nights, we merely count the days, uncertain if we might perish from the cold or hunger. Arriving at the imperial city with provisions and drink is already a substantial blessing. Qin Ming lifted his gaze toward Lingyin, the faint glow of the fluorite illuminating her exquisite round face, radiating gentleness and serenity. Indeed, what Lingyin remarked held truth. To have food and drink, to survive, that is a considerable happiness. Why entangle oneself in so many worries? Whether beast or human, let us follow our hearts and take one step at a time. After Lingyin departed, Qin Ming assessed his luck points, discovering a mere 35, insufficient for a lottery draw. He silently crafted his next plan. First, he must swiftly seek an opportunity to meet with Qin Xian, for he harbors myriad questions about this world. Second, he would explore ways to enhance his transcendent abilities. Currently, his talent replication is at level 1, allowing him to replicate a single talent. Should he succeed in upgrading, he could replicate 2, 3, or even more talents, significantly augmenting his combat prowess. Third, henceforth, His cultivation must be ostentatious. One cannot emerge from obscurity to suddenly display prowess. This world cannot be measured by conventional standards, nor can one feign weakness to deceive. The diligent cultivation of genius must be made evident, showcasing one's hard work and training process. Only through conspicuous cultivation will others, upon witnessing his techniques, be astonished yet refrain from suspecting him as a deceptive traveler. Having never trained before, his newfound exceptional abilities would not raise suspicion, as there are indeed prodigies among the natives. Qin Ming promptly donned a simple garment and stepped outside. The night was dark, blanketed in white snow, the sky devoid of moonlight or stars. Only the soul-devouring birds, trailing fiery tails, flitted about, emitting sharp cries. Qin Ming surveyed the surroundings and, as expected, spotted the white weasel atop a distant tower, its green eyes fixated on him. He had grown accustomed to its presence, uncertain of its intentions. Nevertheless, he thought, let it be. After all, it had once slain little Lu yet assisted him. He ventured east of the Qin Palace, discovering a vast open space. Without hesitation, he commenced practicing the Ice-Soul Fist, with the turtle-breathing technique as his foundation. The Ice-Soul Fist allowed his internal energy to circulate swiftly from the outset. He executed the 18 techniques of the fist and sweeping leg movements with increasing familiarity. He began to attempt condensing spiritual energy and cold air within his fist. After 50 attempts, he finally succeeded. The cold spiritual energy crystallized into a thin layer of frost upon his fist. With a powerful punch, he struck a robust maple tree, the resounding impact causing leaves and snow to cascade down. What a thrill! Qin Ming had never felt such strength before. In the past, enduring prolonged embraces with his girlfriend had been arduous. Now, he could lift her effortlessly. The weather was bitterly cold, yet Qin Ming felt no chill. In fact, he was slightly perspiring. He unfastened his long robe and tossed it onto a nearby tree, resuming the practice of his Ice-Soul Fist with relentless determination. The 11th floor of the Qin Palace bore a striking contrast to the jade embellishments of the first floor. The room was warmed by a blazing hearth, adorned with various spiritual herbs and flowers, and the floor was covered in a rich crimson carpet. At that moment, the princess sat languidly in a chair by the fire, her body draped in a red silk. The adorable rabbit colonel and the alluring goat colonel stood before her. Your Highness, the situation unfolded as such. We never anticipated that the seemingly frail Qin would unleash such ferocity in combat. We were mindful of Mu Sija's stature, so we refrained from using excessive force. Yet Qin managed to deliver a blow that dented his skull. Moreover, Your Highness, Qin is remarkably astute. Today he comprehended nearly 20 simplified characters, far surpassing Jingxiang's efficiency. Princess Han Yueshi set her book aside, lifted her cup of tea, took a sip, and remarked softly, he appears to be quite capable. Much more so than the eunuchs who previously visited the Sun Palace. Your Highness, later Mu Sija mentioned that the time traveler is in the North Ku Ridge. Do you suspect any deception? What deception could there be? The princess replied with a charming smile. Mu Sija is confined within the demon suppression tower. Should he dare to scheme, I would have his legs severed upon his return. Just then, the princess's keen senses detected a disturbance outside. What noise is that? She inquired, rising to push open the bagua window of the 11th floor. The rabbit and goat colonels followed closely behind. The three strikingly beautiful women gazed out simultaneously and beheld. In the distant eastern courtyard, Qin Ming practicing the Ice-Soul Fist, bare-chested and resolutely honing his skills. Each punch he delivered sent snow swirling around him, causing several trees to tremble. The princess observed in slight astonishment. I cannot be mistaken. He has indeed reached the first level of body refinement. Her assessment was accurate. Qin had indeed attained the first level of body refinement. Having never trained before, his innate talent had finally erupted forth. In merely 2 days of practice, he had mastered the Ice-Soul Fist to this level. Your Highness, it took me half a year to reach this stage. The goat colonel exclaimed in surprise from behind. I was considered the fastest among the 12 zodiac, yet it still took me a full 2 months. The princess gazed at Qin Ming with a tranquil expression, softly murmuring, it took me a month to enter body refinement as well. The initial stages are the most challenging. This young lad is indeed a prodigy. However, it is quite unbecoming for a distinguished palace such as ours, filled with women, to have him bare-chested. Dispatch a message. Should he dare to remove his clothing carelessly again, I shall have him suspended and punished. Understood. Chapter 17. The The hunt for the time traveler, the terrifying green poison beast. The rabbit colonel was about to seek out Qin Ming when the princess beckoned him once more. Never mind. If he can sweat while practicing the ice soul fist, he possesses skill. Let him be, as long as he does not remove his trousers. I shall pretend not to notice. Understood, princess. As per our initiation into body tempering, we must proceed to infuse the beast's blood into the bones. Do you think we should assist young Qin in locating a mythical beast to perform this ritual? The princess paced thoughtfully in her chamber. After a prolonged silence, she suddenly turned around. Tonight, you shall set an ambush at the North Desolate Ridge and capture all the interlopers there. Additionally, bring young Qin along to witness the encounter and help him secure a beast for his bone infusion. Understood. Qin Ming had finally mastered the ice waterfall fist to a minor success. Just as he withdrew his fists, he heard applause from behind. Upon turning, he beheld the enchanting Mei Yang standing beneath a maple tree 50 meters away. She was not clad in armor, but rather enveloped in a fluffy white coat. Well done, little brother, she praised. As Qin Ming reached for the garments hanging from a branch, Mei Yang quickly raised her hand. Wait, do not dress just yet. Let me admire your abdominal muscles. Qin Ming thought to himself, is she still from ancient times? Why is she always so flirtatious? Indeed, quite impressive. Not only handsome, but also quite alluring, Mei Yang remarked, lightly licking her lips, which glistened with temptation. Qin Ming hastily draped a wide robe over himself to conceal any imminent exposure. Sister Mei Yang, what brings you here? Your training was so loud that who could not hear? The princess has decreed that your disrobing while training is a disgrace. I have come to administer punishment. Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback. What kind of punishment does Sister Mei Yang have in mind? I can simply refrain from removing my top during future training. My punishment for you is that next time you train, you must also remove your trousers. A melodious laugh echoed from a distance. The armored and dark-clad Lieutenant Ming, too, held a red rabbit blade in hand. Little Qin, do not heed Mei Yang's words. She is always so suggestive. Quickly return and change your attire. We must prepare to depart. Where to? To the North Desolate Ridge, to take lives. The contrast between the nighttime of luminescent city and its daylight was stark. Qin Ming followed Ming Tu, Mei Yang, and 300 demon-subduing guards out of the city. Various, inexplicable beastly cries resonated around them. Strange avian creatures flitted across the dark sky, revealing only their deep blue eyes. Despite having witnessed numerous bizarre phenomena within the palace, Qin Ming's heart raced with excitement. Little Qin, today, in addition to ambushing those interlopers, the princess also instructed us to capture a mythical beast for your bone infusion. Qin Ming was puzzled. What does that mean? Capturing a mythical beast for bone infusion. Could it truly be, as Mu Sijia suggested, that the natives have a connection with beasts? Wouldn't this expose my own bone infusion? Turning to his sisters, he nervously inquired, I am still new to cultivation and not well acquainted with this bone infusion. After all, if this involved beasts, he would need to devise a plan to escape North Desolate Ridge today. Today, I see you have achieved the first level of body tempering. To continue advancing in your cultivation, bone infusion is essential. Soaking in the blood of these mythical beasts will fortify your bones and enhance the strength of your meridians, laying a solid foundation for future spiritual communication. So that is how it is. Merely soaking in blood is acceptable, as long as it bears no connection to beasts. In the blink of an eye, the group had arrived at Baiku Ridge. This place was shrouded in mist, with bizarre red flowers scattered across the desolate landscape. Qin Ming, utilizing the visual enhancement from the turtle breathing technique, surveyed his surroundings. The mottled dry grass emerged from the snow, swaying left and right in the cold wind. Above, the crimson soul-eating birds circled once more, their numbers countless. The adorable rabbit and the charming goat dismounted from their horses, and Qin Ming followed suit. A luminous plant caught his eye, 10 meters ahead, its tendrils slowly creeping into the snow. Qin Ming found the sight peculiar. When had he ever witnessed such a scene on Blue Star? Suddenly, the glowing vine shot up from the snow with astonishing speed, aiming directly for Qin Ming's eyes. In a split second, he sprang to the left, while the rabbit officer's crimson blade flew from her grasp. With a swift whoosh, the blade severed the plant at its root, causing the glowing tendril to lose its brilliance. The rabbit turned to Qin Ming and remarked, "You reacted quite swiftly. This is silver corpse grass, which feeds on the blood of corpses. Be cautious." A slight chill ran down Qin Ming's spine. Was even the flora in this eerie world so twisted? The rabbit scanned the area and promptly issued commands. Demon suppression guards, heed my orders. Expand the search from this point, and report any crossers immediately. The priority tonight is to capture living ones if possible. If not, eliminate them without mercy. Understood. In an instant, 300 demon suppression guards dispersed. Qin Ming, alongside the rabbit, concealed themselves within a snow pit, pondering the fate of the mysterious Qin Xian and whether he would appear. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from afar. Qin Ming looked up to see a burst of red flames rushing toward 3 demon suppression guards. The goat and the crimson blade sprang into action. Damn crossers! They can control fire. They charged forward, imbued with murderous intent. As they ran, the rabbit shouted to the surrounding guards, 10 of you, protect little Qin. Understood. 10 guards, swords in hand, encircled Qin Ming. A cacophony of battle erupted to the left, indicating that several more crossers had emerged, each seemingly formidable, at least at the 3rd level of body refinement. Many guards were drawn to the fray. Just as Qin Ming prepared to maneuver forward, a sudden alert resonated in his mind. Danger was imminent. Warning, danger level increased by 50 times. During this perilous period, luck points will accumulate at an accelerated rate. In an instant, Qin Ming felt a chill run down his spine and leaped from the snow pit. Danger lurked. The 10 guards unsheathed their swords in unison. In the next heartbeat, a 4-meter-tall beast charged from the darkness. It resembled a rhinoceros, yet boasted 2 sharp horns atop its head, its skin adorned with green scales. 3 guards were instantly trampled to death. It was a 2nd-tier green venom beast, equivalent to the 6th level of body refinement. Run! Without uttering a word, Qin Ming took to his heels, fleeing with all his might. Currently at the 1st stage of body refinement, he stood no chance against the 6th-stage green poison beast. However, thanks to the turtle-breathing technique and his innate ability to conceal himself, he moved swiftly and silently. The 4 demon suppression guards trailing him fell victim to the relentless pursuit of the green poison beast, leaving only 3 companions behind. As he ran, Qin Ming's mind was filled with confusion. Did Mu Xijia not claim that the natives were beasts? Yet, these strange creatures were attacking them without transforming at all. The ground trembled under the thunderous pursuit of the enormous green poison beast, its powerful presence causing the very earth to quake. After 30 breaths of frantic escape, Qin Ming suddenly spotted a wooden cabin nestled amidst the mountains to his left, an ideal place for temporary refuge. He swiftly darted inside, followed closely by the other 3 demon suppression guards, who hurriedly shut the door behind them. The green poison beast relentlessly battered against the exterior, its powerful strikes echoing through the cabin. Upon entering, Qin Ming retreated into the left room, while the other 3 guards scoured the right room for a hiding spot. Just then, a loud crash resounded. The door to the right room was forcefully breached by the green poison beast, its massive body squeezing through the narrow entrance, splintering the frame with its scales. With a fearsome roar that shook the very foundations of the cabin, the 3 guards in the right room cowered in terror. The colossal green poison beast lumbered directly into the left room where Qin Ming was hiding. Upon spotting him, it charged forward in a frenzy, its gaping maw revealing teeth the size of half a foot. Warning, danger level increased by 80 times. During this perilous period, luck points will accrue at an accelerated rate of 80 times. This was the first time Qin Ming had encountered such a dire situation. He quickly executed the turtle-breathing technique, retreating a couple of steps, then propelled himself off the wall, soaring over the beast's head. The combination of his innate stealth and the turtle-breathing technique rendered his movements exceptionally agile. He unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the beast's back. Bang! To his dismay, the scales covering the creature were as hard as iron, and his strike barely budged it. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Ming bolted for the door. Yet, the green poison beast burst through the window, its massive form once again obstructing his path. With its bloody jaws agape, it lunged toward Qin Ming's neck. Clenching his fist, Qin Ming prepared to unleash the Ice Soul Fist in a desperate attempt to fight back. Suddenly, a figure clad in blue descended from the sky. Her ethereal beauty was striking, and wielding a long black blade, she executed a precise downward strike. Swish! The 4-meter-long head of the green poison beast was cleaved in 2, showering Qin Ming in a cascade of hot, rancid blood that was nauseatingly foul. The power of the woman in blue was formidable, seemingly, at least at the spirit communication realm. At that moment, the 3 guards from the other room emerged, weapons drawn, charging forth. She is a time traveler. Eliminate her, they shouted, furious at her audacity to expose herself. However, the woman in blue remained unfazed, her expression cold as she swiftly wielded her black blade. In a flash, the blade glimmered, and blood spurted forth as the heads of the 3 guards simultaneously fell to the ground. Qin Ming was still in shock, unable to comprehend the chaos unfolding before him. The cold, unyielding obsidian blade was swiftly aimed at his neck. Qin Ming retreated hastily, raising his hands in alarm. Wait. Stop. Are you Qin Xian? Or do you know her? A flicker of doubt crossed the fierce gaze of the woman in the blue attire. She swung her arm, resting the long obsidian blade on Qin Ming's shoulder. Who are you? First, tell me, are you Qin Xian? The woman's expression grew even colder. If you refuse to answer, prepare to meet your end. With a sudden force, she tightened her grip on the blade. Alas, why must I always encounter such deranged women? Qin Ming quickly grasped her arm. Stop. I have come to find Qin Xian. It was her master, Mu Xijia, who sent me. Just as the woman furrowed her brow in contemplation, Qin Ming produced a green jade pendant from his sleeve. The reverse side of the pendant bore an inscribed character for fire in simplified form. The woman examined the pendant closely, her expression shifting to one of surprise. You have met my master? Indeed. He replied. Wait. Qin Xian, holding the pendant, adopted a serious demeanor. How can I be certain you are a traveler from another realm? Qin Ming, exasperated, shrugged. Naturally, I am a traveler. Surely you have heard of it? The natives have no knowledge of such things. Qin Xian's eyes narrowed in confusion as she shook her head. I have not heard of it. What about Lagrange? Surely you have heard of him? Never. Then, what of rice eaters, laborers, or 996? You must have heard of those. No. Qin Ming pushed her blade aside. If you still doubt me, I begin to wonder if you are truly a traveler. I am, but I do not understand your words. I hail from the kingdom of men. At that moment, Qin Ming realized that in this world, travelers were not solely from modern Blue Star, but also from other dynasties. How peculiar. The woman in blue raised the obsidian blade once more, pointing it at Qin Ming. You've finished your inquiries. Now it is my turn. Why should I believe you? My dear lady, could you please lower the blade? It is exceedingly sharp. What if someone gets hurt? It was your master who sent me to find you. If he had not given me this pendant, how could I possibly know your name? Subsequently, Qin Ming briefly recounted the interrogation that took place within the demon suppression tower. Qin Xian sheathed the obsidian blade, evidently convinced by his words. Your master instructed me to ask, what enmity exists between us travelers and the natives? This hatred has persisted for a millennium, and I cannot articulate its specifics. If you wish to comprehend it fully, you must consult my master. Your master? Who are you? We, the 5 Elements Alliance, are an organization of travelers. And Qin Xian, your master stated that the natives of this world are beasts. Is this true? What my master said is undoubtedly true. However, what I encountered in the palace was not. You cannot perceive their beastly forms. If you question this, I shall show you later. At that moment, the sound of many approaching footsteps echoed from afar, creating a cacophony. Qin Xian's brow furrowed as she coldly remarked. The demon suppression guards are coming. If you seek me, go to the drunken immortal pavilion. Many travelers gather there. With that, Qin Xian grasped her obsidian blade and sprinted towards the guards. Suddenly, she turned back. In order to avert suspicion, I had no choice but to stab you. Qin Ming was taken aback. Good heavens! Has the world gone mad with women? They are all turned upside down. They stab at will. Before Qin Ming could evade, the obsidian blade had already pierced his abdomen. With a swift thrust, the razor-sharp edge completely penetrated his belly. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, causing his entire body to tremble. As he fell to the ground, he caught sight of Qin Xian charging at him with a knife in hand. Coming towards him were the adorable rabbit cavalry and the charming goat cavalry. Qin Xian soared into the air, gripping the knife with both hands, and struck downwards. The blade's shadow extended 5 meters, an unstoppable force. Boom! The advancing rabbit cavalry also leapt into the sky. She spread her arms wide, and in an instant, a 3-eyed spirit rabbit image, for meters long, materialized behind her. Its fur was pure white, its eyes blood red, and its long ears stood upright. With a powerful kick of her hind legs, she shot up into the clouds with astonishing speed, her combat prowess more than tripling. Qin Ming was utterly astounded. A beast? It truly is a beast. Qin Xian's obsidian knife descended, only to be effortlessly blocked by the rabbit. At that moment, the charming goat cavalry unfurled her arms. Behind her loomed a fierce horned demon goat. The creature appeared extremely menacing, its red eyes radiating a murderous aura that enveloped Qin Ming entirely. Bang, bang, bang. The goat and rabbit combined their offensive onslaught against Qin Ming, forcing her to retreat repeatedly. Qin Ming's heart raced with shock. The beastly shadows truly materialized behind them. His abdomen throbbed with pain so intense that he could hardly breathe, unable to cry out. Ultimately, his eyelids grew heavy as he lost consciousness and succumbed to oblivion. Chapter 19. The False Eunuch Exposed. It's over. Pain. Excruciating pain. Qin Ming, amidst his unconsciousness, sensed that he had sustained grave injuries. Surrounding him were numerous terrifying beasts, bearing their fangs and claws, their blood-soaked maws dripping with crimson. These creatures approached him relentlessly, drawing nearer and nearer. Startled, Qin Ming jolted awake from his stupor. What met his gaze was a breathtakingly beautiful face that sent his heart racing. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyes as clear as autumn water, and her lips were plump like ripe cherries. The black sheer garment she wore could not conceal her alluring figure. It was the Long Princess. Qin Ming immediately recognized her. Startled, he hurriedly sat up. With a splash, the blood in the bucket he was sitting in splattered everywhere. The Long Princess reclined lazily in her chair, nibbling on half a snowhorn fruit, and spoke softly, "If you wish to live, remain still inside." It was then that Qin Ming realized he was indeed in a bucket filled with blood. The metallic scent was overwhelming, dark as pitch. This odor was reminiscent of the green venom beast that had perished earlier. Suddenly, it dawned on him that he appeared to be without clothing. His heart raced with anxiety. He quickly felt around in the blood. Oh no, the shorts he wore were not the ones he had originally donned. Had his false identity as a eunuch been exposed? It was over. Was he to be executed? No, wait. The Long Princess should still be unaware of it. Otherwise, she would not be leisurely enjoying the frost fruit by the side. Qin Ming turned his head and saw Ling Yin, adorned in a pale yellow brocade dress. Her cheeks flushed as she slightly lowered her head in silence. It dawned on Qin Ming that upon his return, it was undoubtedly Ling Yin who had changed his clothes and immersed him in a tub of blood. She must have discovered his true identity as a false eunuch. Would she dare to expose the secret? A false eunuch infiltrating the palace is far more serious than a mere time traveler. Qin Ming's heart raced with anxiety. The Grand Princess finished a frost fruit and took another sip from the intoxicating brew. Little Qin, the blood of the green poison beast aids in refining one's bones. You are fortunate. This particular beast is mutated, and using it for bone refinement will expedite your recovery. Thank you, Grand Princess. What truly transpired in that room? Qin Ming lifted his bloodied hand to rub his temples. Concealing the truth, he replied, Officer Ming Tu and Officer Mei Yang had 10 demon suppression guards protect me. But we were ambushed by the green poison beast, which was exceedingly fierce, forcing us to flee into a room. The beast pursued us relentlessly, but unexpectedly. A woman in green emerged, and she was formidable. She killed the beast, and even stabbed me. Fortunately, Officer Mei Yang and the others arrived just in time. Officer Ming Tu walked in, a smile playing at the corner of her mouth. Little Qin, you are indeed lucky. The blade narrowly missed your vital organs. Had it been slightly off, your life would have been lost. Qin Ming's mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts. That woman in green, Qin Xian, was truly reckless. How could she be so confident in her swordplay? What if she had pierced my innards? The Grand Princess rose from her seat, her expression cold and fearsome. With her hands clasped behind her back, she spoke in a deep voice. The woman in green who attacked you has killed many of our people. And the organization behind her harbors numerous powerful time travelers. 6 time travelers appeared in Baiku Ridge. 2 are dead, while the other 4 fled, all gravely injured. Little Qin, you have made a significant contribution by uncovering this information about Baiku Ridge. At that moment, Officer Mei Yang entered, holding a gleaming long sword in both hands. Little Qin, this sword is a gift from the Grand Princess, named Bloodfall Sword, symbolizing that once drawn, it will ensure the enemy bleeds. Qin Ming accepted it. Feeling a surge of joy, this sword was already of upper-grade mystic quality, quite impressive. I am grateful for the Grand Princess's gift of the sword. The Grand Princess, Han Yueshi, nodded slightly. The foundational sword techniques can be found in the library of Taiyin Palace. If you are interested, feel free to practice. Thank you, Grand Princess. With that, Grand Princess Han Yueshi departed, accompanied by 2 officers. Ling Yin, who had been standing bashfully in the corner, suddenly rushed to the door, her face flushed. Grand Princess, I have one more matter to report. Qin Ming was startled and gently touched Ling Yin's arm from behind, urging her not to speak out of turn. Sister Ling Yin, please do not say anything reckless. The Grand Princess turned her head, one hand resting behind her. What is it? Grand Princess, little Qin is severely injured. Could the Imperial kitchen prepare something nourishing for him? The princess nodded slightly and left with a flick of her sleeve. As the three of them walked away, Qin Ming grasped Ling Yin's hand. Ling Yin, feeling flustered, pushed Qin Ming's arm away, her face flushed. Without uttering a word, she busied herself around the room. Sister Ling Yin, did you change my clothes? Qin Ming inquired. Ling Yin's face reddened further. She went to the courtyard and brought in a large wooden tub, setting it down in Qin Ming's room. Then, she carried bucket after bucket of steaming water from the pot. Witnessing this, Qin Ming felt a pang of guilt and contemplated helping her. However, he was without a single piece of clothing and covered in blood. Sister Ling Yin, I have my reasons. I speak the truth. I did not deceive you. Ling Yin remained silent, continuing to fill the bathing tub with hot water before softly saying, You have been soaking in the blood of the green poison beast for 2 days and nights. You may wash now. Embarrassed, Ling Yin dashed out the door. Qin Ming gripped the edge of the blood-stained tub and stood up. To his astonishment, the grievous knife wound he had sustained 2 days prior on the North Withered Ridge had healed considerably. It seemed that the healing methods of this fantastical world were indeed formidable. Having soaked in the blood of the green poison beast for 2 days and nights, Qin Ming felt an abundance of energy coursing through him. His bones had become even sturdier than before. The essence within his dantian surged, hinting at the imminent possibility of breaking through to the second level of body refinement. The speed of his cultivation, if known to others, would surely leave them in awe. Emerging from the blood tub, he stepped into the clear water. The water was exceedingly hot and comfortable, a rare luxury in such a cold, snowy weather. Glancing at Ling Yin, who was busy in the courtyard, Qin Ming felt deeply moved. Ling Yin had not exposed him. He owed her a tremendous debt of gratitude. Today, she had kept his secret, undoubtedly bearing immense pressure. If the truth were to leak, it could cost her life. Half an hour later, having washed himself clean, Qin Ming noticed Ling Yin bringing in another half bucket of hot water. She poured it into the bathing tub and was about to turn to leave when Qin Ming seized her and pulled her back. Ling Yin's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, unable to meet Qin Ming's gaze. Let me go? Chapter 20. I will marry you. I will make you happy. Sister Ling Yin, I truly did not intend to deceive you. I have my reasons. If I meant to trick you, I would deserve a thunderous retribution. Ling Yin, inherently kind and pure, softened at Qin Ming's earnest declaration. She slightly raised her eyes, her face reflecting doubt. Then how did you escape the cleansing? Qin Ming's expression instantly turned sorrowful as he began weaving a tale with his remarkable fabrications. Sister Ling Yin, do you know? I have 6 older brothers. Some perished from starvation, others froze to death, and some were slain by ferocious beasts. I am the only one left to carry on the family line. When I came to the Imperial City, I sold everything we owned, even the pot, and managed to gather 60 taels of silver. While in the cleansing chamber, I secretly used the money to bribe my way. But Qin Ming, if you are discovered, it is a death sentence. Therefore, Sister Ling Yin, you must keep my secret. I cannot conceal matters from the princess. I have been in her service for 8 years, and I must report everything to her. Suddenly, Qin Ming rose from the water barrel, droplets cascading down his robust and muscular frame. This sight caused Ling Yin, standing before him, to flush with warmth and embarrassment. Sister Ling Yin, if you reveal this, I will surely perish, and my entire family will suffer the same fate. But if you remain silent, Ling Yin lowered her gaze, shyly inquiring, what if I choose not to speak? Summoning his courage, Qin Ming extended his powerful arms and embraced Ling Yin. Startled, she trembled and quickly attempted to push him away. Sister Ling Yin, if you keep this secret, I vow to treat you well for the rest of my life. Qin Ming, let go of me, she protested, gently patting his chest. Ever since you assisted me upon entering the palace, I, Qin Ming, have resolved to cherish you and express my gratitude for all your kindness. Thus, when you fell ill, I risked everything to fetch coal for you, nearly losing my life to that Jingxiang. At this mention, Ling Yin's heart softened, and her hands ceased their resistance. Lowering her head, her voice was barely audible. Akin to a whisper, I promise to keep your secret. Now please release me. The demon suppression guards are always nearby, and if discovered, we are doomed. Qin Ming relented and released his hold. Ling Yin, feeling bashful, attempted to flee, yet was once more grasped by Qin Ming's arm. Sister Lingyin, I shall earnestly strive to accumulate wealth and cultivate my skills. Once I have the means, I will redeem you and take you as my wife. Through my training, I will protect you and ensure your happiness. Lingyin's heart raced wildly. She broke free from his grasp and dashed out of the room. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ming hurriedly emerged from the tub to dress. How fortunate he was. It was a blessing that Ling Yin had discovered him. Had it been anyone else, he would have been lost. Back in her room, Ling Yin's heart continued to race. She sat in a chair, her hands tightly clasped. Memories of changing Qin Ming's attire flooded her mind, leaving her momentarily awestruck. It was the first time she had witnessed such a sight. What made her even more anxious was the presence of Ming Tu Mei Yang just outside the door. She had concealed Qin Ming with her garments during the changing. At that moment, she had already decided to help him keep his secret. She could not bear to see this charming, kind, and humorous young man perish. Initially, she had felt a tumult of anxiety, questioning the righteousness of her decision. However, just moments ago, when Qin Ming had held her close, his strong arms enveloping her, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction surged within her. Having lost her father in childhood and being forcibly brought to the palace by her mother, she had never known what it felt like to be cared for or cherished. Moreover, when Qin Ming entered the palace, the uncontrollable light emanating from her palms had calmed considerably. Even that night, upon their first meeting, she felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. Surely, he would not deceive her when he vowed to treat her well, would he? Did she, Ling Yin, truly deserve to be loved? At the thought of this, a flicker of joy blossomed within her heart. Just as Qin Ming prepared to cultivate his skills, he suddenly heard a commotion outside the window. As soon as the window was opened, a white weasel was surprisingly perched outside. Its emerald eyes darted from side to side, while its tiny paws were clasped against its chest, seemingly chilled. Qin Ming recalled that this weasel had recently slain Xiao Lu, concealing his identity and demonstrating remarkable intelligence. Qin Ming had always been a person who valued gratitude and reciprocity. Without a moment's hesitation, he invited the weasel into his room. It's warm here, with a charcoal fire. Come in and take shelter. The weasel, adorned in a coat of pristine white fur, appeared quite pleased and burrowed into the bedding, rolling about. Qin Ming sat at the other end of the bed, observing for a long while. Why was this vividly real weasel invisible to Sister Lingyin that day? How strange. The world is filled with enigmas. Aside from the numerous beautiful maidens he had encountered, everything else remained a mystery. Qin Ming unlocked the heavenly gourd. His luck points had reached 80. Splendid. He could draw twice. Consuming 40 luck points, draw successful, obtain strength pill X1. Strength pill. Second tier elixir, enhances strength, endurance, and vitality. What a remarkable item. Consuming this would certainly enhance his stamina, making 110 a mere trifling matter. Consuming 40 luck points, draw successful. Obtained Heavenly Blade Technique. Heavenly Blade Technique. Intermediate profound level skill, possesses the might to cleave the heavens and part the seas. This technique sounded immensely powerful. Just in time. Princess Chong had gifted him a blood-soaked sword today. He would practice and see the effects later. Qin Ming crossed his legs and began to absorb spiritual energy. He continued to cultivate the turtle breathing technique. After 2 hours, the turtle breathing technique finally reached perfection. His speed, vision, hearing, and perception had all doubled. He felt as if he could hear the sound of snowflakes landing outside. He could even perceive Lingyin tossing and turning in the bedding. How wonderful. At that moment, his vital energy surged to the brink of an upgrade. Without a second thought, Qin Ming tossed the strength pill into his mouth. In an instant, a potent surge of spiritual energy coursed through his body. He felt an inexhaustible strength enveloping him. Clenching his fists, his aura intensified once more. He had finally broken through to the second stage of body refinement. According to the cultivation pace of this world, Qin Ming's speed could only be described as extraordinary. He felt an intense heat coursing through him. The effects of the strength pill were indeed formidable. If he were on Blue Star, he would undoubtedly be hailing a cab to his girlfriend's place. Chapter 21. Lingyin blushes. Searching for someone at Drunken Immortal Tower. However, at this moment, such a course of action was impossible. He had just confessed to Lingyin today. Sneaking into her room now would be rather inappropriate. With this thought, Qin Ming pushed open the door and ventured to the side courtyard. The weather was frigid, with ice and snow blanketing the ground. He removed his upper garment, revealing his solid, sculpted musculature. Qin Ming began to execute the Ice Soul Fist in a fluid sequence. An hour later, he was drenched in sweat. Having cultivated the Ice Soul Fist to a minor success, he delivered a powerful punch that struck the icy surface with a resounding crash. Bang! The solid ice shattered, creating a gaping hole. He leaped into the frigid water below. Ah, how exhilarating! At last, he managed to subdue the wicked fire of the vitality pill. Qin Ming leapt once more from the icy pit, seizing the blood-draining sword bestowed upon him by the princess. He wielded the sword with a casual flourish, executing the single technique of the heavenly blade art. By flailing about haphazardly, he concealed the true nature of his training from onlookers. Unbeknownst to him, 50 meters away, Lingyin had spent the entire night in restless wakefulness, her mind replaying the scene from earlier when Qin Ming had held her in his embrace. Along with the words he had spoken, she tossed and turned, her legs tightly wrapped around the blanket, her thoughts a whirlwind until the late hours of the night. Suddenly, she heard the sound of practice emanating from outside. Peering out the window, she beheld Qin Ming, bare-chested and training in the snow, striking with the ferocity of a wild beast. His muscular form radiated an overwhelming aura, causing Lingyin's heart to race and her cheeks to flush. As dawn broke, Princess Han Yushi awakened in her chamber on the 11th floor of the upper palace. She opened the 8 trigrams mystic gate to gaze upon the distant snowy landscape, immediately spotting Qin Ming engaged in his training. What a remarkable talent, diligently honing his skills. Such individuals are indeed rare. The princess extended her delicate hand into the darkness and beckoned. The charming officer, Mei Yang, swiftly arrived, kneeling before her. Take him to the Qin Palace Library to select a sword technique, lest he continue to wield the blood-draining sword without direction, unaware of what he is cultivating. Yes, Your Highness, you hold this young Qin in high regard. Han Yushi placed her left hand behind her, while her right caught a few snowflakes in her palm. They did not melt. Bringing them to her rosy lips, she gently blew, sending 5 or 6 petals of snowflakes swirling into the air once more. The war against the invaders grows increasingly brutal. My wretched sister, the Empress, sustained injuries during her recent visit to Aurora City. Although my demon suppression guard, the 12 Zodiac, are formidable, they are all women and would falter in a hard-fought battle. I had hoped to cultivate some gifted men. Princess, you speak wisely. I find young Qin to be quite suitable. He is handsome, articulate, and diligent in his training. If nurtured well, he could play a significant role in our fight against the invaders. As Qin Ming made his way back, sword in hand, he collided with the charming officer, Mei Yang, who was clad in black armor, her figure enticingly full, exuding an air of allure. Ah, young Qin, your muscles have grown considerably harder. Come, let me feel them. Qin Ming nearly succumbed to the temptation to tease this flirtatious sister, thinking, I have something even harder. Would you like to try? But he dared not voice it. Mei Yang, what brings you out so early? She stifled a yawn, gently massaging her temples. Today was meant for rest, to indulge in a beauty sleep, but alas, my mistress craves the intoxication of the drunken immortal brew. Qin Ming had been preoccupied with his agreement with Qin Xian. Upon hearing the name of the brew, an idea sparked in his mind. You are so beautiful, Mei Yang. If you indulge in more beauty sleep, your skin will only improve. Shall I assist you in procuring the wine? You? Are you certain? Today, I wish to revisit the Demon Tower to procure a few simplified texts authored by the travelers for study, and fortuitously, I passed by the marketplace. My goodness. Mei Yang's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile. She leaped forward, gently tapping Qin Ming on the shoulder. You truly are a wonderful younger brother, she exclaimed. Little Qin, if all the eunuchs from our Qin palace were as considerate as you, I would never resort to violence. I would be too fond of them. With that, she unfastened her waist token and placed it in Qin Ming's hand. Go ahead, just purchase 2 jars, and ensure they are of the finest quality. Yawning, Mei Yang inquired. Do you have the funds? Indeed, I possess money. The silver I earned a few days ago remains unspent. Then that is splendid. Off you go. I can indulge in a leisurely slumber once more. As she stretched her arms, her armor accentuated her alluring curves, which could have easily been doubled in size to match her voluptuous figure. The journey out of the palace was smooth. Qin Ming, as before, rode his snow steed. He refrained from donning the conspicuous black uniform of the demon guardians, as it would attract too much attention. Although it was morning, the sky remained shrouded in a dim haze. Many citizens were already awake, selling an array of breakfast items: soup dumplings, spicy soup, red bean paste, fried dough sticks, osmanthus cakes, and more. Qin Ming pondered that these numerous delicacies should not exist in accordance with the progression of time, undoubtedly linked to the arrival of the travelers. However, if the travelers have indeed contributed to the advancement of this world, why have they forged such a deadly enmity with the natives? This conundrum quickened his pace, compelling him to reach the Zui Xianlu to find Qin Xian and inquire about the truth. Upon entering Zui Xianlu, Qin Ming glanced behind him. After a considerable wait, he discerned that no one was following him. He ascended to the 6th floor, spending a tael of silver to order a jar of wine, 3 small dishes, and a bowl of soup. He devoured the food heartily. The palace fare was utterly bland. Dining at Zui Xianlu was far superior. Qin Ming resolved to purchase additional provisions to bring back for Sister Ling Yin and the others. Just as he had downed 3 cups of wine, he looked up to see a woman in green standing at the railing of the 8th floor, arms crossed over a black gold knife. Her gaze icy and fixed upon him. It was none other than Qin Xian, the very one he had encountered that fateful night. Qin Ming promptly rose, feigning nonchalance as he made his way upstairs. Upon reaching the 8th floor, he observed Qin Xian enter a room at the end of the corridor. Noticing that no one followed him, he hurriedly dashed to the last room and pushed the door open. Strangely, the room was completely empty. Chapter 22, The Periodic Table of Elements? The Multiplication Table of 9? Qin Ming searched the room and eventually discovered a mechanism beneath the bed. With a gentle press, a resounding rumble echoed as a hidden door appeared before him. Contemplating briefly, he leaped towards the dark passage beyond. Inside lay a long, dim corridor, with oil lamps affixed to the walls every 10 meters. Just as Qin Ming emerged from the passage, a cold blade pressed against his chest. It was the black gold knife. The wielder was none other than the green-clad woman, Qin Xian, who was now flanked by 2 men who had suddenly appeared behind Qin Ming. A figure of modest height but robust physique stood beside another, frail and delicate, adorned with vibrant red hair. This unconventional appearance indeed bore some resemblance to those from Blue Star. At that moment, the door of the house ahead creaked open, revealing a stunning woman who emerged gracefully, clad in flowing white garments. Her form exuded a captivating allure, and a sacred radiance shimmered in her eyes. Raising her delicate hand, she gestured for calm, commanding the blades to be lowered. Qin Xian frowned. "Master, this individual may well be a spy." "Indeed, Master," the stout figure behind him concurred. "He is the one responsible for the demise of 2 of our comrades at Baiku Ridge. He must be a traitor." The enchanting woman turned her gaze toward Qin Ming, beckoning him forward. "You are Qin Ming, aren't you? Come sit with us." Her eyes flashed with mild reproach towards her disciples. "Your Shushu possesses the gift of lie detection. How could he possibly misjudge someone? As for your heavy losses at Baiku Ridge, that was due to your carelessness and underestimation." The young girl, Qin Xian, stubbornly sheathed her black gold blade. "Master, even if we do not suspect him of treachery, an entrance examination is still necessary." Her vigilance remained fixed on Qin Ming. "Listen," she continued, "we are all traversers here. My Shushu is imprisoned within the demon suppression tower, and you are aware of this. Therefore, if you wish to converse with us, you must prove your identity." Qin Ming nodded, accustomed to such evaluations. "First question, recite the multiplication table." "Qin Xian, did you not come from the Min Kingdom? Do you not know the multiplication table?" "I do not, but my master does. You may proceed." 1 times 1 is 1, 1 times 2 is 2. Second question, recite the periodic table of elements. "Must we really recite that? What about traversers who struggle with chemistry? Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron. I cannot recall the rest." "Enough." The exquisite woman seated at the table waved her sleeve dismissively. "Your Shushu must have already assessed him. There is no need for further inquiry. Come closer." "Qin Ming, allow me to introduce myself. I am Yunshui Yao, the leader of the Flame Hall of the 5 Elements Alliance. Mu Si Zhe, who is imprisoned in the Demon Suppression Tower, is my junior. And these 3 standing beside me are my disciples. My eldest disciple, Ma Chong, the stout young man inclined his head in greeting. My second disciple, Lu Zonghua, the elegant red-haired man nodded at Qin Ming. And my third disciple, Qin Xian, whom you have encountered before." Qin Xian remained impassive, her black gold blade still cradled in her arms. Qin Ming accepted the invitation and took a seat at the table. Yun Shui Yao poured him a glass of a dark beverage. He brought it to his lips for a gentle taste. "Such a familiar flavor. You should recognize this flavor." Qin Ming nodded. "Coke. I never imagined traversers could create even Coca-Cola. Do not underestimate the traversers of this world. For millennia, countless traversers have arrived here, creating innumerable wonders. Senior Yun, I have many questions. Musija said I could inquire with you. Speak freely. Why does this world seek to eliminate traversers? You have posed the most challenging question right away. The extermination of traversers was not a policy from the very beginning. According to our current understanding, the first traveler to arrive in this world likely did so over 2 millennia ago. The true rift between us and the indigenous people seems to have fully manifested around 16 centuries ago. 16 centuries? Has it truly been that long? What then is the reason behind this? Some travelers assert that the initial conflict stemmed from the travelers' insatiable desire to plunder the world's resources, inciting the indigenous people's resistance. Others claim that a brutal group of travelers, who arrived 8 centuries ago, invoked the ire of the natives with their savage behavior. The precise reasons remain shrouded in ambiguity even to this day. Yun Shui Yao refilled Qin Ming's glass with cola and continued. We have sacrificed immensely in our quest for clarity. Tens of thousands of travelers have perished over nearly a millennium. Qin Ming felt a profound shock within. What did that elder Mu mean when he referred to the natives as beasts? At that moment, Qing Xian, clutching the Wujin blade, approached and interjected. Did you not see that night? My blade struck merely an inch from your vital organs. You surely had at least 10 breaths to maintain consciousness before you fainted. Qin Ming inwardly grumbled, that mad beauty. She thrust without hesitation, nearly causing my demise. Yet, her calculations were indeed precise. He had remained conscious for those 10 breaths. Yun Shui Yao, with her delicate brows slightly furrowed, spoke gently once more. What we travelers currently understand is that once the indigenous people attain a level of spiritual awakening, they awaken their beast form. Their speed and strength multiply by several, even tens of times. However, the specifics of their training mechanisms remain unclear. Travelers perceive them as beasts. But remember, an elder has confirmed that the beast form is not the same as a legal manifestation. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming suddenly conceived a thought. Perhaps the natives themselves are not truly beasts. Rather, they may be employing a certain method of cultivation upon reaching the spiritual awakening stage. It is akin to what he had read in novels about soul bones and soul rings. Yet, this remained merely a conjecture, and no one could assert its truth. So, how many travelers do we currently have? And what exactly is this so-called 5 Elements Alliance? On the surface, there should be no fewer than 5,000 travelers. The number of those hidden among us remains uncertain. Over the millennia, we have gradually formed organizations under the relentless pursuit of the natives. The main forces have coalesced into 3 factions. The first faction is the 5 Elements Alliance, which aims to investigate the origins of the animosity between travelers and natives. We do not indiscriminately bully or slaughter the indigenous people. However, when encountering wrongdoers, be they native or traveler, we swiftly eliminate them. Qin Ming nodded in agreement. The second major organization is called the Azure Dragon Guild, which boasts 3 vice presidents: White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird, with the Azure Dragon as its president. The number of travelers in their ranks surpasses that of our 5 Elements Alliance. Their philosophy is clear: all natives must perish. The third prominent organization is the Heavenly Tao Sect, comprised of extreme travelers who consider themselves the children of destiny. They believe that both natives and travelers must submit to their will, employing ruthless methods to seize dominion over the world, mercilessly slaying both travelers and natives alike. Qin Ming felt his heart tremble at this revelation. He had previously been entirely unaware of this knowledge. The world was far more intricate than he had ever imagined. Do all of us travelers awaken our inherent talents? I witnessed some travelers imprisoned in the Demon Suppression Tower, suffering greatly. If they possessed any talent, surely they would not have met such a fate. Yun Shui Yao rose from her position. She gazed softly at a small waterfall in the courtyard and said, I can assert with certainty that every traveler possesses a talent, and each has only one. Qin Ming felt astonished. Others had a singular talent while his was replication, allowing him to mimic numerous other talents. Moreover, he had the added fortune from the locking heaven gourd. His luck was indeed remarkable. Chapter 23, The Fated Ones. The key to breaking the deadlock. Yun Shui Yao continued. However, some individuals awaken rather trivial talents. For instance, in our 5 Elements Alliance, there was someone who awakened a culinary talent. His dishes were exceptional. He could learn any recipe with just a glance, yet he was utterly inept at cultivation. Others might awaken talents related to dancing, for example. Qin Ming immediately understood. If talents were awakened in such a manner, Indeed, some would be rather inconsequential. What use is dancing in this brutal world? One more question, esteemed elder. Can talents be upgraded? As soon as this question was posed, Yun Shui Yao, Qing Xian, Ma Chong, and Lu Zonghua all turned their heads. Qin Ming, you possess remarkable insight. Before joining our organization, we were completely unaware of the concept of talent upgrades. Yet you have disowned it on your own. Qin Ming thought to himself. His locking heaven gourd interface clearly indicated that his talent replication was currently at level 1, implying the existence of higher levels. You are correct, Qin Ming. Talents can indeed be upgraded. However, upgrading requires a substance known as essence. What is essence? Have you ever seen the crimson soul-devouring birds soaring in the sky? Qin Ming nodded. He had frequently encountered these eerie birds in the palace, and each sighting filled him with an innate sense of dread. These birds are called soul devourers. Whenever a traveler perishes, they descend to consume the traveler's head. They do not feast on flesh, but rather on essence. Qin Ming recalled the time when Jing Xiang had died. Indeed, those soul devourers had swooped down from the sky, leaving her head utterly vacant. Numerous white feather guards had been shouting that Jing Xiang's soul was being devoured. So it turned out these birds consumed essence. Esteemed elder, are you suggesting that to acquire essence, we must slaughter travelers? Of course not. Yin Shui Yao waved her sleeve dismissively. Throughout millennia, conflicts have erupted between travelers and indigenous people, leaving behind countless lingering souls and resentments on the battlefields. Over time, these remnants of souls and grievances gradually coalesce, forming what we call the spirit realm. Essence can be sought within the spirit realm. One could say that essence arises from the discord and combat between travelers and the indigenous people. Entering the spirit realm may even unravel the secrets of the life and death enmity between travelers and the indigenous. This was the first time Qin Ming encountered the concept of the spirit realm, and he was astonished by the multitude of secrets this world held. His interest was piqued. To understand his talent, it lies in replication. Should he attain an upgrade, he would be capable of duplicating 2, 3, 4, or even more talents. At that juncture, his cultivation prowess would undoubtedly become immensely formidable. Qin Ming, your affiliation with the Princess's residence places you in a realm far more perilous than ours. Have you considered aligning yourself with our 5 Elements Alliance? Qin Ming hesitated internally. Yun Shuiyao continued. Perhaps you possess your own unique methods to remain concealed within the Taiyin Palace. Yet once you reach the spiritual connection realm, your presence will inevitably be revealed. Qin Ming gazed at Yun Shuiyao with a grave expression. Are you suggesting that the natives will exhibit beastly traits upon reaching the spiritual connection realm, and that I, being an outsider, will certainly be exposed? Indeed. Qin Ming, you are astute. Qin Ming had originally believed that his concealment talent would suffice for eternal hiding. He had not anticipated that reaching the spiritual connection realm would lead to exposure. What should he do? If he chose to remain outside the palace clandestinely, it seemed far from an ideal solution, as it would not only betray Ling Yin's kindness, but also expose him to the uncertainties of the outside world. After much contemplation, Qin Ming resolved to stay within the palace, while simultaneously joining the 5 Elements Alliance. At the very least, he would acquire more valuable information. In this world rife with enigmas and dangers, possessing additional insights and experiences would enhance his chances of survival. Nodding, Qin Ming declared, Senior, I am willing to join. Excellent. To enter the 5 Elements Alliance, one must undergo a trial of spiritual realms. Coincidentally, you also require this to enhance your talents. 3 days hence, I shall arrange for you to enter the spiritual realm. Qin Ming nodded in agreement. It is getting late. I must take my leave, lest the Taiyin Palace grow suspicious, he said, bowing to those present as he departed. Qing Xian, clutching the black gold knife, approached Yun Shuiyao. Master, why do you treat him with such courtesy when his cultivation is so modest? His cultivation may be low, but he has only just arrived in this realm. The reason for my courtesy is due to my alignment with your master's perspective. He will be the key to breaking the deadlock. Why is he the key? Prior to arriving in the imperial city, the alliance leader, Jin Yangzi, had foretold through divination that a figure of great fortune would emerge to resolve the crisis. Upon seeing Qin Ming for the first time, Yun Shuiyao felt an undeniable connection. Naturally, she had not disclosed the details of the divination to others. He is intelligent, kind-hearted, and currently concealed within the Taiyin Palace of the second-ranked native princess. With his assistance, we traversers might indeed turn the tide. This protracted nightmare of a war lasting a millennium must come to an end. You three must remember, Qin Ming's identity must remain strictly confidential. Should anyone leak this information, I shall hold you accountable. Understood, master. Qin Ming purchased 4 jars of drunken immortal brew to hang on the snow steed, along with 4 portions of osmanthus cake, 4 skewers of candied hawthorn, 4 servings of ice snow silk beans, 4 honey date dumplings, and 4 oil cakes, totaling an expenditure of 10 taels of silver. He then visited the Yunu Pavilion, where he selected a Tianchi wooden comb for Ling Yin, spending nearly 20 taels in total. The comb made from this precious wood possesses extraordinary qualities, rendering hair smoother and more lustrous. Just as Qin Ming was about to depart from the Jade Maiden Pavilion, he inadvertently caught sight of a vibrant red plant, reminiscent of flames, displayed upon the shopkeeper's counter. Approaching it, one could immediately sense the emanating warmth. "Shopkeeper, what is this?" he inquired. "This is the firegrass, sourced from the Aurora City." Firegrass. It appears rather peculiar. Its warmth is quite palpable upon proximity. You possess an astute eye. Esteemed guest, given the chill of the fluorite city, I specifically acquired this firegrass to warm the establishment. The firegrass, naturally associated with the element of fire, holds special properties for those afflicted by coldness. Qin Ming was suddenly reminded of the day when the Grand Princess assessed his bloodline. Her complexion had turned ashen, enveloped in an aura of icy chill. It seemed she must have been practicing ice-based techniques for an extended period, resulting in the accumulation of cold energy. Surely, this firegrass would be beneficial for her. Setting aside her nature, whether beast or not, she had bestowed upon him techniques and a blade. He ought to reciprocate. "Shopkeeper, could you possibly sell this to me at a reduced price?" Chapter 24. The Mad Beauty, the Grand Princess. My dear sir, acquiring this firegrass was no easy feat. It is not for sale. Shopkeeper, in commerce, there is always room for negotiation. Please, name your price. You are aware of the perils associated with Aurora City. Traversing through Starlight City presents its own dangers. The caravan that retrieved this firegrass undoubtedly treasures it highly. While it may not aid in cultivation, it certainly provides warmth. Oh, shopkeeper, spare me the details and simply state your price. The shopkeeper, stroking his distinguished mustache, hesitated for 3 breaths. Very well. Seeing as you are both handsome and likely hailing from a prominent family, I shall sell it to you at the original price of 500 taels of silver. 500 taels? I have but 70 taels remaining in my pocket. Why is this so exorbitantly priced? Might you allow me to defer payment? Absolutely not. Such a modest business cannot extend credit. Qin Ming retrieved the demon suppression token from his waist. I possess insufficient silver today. I shall return to settle the debt next time. The power of the demon suppression token was indeed remarkable. Upon its sight, the shopkeeper's demeanor shifted entirely. In the entire Dian Kingdom, there exist 2 formidable factions. The first being Her Majesty the Empress's White Feather Guards, boasting an army of hundreds of thousands. The second, the Grand Princess's Demon Suppression Guards, though only numbering in the thousands, are ruthless beyond measure. The shopkeeper quickly discerned that Qin Ming was not to be trifled with. Very well, esteemed guest, I shall grant you credit, but you must ensure payment upon your next visit. Otherwise, this humble shop will face dire consequences. Indeed, I assure you, Qin Ming declared, emptying his remaining 70 taels of silver. He wrote an IOU for the 430 taels owed and departed promptly. In the upper hall of the Tian Palace, the Grand Princess reclined on a white jade chair, her alluring figure enveloped in green silk, her long, supple legs elegantly crossed. The striking red leather boots upon her feet were particularly eye-catching. At that moment, the Grand Princess's countenance was filled with ire, her gaze icy and indifferent. As 3 individuals knelt before her, Ling Yin, Meiyong, and Mengtu, who granted you the audacity to release Xiaoqinzi from the palace without permission, the charming officer stammered, her visage betraying fear. Despite having served the princess for many years, none dared to provoke her wrath. I am inquiring, respond. Reporting to the princess. It is entirely my fault. This morning, still groggy from sleep and wishing to rest further, I was approached by Xiaoqinzi, who offered to procure wine for me. I consented without a second thought. What a reckless fool. The princess suddenly raised her arm. A wave of frigid energy sent the charming officer staggering back several meters. Colliding with a pillar, she felt a pang in her chest, but quickly rose to kneel. Princess, do you suspect Xiaoqinzi? He has already slain 2 time travelers and severely injured the esteemed Mu Sijia among them. He certainly cannot be one of them. I am aware he is not a time traveler. Recently, Those time travelers have been active in Inkshire City. As one of my own, he ventured out alone, with low cultivation, making him an easy target. Princess, I failed to consider this. It is my sin. You inept fools. I see that Xiaoqinzi has reached the pinnacle of the first stage of body refining and is on the verge of breaking through to the second stage. Do you comprehend the speed of his progress? Not just you 12, even I and my sister, who is celebrated as a prodigy, have not cultivated at such a pace. I had hoped Xiaoqinzi would play a crucial role in the forthcoming battles against the time travelers. Yet you dared to release him, should he meet his demise. What punishment shall you face? The princess's fury made the standing officers, Meng Tu, Mei Yong, and Ling Yin, acutely aware of her regard for Xiaoqinzi. Indeed, it has been ages since a cultivation genius emerged among the natives, while the time travelers wreak havoc endlessly. I acknowledge my mistake. I shall promptly search for him. With that, Meng Tu and Mei Yong turned to leave. As they reached the doorway, they spotted Qin Ming hurrying in, burdened with a large assortment of items. A wave of joy washed over Meng Tu and Mei Yong. Xiaoqinzi, you have returned. Ling Yin turned to see Qin Ming, and her anxious heart finally found solace. Princess, Xiaoqinzi has returned. The princess, reclining lazily on her jade chair with her legs crossed, coldly remarked, if he has returned, must I go retrieve him? He ventured outside the palace without authorization. While the death penalty may be avoided, he cannot escape punishment. Qin Ming heard these words, but feigned ignorance. Upon entering, he placed a plethora of items upon the table. Princess, this is the drunken immortal brew for you, along with a variety of delicacies. After consuming the palace fare for so long, I thought to bring you some different flavors. Osmanthus cakes from the West Market, glutinous rice dumplings from the East City, candied hawthorns from the South City, snow pea cakes, and more. Qin Ming clattered the items onto the table, leaving Meng Tu, Mei Yong, and Ling Yin wide-eyed and agape. Did this fellow truly traverse so many places for food? And procure such quantities? Xiaoqinzi, how much did you spend? I depleted my funds. Precisely 100 taels. You fool, even as a town demon guardian, one earns a mere 5 taels a month. You squandered an entire 100 taels on these trivial edibles. Ling Yin observed that the princess was still with her eyes closed, her expression far from pleasant. She hurriedly picked up 2 pieces of osmanthus cake, exclaiming with delight, Princess, Qin Ming has brought you some delicacies. Please have a taste. I shall not eat these. Take them all away, the princess replied curtly. Ling Yin stuck out her tongue, while Meng Tu and Mei Yong feigned innocence, saying, since the princess insists she does not want any, we shall take everything back. They continued this banter, yet despite their words, each of them discreetly left a portion for the princess before joyfully exiting the room. Qin Ming, however, remained behind, aware that the matter was far from settled. The princess's face was a portrait of fury. Indeed, in the next breath, the princess suddenly opened her eyes and scolded, Little Qin, you have an audacious spirit. Who permitted you to leave the palace? Chapter 25, Sisters with Long Legs. I am not acquainted with you. Princess, I noticed the frigid weather and strong winds, and thought to assist Mei Yong in purchasing some wine. Assist? Are you a fool? If you have that time, why not devote it to your cultivation? I have observed you reaching the pinnacle of the first stage of body refinement. If you do not squander your time, you could break through to the second stage. The princess's words trailed off as she sensed the aura emanating from Qin Ming, realizing he had indeed reached the second stage of body refinement. She was taken aback. When she was at the first stage, she had to cultivate for 3 whole months, and it took her over half a year to reach the second stage. This young Qin seemed to be a prodigy. In just 5 or 6 days, he had attained the second stage. How did you manage such rapid advancement? In response to the princess's inquiry, while I was out getting the wine, I did not cease running. I maintained a continuous cycle of minor and major circulations, which led to my breakthrough. The princess was momentarily stunned, feeling as though she had been struck. Her gaze shifted back to the food laid out on the table, and in a cold tone, she remarked, You lie to me. These delicacies I frequently consumed in my youth. The total cost does not exceed 10 taels of silver. Yet you claim to have spent 100 taels. Are you attempting to garner sympathy before others? In the next breath, Qin Ming produced a pot of firegrass from his robe. The firegrass was lush and vibrant, its crimson leaves emanating waves of warmth that filled the room. The princess's eyes lit up. This is firegrass. Where did you acquire it? The palace used to procure it from Aurora City, but deemed the journey too perilous to continue. Princess, I purchased this at the Jade Maiden Pavilion. They informed me that a transport agency recently traveled to Aurora City. Why did you buy this? Princess, when I tested your bloodline in your chamber, I sensed you seemed a bit cold. It must be due to your cultivation of ice-type techniques. The princess's expression softened slightly, yet she still coldly retorted, focus on your own cultivation. Do not waste your time pondering such trivial matters. Who needs your firegrass? Yes, princess, I shall take my leave. As Qin Ming departed, the princess beckoned to the female officer, Hong Shi, who promptly flew in and knelt before her. Little Qin mentioned he purchased this firegrass at the Jade Maiden Pavilion. To my knowledge, this firegrass is worth far more than 100 taels of silver. His remaining funds are undoubtedly insufficient. Xiao Qinzi has lied. How suspicious. You must investigate this matter at once. Yes. As Qin Ming stepped outside, he saw Meng Tu and Mei Yang happily indulging atop the roof, while Ling Yin returned to her chamber with her belongings. Just as Qin Ming took a few steps, suddenly, 9 female figures descended around the roof with a rustle. Each donned a purple blouse, exquisitely adorned with black armor. Their long legs, black boots, and weapons at their waist were their standard attire. These were the other 9 of the 12 zodiac signs, with only the red snake absent. Xiao Qinzi, what is the meaning of this? Why have you only provided for them? What about us? Qin Ming, ladies with long legs, we are not well acquainted. Must we engage in comparisons? Meng Tu and Mei Yang atop the roof deliberately chewed loudly, as if to incite jealousy. Xiao Qinzi, in light of your conduct today, the 9 of us have decided to petition the Crown Princess for special training with you. Qin Ming, this is truly overwhelming. Why are women so petty? Sisters, I assure you that next time I will bring back more. I thought you were at the Demon Suppression Tower. Atop the roof, Mei Yang stood up excitedly after taking a bite of a candied hawthorn. Oh Xiao Qinzi, where did you procure this candied hawthorn? It's delightful. Indeed. Meng Tu also rose, savoring osmanthus cake. It's both fragrant and sweet. This osmanthus cake is exquisite. When Qin Ming turned back, he was met with the fierce expressions of the 9 female officers, as if they were intent on murder. Goodness, how did I end up in a den of fierce women, each one more intense than the last? Xiao Qinzi, prepare yourself. We 9 shall be your sparring partners tonight. Qin Ming mused as he walked. Practicing with all 10 of you on the bed, I stand no chance. Out in the icy wilderness, I would surely be defeated. As the figures in the courtyard dispersed, he made his way to Ling Yin's room. Today, Ling Yin wore a light green brocade dress, cinched at the waist and shoulders with a jade belt, her natural beauty shining through in any attire. She sat at the table, everything laid out but untouched. Sister Ling Yin, why aren't you eating? I've been waiting for you. You've shared everything you bought, yet you have not indulged yourself. Qin Ming felt a slight warmth in his heart. At such a moment, only Ling Yin would think of him, unlike that unpredictable crown princess. If it weren't for being reliant on others, he would truly want to slap her. Qin Ming took out a warm piece of osmanthus cake and offered it to Ling Yin. Do have a bite, Sister Ling Yin. This is from a particularly good shop I chose. Ling Yin took a bite, her face lighting up with joy. Having consumed palace fare for so long, the taste of the outside world is delightful. Usually, I cannot go out, nor could I venture to the streets to buy such treats. The 12 officers can go out, but their minds are preoccupied with capturing time travelers. They have no thoughts for such indulgences. Qin Ming found it somewhat absurd. Is the pursuit of time travelers so frenzied? He could only wonder how these fierce beauties would wield their swords if his identity were ever exposed. Alas, Qin Ming, you should eat as well. Qin Ming, seizing the moment, took a bite of the osmanthus cake that Ling Yin had already tasted. Instantly, Ling Yin's fair cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reaching down to her neck. Why are you eating what I've eaten? Ling Yin elder sisters is much more delicious. Ling Yin's face turned even redder, her blush deepening to her collarbone. By the way, Ling Yin elder sister, besides these treats, I have also specially chosen a gift for you. Qin Ming produced a comb made of tianqi wood from his sleeve. Ling Yin exclaimed, this comb is exquisite and has a delightful fragrance. What material is it made from? It's tianqi wood. Using this to comb your hair will make it lustrous and fragrant. I believe I have heard of tianqi wood. It must be quite expensive, right? Not at all. Merely 20 taels of silver. 20 taels is not expensive? Qin Ming, we earn only 51 a month in the palace. We don't even make a tael in a year. Ling Yin elder sister, I promise to treat you well. This is nothing. In the future, I will buy you even better things. With that, he placed the tianqi wood comb in Ling Yin's hands. Originally shy, Ling Yin now slightly lowered her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Why are you so kind to me? I am kind to you because you have been kind to me, Qin Ming replied gently, holding Ling Yin's hand with a warm smile. From the very first day I arrived, you treated me with kindness, saving and helping me. I, Qin Ming, am someone who values gratitude. Ling Yin bit her lip, her fingers tightly clutching the comb, overwhelmed with joy. Qin Ming, observing her delicate and bashful demeanor, felt a stirring within him. Just as he contemplated embracing Ling Yin, he heard a commotion in the courtyard. Not daring to linger, he quickly stood up and gently pinched Ling Yin's cheek, smooth and supple, brimming with collagen. Ling Yin, elder sister, I must take my leave. Please take some of these treats home with you. As he grabbed a piece of oil cake and stuffed it into his mouth while walking away, Ling Yin couldn't help but giggle. Her laughter was as enchanting as a snow lotus blooming in winter. In the palace, the Grand Princess was summoned. The Red Serpent has returned from the investigation. Your Highness, I inquired with the manager at the Yunu Pavilion. The value of the firegrass is 500 taels of silver. The Grand Princess scoffed. Indeed, I was not mistaken. This little Qin has deceived me. It appears he acquired the firegrass through other means. Your Highness, it is confirmed that little Qin purchased it from the Yunu Pavilion. What? With only 100 taels of silver, how could he buy so much food? Your Highness, I have learned that little Qin has put 430 taels on credit at the store. Chapter 26. The Empress and the Grand Princess. Two madmen. The Grand Princess, who had been sipping tea, abruptly turned her face. What? On credit? Yes, he indeed bought it on credit, promising to repay from his future salary. What a fool. A person from the illustrious Grand Princess's residence buying on credit. She threw her teacup onto the table and began to pace the room. Is he not foolish? It's as if I have been slapped in the face. I suspect Qin Ming must have obtained the firegrass through other means. He has certainly lied to me. Yet, I never anticipated that he would resort to such a method, simply to purchase a firegrass. 430 taels on credit? The palace eunuchs receive a meager monthly stipend of 51. Is it madness to incur a debt of 430 taels? It is a sum that would require a lifetime of abstinence from food and drink to repay. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that he does not even inform me when he purchases goods on credit. Is he truly foolish? While other subordinates eagerly boast of their accomplishments, he remains utterly silent. Even when I chastise him, he does not offer a word of defense. The Crown Princess, seething with anger, strode to the threshold of her chamber. Her gaze fell upon the distant twilight snow, where Qin Ming had once again commenced his training. He practiced the ice spirit fist, executing the movements with precision and fluidity, exuding an innate vigor. The Crown Princess watched with considerable admiration. Suddenly, she recalled what Qin Ming had confided to her a few days prior. He had lamented the dire straits of his family, claiming they had perished from hunger. He expressed immense gratitude for the sustenance provided by the Qin Palace and his appreciation for the Crown Princess. Yet, in light of his current practice of accruing debts for purchases, could his previous words have been sincere? With this thought, the Crown Princess approached the table and inspected the food left behind by Qin Ming. Osmanthus cake, candied hawthorn, and frost beans, each exuding a delightful fragrance. The pot of blazing fire grass radiated warmth, and simply standing beside it enveloped her in comfort. What was truly going on with this young Qin? When I assessed his bloodline, was he still preoccupied with my cold demeanor? It is utterly perplexing. Go, repay the 430 taels owed to the Yunu Pavilion. The Red Serpent captain stationed at the entrance exhibited visible hesitation. Your Highness, the Treasury has yet to allocate the funds to our Qin Palace this month. What? They cut a third of our funds in the past 2 months, and now there is nothing for this month? What does my sister, the Empress, intend to do? Your Highness, the Empress has always prioritized the White Feather Guard, often shortchanging the military funds for the Demon Suppression Guard. Unbelievable. The Crown Princess, Han Yueshi, slammed her palm onto the table, shattering the exquisite jade surface. Gold and silver are crucial to the Demon Suppression Guard. They are the universal currency of the continent, while jade and artifacts hold no value. With a swift motion, she summoned the Moonshadow sword from the wall, grasping it firmly in her hand. I shall confront Han Yueli and demand justice. Just as Qin Ming completed a set of the ice spirit fist, he heard a sound akin to a tempest rising behind him. Turning, he beheld the Crown Princess clad in black armor, wielding the Moonshadow sword, soaring through the clouds. She radiated an aura of lethal intent. Is this madwoman off to confront another time traveler? But wait, why is she heading towards the Empress's Hall of Flame? As doubts filled Qin Ming's mind, Ling Yin approached, her face etched with concern. Another fight is about to break out. Sister Lingyin, what do you mean by fight? The Empress and the Crown Princess are at odds. During my 8 years here, they have frequently clashed, and their battles are quite fierce. 3 sisters? Then why have I only heard of the Empress and the Crown Princess? There is also a third princess who renounced the world 2 years ago. I have not seen her since. Suddenly, a wave of sword energy from the Moonshadow sword collided with a sphere of deep blue flames, erupting in the air. A cacophony of violent tremors reverberated from the direction of the Hall of Flame, shaking the entire palace as if it might collapse. Qin Ming could only marvel at the chaos unfolding. The sight of 2 mad women in combat is truly terrifying. Sister Lingyin, do you know the reason behind their quarrel? The Emperor has persistently sought to bring the Demon Suppression Tower under his control, yet the Princess of the Long House obstinately refuses, leading to frequent conflicts. Qin Ming privately mused. Conflicts are advantageous. The superfluous mutual slaughter between these 2 natives is beneficial. Little did he know, Lingyin murmured again. Over the years, I have only witnessed the Princess and the Emperor fiercely united on one matter: the hunt for traversers. Qin Ming, such madness. Are traversers bullying you both? Why the relentless targeting? What if one day I achieve mastery, and these 2 stunning beauties simultaneously launch an attack on me? Could I withstand it? Alas, certainly not. My waist wouldn't hold. For the next 3 days, Qin Ming did not see the princess. He speculated that she might have been injured during her battle with the Empress. Qin Ming diligently practiced for 3 consecutive days and nights. His turtle breathing technique reached consummate perfection, the Ice Soul Fist advanced to minor perfection, and the Sky-Slaying Sword attained minor success. His own cultivation level also made a significant leap, breaking through to the 3rd level of body refinement. Qin Ming felt that when the turtle breathing technique combined with his stealth ability, his speed became astonishingly swift. Moreover, his presence was concealed, allowing for unexpected maneuvers. Even when facing opponents of higher rank, he could rely on his speed to evade. Qin Ming opened the locking heaven gourd. Current luck points, 90, he could draw twice. Spent 40 luck points, successful draw, obtained 2nd tier elixir, strength pill. What the heck? Why another strength pill? What do I need such vigor and endurance for? Spent 40 luck points, successful draw. Obtained the Yama Needle box. Yama Needle box, a concealed weapon. Can be used 3 times, each time releasing 3 Yama Needles. Catching the enemy off guard. Can inflict damage on humans, demons, beasts, and ghosts alike. Sounds quite promising. Qin Ming took out the Yama Needle box. The concealed weapon is palm-sized, making it extremely easy to hide. It is adorned with bizarre, exquisite patterns. Another means of self-preservation has been added. According to the agreement, Qin Ming was to visit the spirit realm today. Only in this realm of lingering resentment and dreams of traversers and natives could he elevate his talent level. After all, Yun Shui Yao had mentioned that once the natives undergo beastification, their attack power, defense, and speed could multiply several times, even dozens of times. Such formidable opponents cannot be dealt with solely through cultivation. Talent is the traverser's lifeline. Thus, elevating his talent level is of utmost urgency. Chapter 27. This beauty is truly mad. With a spirit of experimentation, Qin Ming approached the princess's quarters to request permission, stating his intention to study simplified characters at the Demon Suppression Tower. To his astonishment, the mad princess actually consented. This filled Qin Ming with unexpected joy. He clutched the seal in his hands, leaving the palace in high spirits. Fortunately, after traversing several streets, Qin Ming noticed no one following him. At the back entrance of the drunken immortal tower, a deep brown carriage was already waiting. A girl named Qing Xian, gripping a black gold blade, had a cold expression, indicating she had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Qin Ming, she silently leaped into the driver's seat. Qin Ming smoothly entered the carriage, where 2 men he had encountered before were seated. One was short and stout, named Ma Chong, and the other, with dyed red hair obscured by a hood, was called Lu Zonghua. Despite their second meeting, both Ma Chong and Lu Zonghua seemed disinclined to engage in conversation with Qin Ming, huddled in a corner fiddling with their weapons in silence. An hour later, the carriage arrived at the western city of Fluorite. The area was increasingly desolate, with dilapidated buildings overrun by weeds, suggesting it had endured numerous battles. The marks of blades and swords were still vividly etched into the walls. At last, the carriage came to a halt before a crumbling ruin, shrouded in overgrowth. Qing Xian, standing at the front of the carriage, coldly announced, "We have arrived." Gripping her obsidian blade, Her fitted azure attire accentuated her exquisite figure, while a sharply pointed golden hairpin, stained with blood, adorned her long braid. Qin Ming silently mused. This woman is truly unhinged. He recalled that his master had mentioned the presence of spirits within the spiritual realm. He asked, "Have none of you ever ventured into the spiritual realm?" Qing Xian, clutching her blade, replied coolly, "This is my first time." Ma Chong and Lu Zonghua shook their heads in unison. The essence crystals they had previously used were distributed by the organization. This was their inaugural experience. Qin Ming contemplated the advantages of joining the organization, marveling at the provision of essence crystals. The four of them treaded over the overgrown grass and broken walls. In the surrounding darkness, pairs of eerie green eyes glimmered ominously. With his mastery of the turtle-breathing technique, Qin Ming could discern objects within 100 meters even in such dim conditions. After walking less than 200 meters, Qin Ming spotted a dilapidated archway. Its crossbeam inscribed with 4 traditional characters, Fluorite Examination Hall. It appeared to be a site for scholarly pursuits or imperial examinations. Yet, why had this hall fallen into neglect? Could it truly be haunted? Surely, a fantastical world would not be so fearful of ghosts. As Qin Ming advanced a few more steps, he suddenly sensed something amiss. His turtle-breathing technique had previously detected only ruins within 100 meters, yet now, small compartments reminiscent of examination rooms had emerged. The stout Ma Chong clenched his fists and stepped forward, complaining, "My master mentioned that the 5 Elements Alliance provided information about a spiritual realm here. Why is there nothing?" Qing Xian, her hands still gripping the blade, furrowed her brow. Beside her, Lu Zonghua's expression turned grave as he shook his head. Could it be that this spiritual realm requires some mechanism to be activated? Qin Ming turned to the 3 of them and calmly stated, "Have you not realized that we are already within the spiritual realm?" "What?" Ma Chong exclaimed in astonishment. "When we entered, everything around us was merely ruins. But now, the surroundings have transformed." Lu Zonghua raised his right hand, igniting a ball of red flame with a swift motion. It appeared that his talent was related to fire. He then propelled fireballs from both his left and right hands towards either side. Suddenly, a fireball illuminated the surroundings. On either side, there were examination booths lined up closely together. Given the state of the shattered door outside, it was inconceivable that the booths within remained so pristine. Clearly, Qin Ming was correct. We had entered a spiritual realm. Ma Chong and the others glanced at Qin Ming, realizing that this newcomer was quite extraordinary. Warning, danger level increased by 50 times. During this perilous period, the rate of accumulating luck points is elevated by 50 times. Qin Ming immediately became vigilant. Suddenly, Ma Chong let out a furious shout. "Who touched me?" He clenched his fist and swung it backwards. Boom! Lu Zonghua immediately conjured another fireball, illuminating a vast expanse of darkness before them. But there was no one there, not even a beast. "Ma Chong, are you losing your mind? Who would dare touch you?" A burly man. As soon as Lu Zonghua finished speaking, he felt a breath against the back of his ear, causing him to shudder violently. In an instant, he hurled another fireball. Yet again, nothing appeared. There is someone around us," Lu Zonghua shouted. At that very moment, Qin Ming also heard a chilling grinding sound echoing near his ear. His turtle-breathing technique had reached perfection, and he hadn't sensed anyone nearby. Yet, the sound was so vivid, as if the breath were right beside him. Qin Ming tightened his fist and unleashed a strike with his ice soul fist. Boom! Again, he struck nothing but air. He drew forth his bloodfall sword, channeling spiritual energy into its sheath. In an instant, the sword emitted a faint blue glow. Suddenly, a white figure flashed before him, like a ghost. Qin Ming gripped the bloodfall sword and swung forward. Whoosh! A wave of sword energy surged forth, but the white figure vanished without a trace. What is happening? Could it truly be a ghost? Qing Xian, did Elder Yin mention how to break the spiritual realm? Qing Xian remained silent. Ma Chong and Lu Zonghua were also silent. Qin Ming swiftly turned around to look behind him, only to find the dim, eerie surroundings utterly devoid of anyone. What the hell? They had been right here just a moment ago. How could they have vanished so suddenly? Where are they? Qing Xian? Ma Chong? Lu Zonghua? There was no response. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence, and chilling gusts of cold air swept through the darkness. Qin Ming hurriedly composed himself. Creak! The grinding sound echoed again near his right ear, as if something sinister were gnawing on something, the noise excruciatingly jarring. Qin Ming swung the bloodfall sword behind him. Yet still encountered nothingness. His heart raced uncontrollably. Elder Yun Shuiyao had once said, "Every spiritual realm is a manifestation of the grievances of either a traveler or an indigenous soul, and there is always a way to break it." Therefore, finding this lingering grievance was of utmost importance. Chapter 28, The Little Girl. The Beast's Cruelty. With this thought, Qin Ming continued forward, gripping the bloodfall sword tightly, as eerie rustling sounds occasionally whispered in his ears. Even before him, ethereal white figures continued to flit about. Yet, without exception, when Qin Ming perceived them, he found nothing but emptiness. The examination hall was vast, with thousands of such examination compartments. After wandering for half an hour, it suddenly dawned upon him that, given the multitude of compartments, the secret might very well be concealed within them. He pushed open the compartment to his right. The table felt uneven beneath his touch, and the compartment contained nothing but a solitary stool. Qin Ming proceeded to open another examination compartment. This time, in the corner, he stumbled upon a small crimson box. The box was not large, about a foot square, and it bore a rusted iron lock. With a swift strike of his bloodied sword, he shattered the lock. As he opened the red box, a bloody hand came into view, startling Qin Ming, who recoiled several steps. It was a child's hand, slender fingers marred by frostbite and stained with blood. What on earth? Why was there a child's hand? His heart raced, threatening to leap from his chest. He moved on to the next examination compartment, only to find it empty. He opened 3 more, and to his astonishment, he discovered another small red box. Upon opening it, he found a bloody child's ear, also afflicted with frostbite. Who could be so deranged as to commit such atrocities? Qin Ming stepped back from the compartment. At that moment, he suddenly heard a shout. It was Ma Chong's voice. He hurried towards the source of the sound. "There's a ghost. There's a ghost." The burly Ma Chong burst forth from a compartment, flailing his fists in a frenzy. "There's a ghost. But I can't catch it." Upon seeing Qin Ming, he finally seemed to regain some composure. "Qin Ming, there's a ghost. In this examination compartment. There's half a child's arm, all covered in blood." In the next breath, they heard Qin Xian's voice calling from afar. Qin Ming and Ma Chong dashed forward. Turning down a long corridor, they beheld Qin Xian and Lu Zonghua wielding their long knives, their expressions taut with tension. "What happened? How did we get separated so suddenly?" "I don't know." A white shadow kept whispering near my ear. It was truly terrifying. I discovered a wooden box in my compartment, and inside was a foot, belonging to a child. Qin Xian took several deep breaths, her gaze shifting to the unusually calm Qin Ming. Compared to the other two, Qin Ming appeared remarkably composed, which even inspired a hint of respect from the typically aloof Qin Xian. "Qin Ming, what do you think?" Before Qin Ming could respond, Ma Chong clenched his fists and shouted fiercely, "What should we do? In my opinion, we should tear this examination hall apart, or set it ablaze." Lu Zonghua frowned and shook his head. "I tried that earlier. Fire has no effect on these examination compartments." At this remark, Ma Chong was taken aback, and Qin Xian's expression grew even more grave. She approached Qin Ming, arms crossed over her blade. "Qin Ming, what do you think?" Qin Ming furrowed his brow slightly and spoke. "Yun the Elder once remarked that the spirit realm is formed from the lingering souls and resentments of either the transgressors or the indigenous inhabitants. If one cannot decipher the underlying logic, mere brute force is utterly futile." Ma Chong, Qin Xian, and Lu Zonghua appeared pensive. "Have you noticed the crimson boxes emerging within these examination compartments?" "Indeed, we have." Upon opening them, they were gruesomely filled, either severed arms or dismembered flesh, utterly repugnant. I noticed as well. Furthermore, the boxes I pushed were filled with mangled flesh, seemingly belonging to a child. It was pitiful. Qin Ming nodded thoughtfully. I pondered whether, despite the chaotic appearance of these dismembered limbs, assembling them might yield new clues. Qin Xian, Lu Zonghua, and Ma Chong all sank into contemplation. The notion of piecing together corpses is undeniably sinister. After a brief silence, Qin Xian spoke first. "I believe Qin Ming's method is indeed sound. Let us proceed as Qin Ming suggested and gather all those body parts." Qin Ming gestured towards the examination compartment before him, stating, "This is Section 8. I shall conduct the assembly here. You all collect the meat and organs to this location." "Very well, let us proceed." The 3 of them immediately sprang into action, vanishing into the shadows. Qin Ming retrieved a table from the compartment, preparing to assemble the remains upon it. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept through. Warning, danger level increased by 100 times. During this period, The accumulation of luck points accelerates by 100 times. Qin Ming looked up to see a white figure standing in the corner of the compartment. It bowed its head, long locks cascading over its shoulders, a scholar's bamboo basket slung across its back, and a pen gripped tightly in its right hand, the tip stained with fresh blood, dripping onto the ground. Qin Ming's hair stood on end, his heart racing in terror. Summoning his courage, he inquired, "Who are you?" The spectral figure remained silent. Qin Ming seized the bloodfall sword, its blade emanating a blue glow. He gripped the sword tightly and unleashed a surge of sword energy. Whoosh! The white figure vanished once more. As Qin Ming turned around, he found it reappeared on the rooftop, maintaining the same eerie posture, silently confronting him. It neither spoke nor attacked, an unsettling presence. In the blink of an eye, Qing Xian arrived, cradling 2 ears. Ma Chong bore half a severed arm in one hand, while Lu Zonghua rushed in, carrying 2/3 of a broken leg. Qin Ming glanced at the white specter atop the roof, which remained motionless. Ignoring it, he focused on the urgent task of assembling the remains. He infused the bloodfall sword with spiritual energy, casting a faint light that illuminated the table. The dismembered flesh emitted an extremely foul stench. Qin Ming's heart raced, his hands trembling with anxiety. Previously, the most he had pieced together were jigsaw puzzles. Who would have thought he would now be tasked with assembling a corpse? Moreover, a child's corpse at that. Who could be so cruel? Gritting his teeth against the noxious odor, Qin Ming began to piece together the remains. Initially, Qing Xian and the others brought relatively intact organs. However, in the end, many of the fragments were gory and horrifyingly mutilated. As Qin Ming meticulously pieced together the fragments, he found himself engulfed in contemplation. It was an arduous task, made all the more challenging by the unsettling presence of a specter observing him. Eventually, when a semblance of a human figure began to take shape, Qin Ming discerned that the remains belonged to a girl of about 7 or 8 years of age. He finally managed to assemble the last piece of flesh, still encased in skin. Suddenly, the white, ghostly figure that had been standing atop the building emitted a mournful wail. The sound echoed through the courtyard like that of a vengeful spirit lamenting its fate, resonating throughout the examination hall. Qin Ming and his companions, Qing Xian, fixated their gaze upon the spectral figure. Abruptly, the atmosphere of the entire courtyard transformed. The once dark surroundings were illuminated as dawn broke, revealing a multitude of ethereal apparitions. Clad in white, blue, and green scholar robes, they carried bamboo baskets and held writing implements, each exuding an air of confidence as they advanced towards the examination hall. Qin Ming and his companions stood on the main path, yet these candidates seemed utterly oblivious to their presence. Chapter 29. The Transgressor Must Pay. The little girl perished from the cold. At the forefront, upon a raised pavilion, stood an examiner stroking his beard and calling out in a booming voice, "Esteemed candidates, please proceed to the examination rooms promptly. The test will commence in a quarter of an hour." Numerous candidates passed by Qin Ming and his companions. At that moment, a scholar clad in white captured everyone's attention as he approached the entrance of the examination hall. He bore a tattered bamboo basket on his back and held the hand of a small girl. The girl, no more than 7 or 8 years old, was clad in ragged clothing, appearing remarkably frail. "Respected examiner, I am Wang Yu. My parents have passed away, and I have come to take the imperial examination alongside my younger sister. I beseech you to allow her entry into the examination hall, where she may sit in a corner until I complete my test and can take her away." "That is out of the question. The examination hall is a sacred place. It cannot accommodate those who are unrelated." Wang Yu turned to his sister with a gentle expression, saying, "Nyo, you must wait for your brother outside the examination hall. Today, I will be tested on poetry. After 30 years of hard study, I am certain to achieve a high score, and then you shall enjoy a prosperous life. But brother, Nyo is very hungry. I promise to take you to eat something delicious once I finish the exam." The examiner, with one hand resting behind his back, inquired loudly, "Wang Yu, are you truly that confident in your ability to excel?" With unwavering determination, Wang Yu replied, "I have practiced calligraphy since the age of 3, composed poetry at 5, and after 30 years of diligent study, I shall undoubtedly succeed today." The youthful scholars within the examination hall murmured among themselves, "I have heard that Wang Yu possesses extraordinary talent. Indeed, he is formidable. Yes, it is said he can compose a fine poem in just 2 hours. This time he is sure to gain the emperor's favor." The examiner, stroking his beard, nodded in approval, If you can truly compose a poem in 2 hours, Wang Yu, you are indeed a prodigy. But scarcely had he finished speaking when a scholar clad in green from examination room number 3 burst into laughter. Respected examiner, if composing a poem in 2 hours makes one a genius, then what should we call myself, Xiao Chun, who can create a poem in just 15 minutes? Qin Ming and his companions turned to look at the young man in green, noticing that his trousers, visible beneath his robe, were, to their astonishment, denim. Transgressor. Qin Ming and his companions recognized him immediately. For a time traveler, crafting a poem in a mere quarter of an hour was indeed a trivial feat. The surrounding scholars were immediately incensed. Wang Yu was a prodigy, capable of composing a poem in merely 2 hours. How could one expect to rival him in just a quarter of an hour? It was sheer folly. Indeed, how could anyone possibly compare to Wang Yu? The man in the blue attire, Xiao Chun, fixed a piercing gaze upon Wang Yu and proclaimed loudly, Wang Yu, since everyone believes you to be formidable, do you dare to compete with me in today's examination? Wang Yu set down his bamboo basket, and the crowd erupted in a chorus of excitement. Even the examiner, perched upon the high platform, looked upon Wang Yu with eager anticipation. Wang Yu mused to himself, am I not a genius in my own right? Having toiled for 30 years? Surely I cannot be outdone by a mere 15-year-old. Let the contest begin. Xiao Chun declared with a thump on the table. Esteemed examiner, if I can produce a fine poem within a quarter of an hour, and Wang Yu fails to do so, he should be expelled from the examination hall. Upon hearing this, Qing Xian leaned closer to Qin Ming and whispered, this time traveler, Xiao Chun, is rather despicable. He clearly seeks to elevate himself at the expense of others. Qin Ming nodded, but suddenly recalled the many novels he had read on Blue Star. Were not time travelers often portrayed in such a manner? The literary plagiarists taking advantage of others' decades of arduous study. As the competition commenced, the other students responded to their questions while enjoying the spectacle. In less than a quarter of an hour, Xiao Chun indeed completed his poem. Esteemed examiner, I have finished my poem. However, my fingers have been pained lately, so I beg your forgiveness for any shortcomings in my writing. Qin Ming thought to himself, which time traveler writes well with a brush? The other students gasped in astonishment, and even Wang Yu, who was deep in thought, was taken aback. The examiner picked up the scroll and read aloud. The Zhao guessed Danzahu ribbon. The Wuhook shines bright as frost and snow. The silver saddle reflects the white horse, galloping forth like a shooting star. Qin Ming and his companions instantly recognized it as a passage from Li Bai's The Heroic Guest. The crowd erupted in applause. How impeccably structured. The artistic conception was lofty and graceful. Wang Yu was defeated. Xiao Chun had produced such a timeless masterpiece in just a quarter of an hour. I once thought Wang Yu was a genius, but in the presence of Xiao Chun, he is but a trifle. Nearly 40 years old. Wang Yu trembled as he gazed at the poem. Unwilling to concede, he questioned, what does the Zhao guest signify? It refers to an assassin from the state of Zhao. Xiao Chun replied, momentarily taken aback. But our history does not include the state of Zhao. Xiao Chun hesitated, then hastily retorted, of course, it is fictional. You fool. Having lost, why do you not leave the examination hall? I refuse to accept this. I have been a child prodigy since my youth and have labored over my studies for 30 years. How can it be that you produced such a poem in just a quarter of an hour? You have lost regardless. Depart now. Xiao Chun waved dismissively. The others echoed his sentiment, urging, be gone. Wang Yu, you must accept your defeat. Even the examiner, holding the poem aloft, exclaimed with excitement, Xiao Chun, this poem is truly splendid. Might I add my name to the title, so that I too may be immortalized? Of course, esteemed examiner. Just ensure that he is expelled. Excellent. Wang Yu, you have lost. Quickly depart. The examiner commanded. Someone, throw Wang Yu out of the examination hall. In an instant, amidst the fervent cries of Wang Yu, he was forcibly escorted away by 2 constables. The sky was shrouded in a heavy snowfall, blanketing the examination grounds in a pristine white. Qin Ming and his companions felt a chilling sensation wash over them. This was utterly outrageous. Qing Xian gripped his blade and advanced towards the spectral figure of Xiao Chun, exclaiming in fury, I shall slay him. How dare he bully others so mercilessly? In a swift motion, he swung his sword, shattering the scene of the examination. Suddenly, another tableau unfolded before Qin Ming and the others. The streets were laden with snow, exuding an unbearable cold. In a desolate temple corner, the white-clad scholar Wang Yu huddled with his younger sister. She trembled violently from the cold. Brother, I am so cold and hungry, she lamented. Tears streamed down Wang Yu's face as he wept incessantly. "Brother, they say you have been expelled from the examination hall. Does this mean you cannot sit for the imperial exam this year?" A wave of despair washed over Wang Yu, causing him to cough up blood. "I refuse to believe that anyone in this world can compose a timeless poem in just a quarter of an hour. I cannot accept it." His writing was so unsightly, yet he could produce such exquisite poetry. Wang Yu rose to his feet in despair, gazing into the blizzard as tears flowed freely. "My parents sacrificed their health to fund my education, unable to afford medicine, and ultimately succumbed to illness. I sold our home to bring my sister to the capital for the imperial examination, only to be expelled today. Oh heavens, why is this so?" he cried. "Why is he so formidable? Why?" With that, Wang Yu spat blood onto the immaculate snow. This heart-wrenching scene stirred deep sympathy in Qin Ming and his companions. "Qin Ming, look," Qin Xian pointed sorrowfully to the corner. "That little girl, Niu, seems to have frozen to death." Indeed, the frail, cold, and hungry girl, who had pinned all her hopes on her brother's success in the examination, had perished in the bitter cold. Her hands, feet, and ears were covered in frostbite. In an instant, Qin Ming recalled the disassembled corpse he had pieced together. It bore the same frostbite on its ears and extremities. It seemed that the reconstructed body belonged to this child. The anguished cries of Wang Yu echoed in his ears as he mourned over his sister's lifeless body. "Niu, I am so sorry. Forgive me," he wailed, lamenting the loss that had come at the expense of his 30 years of arduous study. At that moment, the tavern keeper approached, accompanied by 2 young attendants, and kicked Wang Yu. "You pitiful scholar. You stayed at my tavern for 2 days, boasting that you would succeed, only to be bested by a mere 15-year-old boy. What a disgrace. Now, repay the 3 taels of silver you owe me." Wang Yu, consumed by his inner torment, could only weep bitterly, resenting the injustice of the heavens. One of the attendants whispered, "Master, there have been so many scholars at dawn these past few days. Our bun shop, located right by the examination hall, could have made a fortune. But this wretched scholar refuses to pay, leaving us with nothing to buy meat." The corpulent tavern keeper turned his malevolent gaze towards Niu. "Since this impoverished scholar cannot settle his debt, we shall take his sister as payment. Take her away." Chapter 30, Chaos. The White-Clad Spectre. At this moment, the snow fell in torrents. By the time Scholar Wang Yu realized what was happening, the body of the sister, long frozen, had vanished. He hurriedly found himself at the entrance of the examination hall. At the Baozi shop by the entrance, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Many candidates emerged, indulging in the delicious buns. Wang Yu, disheveled and exhausted, collapsed onto the ground. After a while, the young man in a green robe, Xiao Chun, who had exchanged verses with him, approached. He tossed a bun before Wang Yu and said, "Eat up. I know you're famished. I merely wish to triumph over you, not to take your life. I'm not convinced. After 30 years of arduous study, how could I possibly lose to you?" Xiao Chun smirked mischievously. Leaning closer, he whispered mockingly in Wang Yu's ear, 30 years of hard work, yet do you know? I'm actually a poor student. I merely memorized a poem by chance and crushed you. Don't you feel distressed?" Ha ha. With laughter, Xiao Chun was swept away by the crowd. Fuming, the nearby Qin Xian, wielding a black gold knife, charged forward again, only to be restrained by Qin Ming. "Don't go. This is an illusion, perhaps a memory from the past. What good would it do to attack him now? This scoundrel is nothing but a failed student. Traversing here to bully others, he is insignificant." In the corner, Wang Yu clutched a steaming baozi, unable to resist taking a bite. To his shock, something lodged in his throat. Upon retrieving it, he discovered an iron ring inscribed with the name Niu. In an instant, Wang Yu was driven to madness. Niu. He rose, intent on confronting Xiao Chun and settling the score at the baozi shop, but stumbled and fell, never to rise again. Wang Yu was dead. Blood stained the vast expanse of white snow. At that moment, all surrounding illusions abruptly vanished. The sky once again turned dark and foreboding. A chilling wind swept through. From atop the roof, a ghostly scholar surged toward the fore. His disheveled hair was blown by the cold wind, his face smeared with blood. "You damned traversers! You damned traversers! Return my life!" Qin Ming instinctively dodged to the left. The specter seemed to possess a spiritual realm of the second tier. Ma Chong and Lu Zonghua quickly retreated. Yet, Qin Xian, like a battle maniac, charged forward with her black gold knife. She sprang into the air, blades in hand. Talent, sword technique, sequence 33, activate. A 5-meter-long blade shadow descended. With her established spiritual realm, her expression was as cold as frost. However, the white, ghostly figure vanished in an instant. The black gold knife struck the building, creating a cacophony of splintering wood. As Qin Ming grasped his bloodied sword, he sensed a chilling breath beside him. Without hesitation, he activated his talents of concealment and turtle breathing simultaneously, retreating while unleashing the sky-slaying sword technique. A stream of sword energy sliced through the darkness. Although Qin Ming's cultivation was only at the 3rd tier of body tempering, his speed was astonishing. Ma Chong and Lu Zonghua were utterly astonished. The white, ghostly figure that had attacked Qin Ming vanished once more. Cackling echoed around, sending shivers down their spines. The specter of the white-clad scholar lurks everywhere. Damn those time travelers who plagiarize poetry and bully me. May you all perish. Ma Chong clenched his fists, muscles bulging with intensity. This ghost plays tricks. Let us advance. He planted his feet firmly on the ground. Talent. Hard bone, sequence 40. Activate. In an instant, his muscles surged, and his height increased by half a meter. Boom. Ma Chong struck at the phantom behind him. Yet, his punch missed entirely as the white specter suddenly materialized before him. As he turned, the scholar's ghost extended its long claws to stab at his throat, exploiting the vulnerability of his enhanced physique. Lu Zonghua hurled a fireball, a foot in diameter, toward the specter. The fireball shattered before Ma Chong, startling the ghost into retreat. The others hurried over to assess Ma Chong's injuries. However, the scholar's specter reappeared before Lu Zonghua. He quickly unleashed his fire talent, sending 2 fireballs soaring, both of which missed their mark. Panic surged within him, prompting an immediate retreat, yet the ghost seized him by the throat. You damn time travelers! You shall all die? The scholar's specter was about to exert its strength when Qin Xian struck down with her blade. The ghost staggered back 3 meters, just 5 meters from Qin Ming. Qin Ming produced the Hell Needle box. Whoosh! 3 hell needles shot forth, capable of inflicting harm on beings of all natures. Indeed, the needles pierced through. The specter let out a howl of agony. A breath later, Qin Xian reappeared, wielding her black gold blade, delivering a flurry of strikes that forced the ghost to retreat step by step. Eventually, with a resounding crack, the phantom vanished. Qin Ming heightened his perception to the maximum. The cries of the damned echoed from all directions, each more heart-wrenching than the last. Suddenly, a chill crept up behind him. Without turning, he released the Hell Needle box behind him. Whoosh! 3 needles shot out, eliciting another wail from the specter. Lu Zonghua, scrambling to his feet, furiously hurled a barrage of flames. At last, the figure of the white-clad scholar began to dissipate. It floated to the rooftop, only to be intercepted by Qin Xian, who had long awaited her moment, striking down from above. The white specter was utterly vanquished. The crowd gasped for breath. What transpired? Wang Yu's resentment should have been quelled. Why does this spiritual realm remain unbroken? Qin Ming pondered, his gaze once more resting on Nyo-Nyo's lifeless body. Let us bury this body together. Are you certain that burying this corpse is effective? Uncertain, but judging by the earlier vision, I believe Wang Yu and his sister suffered greatly, especially the little girl. She did nothing wrong, yet was starved and turned into buns. Ma Chong wiped the blood from his lips, perplexed. Qin Ming, what I don't understand is, if his sister was made into buns, why do these fragments of corpses appear in the corners of the examination hall? That's simple. Qin Xian leapt from the eaves, wielding her sword with both hands. Many candidates participating in the imperial examination had consumed buns, which explained the scattered limbs of Nyo-Nyo appearing in various examination halls. Qin Ming nodded, taking a deep breath. Alongside others, he excavated a deep pit in the corner of the left wall, gradually placing the dismembered body into the earth before covering it with soil. Just as they completed this grim task, the enchanting illusion of the fluorescent academy around them abruptly dissipated, revealing the desolate landscape marred by severed limbs. They had succeeded. The spiritual realm had finally materialized. The realm selected by their master for their initiation was relatively straightforward. Straightforward indeed? It was merely that Qin Ming's quick wits had allowed him to navigate the situation. Had he been trapped inside, he could have spent a decade without escape. Chapter 31. The Ballad of Clouds and Water. Are you not a eunuch? Qin Ming smiled as he noticed 4 blue essence shards descending from the sky, each party member claiming one. Holding it in his hand, he felt its icy coolness, teeming with energy. Previously, it was his master who provided the essence shards for enhancing talents. He never anticipated that acquiring one would be so arduous. Ma Chong, gripping his shard with a hearty grin, remarked, "The essence shard we obtained ourselves feels remarkably good." Lu Zonghu let out a long sigh, exclaiming, "It is indeed hard-earned. We nearly met our demise." Qin Ming tucked away his essence shard and turned to see Qin Xian striding outward, her long braids swaying gracefully, exuding a spirited demeanor. This girl truly was exceptional. Her combat style within the illusion had been fiercely aggressive, and her final strike had decisively vanquished the ghostly scholar. What appeared simple surely concealed a wealth of spiritual techniques. Upon returning to the back courtyard of the drunken immortal pavilion in a carriage with the three companions, they found Yin Shui Yao waiting. "You all returned half a day sooner than I had anticipated," she remarked. "Master, you could have forewarned us about how to navigate that spiritual realm. We nearly perished within. Each spiritual realm exists but once, devoid of any prior experience. One can only gauge its strength by the emitted malevolent aura. What awaits upon entry is purely a matter of luck." So it was. Qin Xian quietly recounted the events within the spiritual realm to Master Yin Shui Yao, particularly highlighting Qin Ming's composure and intelligence. Yin Shui Yao nodded, rising to stand before Qin Ming. "Congratulations, Qin Ming, on earning the qualification to join the Five Elements Alliance. Our alliance comprises 5 branches: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Which branch do you wish to join?" Her eyes, resembling autumn waters, were filled with admiration. "Should you choose to join my fire hall, I would be especially delighted. As a token of apprenticeship, I shall present you with Qin Xian's essence shard." Qin Xian's expression soured at this, and she bit her lip, exclaiming anxiously, "Master, you are being rather biased. Why should my essence shard be given to him? Besides, if he does not wish to join, he need not. I certainly do not desire an additional eunuch junior brother." Qin Ming felt invigorated by her words. "Senior Yun, I genuinely wish to become your disciple. However, I prefer not to be a junior disciple, and I have a fondness for older sisters. If Qin Xian could be my junior sister, I would." A sharp sound interrupted him. Qin Xian withdrew the obsidian blade, pointing it directly at Qin Ming. "Do not speak so recklessly. How outrageous." Yin Shui Yao snorted coldly. "Qin Ming, your request is not too difficult. My master has consented. Henceforth, Qin Xian shall be your junior sister." This declaration infuriated Qin Xian, who stamped her foot in indignation. "Humph! Qin Xian, surrender your essence for my master's use," she was commanded. "Master, this is something I have painstakingly acquired. My master has decreed that this shall be your greeting gift. You can reclaim your essence once my master visits the Five Elements Alliance next." With that, Yin Shui Yao received Qin Xian's essence and placed it in Qin Ming's hands. Qin Xian glared at Qin Ming, her chest heaving with pent-up frustration. "Junior sister, do not be so angry. You have already reached the spirit communication realm, while I am merely at the 3rd level of body refinement. I am in dire need of essence to enhance my talents." "Thank you." "Humph." Qin Xian turned on her heel and stormed toward the inner chamber. Her fair face puffed in anger, stomping her feet as she muttered, "Damn eunuch. Just wait until my master is absent. I will seek my revenge." Yin Shui Yao led Qin Ming into a secluded chamber. In the center stood an octagonal table and a redwood chair. An incense burner rested atop the table. Yin Shui Yao handed Qin Ming 3 incense sticks. "Since you have chosen to become my disciple, let us perform a simple initiation ceremony in this extraordinary moment. Kneel." Qin Ming promptly accepted the 3 sticks of incense and knelt upon the mat. "Master, please accept my bow." He bowed to the incense burner, honoring the past leaders of the Five Elements Alliance. Following this, he bowed again to the current leader, Jin Yangzi, who was not present in the Ingstone Imperial City. "Upon his return, I will arrange for you to meet." "Yes, master." Qin Ming bowed 3 more times to the incense burner. Shortly thereafter, Yin Shui Yao seated herself in the redwood chair. Clad in white, she was enveloped in a wisp of blue smoke, resembling a celestial maiden. "Qin Ming, today as you take your vows, do you do so with sincerity?" "Master, I am wholeheartedly sincere." "Excellent. Proceed with the initiation." Qin Ming bowed thrice and rose. Yin Shui Yao retrieved a stack of silver notes from her sleeve, nearly 2,000 taels in total. "Master, what is this?" "This is all for you. Keep it safe and do not let the other disciples see." "Master, I perceive that business at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion is not thriving. 2,000 taels is rather excessive." "Take it," Yin Shui Yao replied earnestly. "Since I have accepted you as my disciple, I must treat you sincerely. The other disciples are outside the palace. Their safety safeguarded by the Five Elements Alliance. You, however, are situated within the palace of the Qin, where the Princess of Chang does not hesitate to spill blood. Many of our traversers have perished at her hands. You will need silver to navigate within the palace, so keep it on hand for unforeseen circumstances. Qin Ming felt a gentle warmth in his heart. He had merely met Yun Shui Yao by chance, yet she treated him with such kindness, providing him with essence and silver. Thank you, Master. Qin Ming, do you have any matters within the palace that require my assistance? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ming replied softly, Master, there is indeed one thing. Upon my arrival in this world, I inadvertently took the life of an individual known as Xiao Qinzi, assuming his identity within the palace. What? Yun Shuiyao exclaimed in astonishment. Are you implying that you are not a eunuch? Master, I never claimed to be a eunuch. I responded, feeling a slight flush of embarrassment at the nature of the conversation with a young man brimming with vigor. It seems we were mistaken. Believing you were a eunuch in the Qin Palace, does that not place you in a more perilous situation? Master, I possess unique methods, I implored. I kindly request your assistance in investigating Xiao Qinzi's background. I fear that one day my true identity may be revealed. I understand. This is indeed a matter of urgency. What distinguishing features does he possess? Master, I only know that his waist token bears the name Xiao Qinzi, and he has a fresh scar running from his left eye to his neck. He is of a similar stature to mine and bears some resemblance to me. Hailing from the West County of Cold Night City. Very well. I shall investigate and have Qing Xian send you a message once I have results. If it can be resolved, I will certainly do my utmost to assist you. Thank you, Master. No need for thanks. The hour is late. Hasten to attend to your duties. And if possible, bring some food for your uncle, Master. As you command. Qin Ming procured 4 savory pastries. Upon arriving at the Demon Suppression Tower, he did not immediately proceed to the inferno where Mu Sijia resided. Instead, he seated himself before the bookshelf, feigning engagement with a book. Gradually, he began to circulate his spiritual energy. He retrieved 2 azure essence orbs and swallowed one. In an instant, the locking heaven gourd revealed inscriptions. Essence energy detected. Talent can be upgraded. Please make a selection. Upgrade copy talent, sequence 9, upgrade successful, level 2 attained. Number of talents from other traversers that can be copied. 2. Gourd, if I utilize another essence orb, can I elevate the copy talent to level 3? To upgrade talent from level 2 to level 3, 2 essence orbs are required. Qin Ming mused, never mind. I shall allocate this essence orb to enhance my concealment talent. Upgrade concealment talent, sequence 103, successful, level 2 attained. Capable of perfectly concealing breath, bloodline, and cultivation. Speed tripled in combat. I never anticipated that the upgrade of concealment talent would yield such extraordinary effects. The ability to triple my speed during an ambush. This is truly the essence of an assassination tool. Remarkable. Chapter 32, The Wayward Woman in the Pigpen. Qin Ming continued his cultivation for a while longer, solidifying his 3rd stage of body refinement. He then began to practice intricate characters. As dusk fell, the atmosphere within the Demon Suppression Tower grew increasingly shadowy. Only then did he stealthily make his way towards Mu Sijia. The fireflies in the inferno had dimmed considerably, casting the surroundings into a murky gloom filled with incessant wails. The traversers confined within the cells on either side appeared increasingly wretched, all gazing at Qin Ming with eyes full of hope. One female traverser, clad in a short black skirt, crawled desperately to the entrance of the inferno. My dear brother, I implore you, grant me something to eat. I am at your mercy. I can play the flute and strum the strings of a zither. Please. I beseech you for a morsel of food. Qin Ming noticed that several other travelers were observing him intently from their cells. Under such circumstances, he dared not take a gamble. He resolutely chose to disregard the demands of the woman in black stockings and turned to leave. At last, he arrived at Mu Sijia's cell. Fortunately, there were no other prisoners nearby. Leaning against the corner of the prison, Mu Sijia was covered in blood. Qin Ming gently tapped on the iron door. Instantly, Mu Sijia awoke, his eyes wide with joy and surprise. He quietly crawled to the door and whispered, Child, have you made contact? Master Uncle. Qin Ming's address immediately resonated with Mu Sijia, who beamed with delight. You have passed the spiritual realm assessment and taken my senior sister as your master? Qin Ming nodded. Splendid. We, the travelers, have hope now. We have hope. The despondent glimmer in his eyes brightened with renewed vigor. Qin Ming retrieved 4 pieces of flatbread from his sleeve and stealthily handed them to him. The moment he touched Mu Sija's bloodied arm, the locking heaven gourd sprang forth once more. Detected traveler talent. Lie detection, sequence 99. Would you like to replicate? Remaining replicable talents. 1. Replicate. Replication successful. Lie detection talent. Level 1 when activated, allows the user to detect lies from the target up to 5 times a day. Qin Ming contemplated that he could now replicate 2 talents. The concealment talent was quite valuable and should be preserved. He opted to take the lie detection talent for now, intending to replace it with a superior ability should he encounter one later. After all, in this world, strength was paramount. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. Qin Ming quickly signaled to Mu Sija. Mu Sija retreated into the corner, carefully concealing the 4 pieces of flatbread. Qin Ming proceeded toward the entrance. A squad of demon suppression guards approached. Upon seeing Qin Ming, one of them remarked, "Qin Gonggong, what brings you here?" "I have come at the behest of the Long Princess to learn simplified characters. There are several characters I cannot master, and was hoping to consult a traveler. Yet, they all seem half dead." "Ah, indeed. These travelers are malevolent beings from beyond, so it is only natural they appear in such a state." Qin Ming observed that they were dragging an iron cage behind them, within which were 2 naked women, battered and bloodied. "My good sirs, who are these 2? The woman on the left was to marry the son of Lu Yuanwei. However, Lu Yuanwei had already paid the betrothal gifts, and this woman took the gifts to entice the son of the neighboring Minister Wang. We, the demon suppression guards, happened to be investigating there and found this matter amiss. How could women of Dian Kingdom behave so scandalously?" Under severe interrogation, she indeed turned out to be a traveler. Qin Ming was taken aback. Such incidents were not unheard of on Blue Star. The woman on the left was bloodied and battered, her chest a grotesque mess. As for the woman on the right, after marrying, she forsook her duties, claiming a pursuit of true love, abandoning her husband and child to flee. Consequently, we apprehended her, and under intense interrogation, she too was revealed to be a traveler. "Qin Gonggong, look at these travelers. The pursuit of true love is nothing short of debauchery. And what do you intend to do with them, confining them in this cage? Drench them in the pig trough. Behind the demon suppression tower lies a stinking ditch teeming with venomous snakes. Drag them there and submerge them." Qin Ming inhaled deeply as the demon suppression guards dragged the iron cage into the distance. The 2 women wept and wailed, yet their plight evoked no sympathy. Instead, it incited the guards to lash out even more fiercely. The night had fallen, and Qin Ming knew he must return to the palace swiftly. These women truly are peculiar. Having traversed into this world, could they not acknowledge reality and adopt a more discreet demeanor? Their tragic fate is indeed lamentable. Upon returning to the Taiying Palace, Qin Ming reflected on the spirit realm he had entered that day. His master, Yin Shui Yao, had once said that the spirit realm might hold the key to unraveling the truth. If one were to consider the events that transpired in the Firefly Academy from the perspective of the locals, it would be evident that the time traveler, Xiao Chun, was not a virtuous individual. A mediocre student, having memorized only a few poems, arrived in this world, flaunting his power and causing the death of Wang Yu, who had toiled for 30 years in his studies. His sister perished as well, suffering a fate of freezing to death and being consumed by others. This could very well serve as a justification for the locals' disdain towards the travelers. Yet, Qin Ming suspected that the truth behind it all was not so straightforward. At that moment, a sharp reprimand echoed from the Long Princess's hall. "Get away from me." This was followed by the sound of plates and bowls shattering on the ground. Pushing the door open, Qin Ming beheld the scene at the entrance of the Long Princess's hall. 12 female officers and Ling Ying were present, and several dishes of food and soup lay shattered on the floor. Upon seeing Qin Ming, the charming officer, Mei Yang, seemed to devise a plan and eagerly rushed over. "Little Qin, you've returned. What a relief. Please do us a favor." "What is it?" 3 days ago, the Long Princess fought with the Empress and sustained injuries. She hasn't eaten or drunk anything since returning. Please help us by bringing her some food. Why don't you take it to her? When we tried, she knocked it over and warned that anyone who dared to enter again would have their legs broken. Then why do you want me to go? Little Qin, just consider it a favor for your sisters. And if my legs are indeed broken, who will take responsibility for my later years? Do not worry. After all, you've already lost a leg before. Losing 2 more won't matter. Our sisters in the Taiying Palace can support you. Qin Ming shot Mei Yang an exasperated glare before turning to enter the room. Apologies, Sister Mei Yang. but I shall not go. To his surprise, Mei Yang stretched her arms to block his path. The force of her presence nearly pushed him back. You must go. Listen to your sister. I will accompany you to gaze at the stars. What stars in this sky? Then I shall take you to Baiku Ridge to hunt. How absurd. I refuse to go. Mei Yang's expression shifted immediately. Then choose. Either accompany me to Baiku Ridge to hunt, or face the 12 female officers who will all come for you. Qin Ming felt overwhelmed. At the doorway stood all 12 zodiac signs, arms crossed defiantly, their eyes gleaming with mischief. Little Qin, will you go or not? 12 swords gleamed ominously as Qin Ming hastily leapt from his chair. Go, go, go? Isn't it customary to deliver meals to the master? Why draw your blades? He grumbled as he took the plate from Meng Tu's hands. One day, I shall give you all 12 of you a thorough thrashing. Chapter 33. Rescuing the Eldest Princess. A forbidden secret at the entrance to the hall, the eldest princess, with reddened eyes, expressed her concern upon seeing Qin Ming. Be careful, Qin Ming. Fear not. If the eldest princess intends to harm me, I shall simply take my leave. Qin Ming's jest nearly elicited a laugh from Ling Yin. She pointed to the illuminated 11th floor above. Ascend these stairs. The princess is in her chamber on the 11th floor. Understood. Qin Ming climbed the staircase, while the 12 zodiac members below gazed up anxiously. Will little Qin be all right? The princess has been in a particularly foul mood lately, after all the slaps we've received. If it's little Qin. Upon hearing this, Ling Yin's anxiety deepened. Qin Ming ascended to the 11th floor, which towered higher than a 20-story building on Blue Star, offering a sweeping view of the entire fluoride imperial city. Yet, at that moment, he had no inclination to admire the scenery. He approached the Bagua door and gently knocked. Eldest princess, little Qin has matters to report. Get lost. Eldest princess, I shall merely place this dish down and leave at once. If you dare enter, I shall sever your legs. Qin Ming turned around, noticing the 12 zodiac members below, swords drawn halfway, their eyes fixed upon him. What madness is this, you deranged women? Eldest princess, I only wish to speak before departing. No response came from within the room. Qin Ming pushed the door open and entered. He had never been in this chamber before. The room was spacious, shaped like a bagua, adorned with over a dozen fluorite lamps, and covered with a crimson carpet. The furniture was crafted from precious red sandalwood. The eldest princess, draped in dark purple silk robes, reclined on a red sandalwood chair. Her complexion was pale, lips dry and blood-stained, yet her eyes were chillingly cold, as if poised to kill. Little Qin, are you seeking death? After 3 breaths, your head shall roll. Qin Ming immediately activated his lie detection ability. Lie detection activated. Result, falsehood. He exhaled slowly. Eldest princess, I am caught in a dilemma. Should I refrain from entering? The 12 zodiac members shall sever my hands. Yet if I enter, you will take my legs. After consideration, I prefer to keep my hands, as I can still perform some tasks in the Qin Palace. The eldest princess paused, waving her sleeve dismissively. I shall not eat. Take all of it away. Your Highness. In addition to the meal, there is also the restorative soup prepared by Sister Ling Yin. I shall not drink it. Dispose of it. Qin Ming recalled the battle between the eldest princess and the empress 3 days prior. Ling Yin had mentioned that the 3 princesses were in a constant struggle for power, especially the animosity between the eldest princess and the empress, which was akin to fire and water. Qin Ming hesitated briefly and spoke softly, imbued with a sense of gamble. Is the princess not planning to slay both her subordinates and Sister Ling Yin, along with the entire zodiac? What did you say? The princess slammed her hand on the table, coughing several times as she pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Ming. I shall have your life for such audacious words. Lie detection activated. Result, falsehood. It seemed the princess, at that moment, had no intention of inflicting harm. Qin Ming breathed a sigh of relief and continued, Your Highness, given your grievous injuries and reluctance to take medicine, allowing this condition to worsen is perilous. Should you suffer any misfortune, who among the inhabitants of Qin Palace could hope to survive? They would all perish. What do you mean? My meaning is that your Highness is our sovereign. Your well-being is paramount, more so than anyone else's. If anything were to happen to you, we would all face His Majesty's wrath and meet with dire consequences. Does she dare? Does Han Yueli dare? The princess slammed the table, rising abruptly from her chair. She clutched her chest, her complexion pale, as she coughed violently while shouting, If she dares to harm my subordinates, I will not spare her. Cough, cough, cough. The princess coughed fiercely several times, blood seeping from the corners of her mouth. A chilling aura enveloped her. Qin Ming noticed the fiery grass he had gifted her resting on the table, a clear indication of her cold constitution. Her eyes glinted with hatred as her hands clenched tightly. I truly regret believing that treacherous wretch, Han Yueli. She even dares to withhold the military funds of the Demon Suppression Guard. I shall have her life. With a sudden gasp, the princess coughed up blood, and in an instant, her vision darkened, causing her to collapse onto the carpet. Qin Ming rushed to her side. Your Highness. Your Highness? The princess's skin felt chillingly cold. Was she even human? Her wrist was colder than ancient ice, sending shivers throughout his body upon contact. He lifted the princess and made his way toward the bed. She was intoxicatingly beautiful, even in her madness. Qin Ming inhaled deeply, shaking off his errant thoughts. The princess's coldness contrasted sharply with his own pure yang energy. He could not succumb to her. Yet, with his current cultivation level, he feared he might be drained by her. Recalling the potent strength elixir he had drawn earlier that day, he consumed it without hesitation. Instantly, a surge of energy coursed through him. He positioned himself behind the princess, moving his hands to channel his abundant yang energy into her body. The moment his palms made contact, a frost enveloped his hands. Gritting his teeth, he persevered. Having resolved to save her, he would see it through to the end. With unwavering determination, he poured all his spiritual energy into her, sustaining this effort for an entire hour. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, his complexion as pale as death. Yet, the princess's frail, cold body showed marked improvement. A hint of color returning to her cheeks. Gently, he laid her on the bed, pulling the covers over her to ensure her warmth. He placed the blazing fire herb beside her once more. Just as Qin Ming prepared to depart, his attention was drawn to a painting hanging by the bedside. The artwork depicted an empress clad in a dragon robe, seated at a table with her 3 daughters and 1 son, cheerfully ladling porridge into their bowls. This empress must be the mother of the eldest princess. Yet, he had never heard of the eldest princess having a brother. There had been no mention of a prince within the borders of the Dayan Kingdom. It appeared that the family once enjoyed a harmonious existence, with the 3 sisters sharing a close bond. How could it be that now the eldest princess and the empress were at such odds? Rising, Qin Ming felt an urge to leave the room immediately. Just as he prepared to exit, he suddenly noticed the eldest princess, who was in a state of unconsciousness, wore an expression of profound sorrow. It was the first time he had witnessed such vulnerability in this formidable woman. Han Yueli, you madwoman. My sister and I helped you eliminate the brother destined for the throne so that you could ascend to power. What more do you desire? Qin Ming was utterly taken aback. What a shocking revelation. Chapter 34. 13 beauties stand before the bed, shocked. The eldest princess and the 3rd princess murdered the brother who was supposed to inherit the throne? Han Yueli, you forced my sister into a life of seclusion. And now you wish to seize the demon suppressing guard from me. You beast. My mother said before her death, the demon suppressing guard could never be given to you. If you continue to press me, I shall take us both to our end. Coughing violently, the eldest princess curled up. Unexpectedly, the silk nightgown that had enveloped her slipped away, revealing a vast expanse of her snowy white chest. This sight left Qin Ming utterly stunned. Good heavens, how fair! What to do? If he were to leave like this, the mad eldest princess might awaken and see her attire, thinking he, Qin Ming, was to blame. However, if he approached to help her dress, what if she awoke at that moment? After hesitating for 3 breaths, he decided to take the risk and assist her in dressing. He cautiously extended his hand, his heart racing with anxiety. After all, this was the eldest princess, a woman capable of ruthless violence. Her strength was formidable enough to reach the master level. With a mere flick of her wrist, she could reduce him to mere fragments. It was impossible not to feel nervous at that moment. Qin Ming swallowed hard, strange thoughts swirling in his mind. How fragrant! And how could she be so fair? Was it due to the constant snowfall in Firefly City? With trembling hands, he grasped the silk garment and finally managed to cover her. He took a deep breath and hurried toward the door. Outside, the night had deepened. The 12 Zodiac guards clutched their swords anxiously, waiting. They wondered what had become of young Qin, as there had been no commotion from the room for quite some time. After the eldest princess had erupted in anger, there was silence. Could it be that young Qin had already met his demise? Lingyi's heart quivered at the thought. Surely not. She feared young Qin had been killed. Otherwise, there would be some sign of life by now. In the next breath, the door creaked open. Qin Ming emerged from within, appearing completely unscathed, though he looked extremely weak. barely able to steady his footing. The adorable rabbit and the enchanting sheep soared into the air, supporting Qin Ming as they lifted him effortlessly. "How are you feeling?" Xiao Qin. Qin Ming discreetly concealed the details of his treatment for the Grand Princess, fearful that revealing such information might lead to misunderstandings. After all, with skin-to-skin contact, should that deranged Grand Princess discover it, he would surely face dire consequences. The Grand Princess had relentlessly vented her frustrations upon him, subjecting him to a barrage of insults and lashes, leaving him to endure immense suffering. "I undertook this for all 12 of you," he lamented, "and now my body is battered and weak, devoid of any spiritual energy." The 12 zodiac signs felt a pang of guilt upon hearing this. Ling Yin, filled with concern, stepped forward to support Qin Ming. "And what of the Grand Princess? Is she all right? What could she possibly need? She's simply exhausted from her outbursts and has fallen asleep." He replied. "Has she eaten anything?" "No, she refuses to eat anything. I've done all I could. Please don't trouble me further, for I am on the brink of collapse and desperately need to rest." With Ling Yin's assistance, Qin Ming returned to his chamber. Upon reaching his bed, he wished to think of nothing and promptly fell into a deep slumber. What a taxing day it had been. At the break of dawn, Qin Ming awoke from his dreams, only to find 13 exquisite women standing in his room. "Am I dreaming?" he pondered. In his previous life, he had encountered a club that offered a mere 6 choices. Now, he was surrounded by 13. Had he ascended to paradise? He pinched himself to awaken fully, realizing that it was indeed the 12 zodiac signs and Ling Yin present in his room. Startled, he sat up in bed, pulling the covers tightly around himself. "What do you all want? Why are so many women in my room so early in the morning?" "Xiao Qin, do not misunderstand. What could we possibly do to you? Being a eunuch?" They replied. "Today marks the 4th morning, and the Grand Princess still hasn't eaten. We've knocked on her door, but there has been no response. You must think of something. Xiao Qin, you entered her room yesterday and emerged unscathed, so you must have some means, right?" "I have no means whatsoever," Qin Ming retorted. "If she hadn't fainted, I would have surely been cleaved into pieces." Ling Yin approached, handing him his clothing softly. "Qin Ming, please, we need your ingenuity. The Grand Princess is our sovereign. If anything happens to her, we are all doomed." At her words, Qin Ming's heart softened. "Sister Ling Yin, have you considered that perhaps she simply does not fancy the food we've offered her? In these past few days, we have sampled every dish from the imperial kitchen and even brought her the osmanthus cake you purchased that day, yet she still refuses to eat." Qin Ming pondered for a moment, and suddenly, a vision of a painting hanging by his bedside came to mind. It depicted the Grand Princess's mother distributing porridge to her children. What kind of porridge was it? He gently tapped his forehead, and then it struck him. It was not porridge, it was red bean glutinous rice balls. Yes, red bean glutinous rice balls. He immediately sat up from his bed, forgetting that he was without a shirt. The 12 zodiac signs and Ling Yin gasped in astonishment. "I believe there is something the Grand Princess would surely enjoy." Qin Ming intended to reveal the red bean glutinous rice balls directly. However, he feared that this was a modern concept, and since he had never heard of the 12 zodiac signs, he would inevitably expose himself. If it were merely something purchased from outside, it wouldn't be considered a revelation. He could simply say that he found it delicious after tasting it. "Never mind, it's hard to explain to you all. I've only tasted it once outside, so I'll go buy it myself." "Little Qin, you were so exhausted yesterday. How about I accompany you?" Qin Ming glanced at the imposing Mei Yong and shook his head. "I don't want to. Sister Mei Yong only knows how to bully me." With a sharp sound, Mei Yong drew her sword, the sheep intestine sword, and pointed it at Qin Ming. "You choose. Either accompany your sister outside, or I'll poke you with this sword and drag you out." A smile immediately spread across Qin Ming's face. He waved the sword aside. All right. It's just a matter of accompanying a beautiful lady for a stroll. I, Qin Ming, am more than willing." Chapter 35. Sister is willing to gift you black stockings on the 6th floor of the Drunken Immortal Tower, in room 1 of the Heavenly Suite. The innkeeper, Yun Shui Yao, donned in white attire and possessing a voluptuous figure, sat at the table, delicately sipping a cup of drunken immortal brew while glancing at Qing Xian, who was playing with her braid, her head slightly bowed. "Still angry about what happened last time? I just can't accept it. His cultivation is merely at the 3rd level of body refinement, while I have reached the 1st level of spirit communication. How long have you been training?" 18 years. "Do you know how long Qin Ming has been training?" "I don't know. He has been in this world for less than 10 days. Qing Xian gasped. Her rosy lips slightly parted. 10 days. How do you know, master? He told me, but you must keep it a secret. But master, even if he is indeed formidable in cultivation, you cannot make me his junior sister and take my essence away. After all, I have followed you for 18 years. Your master will find time to get you another essence from the Five Elements Alliance. Qin Ming pouted and nodded. What about the matter of the junior sister? That is settled. He is intelligent and kind. It is our fortune that he can join our sect. Qin Ming initially wanted to argue, but suddenly recalled that during the spirit realm at the Fluoride Academy, Qin Ming had indeed displayed exceptional qualities. In times of danger, though he had the lowest cultivation, he remained remarkably calm. Moreover, he often identified the key to resolving crises. All right, master. If you wish for him to be my senior brother, I can accept it, but I will not call him that. Just then, the second disciple, Lu Zonghua, rushed in, his expression frantic. Master, the greedy Taoist from the Heavenly Path sect has arrived. What? Yin Shui Yao's expression changed instantly. Qin Xian inquired in confusion, Master, who is this greedy Taoist? He is an elder of the Heavenly Path sect, known for his insatiable greed, cunning, and treachery. They believe themselves to be the chosen ones, willing to kill anyone, whether a traveler or a native, who obstructs their interests. Then why has he come to our Five Elements Alliance as Flame Hall? Unclear. Since he is here, let us receive him. Understood, master. Before long, the greedy Taoist, clad in a blue robe, entered alongside his disciple, Leah. He was of modest stature, slightly hunched, and held a black serpent staff. Leah, dressed in white and wielding a folding fan, immediately cast his lecherous gaze upon Qin Xian as they entered. Yin Shui Yao held her wine cup with an air of calm and composure. Behind her stood three disciples, Ma Chong, Lu Zonghua, and Qin Xian. Master Yun, after 3 years, you remain as charming as ever. What brings the greedy Taoist to my flame fire hall? Master Yun, I have heard that the headquarters of the Five Elements Alliance has relocated from the Fluoride Imperial City to Starry City. That is of no concern to you. Of course it concerns me. Our Heavenly Path sect's 13th branch is located outside the desolate Dongfo Mountain. While you reside in this city, indulging in the delights of the drunken immortal tower, it is indeed a life of a celestial being. With a sharp clap, Yin Shui Yao slammed her teacup onto the table. Greedy Taoist, what do you mean by that? Do not be angry. Do not be angry. Master Yun, look at the four of you. I am but two. I did not come here to provoke. I merely wish to converse. There is nothing to discuss with you people of the Heavenly Path sect. Alas, Master Yun, such words seem rather ungracious. With a flick of her white sleeve, she commanded, Qin Xian, see our guest out. Qin Xian promptly stepped forward. Greedy Taoist, please take your leave from the drunken immortal tower with your disciples. The greedy Taoist suddenly erupted into a deep chuckle. Master Yun, after 3 years, you remain as spirited as ever, beauty paired with a fierce temperament. However, if one possesses a fiery temper, one must also have the capability to back it up, or else, what then? Yin Shui Yao's expression turned furious as she retorted, Greedy Taoist, you are at the 6th level of spiritual awakening. I, Yin Shui Yao, have also reached the 6th level. Do you think I fear you? Ha! Master Yun, I fear you may not currently even reach the 5th level of spiritual awakening. Yin Shui Yao's brow furrowed. In an instant, she felt a sharp pain in her chest, as if toxic venom coursed through her meridians. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Despicable and shameless. You have poisoned me? Do not speak recklessly, Master Yun. My disciples and I have only just arrived. How could we have poisoned you? In a heartbeat. Yin Shui Yao realized that there was a traitor within the drunken, immortal tower. Qin Xian seized her master's wine cup and smashed it onto the ground. The cup shattered into fragments, releasing a thick, white smoke. It was indeed the venom of the 7 viper serpent. Ha! The more you struggle under the influence of the 7 viper serpent's poison, the more it will consume your cultivation. Master Yun, let us settle down and have a proper conversation. You shameless scoundrels. Qin Xian drew her black gold blade, positioning herself protectively in front of her master. Whoever dares to harm my master shall lose their head. Little girl, you are no match for me. I am in the mood to negotiate with your master, so it would be wise for you to step aside. If you insist on staying, all 3 of you shall perish. As the words fell, the greedy Taoist's black serpent staff unleashed several slender and elongated 7 viper serpents. Yin Shui Yao suddenly recalled that the greedy Taoist's talent was serpent manipulation. Among her 3 disciples, only Qin Xian had reached the 1st level of spiritual awakening. The other 2 remained at the body refinement stage. Now, with the 7 viper serpents' poison coursing through her veins, she was no match for him. Realizing this, Yun Shui Yao waved her sleeve. You all retreat. Master, we must stay with you. You must retreat. The greedy Taoist laughed heartily again. With a slight exertion, the 7 viper serpents from his staff extended their heads, flicking their red tongues, as if ready to unleash their venom. Listen to your master and depart swiftly. Otherwise, remaining here would mean certain death. Yun Shui Yao pointed at the disciple of the greedy man, Liya, urging him to leave as well. Very well, Liya replied with a faint smile, gripping his fan as he exited. Qing Xian, Ma Chong, and Lu Zonghua followed suit, hastening towards the other end of the corridor. From a distance, they heard a loud laugh emanating from within a room. Oh, I forgot to mention, I have released a dozen 7 viper snakes in the drunken immortal pavilion. I cannot guarantee that your little waiters and maids won't be bitten to death. In a hurry, Qing Xian, Ma Chong, and Lu Zonghua dashed away. Meanwhile, Qin Ming and Mei Yang wandered through the fluoride imperial city, searching for traces of the red bean glutinous rice balls. They had already scoured the eastern market to no avail, and now found themselves in the inner city. Brother, what exactly is this delicacy you speak of? I hope it's not something the Grand Princess would refuse to eat. Rest assured, if I can find it, she will certainly indulge. Such confidence. Mei Yang turned, a wicked smile gracing her face as she playfully blinked at Qin Ming. If you truly manage to coax the Grand Princess into eating, I shall reward you. And how would you reward me? Although you are a eunuch, I would still be inclined to gift you my worn black silk stockings. Qin Ming was taken aback. Indigenous people wear black silk too? It seems the invasion of the yellow poison runs deep. Mei Yang pouted playfully, casting a flirtatious glance at him. Qin Ming recalled a famous meme from Blue Star. You're quite the tease. Chapter 36. You dream on. Bullying your sister. Mei Yang was simply too alluring, and Qin Ming genuinely feared that he might betray his disguise as a eunuch. To calm himself, he focused his thoughts on the locking heaven gourd. Current luck value, 43 points. Available for 1 reward draw. Consume 40 luck points. Draw successful. Venomous Goo Blade. Venomous Goo Blade. Superior grade Xian level. Said to be left by the elder of the ancient Witch Goo clan. The blade contains goo poison, inflicting 5-fold pain on enemies. 5-fold pain. How terrifyingly formidable this venomous goo blade is. Just then, Mei Yang halted abruptly. Little Qin, there are numerous eateries on this street. Do take a look around. Qin Ming scanned the area and, to his delight, spotted a shop at the corner selling red bean glutinous rice balls. Fortune smiles upon me. I have indeed found it. He strode forward with purpose while Mei Yang followed closely. Did you find it, little Qin? Yes. Look, red bean glutinous rice balls. I've never tried those before. Mei Yang, today I shall treat you. How generous, little Qin. Mei Yang blinked her alluring eyes. Indeed, if you feel guilty about that, you may help cover the cost. I wouldn't mind. Humph. You think too highly of yourself. Since you're treating, you shall naturally pay. Shopkeeper, 2 bowls of red bean glutinous rice balls, please. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Ming and Mei Yang devoured the red bean glutinous rice balls to the last morsel. So sweet and delicious. I never imagined the Grand Princess favored such delicacies. Shopkeeper, 3 more bowls to go, please. The unfortunate patron found himself in a predicament. The red bean glutinous rice balls were sold out, leaving only half a bowl remaining. Half a bowl hardly sufficed. The captain of the charming sheep glanced at Qin Ming with a troubled expression. What should be done? The Grand Princess had not eaten for 3 days, and surely half a bowl would be inadequate. Qin Ming stepped into the shop and inquired, Shopkeeper, do you still make red bean glutinous rice balls? Indeed, we do, the shopkeeper replied. But you will have to wait for half an hour. Half an hour? The captain of the charming sheep grimaced. That is far too long. We cannot let the princess suffer from hunger. Qin Ming contemplated searching the vicinity for more red bean glutinous rice balls. His gaze landed on the 6th floor of the drunken immortal building, specifically the window of room 1. His master, Yun Shui Yao, appeared to be engaged in conversation with an elderly gentleman wielding a cane. Meanwhile, at another window, a white-clad man holding a folding fan stood, his demeanor rather unfriendly. A sense of unease washed over Qin Ming as he noticed his master's peculiar state, punctuated by intermittent coughs. He swiftly approached the captain of the charming sheep. Sister Mei Yang, here is the plan. Take this half bowl of red bean glutinous rice balls back to the Grand Princess while they are still warm. I shall wait here for another half hour and bring her a full bowl then. That should suffice. After contemplating, the captain of the charming sheep nodded. Very well. I shall return first. I did not sleep well last night. I will deliver the red bean glutinous rice balls to the Grand Princess and catch up on some beauty sleep." With a cheerful smile, she turned, swaying her ample figure as she made her way toward the palace. Once she had departed, Qin Ming promptly turned his attention to the drunken immortal building. Indeed, something seemed amiss. The establishment was unusually quiet, devoid of the usual boisterous crowd. He stealthily ascended toward the 6th floor. At the stairway landing of the 5th floor, he spotted the white-clad man with the fan stationed at the door of room 1. As Qin Ming pondered how to enter the room, a servant approached, carrying a jug of wine. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Ming grabbed the servant and pulled him into a 5th-floor room. "Whose wine is this?" "It's for the gentleman in room 1. Please don't harm me. I'm merely a wine delivery boy. I mean you no harm. But you must take a brief rest first." With a benevolent punch, Qin Ming rendered the young servant unconscious. He donned the servant's attire and carried the wine up to the 6th floor, utilizing his level 2 concealment talent to mask his cultivation. At that moment, Qing Xian had just eliminated 5 seven-headed serpents and noticed Qin Ming's silhouette. She cleverly deduced his intention to enter the room. From a distance down the corridor on the west side of the 6th floor, she called out, "Senior brother Liya." The disciple of the greedy Taoist, Liya, opened his fan with a smile. "Qing Xian, what brings you here?" "Senior brother Liya, these 7-headed serpents are quite fearsome. I am a bit perplexed and wish to seek your guidance." Liya, captivated by the beauty before him, approached with a lecherous grin. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Ming hastily made his way to the door of room 1. He gently rapped on the door and, with a natural motion, pushed it open. The sight that greeted him was alarming. His master, Yun Shui Yao, appeared pale, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, resembling someone who had been poisoned. Seated at the table, another elder, clutching a black serpent staff, appeared somewhat balding, his visage exceedingly unattractive and repugnant. Qin Ming slightly hunched his back and lowered his head. "Esteemed guest, your wine." Initially, Yun Shuiyao had not noticed. Upon hearing Qin Ming's voice, her eyelids flickered open, and she was struck with profound astonishment. When had her young disciple, Qin Ming, arrived? What was he doing in such a perilous place? The avaricious Taoist before her was one of the elders of the heavenly Tao sect, possessing a cultivation level of the 6th stage of spiritual connection. His mastery of poison unfathomable. What could have possessed Qin Ming to venture in? It was far too dangerous. Chapter 37, Stabbing. Isn't it exhilarating? The avaricious Taoist glanced at Qin Ming, recognizing him not as Yun Shuiyao's disciple, for he bore no cultivation at all, hardly worth his attention. "Well, Yun Shuiyao, how about 100 taels of silver to purchase your drunken immortal pavilion? Will you agree?" Qin Ming thought to himself, this old fool must be out of his mind. 100 taels for the drunken immortal pavilion? Is he dreaming in broad daylight? Guild leader Yun, you have been poisoned by the 7 viper venom. Your cultivation has plummeted to the 1st stage of spiritual connection. If you refuse, all who dwell in your drunken immortal pavilion will perish today. Yet, should you acquiesce, I promise no harm shall come to you, including yourself. Qin Ming activated his lie detection ability. Lie detection activated. Falsehood. It was evident that this scoundrel harbored ill intentions. He placed the wine cup before the avaricious Taoist. "Esteemed guest, please enjoy." The avaricious Taoist lifted the cup, sniffed it, and finding no poison, drank it in one gulp. Placing the empty cup back before Qin Ming, he looked at Yun Shuiyao with a lecherous grin. "Guild leader Yun, you are quite beautiful. If you do not comply, I shall bind you and take you back to East Buddha Mountain. At that time, my 300 disciples will ensure you have a delightful time. I wager you have never experienced such pleasure. With so many, you will ascend to the heavens." Yun Shuiyao's lips trembled with fury. She yearned to explode with rage immediately, but seeing her disciple nearby, she held back, fearing he might be inadvertently harmed. However, while she could endure, Qin Ming could not. He was a kind-hearted individual, deeply appreciative of his master's kindness. Having already taken her as his mentor, he could not bear to witness her humiliation. He placed the wine cup before the avaricious Taoist, feigning an intention to depart. Suddenly, Qin Ming drew forth the azure poisonous blade, plunging it with lightning speed into the avaricious Taoist's chest. Swish! To hell with you. How dare you insult my master? The avaricious Taoist, having underestimated Qin Ming's lack of cultivation, fell prey to his ambush. He immediately retaliated, striking Qin Ming with his black serpent staff. Crack! Qin Ming was sent flying backward. The poisonous blade was also drawn out with the momentum. The avaricious Taoist's body quivered in pain. What kind of knife was that? Why did it hurt so much? He had never experienced such excruciating agony. A short blade piercing him felt far more torturous than being stabbed multiple times. He was preparing to launch another attack when Yun Shuiyao, seated opposite him, initiated her offensive. Talent, Sword Heart, Sequence 18, Level 3, activated. With a swift flourish of her sleeve, Yun Shuiyao unleashed a pristine, dustless sword that surged forth in an instant. Buzz. The greedy Taoist hurriedly brandished his black snake staff to block the attack. Bang. The two opposing forces clashed violently in the midst. Initially, Yun Shuiyao, afflicted by poison, was no match for the greedy Taoist. However, with Qin Ming's strike, the greedy Taoist's power diminished significantly. You impudent wretch, daring to launch a surprise attack on me. You seek death. If you wish to harm my disciple, you must first pass through me. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows for several dozen rounds. Outside the door, Qin Xian, Lu Zonghua, and Ma Chong rushed over. The greedy Taoist's disciple, Liya, who had attained the second level of spirit communication, managed to single-handedly hold off the three of them. As the toxic energy surged within Yun Shuiyao's heart, her dustless sword was knocked away by the black snake staff. She retreated several steps. Suddenly, the greedy Taoist swung his black snake staff into the air, activating his innate ability to command snakes. Hiss! 3 slender, venomous 7 viper snakes lunged at Yun Shuiyao with blinding speed. Just as they were about to reach her, Qin Ming raised his sleeve to unleash the Yama Needle box. The box could be used 3 times, and this was the final occasion. Whoosh! 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 3 poison needles shot forth in an instant. The 7 viper snakes, mere moments from reaching Yun Shuiyao, were pierced through their heads by the needles. The snakes writhed in agony, crashing to the ground. Yun Shuiyao cast a grateful glance at her disciple, Qin Ming. Just then, the door was kicked open with a loud bang. Qin Xian, wielding the black gold blade, charged at the greedy Taoist. Lu Zonghua followed suit, igniting his innate flames. Boom! A 2-meter-long inferno surged forth. However, the greedy Taoist effortlessly evaded the onslaught, forcing Qin Xian and Lu Zonghua back while glaring fiercely at Qin Ming. You little brat, what kind of blade are you wielding? Why does it inflict such excruciating pain upon me? If you wish to know, I can gladly offer you another stab, so you can experience it firsthand. Outrageous. You seek death. Just as the greedy Taoist swung his black snake staff, the white-clad Liya rushed in, his expression grave. Master, numerous demon suppressors have appeared near the drunken immortal tower. The demon suppressors are the nightmares of many traversers. And here in the imperial city, should the crown princess arrive, he would meet a gruesome fate. The greedy Taoist retracted his black snake staff, glaring at Yun Shuiyao. You all wait for me. With that, he and his disciple Liya swiftly leaped out of the window. Yun Shuiyao and Qin Xian hurried to the corner, helping Qin Ming to his feet. Yun Shuiyao retrieved a handkerchief from her sleeve, gently wiping the blood from the corner of Qin Ming's mouth. Qin Ming, what are you doing here? Master, I happened to be in the vicinity on business and sensed something was amiss, so I came to investigate. What you did just now was far too perilous, getting so close to stab him. I was confident, Master. My speed is swift, he wouldn't react in time. Yun Shuiyao silently rejoiced for having taken Qin Ming as her disciple. In a critical moment, he displayed both courage and composure, as well as a deep sense of loyalty. At that moment, Ma Chong groaned at the doorway. Master, I too have sustained grave injuries. You and junior sister are assisting Qin Ming, but what of your disciple? Qin Xian shot him an exasperated glare. Second brother, go help the senior brother. Ma Chong, feeling irritable, waved his hands dismissively. I refuse. I don't want Lu Zonghua. The smell of his flames is unbearable. This remark elicited laughter from everyone present. Yun Shuiyao's visage radiated a joy akin to that of one who has narrowly escaped death. Initially, she believed that today would spell her doom, her strength diminished by poison. She was certain that the greedy Taoist would slay her. The other 3 disciples were far too weak to pose any challenge. To her astonishment, at a critical moment, her newly acquired disciple, Qin Ming, arrived. Despite possessing the lowest cultivation level, only at the 3rd stage of body refining, he played a pivotal role. Qin Ming, you are injured. Rest here with Master. I shall have Qin Xian tend to your wounds. Qin Xian pouted, Master, I refuse. He is your senior brother. He is my junior brother, not my senior brother. Oh dear. Yun Shuiyao exclaimed. Qin Xian, Are you trying to drive your master to despair? All right, all right. Qin Ming interjected with a wave of his hand, smiling. Master, please do not trouble the little junior sister. I cannot linger here. I ventured out to procure items for the crown princess and must return swiftly. But you are injured. It's nothing. The palace has ample medicine. I shall simply take some when I return. Master, will the greedy Taoist report your whereabouts? Not at all. Although the three major organizations harbor animosity towards one another, their enmity with the indigenous people takes precedence. Should the Heavenly Tao sect carelessly report the Five Elements Alliance as stronghold, the Five Elements Alliance would retaliate in kind, rendering the Traversers utterly compromised. Qin Ming nodded thoughtfully. Yun Shuiyao exchanged glances with Qin Xian. Qin Xian, you should escort your senior brother. I shall go instead. Lu Zonghua interjected. Little junior sister, your clothes are stained with blood. It may arouse suspicion. I will ensure Qin junior brother returns safely. Very well, Qin Ming agreed. I appreciate your assistance, senior brother Lu. Chapter 38, Replicating the Flame. A spy. The streets surrounding the drunken immortal pavilion were teeming with demon-suppressing guards. The greedy Taoist and his disciple, Li Ye, had already fled a mile away. Pain throbbed in his chest from his injury. That wretched boy's weapon is peculiar. A single stab inflicts more agony than 10. Master, I shall eventually slay him to avenge you. Heh, by the time you get your chance. I have already made arrangements for his demise. He is as good as dead. That brat. Today, I could have seized the drunken immortal pavilion and abducted those two beautiful women for the Heavenly Tao sect, but he has ruined my plans. What is Master implying? I have naturally arranged for others to eliminate him. Did you think that Yun Shuiyao's poison was administered by mere chance? I accompanied you from outside the city. How could I have poisoned her drink? Li Ye pondered, then suddenly understood. Master is indeed formidable. Your disciple is in profound admiration. Qin Ming bore a grievous injury to his chest. After all, the greedy Taoist was a master of the spiritual connection realm. That palm strike could have easily dispatched an ordinary third-stage body refiner. Qin Ming barely managed to endure, thanks to the resilience cultivated through the great strength pill. Lu Zonghua supported him as they exited the drunken immortal pavilion. Qin Ming's immediate intention was to procure red bean dumplings. For that was his purpose in leaving the palace, to return with the dumplings and conceal his tracks. Lu Zonghua assisted Qin Ming in evading the patrol of demon-suppressing guards on the main road. They turned into a narrow alley. Qin Ming reflected that he had initially intended to consult Master on certain matters today, but had not had the opportunity. He decided to ask Senior Brother Lu instead. Senior Brother Lu, there is something I wish to inquire about. Speak. Is the essence truly difficult to obtain? Indeed, it is a serendipitous encounter rather than a sought-after treasure. It typically crystallizes in places where traversers and natives engage in intense conflict. To acquire the essence, one must breach the spiritual realm, for failure to do so would result in eternal entrapment within it. As far as I am aware, the spiritual realms in the Crystal Emperor City are scarce, while those in Cold Night City, Starlight City, and Aurora City are somewhat more abundant. Thus, Qin Ming pondered quietly to himself. Once his strength increases, he intends to visit these three cities. Brother Lu, after reaching the second level, does each upgrade require more essence? Certainly. Advancing from level 2 to 3 necessitates 2 essences, and progressing from level 3 to 4 seemingly requires 3. However, the power also amplifies correspondingly. For instance, when my flame was at level 1, it could only project 2 meters. Yet, after my recent emergence from the spiritual realm, I have ascended to level 2, allowing my flame to reach 4 meters. Congratulations on your talent upgrade, second brother. At that moment, Qin Ming felt a sudden jolt within him. He recalled the earlier confrontation with the greedy Taoist. When the door was broken open, second brother Lu Zonghua had unleashed flames against the greedy Taoist, but his flames had only reached 2 meters and inflicted no damage whatsoever. Hadn't he just claimed that after advancing to level 2, his flames could now project 4 meters? With this realization, Qin Ming's heart surged with caution. He also recalled that their master had been poisoned by an internal traitor. Although Lu Zonghua had no deep ties to him, he had volunteered to assist. Connecting these dots, a bold hypothesis emerged in Qin Ming's mind. Lu Zonghua is the traitor. Qin Ming deliberately slowed his pace and inquired, second brother, considering master was poisoned today, who do you believe the assailant might be? The culprit is a servant from the tavern. I observed Li Ye speaking with a servant earlier today. Qin Ming activated his lie detection ability. Lie detection activated. Result: falsehood. His expression remained unchanged, but a tempest brewed within him. Why does he always find himself in such perilous situations? Lu Zonghua had already reached the 6th level of body refinement, while he himself was only at the 3rd level and injured. How could he contend with that? Qin Ming discreetly gripped the poisonous blade within his sleeve, seizing the opportunity created by a cough to hastily conceal the sturdy demon suppression token against his chest. Warning, danger level increased by 50 times. Luck points acceleration during danger increased by 50 times. Indeed, just as Qin Ming stood up, Lu Zonghua's demeanor shifted dramatically. Qin Ming, seeing you in such a state, allow me to assist you. In the next breath, Lu Zonghua lunged forward with a blade aimed directly at Qin Ming's heart. At this life-and-death juncture, Qin Ming was resolved. He gripped the poisonous blade in his right hand and simultaneously thrust it towards Lu Zonghua's neck. Clang! Lu Zonghua's knife struck the demon suppression token and failed to penetrate. He was taken aback. In that fleeting moment, however, the prepared Qin Ming thrust the poisonous blade deep into Lu Zonghua's chest. Lu Zonghua was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated Qin Ming's reaction to be so swift. Lu Zonghua's flame ability erupted suddenly. With a resounding thud, Qin Ming was struck and sent hurtling through the air. He crashed to the ground, coughing violently, his garments charred and tattered, while the poisonous blade in his grasp was soaked in crimson. Meanwhile, Yun Shui Yao, concerned about the multitude of demon suppression guards nearby, hesitated to allow her disciples to return to the palace. Standing atop the highest pavilion with Qin Xian, her gaze fell upon the scene of Lu Zonghua's attack. Her face drained of color as realization struck. Lu Zonghua was a traitor. Hurry! Save Qin Ming! She cried out in alarm. Lu Zonghua clutched his chest in excruciating pain, bewildered by the agony inflicted by the blade in Qin Ming's hand. Flames erupted once more from his grasp, surging forth in a searing blaze that extended 4 meters. Qin Ming attempted to leap to his feet, only to find himself incapacitated by the severe venom coursing through his veins, rendering his movements sluggish. With a thunderous crash, he was once again propelled away by the flames, his clothing reduced to mere rags. Collapsing against a wall, blood poured from his mouth. Lu Zonghua, unsteady as he approached, cursed Qin Ming under his breath. You wretched traitor, today was supposed to mark my entry into the Tiandao sect by slaying Yun Shui Yao, and you dare to thwart my plans. Enraged, he unleashed another torrent of flames upon Qin Ming, forcing him several meters back, even causing the poisonous blade to fly from his grasp. Why do you betray? Your master has treated you well. Rubbish. The 5 Elements Alliance is nothing but a band of benevolent fools. The Tiandao sect is supreme, pursuing the path of destiny. Lu Zonghua declared, his ambitions clear. Since I cannot kill Yun Shui Yao, I shall take your head as proof of allegiance to the Tiandao sect. Qin Ming, struggling to rise, found himself unable to do so, his internal injuries severe and blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Lu Zonghua, wounded from Qin Ming's earlier strike, approached slowly, bronze dagger in hand. With a swift motion, he plunged the dagger into Qin Ming's abdomen, seething, now you shall feel pain. He withdrew the bloodied blade only to stab again into Qin Ming's chest, declaring, let me show you how it feels to have your head severed. The cold blade of the dagger hovered dangerously close to Qin Ming's throat when suddenly, a drop of blood from Lu Zonghua's chest wound fell onto Qin Ming's hand. Detected talent of the traveler. Flame, sequence 36. Do you wish to copy? Current copies. 2. Copying a new talent will overwrite the old. Copy. Copy successful. Talent Flame, sequence 36. Level 1, acquired. Capable of emitting a fire column of 2 meters with formidable power. Just as Lu Zonghua's dagger grazed Qin Ming's neck, the latter's right hand rose gently. The remaining spiritual energy within him transformed into flames, erupting forth directly at Lu Zonghua's face. The searing red flames scorched Lu Zonghua's features, inflicting unbearable pain as he was sent reeling backward. Ah! He cried out in agony. How could you be so fiery? Qin Ming suddenly turned over and seized the nearby venomous blade. As Lu Zonghua clutched his injured face in disbelief, Qin Ming lunged forward, plunging the knife into his neck. Lu Zonghua was utterly stunned. Chapter 39. The Princess. Dare you touch this palace? Insolence. Lu Zonghua attempted to raise his hand in resistance, but Qin Ming swiftly withdrew the venomous blade and stabbed it into his neck once more. Again he withdrew and thrust. Again and again. After 3 strikes, Lu Zonghua's arm had already fallen limp. His eyes, burned and wide with disbelief, stared in shock. Qin Ming continued to withdraw and stab. To hell with it. Lu Zhonghua's neck was a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. From a distance, Yun Shui Yao and Qing Xian rushed over, witnessing this horrific scene. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps sounded behind Qin Ming. A squad of about 20 demon suppression guards had heard the commotion. Qin Ming delivered another stab, almost severing Lu Zhonghua's head. He saw his master, Yun Shui Yao, approaching with a worried expression. Qin Ming shook his head at her. Do not come. Stay back, master. If you approach now, the demon suppression guards will surely take you for interrogation. Yun Shui Yao froze in place, feeling a pang of guilt towards Qin Ming. It was entirely her fault for misjudging character. How could she have taken the traitor Lu Zhonghua as her disciple? The demon suppression guards had already rushed over, surrounding Qin Ming. Isn't that Lord Qin? Yes, it is Lord Qin. I saw him at the demon suppression tower, working in the princess's palace. 2 guards hurried to assist the exhausted and battered Qin Ming. Lord Qin, what happened? That intruder attempted to kill me, but I managed to vanquish him. Lord Qin is truly formidable. We will report this incident to the princess. Qin Ming pointed to the neatly bundled red bean dumplings on the ground. A guard quickly retrieved them and handed them to Qin Ming. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body, he began to make his way towards the palace. A guard captain, noticing the extent of his injuries, removed his black cloak. Lord Qin, you are bleeding profusely. Please put this on. Qin Ming nodded appreciatively. Thank you. He moved slowly, leaving a trail of blood with each step. From a distance, Yun Shui Yao's eyes were already red with tears. She and Qing Xian could not approach. Guilt consumed her. Today's events were entirely due to her misjudgment. If it weren't for Qin Ming, she would have perished by now. Master, it seems that my senior brother has sustained grave injuries. He is your senior brother. You must not refer to him as junior brother again. Master, perhaps I should quietly follow him. With so many demon suppression guards behind you, that would be akin to walking into a trap. It would also jeopardize your senior brother's identity. Understood, master. However, Qin Ming is truly impressive. Despite his severe injuries, he defeated Lu Zhonghua, who was at the 6th level of body refinement. Yun Shui Yao nodded, her face etched with concern. On the 11th floor of the Taiying Palace, the princess had slept for an entire day and night. That day, due to a dispute over military funds, she had engaged in a fierce battle with her sister, the Empress, for 30 rounds. In truth, her body had not sustained grave injuries. Yet, the most profound source of her melancholy stemmed from the shadows of emotional wounds. Years ago, she and her younger sister, Han Yuechan, had conspired to eliminate their elder brother, thereby facilitating Han Yueli's ascension to the throne. Initially, Han Yueli shared an excellent rapport with her 2 sisters. However, upon assuming the mantle of sovereignty, she underwent a transformation. She coerced her sister, Han Yuechan, to relinquish the Bai Yu way, which led to her utter despondency and ultimate retreat into a life of seclusion. Furthermore, she relentlessly pressured the princess to surrender the Zhan Mo way. Thus, for nearly 2 decades, the princess and her sister, Han Yueli, were embroiled in a relentless struggle. Finally, the princess awoke, roused by hunger. She sensed that the chilling poison of Jiu In Han Bing within her was significantly alleviated. A pure stream of yang energy coursed through her meridians. Who could have done this? Suddenly, she recalled conversing with Qin Ming just before losing consciousness. Could it be that little Qin had infused her body with spiritual energy? And had he also assisted her to her bed? Although it was an act of salvation, it was still exceedingly audacious. How dare a man touch the body of a princess? A gentle knock echoed at the door. Princess, Lingyin has brought you some food. What food? She retorted. Those meager offerings from the palace are of no interest to me. Take them away. Princess, this is something you are likely to enjoy. Lingyin entered, carrying a bowl of warm red bean tang yuan. This is specially procured for you by little Qin, who mentioned that you relish it. The princess's expression hardened. The thought of a man having touched her body filled her with rage. How bold of little Qin to presume to know her tastes. Bring it to me. I shall see for myself. If I find it unsatisfactory, he shall face the consequences. Lingyin, somewhat apprehensive, presented the bowl before the princess. In that moment, the princess was momentarily taken aback. Red bean tang yuan. This sweet, porridge-like delicacy was a rarity in the Dying Kingdom. The last time she had savored it was when her mother had prepared it herself. Instinctively licking her lips, she accepted the bowl. Taking a spoonful, she found the taste delightful, reminiscent of her mother's preparation. She took another bite, and then another. Truly delectable. Lingyin beamed with delight. Little Qin was indeed impressive, even discerning the princess's palate. Where did he procure this red bean tangyuan? Princess, it is said that he searched the market for quite some time before finding it. But the vendor had only half a bowl left, hence he brought you this portion. The princess finished the last spoonful and coldly remarked, he certainly possesses audacity, daring to presume my preferences. Ling Yin felt a flicker of surprise. Go summon Little Qin. Princess, he has yet to return. This half bowl was delivered by Wei Yangxiawei. Little Qin mentioned that this amount would surely not suffice, and he intends to wait for the vendor to prepare another batch fresh for you. The princess's delicate brows twitched slightly, as if something had struck the icy core of her heart. She wished to commend Little Qin for his diligence. Yet the words remained unspoken. Compared to his earnestness in his duties, the sin of presumptuously guessing her intentions seemed far graver. The 12 zodiac animals were practicing martial arts in the courtyard. From a distance, they spotted an individual approaching from outside the Tying Palace, wrapped in a black magic warding cloak, moving at an exceedingly slow pace. The adorable rabbit rubbed her eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "It appears to be Little Qin." The charming goat, the lieutenant, also soared into the air for a better view and confirmed, "It truly is him. Why is he moving so sluggishly today? No wonder the red bean glutinous rice balls have only just been purchased." The entire Zodiac group abandoned their training and ascended to the rooftop. Ling Yin, who had just emerged from the residence of the princess, spotted Qin Ming and felt a wave of joy, promptly announcing, "Princess, Qin Ming has returned." From within the room came the princess's irritable retort, "So he has returned. What is all the fuss about?" Chapter 40. The princess's heartache. Have them ground into a paste. The adorable rabbit and charming goat descended from the rooftop, their spirits lifted upon seeing Qin Ming. "Little Qin, what has happened? Why are you moving so slowly?" Qin Ming, suppressing the intense pain coursing through his body, managed a wry smile. "It's nothing." Ling Yin initially intended to extend her hand to support him, but with the princess nearby and the 12 Zodiac members watching, she hesitated. Her hand, having been outstretched, retreated helplessly. Struggling, Qin Ming climbed the stairs until he reached the 11th floor, softly calling, "Princess." "Enter," came the cold reply from the princess. Qin Ming stepped inside and closed the door behind him. At that moment, Ling Yin, the adorable rabbit, and the charming goat below felt something was amiss. Why did Little Qin seem so peculiar today, devoid of energy? Look quickly, there are bloodstains on the footprints. Could Little Qin be injured? Princess Hanyu, she sat elegantly upon a chair draped in a crimson carpet, her long, graceful legs resting on the table before her. She regarded Qin Ming as he entered and coldly remarked, "Little Qin, you possess great audacity, daring to presume my intentions." "I would not dare, my lady." Smack. The princess slammed her hand on the nearby table. "Dare you not? I ask you, how did you know I desired red bean glutinous rice balls?" The wounds on Qin Ming's body throbbed painfully as he concentrated his spiritual energy around the injuries to staunch the bleeding. Gritting his teeth, he replied quietly, "Princess, I saw the painting by your bedside." The princess's heart skipped a beat, and she swiftly turned her head. The ink painting depicted her mother and her 4 siblings sharing red bean glutinous rice balls. She was taken aback by Qin Ming's keen observation. "Then let me ask you again, why did I awaken in bed after sitting in a chair?" During that incident, the princess had fainted from an overload of qi, and he had no choice but to. "Are you implying you touch my body?" Warning, danger level increased by 20 times. During this period, luck points will accumulate at an accelerated rate of 20 times. A slight shock coursed through Qin Ming's mind. This lunatic, if not for the need to save you, I wouldn't have dared to touch you. "Princess, it was truly unavoidable. I meant no disrespect." "Did you, without authorization, transfer yang energy to me?" Qin Ming nodded. "That day, Princess, your body was entirely frozen due to the cold qi. Do you not understand? I shall not permit any man to lay a finger upon me. You presume that by depleting my vitality, I would express gratitude towards you, do you not?" Warning, danger level increased by 50. Luck points accelerate by 50 during this perilous period. I harbor no such thoughts. The princess was incensed, rising abruptly from her seat, her eyes glinting with fierce authority. "Speak louder, I cannot hear you." Qin Ming, enduring excruciating pain, could feel the blood seeping from his wounds. He struggled to elevate his voice. "I harbor no such thoughts." The princess seized the moonshadow sword from the table. "Regardless of the circumstances, the fact remains that you have touched my body, and today, I shall put you to death." Warning, danger level increased by 100. Luck points accelerate by 100 during this perilous period. With a sharp sound, the princess drew her moonshadow sword. A chilling aura instantly filled the room. Qin Ming, already in agony, felt as though he could barely stand as the icy air invaded him. The princess pointed the sword at Qin Ming. "You have presumed to understand my intentions and touched my body without permission. I shall kill you for this transgression." Qin Ming inhaled deeply, suppressing the pain. "Go ahead and stab. You think I fear to end your life?" With a swift motion, the princess slashed her sword, tearing through Qin Ming's dark robes. His body was marred by numerous wounds, blood flowing profusely, an utterly harrowing sight. In that moment, the princess was rendered speechless by shock. "What has happened to you?" Qin Ming coughed repeatedly, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. The princess was momentarily taken aback, her hand trembling slightly around the moonshadow sword. "What is the meaning of this? While purchasing red bean glutinous rice balls, I encountered a time traveler." What? What do you mean? You encountered a time traveler while buying red bean glutinous rice balls? Speak clearly, little Qin. Qin Ming placed the red bean glutinous rice balls on the table. The princess glanced at them and noticed that his hands were covered in blood. Even the red bean glutinous rice balls were soaked in it. "I am incompetent. My blood has sullied the red bean glutinous rice balls, and I could not control my bleeding. Please forgive me, Your Highness." In that instant, a warm current coursed through the princess's icy heart, as if an invisible hand were gripping her heart. Pain, sorrow. It had been so long since she had felt such emotions. "Your Highness, I shall take my leave." Cough, cough, cough. With that, Qin Ming turned and trudged painfully towards the exit. The princess observed the bloody footprints he left behind. He had endured such a brutal attack from a time traveler merely to procure red bean glutinous rice balls for her. He was on the brink of death, yet still brought them back. And she had only scolded him, failing to notice the true state of his condition. A profound sense of regret washed over her. High and mighty, she felt as though a dagger had pierced her heart. Qin Ming had sacrificed his vitality to support her, tending to her wounds, while she had only fixated on her own sense of violation. She refused to eat, and Qin Ming attentively noted the painting by her bedside. As he searched the entire city for red bean glutinous rice balls for her, she, however, blames Qin Ming for misinterpreting her intentions. "Han Yueshi, how could you be such a person? Little Qin, you stop right there." Qin Ming halted in his tracks, attempting to support himself against the door. But he could no longer hold on. The venom of the 7 viper snakes surged through his internal organs, compounded by the wounds from the blades and fire, all attacking him at once. Qin Ming's legs weakened, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. In that instant, the crown princess nearly gasped for breath. Little Qin, little Qin. Outside, the 12 Zodiac and Lingyin had long sensed that something was amiss. Upon hearing the crown princess's frantic cry, they hurriedly pushed the door open and rushed inside. "Little Qin, what has happened to little Qin?" The crown princess, in a state of panic, dashed forward. "He claimed to have encountered a time traveler. Why did none of you follow him? Hurry, quickly place him on my bed." The crown princess rolled up her sleeves and placed her hand on Qin Ming's pulse. It had weakened to an alarming degree. "Quickly, remove his upper garment." Lingyin and Mei Yang scrambled to strip Qin Ming of his clothing. What once was a robust physique adorned with 8-pack abs was now marred by cuts and burn marks. "Damn time travelers. I will not let this go." The crown princess raised her arm, gathering a potent spiritual energy in her palm. She struck Qin Ming's chest. The icy spiritual force visibly coursed through his meridians toward his internal organs. How could there be poison within him? What kind of time traveler did he encounter? Those despicable beasts. The crown princess's eyes reddened with urgency. "It seems to be the venom of the 7 viper snake." A collective gasp arose from the crowd. The venom of the 7 viper snake is one of the deadliest poisons in the world. The afflicted individual's internal energy becomes chaotic and continues to erode their spiritual cultivation. Han Yueshi decisively commanded, 12 Zodiac, heed my orders." All 12 female officers knelt. "Meng Tu, fetch my mad sister for the blood Lingji. Tell her that if she refuses, I shall set the Longyuan shrine ablaze tonight." "I speak with conviction." "Understood." "Mei Yang, go to the Imperial Medical Office and retrieve the life extension herb and the 9 turns rejuvenation pill. Any physician who dares to hesitate shall lose their head." "Understood." "The rest. Lead the demon suppression guards to scour the city. Any time traveler related to this matter shall be turned to mush." "Understood." The 12 Zodiacs set forth on their tasks. Lingyin noticed Qin Ming's blood staining the crown princess's bedding. She feared the crown princess's wrath. Yet, the crown princess seemed oblivious. Her jade-like hands once again channeling powerful ice spiritual energy. Ling Yin supported him. I will force this 7-viper snake venom out of him. Chapter 41. The 12 Zodiac in shock. Killing at level 3? A combat genius. Yun Shui Yao stood atop the drunken immortal pavilion, gazing toward the direction of the imperial city. The dim haze obscured her vision. All she could see were the myriad glowing stones illuminating the night. Qin Xin stood behind her master, holding a sword with both hands. Her long braid cascaded over her right shoulder, and her eyes sparkled like stars. Qin Xian, do you think your senior brother Qin Ming will be all right? It depends on whether the crown princess is willing to save him. It is all the master's fault for taking Lu Zonghua as a disciple. This traitor has secretly colluded with the heavenly Dao sect. Yun Shui sighed, her exquisitely fair face marred by regret and sorrow. Just then, a multitude of demon suppression guards appeared on the Huang Street of the imperial city, searching every household in groups of 10. The princess had issued an edict to investigate all related to the assassination of eunuch Qin. Those connected with today's incident must be eliminated without exception. Upon hearing this, both Qin Xian and Yun Shuiyao were taken aback. Clearly, Qin Ming was gravely injured. Heaven help us. Master, the princess has dispatched the demon suppression guards to avenge him. Yun Shuiyao nodded in understanding. Thus, the master had claimed he was the key to breaking the stalemate. In the upper hall of the Tain Palace, Princess Han Yueshi was continuously channeling spiritual energy to Qin Ming. The wounds inflicted by several knives were reopening, blood flowing profusely. Ling Yin stood nearby, diligently wiping away the blood with a white cloth, her heart filled with anguish and urgency, nearly in tears. How could he bleed so much? Princess, look. Qin Ming is losing blood uncontrollably. Ming, too, holding a basin of warm water, furrowed her brows and remarked, how could he have both knife wounds and burns? What has he endured? Those despicable time travelers. At that moment, Mei Yang brought in the patrolling captain of the demon suppression guards. The captain entered the room and immediately knelt down. I report to the princess that the time traveler encountered by eunuch Qin possesses formidable cultivation and can wield flames. When I arrived, I witnessed eunuch Qin seizing the knife and stabbing that traveler repeatedly in the neck. The captain continued, eunuch Qin sustained grievous injuries. I hurriedly assisted him. Yet he endured excruciating pain while still holding onto a bowl of red bean dumplings from the street. Upon hearing this, the princess, who was channeling icy spiritual energy, felt a sharp pain in her heart. To my astonishment, the time traveler that eunuch Qin killed had a cultivation level of the 6th layer of body refinement. What? This revelation shocked several people present. What? Little Qin, at the 3rd layer of body refinement, actually killed someone at the 6th layer? This was utterly inconceivable. Even the most extraordinary cultivators can typically only surpass 1 or 2 levels. Yet, little Qin managed to defeat an opponent 3 levels above him, who also wielded fire. The princess and her companions finally comprehended the extent of Qin Ming's injuries. Simultaneously, the princess was struck by another revelation. Not only was Qin Ming loyal to her, a prodigious cultivator, but he was also a genius in combat. A wave of profound discomfort washed over her. She must save Qin Ming. She vowed to treat this subordinate well in the future, never again as she had in the past. With a determined flourish of her hands, she channeled yet another surge of formidable spiritual energy. It was not until the late hours of the night that she ceased her efforts. Exhausted and pale, she watched as Ling Yin fed Qin Ming medicinal soup made from blood spirit herbs, spoonful by spoonful. The wounds on his body had been frozen by the icy energy, ceasing to bleed. His breathing had become significantly steadier than before. They had finally brought him back from the brink. Ling Yin felt a swell of joy in her heart, and the princess exhaled a sigh of relief. Ling Yin wished to change Qin Ming's clothes. Yet she was apprehensive that her identity as a disguised eunuch might be exposed in front of the grand princess, which would spell disaster for her. After a moment of contemplation, she mustered her courage and bit her lip, saying, Your Highness, Qin Ming is covered in blood. I should take him back to clean him up. The grand princess replied, He can be cleaned here. Ling Yin continued, Your Highness, if his trousers are removed, it would be rather disrespectful. I implore you to allow me to take him back. The grand princess fell silent for 3 breaths before waving her sleeve dismissively. Then take him back. Place him in your room, where the hearth is warm. Yes. Meiyang and Mingtu rushed over to assist Ling Yin. She carried Qin Ming on her back, while Meiyang and Mingtu supported her as they exited. Just as they stepped outside, the grand princess called out, the snow is heavy. Proceed slowly down the stairs and do not let him fall. Yes. This simple statement made the 12 zodiac signs acutely aware of the Grand Princess's profound concern for the young Qin. Qin Ming lay in a deep slumber for 3 days and nights. During this time, Lingyin bathed him 6 times, while the Grand Princess visited 5 times. And the other 12 zodiac signs came by repeatedly, administering various medicinal broths to him, nearly a dozen kinds. This care contributed to Qin Ming's gradual awakening and a surge of strength coursing through his body. He could hear Lingyin weeping beside him, yet his eyelids remained stubbornly shut, as if every fiber of his being had been frozen. As his consciousness delved into the locked sky gourd, he discovered that his luck points had risen to 100, allowing for 2 draws. Cost: 40 luck points. Draw successful. Obtained Wind Blade Sword Technique. Wine Blade Sword Technique, a mid-grade sword technique of the mysterious tier, comprising a total of 108 moves. The faster the user moves, the stronger the power, leaving no blade of grass untouched in its wake. It sounded promising. Qin Ming resolved to cultivate as soon as his body recovered. Cost: 40 luck points. Draw successful. Obtain Strength Pill. Why do I keep receiving strength pills? What use do I have for such overwhelming power? If I consume this, my wife might flee in fright. Qin Ming sensed Lingyin feeding him more medicinal broth. This time, it had an unwholesome, bloody taste. Once it entered his system, a wave of warmth spread through his organs and meridians. His internal energy surged with vigor, and under the stimulation of countless breaths, he felt an overwhelming sense of refreshment. Finally, he broke through the 4th level of body tempering. He perceived that his eyelids were no longer as heavy, and he slowly opened his eyes. To his astonishment, he found himself in Lingyin's room. Lingyin, dressed in a pale green brocade dress, was leaning beside his bed, her eyes red and brimming with tears. On the nearby table lay a multitude of bowls, each containing remnants of the medicinal concoctions he had consumed. The sheer quantity indicated how much he had ingested. Qin Ming reached out and gently stroked Lingyin's cheek. Chapter 42. Borrowing a Knife to Kill. The Grand Princess. The Celestial Path sect seeks its own demise. Lingyin jolted awake from her stupor, hastily wiping her tears. Qin Ming, you are awake. How wonderful. Alas, Qin Ming, I shall report to the princess at once. As Lingyin rose, she was abruptly seized by Qin Ming, who gently shook his head. No need. It is the dead of night, and I wish only to see Sister Lingyin. I do not wish to encounter anyone else. Lingyin, wiping her tears once more, sat at the edge of the bed and touched Qin Ming's forehead. How do you fare? Does your body ache? Not at all. How much medicine have you given me? The princess requested blood spirit mushrooms from the empress and brought several types of millennium herbs from the imperial medical chamber for you. I cannot believe that fierce girl possesses such compassion. Qin Ming, the princess may have a temper, but her heart is not unkind. When you fainted from your injuries, I saw her great concern. She continuously infused you with spiritual energy for 3 hours. Qin Ming furrowed his brow slightly. So the formidable and domineering energy within him was indeed from the princess. Could this madwoman truly be so benevolent? Noticing Lingyin's icy hands and her thin attire, he remarked, Sister Lingyin, it is snowing heavily outside. Why do you sit here dressed so lightly? I have been worried about you, ready to administer medicine at any moment. Qin Ming tugged at Lingyin's arm. Come inside. Huh? Inside where? Into the blankets with me. Qin Ming, Sister Lingyin, listen to me. I have already declared my intention to marry you. I cannot bear to see you freezing out here. Lingyin's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, biting her rosy lip. She anxiously glanced towards the door. Outside, the snow swirled in a blizzard, enveloping everything in darkness and silence. The princess's room remained lit, yet was devoid of sound. Lingyin shut the door and approached the bed. Qin Ming pulled her arm, drawing her into the warmth of the blankets. Her heart raced at the sudden closeness, and her face grew hot, extending to her neck. Qin Ming's robust arm encircled her waist, holding her tightly. Qin Ming, I am fearful. Fear not, for I am here. Sister Lingyin, it is warm in my embrace. Why are you anxious? Qin Ming, you are too close. Lingyin gently pushed Qin Ming, but her motion inadvertently pressed against his wound, causing his face to twitch in pain. What is it? Qin Ming, I am so sorry. It was unintentional, she quickly apologized. Yet, to her surprise, Qin Ming pulled her into his embrace. In the next breath, he leaned down and softly kissed her forehead. Qin Ming, do not move. You are injured. I shall remain still, but your hands are icy. Place them beneath my clothing. You are covered in wounds. Then I shall put my cold hands beneath your clothing. Ling Yin's face was aflame with embarrassment. After a few breaths, she slightly nodded. As dawn broke, the sky remained dim. Ling Yin climbed from the blankets, hastily adjusting her clothing and tidying the medicine bowls and the fire in the room. Before long, Qin Ming also awoke, stretching languidly. Sister Ling Yin, the medicine is remarkably effective. My wounds have healed significantly. It is snowing heavily outside. You should lie down and continue your recovery. No. Lying down for too long makes my body feel utterly wasted. I must breathe in some fresh air. Qin Ming refreshed himself and donned a pristine white robe. His hair neatly tied into a bun. What a handsome man he is. The more Ling Yin gazed at him, the more her heart swelled with joy. As Qin Ming opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of the sleepily disheveled and groggy rabbit officer. She squinted her eyes, rubbed her face, and lazily inquired. The princess sent me to check on you, little Qin. How are you faring? Qin Ming, playfully leaning against the doorframe, gestured for her to enter. Do take a look for yourself. Oh, the rabbit officer took a couple of steps forward, sensing something was amiss. Upon raising her head, she was met with Qin Ming's charming smile. You're awake. This little Qin truly is quite handsome. The white robe accentuates his elegance. Suddenly, the rabbit officer recalled her own unkempt appearance, having just risen without a chance to groom herself. She swiftly turned, covering her face, and dashed away in a frenzy, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how mortifying!" At her shout, the other members of the Zodiac emerged, and even the princess on the 11th floor appeared at the window. Qin Ming stepped outside and took a deep breath. Grabbing a piece of ice from the lotus flower, he began to crunch on it. It turned out that sharing ice with Ling Yin had been quite cooling. Now, feeling invigorated, indulging in some ice was truly pleasurable. The gossiping window on the 11th floor was pushed open, revealing the princess, impeccably dressed, though it was unclear whether she had slept or risen early. Eating ice at such an early hour, with your wounds just healing, aren't you afraid of worsening your condition? Qin Ming smiled and bowed respectfully. Thank you for your concern. Your Highness, I took too much medication while injured, and now my vitality is quite robust. If I don't eat some ice, I fear I might overheat. The charming goat atop the roof stifled a laugh. The princess, unable to maintain her composure, immediately darkened her expression. What are you laughing at? Little Qin, come here at once. I have more questions for you. Understood. Qin Ming promptly ascended the stairs. His injuries had not yet fully healed and still throbbed faintly. Inside the room, it was exceptionally warm. The princess remained seated on her sandalwood chair, her long, fair legs glistening. 3 days prior, you did not answer my question adequately. I ask you again, when you assisted me to bed that day, did you touch me? Yes, but it was through my clothing. You are not permitted to do so again. Do you understand? Understood. In the future, should I witness the princess faint, I shall merely stand by and observe. The princess, Han Yueshi, was momentarily rendered speechless by his retort. She lifted her head, her exquisite features tinged with a flicker of anger. What exactly was the identity of the assailant who attacked you? Was it a rogue or part of an organization? Qin Ming had not anticipated the princess would inquire about this. Given that the Tiandao sect had been persistently targeting his master, he decided to turn the tables. Your Highness, the assailant seems to have originated from the Tiandao sect. I have heard they are based in Dongfashan. The princess shot to her feet. I have long suspected that there are time travelers lurking in Dongfashan, who gave them the audacity to wreak havoc in the Yingshi imperial city and harm those from my Taiyin palace. As she spoke, the princess raised her hand decisively. The shadow of the moon on the wall swiftly flew into her hand. Princess, are you about to leave? To kill. Chapter 43, Revenge. The Princess's Massacre at Dongfu Mountain. Princess, Dongfu Mountain is under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Path sect. It is said there are nearly 300 transmigrators, all formidable experts. I shall confront the experts. In an instant, the princess radiated an overwhelming aura of ferocity, her expression chillingly cold. She donned the armor from the wall and boldly stepped toward the door, proclaiming, "We're the 12 Zodiac." From the rooftop, 10 female lieutenants descended swiftly, kneeling on the ground. From the adjacent rooms, Mei Yang and Meng Tu also arrived, kneeling in reverence. The moonlit sword she wielded rested upon her shoulder as she coldly commanded, 12 Zodiac, assemble 3,000 demon suppression guards at once, and follow me to annihilate Dongfu Mountain. Yes, Qin Ming, observing from behind, was utterly stunned. Goodness, this princess is indeed ferocious. The 12 Zodiac moved with remarkable speed. In a brief moment, the area outside Qin Palace was densely populated with the gathered demon suppression guards, each clad in black armor and mounted on snow-white steeds. The 12 Zodiac, having donned their armor and armed with blades, reported, "Princess, the demon suppression guards are assembled." With a flick of her sleeve, Princess Han Yueshi caused the moonlit sword to radiate a brilliant glow, levitating in midair. She soared above the ranks of the demon suppression guards, issuing a cold command, "Set forth." In an instant, the moonlit sword, along with the princess, shot into the sky. The 12 Zodiac, accompanied by 3,000 demon suppression guards, hastily followed suit. The clash of armor and the thunderous sound of hooves echoed throughout the imperial city. Qin Ming stood at the entrance of the 11th floor of the upper palace, gazing in astonishment as the princess vanished into the clouds. He was profoundly impressed, witnessing the formidable strength of the princess and the imposing presence of the demon suppression army. No wonder the transmigrators, despite their talents and numbers, could not contend with the indigenous people. "Qin Ming." Ling Yin waved at him from the courtyard. "What are you still doing up there? Come down." Qin Ming hurried down, chuckling softly. "Sister Ling Yin." The princess went mad with excitement upon hearing news of the transmigrators this early in the morning. Why does she relish hunting them so? Ling Yin bit into a piece of ice she had plucked from a flower, the crunching sound echoing. Although the princess enjoys hunting transmigrators, she wouldn't act so hastily. After all, her injuries from the battle with His Majesty have yet to heal. Yet she is so fervent, as if she has been invigorated by a stimulant. Setting out immediately upon hearing the news, Ling Yin smiled and said, "I suspect it may be related to you." "Related to me?" "Indeed. The princess mentioned to us during your unconsciousness that she would seek vengeance for you. Thus, she preemptively summoned the demon suppression army from the demon suppression tower." "I see. That explains why I felt the demon suppression guards assembled so swiftly." "Sister Ling Yin, are you certain the princess is avenging me? I find it hard to believe. She is too ruthless, often scolding and striking others. I would rather avoid her." "I am uncertain, but while you were unconscious, the princess visited your chamber numerous times, each time bringing medicinal herbs. I have been with her for 8 years, and she has never shown such concern when I fell ill." Qin Ming furrowed his brow, pondering to himself, how could the mad princess possibly show him kindness? It must be a ruse. At the western city gate of the luminous stone imperial city, General Ma Yin commanded 2,000 white feather guards stationed atop the walls. The relentless snow had descended for days, bringing with it a multitude of refugees. Her Majesty, the Empress, had issued strict orders for all city gates to be vigilantly guarded, forbidding any unauthorized entries or exits. She had particularly emphasized that the deployment of troops within the capital required her personal command via the imperial token. At that moment, a guard atop the gate shouted loudly, "General Ma, there are numerous soldiers approaching." "What?" "The Empress has decreed that no troops are to leave the city unbidden in these days." "Which general dares to defy such orders?" "General Ma, these troops are riding swiftly within the city. Damn it, I shall teach them a lesson." General Ma Yin gripped his long blade and swiftly descended from the battlements, standing at the gate with hundreds of soldiers rushing to his side. The approaching forces drew ever closer. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in astonishment, "It's the Demon Suppression Guard." "What? The Demon Suppression Guard? What do they intend with such a gathering of troops?" "General Ma, can we dare to confront them? Why should we hesitate? You are white feather guards, loyal to Her Majesty. If we fail to stop the Demon Suppression Guard, the Empress may very well strip the skin from your bones." With a thunderous gallop, 3,000 members of the Demon Suppression Guard arrived at the western city gate. General Ma led the charge forward, demanding, "Are you the 12 Zodiac?" "The Empress has decreed that all soldiers entering or leaving must bear the military token. No arbitrary movements are permitted." As his words fell, a figure clad in black descended from the clouds above. The mad princess, exuding an aura of lethal intent, coldly declared, "Military token? I have never heard of such a requirement. Have your men roll away." The sight of the mad princess struck fear into General Ma, who immediately knelt in submission. "Your Highness, I truly have no choice." The Empress's orders. The princess, with a fierce countenance, acted without hesitation. She reached out her hand, summoning a flurry of snowflakes that swiftly coalesced into a blade-like shadow, slicing downward. Despite General Ma's cultivation reaching the first level of spirit communication, he stood no chance against the mad princess. In a single move, he was sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting blood, unable to utter another word. The remaining white feather guards, gripped by terror, hastily withdrew to the side. With a thunderous roar, the gates swung open. The 12 Zodiac followed the mad princess, charging out into the swirling snow, disappearing into the distance. This scene was observed clearly by Yun Shui Yao and Qing Xian from the drunken immortal tower. Master, where is the mad princess taking the demon suppression guard? It appears she is heading east. Could it be toward East Buddha Mountain? It indeed seems they are bound for East Buddha Mountain. Master, are they going to confront the heavenly Dao sect? Yun Shui Yao's brow furrowed. 3 days prior, the demon suppression guards searched the city for the crossers aimlessly. Their sudden journey to East Buddha Mountain today signifies something important. I do not comprehend. It implies that your senior brother, Qin Ming, must have been in a stupor before and failed to inform the mad princess. Today he must have awakened, thus providing her with a target. Now I understand. Master, you are truly remarkable. Chapter 44, A Bath Together? In the serene courtyard behind the Moon Palace, where crimson maple trees flourish, the heavy snowfall has caused many vibrant red leaves to drift down, creating a breathtaking scene of red and white. At this moment, Qin Ming is diligently practicing the swift wind sword technique, a formidable skill that poses great challenges even to seasoned cultivators due to its demanding requirements for agility. The 108 stances must be executed from various positions and with distinct footwork. Fortunately, Qin Ming's innate talent for stealth and the turtle breathing technique grant him remarkable nimbleness. With the bloodfall sword in hand, he finds that his efforts yield exceptional results. With a swift motion, Qin Ming unleashes a strike, sending the snow-laden maple leaves swirling into the air. In just half a day, he has mastered the swift wind sword technique to a minor level of proficiency. Propelling himself from the ground, he ascends into the sky, his agile form leaping 10 meters high. He deftly plants his feet on a maple tree and leaps once more, executing the movements of the bloodfall sword with remarkable speed. The 108 techniques sever the falling leaves into countless fragments. Qin Ming feels an exhilarating surge of confidence, bolstered by the prospect of facing formidable opponents. Though currently at the 4th level of body refinement, he believes he could vanquish Lu Zonghua, a 6th-level cultivator, within 10 strikes. As he lands gracefully, a peculiar sensation washes over him. He feels as though he is being watched from a nearby maple tree. Turning swiftly, he discovers the same white weasel he encountered previously, now seemingly larger with a fluffier tail. Well, hello there, little creature. Qin Ming greets it. The weasel stands on its hind legs and blinks at him before abruptly darting away into the distant woods. What an enigmatic beast it is. It had spent half the night in his room before, yet now it seems less familiar. Perhaps familiarity breeds contempt. Shaking off such thoughts, Qin Ming returns to the courtyard, where Lingyin is busily tending to the stove, adding firewood. Her graceful form bends slightly, and the white leggings beneath her green brocade skirt accentuate her curves. With his stealthy talent, Qin Ming approaches her silently and playfully covers her eyes from behind. Oh, Qin Ming, stop that. Be careful not to be seen. She protests. Who could possibly see us? Everyone else has gone out, he replies, and only then does she realize the situation. A faint blush graces her fair, round face as she smiles. All right, enough of that. I'm preparing water for you. The princess said you need to soak in hot water for your injuries. I want tea soak, Qin Ming replies decisively. Lingyin turns to him, her eyes widening in disbelief. What? You can't skip it. I've been boiling water for ages. He leans closer, a gentle smile on his face. Only if Sister Lingyin joins me. Her face flushes crimson at his words, and she lowers her head, nervously fiddling with her braid. How can that be? Why not? He counters playfully. It's just not feasible. There are only the 2 of us in the palace, and that bathtub is far too small for both. Then we shall just have to get cozy, he teases. Lingyin, with a small fist, playfully punches his shoulder. Stop it, don't bully me. After speaking, she turned and dashed into the room. Though she verbally refused, once inside, she found herself drawn to the bathtub, pondering whether 2 individuals could truly coexist within its confines. The skies of Dongfashan were shrouded in darkness, heavy snow cascading down. Atop a towering cliff stood a temple that pierced the clouds, while in front of it loomed a colossal Buddha, its head severed. A solitary path, strewn with eerie bones, led up the mountain. Princess Han Yushi, accompanied by the 12 zodiac spirits and 3,000 demon suppression guards, arrived at the foot of Dongfashan. She descended from the sky, whereupon a scout clad in tight black attire rushed forward to kneel, reporting, Your Highness, I have apprehended a time traveler and gathered intelligence. Originally, atop this cliff stood a temple named Tiandao Temple, housing over 1,000 monks. The Tiandao sect of time travelers came to Dongfashan, believing themselves the sole bearers of the name Tiandao. Subsequently, 300 time travelers slaughtered all 1,200 monks of Tiandao Temple. The bones scattered along this path belonged to those monks. The princess's eyes flared with rage, her countenance chillingly fierce. An aura of dread emanated from her, palpable to all. Grasping the Moonshadow's sword, she addressed the gathered assembly. Demon suppression guards, heed my command. Black Tiger and Cute Rabbit, each take 200 men and break through the path of bones. Acknowledged. Charming Goat, Gamecock, and Celestial Dog. You shall lead 200 each to ascend from the rear of Dongfashan. Acknowledged. The remainder will encircle from the western cliffside. I have but one demand. Not a single fly shall escape from the mountain. Acknowledged. The princess raised her arms, a frigid energy surging within her. 9 Ice Technique. Icy heaven and snowy earth. In an instant, the falling snowflakes crystallized into a thin layer of ice, enveloping the demon suppression guards and the 12 zodiac spirits, shrouding them in a mist of ice that rendered them indistinguishable against the white backdrop of the world. Move. The command echoed, and instantly, the captains led the demon suppression guards into a flurry of action, their icy forms undetectable even to the sentinels in the mountains. The greedy man and his disciple Li had returned 3 days prior and had been recuperating since. That wretched boy, I know not what blade he wielded, but the wound he inflicted brings me daily agony, numb and itchy. Li stood before him, puzzled. He seemed lacking in cultivation, yet he was the most cunning of all, daring to ambush the master. The greedy man cursed vehemently. That ignorant brat must have been reduced to ashes by Lu Zonghua. Indeed, master, Lu Zonghua is at the 6th level of body refinement. That Qin Ming, at the 3rd level and injured, must surely be dead. Just then, a female time traveler entered through the door, clad in a white mini dress and black stockings, her upper body adorned with a modern woman's corset. Greedy man, we time travelers have a ball this evening. Everyone is awaiting your presence. The greedy man waved dismissively. Enjoy yourselves. After the dance, come to my bedchamber to keep me company. The woman smiled coyly. After dancing, everyone will be too exhausted to endure your antics, greedy man. He burst into hearty laughter. You must not resist. If you cannot help it, bring 2 more of your sisters over. Very well. Do not worry, greedy one. The alluring woman stepped back. Disciple Liya unfurled his folding fan. What a splendid night it is, master. I shall join them in their revelry. We, the disciples of the celestial path, are destined individuals. Indulging in pleasure is the true way. All who obstruct our path must perish. Chapter 45. The Night of Cold Snow and Murder. Laughter at the Tayin Palace. The Tayin Palace is surrounded by trees on all sides. At night, it is darker than in other places. Ling Yin prepared an entire barrel of hot water. She assisted Qin Ming in loosening his garments. Her face flushed and warm, her gaze cast downward. Too shy to look up. Sister Ling Yin, lift your head. I will not. Do raise it and see. I do not mind. I shall not look. Sister Ling Yin. Hurry and see. My wound on the abdomen has reopened. Startled, Ling Yin quickly lifted her head. Where has it reopened? Only then did she notice Qin Ming grinning at her. See, you have looked now. Oh dear, Qin Ming, you tricked me. She grasped his arm. You must soak in the bath. The princess said only then will your internal injuries heal swiftly. Sister Ling Yin, come with me. No. Ling Yin shook her head. I measured it this afternoon. There will not be enough space for 2 people. The water will overflow. Qin Ming laughed heartily at Ling Yin's earnestness. Sister Ling Yin, I was merely jesting. I did not expect you to actually measure. Ling Yin suddenly raised her head. You audacious Qin Ming, how dare you mock me? She lifted her arm as if to strike him, but it gently fell upon his shoulder. Immediately, Ling Yin, quite aware of her actions, began to knead his shoulders. The princess had previously mentioned that the shoulders contain numerous meridians, and massaging them aids in the circulation of vital energy. Thus, your wound shall heal more swiftly. Ling Yin scooped a ladle of warm water, pouring it over Qin Ming's hair, gently assisting him in a rub-down. Her touch was soft and delicate. She found it curious. The internal light beam that had troubled her for so many years seemed to have rarely acted up since meeting Qin Ming. Her mother had once said that if she encountered someone capable of suppressing that affliction, she must follow him. Qin Ming leaned against the edge of the bath. His entire body relaxed. In this moment, he felt the happiest he had ever been since his arrival in this realm. Gazing at the gentle and virtuous Pure and beautiful Ling Yin, Qin Ming thought. I sincerely hope that my identity as a traveler remains undiscovered forever. On the mountains of Dongfua, at a sentry booth, two male travelers stood guard, swords in hand. Tonight, there is a ball on the mountain. Yet here we are, standing watch. What a stroke of bad luck. No matter. Let them dance. Later, brother will take you to the prison to enjoy some delights. Do you have the key to the prison? Of course. 3 days ago, we raided 2 native households and captured 4 women. They are quite delectable. That sounds splendid. I must go and try. These natives are nothing but refuse. They deserve to be thoroughly humiliated. Indeed, they are beasts. There is nothing wrong with humiliating beasts. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept by. The 2 travelers tightened their grips on their swords. Who goes there? With a swift motion, a beam of white sword energy sliced through the air before the 2 individuals, leaving them momentarily paralyzed in disbelief. In the next breath, the formidable princess, clad in black armor and wielding the moonshadow sword, stood before them, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The 2 time travelers yearned to scream, yet no sound escaped their lips. They could scarcely comprehend when their throats had been severed. Blood gushed forth from their necks. Following closely behind were the adorable bunny and the demon guard, who rushed forward. The demon guards, traversing the perilous cliffs from all directions, climbed swiftly and quietly, their forms shrouded in a veil of white frost, rendering them nearly invisible. Leading the charge was the princess, her prowess enhanced in the snowy terrain by the 9-in cold ice technique. Without a sound, she methodically dispatched all 13 lookout points on Dongfo Mountain, slitting their throats with precision. Meanwhile, Qin Ming emerged from his bath, draped in a flowing white robe. The room was warmed by a blazing hearth, providing a cozy refuge from the cold. He had just settled on the edge of his bed when Ling Yin entered, carrying a bucket of hot water, which she placed beside him. She reached down to grasp Qin Ming's foot, startling him. "Sister Ling Yin, what are you doing?" he exclaimed. "I'm here to wash your feet," she replied. No, that's unnecessary," Qin Ming quickly protested. In the mindset of a modern individual, he found it difficult to accept such a service. "It's all right. Just let me help you. It will warm you up," she insisted. "My mother always said that washing a man's feet with hot water is beneficial." Qin Ming attempted to decline once more, but Ling Yin seized his foot and firmly placed it into the bucket of warm water. "The water is so hot, so comforting," he admitted, as Ling Yin's gentle touch made the experience even more delightful. She crouched before him, a smile gracing her face as she washed his feet. "What are you smiling about, Sister Ling Yin?" he inquired. "I'm not smiling at anything in particular, but your smile is so hard to conceal. What is it about?" With her head slightly bowed, she spoke in a voice as delicate as a whisper. "Do you not know?" Qin Ming's mind raced. "Know what? What should I know? Is there some significance in a woman washing a man's feet? Is it some custom from your homeland?" "Sister Ling Yin, you know my parents passed away early, and I have not been taught these customs." "Oh," Ling Yin suddenly understood. "That explains why you declined my offer. Is there a significance to this?" Qin Ming pressed, realizing he had never had the opportunity to learn such things from an elder. "Indeed, there is," Ling Yin replied softly. "My mother said that a woman can only wash the feet of her husband. If you wash his feet, it signifies a commitment to him for life." Understanding dawned on Qin Ming, and he felt relieved that he had not forcefully rejected her offer. Otherwise, would Ling Yin think he had no desire to marry her? The cultural differences were indeed vast. In a world like Blue Star, if he were to sit on his bed and call for his girlfriend to wash his feet, she might very well throw the basin in his face. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Ming pulled Ling Yin to sit beside him. "Sister Ling Yin, the water is still warm. You should join me in washing our feet together." "That is not appropriate. It cannot be done," she protested. "Why not?" he countered. "It goes against tradition. Tell me, is there not a saying in your region about a wife following her husband?" "Indeed, in our eastern county, it is so." "That won't do." Qin Ming chuckled. "You washed my feet earlier, thereby acknowledging me as your husband, correct?" "Yes." "Then if your husband now requests you to wash my feet together, does that not imply you must follow your husband?" Ling Yin's clear, bright eyes sparkled like the stars in the night sky. She hesitated but was swiftly pulled beside Qin Ming, who removed his socks. He forcibly submerged her feet into the warm water. Qin Ming playfully stepped on Ling Yin's feet in the water, causing her to lower her head. Too bashful to meet his gaze, he continued to tease her, stepping left and right, using his thumb to tickle the soles of her feet. Ling Yin giggled. "Qin Ming, if you keep tickling me, I shall not hold back." "Then do not hold back," Let me witness your prowess. Suddenly, Ling Yin's smooth little foot began to tickle Qin Ming's foot in the water. He erupted in laughter, unable to contain himself. The two engaged in a playful exchange, each stepping on the other's feet, their joyous laughter echoing through the room. Outside, snow fell heavily and the cold wind howled. Yet within this chamber, warmth enveloped them. Chapter 46. The Army of the Time Travelers and the Demon Suppression Guards. The princess charged ahead, slaying all the sentinels. She executed a time traveler caught in the act of relieving himself in the wild, cleaving him from head to groin in one swift stroke. Armed with the Moonshadow sword, she led the charge. Drops of blood fell from the blade onto the white snow below. The demon suppression guards from the north, south, east, and west ascended Dongfo Mountain. Recognizing the opportune moment, the princess soared into the air and commanded coldly, "Kill." Instantly, 3,000 demon suppression guards surged forth from all directions. The time travelers in the adjacent rooms were caught completely off guard, swiftly overwhelmed by the onslaught. The demon suppression guards are here. They have broken in. Some time travelers, realizing the peril, began to scream. However, the majority remained oblivious, dancing merrily in the upstairs ballroom, immersed in the music of the Min Kingdom. Leah, holding a folding fan, had just escorted a modern time-traveling fairy from a dark room next door after finishing a script when he heard the commotion below. Alarmed, he thought, "Oh no, why are there so many demon suppression guards?" He hurriedly made his way towards his master's quarters. "The demon suppression guards have invaded. Everyone come out. It's dangerous." As Leah rushed, he shouted. Many time travelers, hearing the cries, began to emerge from their rooms, engaging in battle with the demon suppression guards. Leah burst into the room of the greedy Taoist, pushing the door open. He noticed two dancers' shoes discarded at the foot of his master's bed, the bed itself shaking precariously. He quickly approached and drew back the curtain. "Master, it's bad. The demon suppression guards are here." "What nonsense. Can't you see I'm busy?" the greedy Taoist retorted. "They truly are here, and the place is swarming with them. It appears the princess leads them." "What?" The greedy Taoist leapt from the bed in alarm. "Are you serious?" "Indeed, master. They are everywhere. Hasten to strike the battle bell." Leah hurried to the entrance and began to strike the massive iron bell. The resounding clang reverberated across the peak of Dongfashan. The music within the ballroom abruptly ceased. Numerous travelers leaned out of the windows to gaze down. Who possesses such audacity to rally so many against Dongfashan? Among our 300 travelers, over 30 are at the spirit communication realm. They seek their demise. In an instant, the windows exploded open. A multitude of travelers leaped forth. Talent. Leap. Activate. An elderly traveler propelled himself off the ground, soaring nearly 10 meters high, wielding a massive cleaver as he charged toward the demon suppression guards. Talent. Water manipulation. Activate. A female traveler drew water from a nearby barrel, transforming the droplets into a myriad of concealed projectiles in the sky. Talent. Distant strike. Activate. A robust traveler clenched his fists, delivering a punch to a nearby companion, the force traveling to a distant demon suppression guard, causing him to spew blood and perish instantly. Talent. Spikes. Activate. A frail traveler, fists clenched, sprouted sharp spikes all over his body, joining the throng of travelers in their assault. Though the demon suppression guards were numerous, most were only at the third or fourth stage of body refinement, while the majority of these travelers were above the fourth stage, with over 30 at the spirit communication realm. As they unleashed their various talents, they swiftly regained control of the situation. The princess and the 12 zodiacs stood watch from the tower entrance, observing the unfolding chaos. "Yinshu, lead the charge," commanded the female traveler on the left of the tower, seemingly possessing the skill to discern sounds and positions, evading all attacks. "Go forth and slay." "Understood." The slender Yinshu swiftly soared into the air. As she ascended, a 2-meter-tall shadow of a banquet mouse appeared behind her, amplifying her speed 5-fold, like a specter in pursuit. The tall female traveler, endowed with the talent of sound discernment, effortlessly dodged numerous attacks. With her prowess at the 8th stage of body refinement, she had already felled a dozen demon suppression guards. Just then, she felt a gust of wind brush past her, as she prepared to turn and evade. The agile banquet mouse suddenly crept up beside her ear and emitted a piercing shriek. The sound was penetrating, resonating deeply within her. In an instant, both of her eardrums shattered, blood streaming forth. A searing pain engulfed her head. The Yinshu lieutenant descended from the air. severing the female traveler's head with a single stroke. At Qin Palace, in the bell sound chamber, Ling Yin was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Qin Ming would arrive behind her while she was bathing. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. "Sister Ling Yin, you've been bathing for an hour. The water must have turned cold." "Ah, has the water cooled? I don't feel it." "Are you afraid to get into bed?" "I'm not a wolf or a tiger. What is there to fear?" "I'm not afraid of anything." "Qin Ming, you should rest first. I will join you shortly." Qin Ming leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "Let us take Sister Ling Yin with us." With that, he suddenly grasped Ling Yin's arm and lifted her from the bath. Ling Yin was startled. "Ah, Qin Ming, stop fooling around." Qin Ming held her in his embrace as he made his way to the bed. "Qin Ming, I'm scared. My mother said that if I say such things, I could become pregnant. If that happens, it would be disastrous here in the Qin Palace." "Sister Ling Yin, then let us find another way." "Huh, is there another way?" "Indeed, many." At that moment, the greedy Taoist burst forth from the main hall, accompanied by 10 elite subordinates, each possessing the cultivation of the spirit communication realm. These demon suppressors truly do not know their limits, daring to invade Dongfu Mountain. He declared, "Warriors, unleash your innate skills and eliminate them all." In the distance, atop the tower, the princess raised her delicate hand. 12 zodiacs, attack! Out rushed the adorable rabbit, the enchanting goat, the crimson snake, the majestic rooster, the agile monkey, and the fierce black tiger, each possessing long legs and graceful figures, their prowess formidable. Behind them loomed the terrifying shadows of fearsome beasts, the three-eyed spiritual rabbit, the unicorn demon goat, the shadowy wood black tiger, the golden-scaled dragon, the blood-soaked red snake, and the gale feast rat, each more imposing than the last. Their combat strength had surged to more than triple its usual capacity. In an instant, the elite transcenders were forced to retreat. One transcender, endowed with the talent of striking from afar, was kicked in the heart by the rabbit, resulting in an explosive demise. 2 elite transcenders were ensnared and strangled to death by the shadow of the red snake. The ranks of the transcenders dwindled rapidly. The greedy Taoist, wielding the black snake staff, flew in from a distance, shouting, "Who brought you here? What audacity you possess to oppose my heavenly Tao sect?" He waved the black snake staff, and instantly, nearly 107 viper snakes surged forth from the surroundings. "Talent, snake manipulation, activate." "Good. All of you demon suppressors will be bitten to death." "Kill." Hundreds of black 7 viper snakes descended from the sky. However, in the next breath, the princess extended her delicate hand from her sleeve and gently raised it. The swirling snow melted into countless ice crystals, each adorned with sharp spikes. With a flick of her finger, she commanded, "Kill." In less than 10 breaths, hundreds of highly toxic 7 viper snakes were pierced to death by the ice crystals. The greedy Taoist was utterly astonished. Who is it?" He turned to see the princess ascending from the tower. The greedy Taoist was bewildered, trembling with fear. How did the princess arrive? This local native has come in person. Chapter 47. The Celestial Ice Phoenix. The princess strikes. Terrifying beyond measure. The greedy Taoist had long heard of the princess's formidable reputation. He was aware that she was a super demon. Yet, he had also received a secret piece of news. Just a few days prior, the princess had been injured. This was good news for him. The greedy Taoist soared into the sky, clutching the black snake staff, and shouted loudly, "Princess, you are wounded. Do not think I am unaware. Now, as you retreat with the demon guardian, I, the greedy Taoist, shall grant you leniency and refrain from pursuing you." However, before I could finish my words, the princess of the Long family suddenly descended from the sky, seeking death. With a swift motion of her sleeve, a tempest of snowflakes enveloped in an icy aura surged violently towards the greedy Taoist. He promptly spun his black serpent staff in a frenzy, allowing the venom of 7 vipers to emanate from it. Since the princess was injured, the old Taoist believed he could withstand her assault. Boom! With a resounding crack, the black serpent staff was shattered in 2. The terrifying coldness struck him across the face, and he plummeted from the sky. One strike. Remarkably, just a single strike rendered him incapacitated. The greedy Taoist, spitting blood, struggled to rise from the ground. Wasn't the princess supposed to be injured? Why was she still so formidable? As he observed the dwindling number of travelers, the greedy Taoist called out to the surviving ones behind him. "Where is Yang Ming?" "I'm here," Yang Ming replied. "Use your talent for me." Quickly, Yang Ming's talent was the enhancement of magical strength, ranked 53rd, capable of amplifying one's magical prowess fivefold during battle with a triggering probability of 5. However, the duration lasted only 10 breaths, and its effects would significantly impact his own cultivation upon expiration. Qin Ming rushed to the greedy Taoist's side, his palms pressed together, invoking his talent, magical strength enhancement. The greedy Taoist surprisingly succeeded in triggering it, instantly infused with a tremendous vitality. His voice trembled slightly as he soared into the sky. He had never felt such power before. Now, even in the face of a master-level opponent, he felt no fear. He concentrated the black serpent venom into a toxic sphere, aimed directly at the princess. 10 breaths would suffice. Let us see how the princess responds. Even if you shatter this venomous sphere, the poison shall still corrode you. Yet, no one anticipated that behind the princess, who hovered in the air, a fearsome purple phoenix suddenly appeared. This phoenix loomed an impressive 50 meters tall. With its wings unfurled, it obscured the sun, exuding an ominous aura of death from its black feathers. The battling travelers below were rendered speechless with terror. The heavenly demon ice phoenix. It was none other than the ancient beast, the heavenly demon ice phoenix. Just as the greedy Taoist's toxic sphere approached, it was effortlessly disintegrated by a mere flick of the princess's wing. The shadow of the heavenly demon ice phoenix stirred again, unleashing a horrific blizzard hurricane. Despite the greedy Taoist's tenfold enhancement, he exerted all his strength to resist this dreadful tempest. However, to everyone's astonishment, the moment he made contact with the icy whirlwind, he was brutally smashed, his insides shattered, crashing to the ground. Boom! A massive crater was formed upon impact. The greedy Taoist was utterly petrified. His body lay in ruin, bones shattered, meridians severed, and he continued to spit blood. One strike. Again, merely a single strike. This was truly terrifying. The remaining 30 or so travelers displayed despair in their eyes. Among them were several powerful individuals at the spirit communication realm. Yet upon witnessing the princess in the sky and the terrifying heavenly demon ice phoenix behind her, they were gripped by sheer dread. A quarter of an hour later, the 12 zodiac signs have eradicated over 300 time travelers in East Foshan. The avaricious Taoist, rendered incapacitated, was dragged before the princess by an iron hook grasping his wrist. The adorable rabbit lieutenant rushed forward and whispered into the princess's ear, "Your Highness, Her Majesty the Empress has just sent a message via a spirit bird, stating that the Heavenly Tao sect has planted explosives somewhere within the Emerald City. Her Majesty has apprehended 2 elders of the sect and requests that you bring this greedy Taoist back for interrogation." The princess's expression was one of indifference. Upon hearing her sister's command, she felt a surge of defiance, contemplating the audacity of her sister, Han Yueli, to command her so. However, when she considered the lives of the many citizens of Emerald City at stake, she ultimately replied coldly, "Sever his sword-wielding arm and hang him by the wrist for transport." Understood. And bring back the heads of the 300 time travelers. Understood. In room 1 of the drunken immortal pavilion, Yin Shuiyao was diligently composing a letter to the headquarters of the 5 Elements Alliance. She documented the betrayal within the Flame Hall, the negotiations with the greedy Taoist from the Heavenly Tao sect, and the assault on East Foshan by the princess's army. Afterward, she opened the window, and a small white spirit bird swiftly flew in. This bird, diminutive yet remarkably swift, its flight speed exceeding that of a horse by more than 5-fold, was imbued with extraordinary intelligence and had an impressively high accuracy rate for delivering messages. Yun Shuiyao placed the note into the small bamboo container clutched by the spirit bird's talons and released it into the sky. At that moment, Qin Xian entered the room. "Master, we've received a letter from the 5 Elements Alliance headquarters today. What does it say? Is there any news about the little eunuch Qin?" "Not yet, Master." Yun Shuiyao felt a surge of anxiety. This was a matter entrusted to her by her disciple, Qin Ming, just a few days prior. Qin Ming was impersonating this eunuch within the palace. If she could not uncover the true origins of this eunuch, it would remain a ticking time bomb. At that moment, her eldest disciple, Ma Chong, rushed in, breathless. "Master, this is bad." "What do you mean, bad?" "The princess has returned with the heads of the 300 time travelers." Qin Xian retorted impatiently. Those were the despicable members of the Heavenly Tao sect. Their demise is inconsequential. "Why are you so agitated?" "That's not it," Ma Chong exclaimed, shaking his head. "I'm worried that the princess has brought back the greedy Taoist." "What?" Upon hearing this, Yun Shuiyao sprang from her chair. Qin Xian's expression also shifted drastically. "What shall we do?" The greedy Taoist has encountered Qin Ming before. If the princess brings him into the palace, it would spell disaster. Master, should we not charge in and eliminate the greedy Taoist? Yun Shuiyao shot her disciple a glare. Ma Chong, think before you act. If you rush in blindly, you want to even get close to the greedy Taoist before being reduced to a mere pulp. Is the princess truly that formidable? Indeed, she is. When I was uninjured, I could only reach the 6th level of spirit communication, whereas the princess is at the pinnacle of mastery, before her transformation. Consider the disparity between us. At this revelation, both Qin Xian and Ma Chong were left in astonishment. Indeed, they are formidable natives. Suddenly, Yin Shui Yao conceived a plan. Follow me, we shall endeavor to try. I cannot promise success. Chapter 48, Master and Princess. The Cunning Fiend. In this battle, fewer than 100 of the 3,000 demon suppression guards perished. Though their individual cultivation levels were modest, the princess and the 12 zodiac figures were overwhelmingly powerful. They almost effortlessly subdued all the adept travelers that opposed them. The cunning Taoist, who excelled in critical strikes, could not withstand even a single blow from the princess. At this moment, the 3,000 demon suppression guards majestically arrived at the Emerald City. As they entered, the townsfolk rushed to the streets to witness the spectacle. The princess has slain more travelers. How incredible! Exclaimed the crowd, gazing at the cart piled high with the heads of travelers, which appeared to number at least 300. The citizens erupted in cheers, visibly exhilarated. The 12 zodiac figures rode their snow steeds at the forefront, followed closely by the princess's carriage and the cage containing the captured Taoist. The demon suppression guards trailed behind, accompanied by the gruesome display of 300 bloody heads. Yun Shui Yao felt the pressure of time as she navigated through the throng with her disciples, Qin Xian and Ma Chong. The recent battle with the Taoist had left her severely afflicted by the venom of the 7 vipers, causing her cultivation to plummet from the 6th to the 4th level of spirit communication. She recognized that she could not withstand even a single strike from the princess in a direct confrontation. Thus, Yun Shui Yao devised a strategy that relied on chaos for victory. Ma Chong, have you located the bulls? She inquired. I have, master. I specifically sought out those with horns. Qin Xian, have you procured the firecrackers? I have acquired them. Await my command to act. Understood. The princess reclined languidly in the corner of her snow steed-esque carriage, her voluptuous form exuding an irresistible allure. With her eyes half closed, she feigned slumber, indifferent to the fervent chants of admiration and reverence from the crowd outside. Her countenance remained cold and stoic. The black armor of the 12 zodiac figures bore traces of blood. The adorable rabbit and the alluring goat had taken the lead, exchanging greetings with the surrounding populace. Rabbit, chirped the goat flirtatiously, I just overheard someone claim that I am more beautiful than you. The rabbit shot the goat an exasperated glare. Aside from your size, you possess nothing remarkable. Is being large such a flaw? Look at how little Qin gazes at me. And how does he regard you? With disdain for your ample bosom and vacant mind. Little rabbit, I shall compete with you. At that moment, chaos erupted in the crowd ahead. The rabbit raised her hand, and the entire army came to an immediate halt. Before them, 8 bulls, adorned with crackling firecrackers, charged wildly towards the army-esque carriage. The goat swiftly drew her sword. What is happening? Have the townsfolk's oxen gone mad? Other officers also unsheathed their weapons. The rabbit quickly waved her small arm. Do not harm them, simply block their path. The emperor decreed this year that, due to famine, there should be no slaughter of the working oxen. Ah, indeed, that seems to be the case. Let us subdue these oxen. 8 plowing oxen charged wildly towards the formation. Many town guards sensed the anomaly and rushed to the front. The charming rabbit and the graceful goat rolled up their sleeves, prepared to subdue the oxen. Suddenly, the Grand Princess Han Yueshi soared out of her carriage with a fierce aura that instilled both reverence and fear in the onlookers. Coldly, she chided, What are you fools doing at the front? This is clearly a trap. With a swift flick of her sleeve, a fierce breath of icy air coalesced in the air. In an instant, the chill transformed into 8 white ice swords that hurtled towards the oxen. As the beasts reached the formation, they were pierced through the skull by the icy blades. The terrifying cold obliterated the oxen, scattering flesh and blood. Simultaneously, the Grand Princess turned sharply atop her palanquin, her gaze fixed intently on the prison cart containing the greedy cultivator. Sure enough, she immediately spotted the masked figures of Yun Shuiyao and her disciples, Qin Xian and Ma Chong, who were poised to strike. A cold smile graced the Grand Princess's lips as she raised her hand. With a sharp sound, the Moon Shadow sword was drawn from its sheath. Yun Shuiyao's Wuchen sword surged towards the greedy cultivator, imbued with her profound sword intent. Qing Xian also unleashed a fierce strike aimed at the cultivator's heart. However, to their astonishment, as the Wuchen sword and the black gold dagger approached, they were repelled by the descending Moon Shadow sword with a resounding clash. Both Yun Shuiyao and Qing Xian felt a violent pain in their hearts, blood escaping their lips. In a moment of desperation, Yun Shuiyao fervently swung her arms, unleashing 3 sword intents towards the greedy cultivator. Yet, the formidable Grand Princess allowed her no opportunity. With a delicate grasp of her slender hand, a flurry of snowflakes instantly coalesced. As she swept her sleeve downward, the gathered snowflakes formed an ice wall before the greedy cultivator. Thud! Yun Shuiyao's 3 sword strikes were entirely thwarted by the ice wall, and Qing Xian's subsequent slashes proved futile as well. In the next breath, the ice wall shattered with a crack, sending shards of icy swords piercing towards Yun Shuiyao. She hastily retreated, overwhelmed by the sheer terror of the Grand Princess's might. Retreat, commanded Yun Shuiyao, leading Ma Chong and Qing Xian swiftly into the crowd, jumping into the already opened sewer entrance. At that moment, as the 3 of them leapt into the sewer, the Grand Princess's icy sword struck, exploding behind them with a thunderous roar. Upon entering the depths, Yun Shuiyao coughed up a mouthful of blood, hastily supported by her disciple, Qing Xian. Master, we must flee. This Grand Princess is a demon, both ruthless and cunning. If the greedy cultivator is not slain, what will happen to your senior brother, Qin Ming, in the palace? The Grand Princess pursued them to the sewer entrance, initially prepared to leap down and sever their heads. However, an unpleasant odor wafted up from within, causing her to swiftly retreat with a wave of her sleeve. She gently brushed off her garments and returned to her carriage. While she permitted murder, she would never allow her attire to be soiled by it. The 12 zodiac signs dispatched 100 demon-slaying guards to leap into the sewer to pursue their quarry, while the main force continued its advance towards the Moon Palace. The dawn at the Moon Palace remained shrouded in dimness and silence. Lingyin had already dressed and groomed herself. Stepping outside, she savored several pieces of ice taken from the flowers. Qin Ming, dressed in black, stood at the entrance, stretching lazily and chuckling. Sister Lingyin, you usually eat just 1 piece of ice. Why so much this morning? Lingyin blushed. It's all your fault. I need to mask the taste with some ice to avoid being discovered by the Grand Princess. Chapter 49. So brutal. 300 heads. Lingyin held ice in her left hand, while her right arm swayed up and down incessantly. Alas, my arm is truly sore. At that moment, the sound of thundering hooves echoed from outside the Moon Palace. Both Lingyin and Qin Ming felt a jolt of alarm. The Grand Princess has returned. They hurriedly approached and opened the towering 5-meter-tall tiger-headed gate of the Moon Palace. With a resounding crash, the 12 zodiac signs dismounted from their swift steeds, their armor and weapons stained with fresh blood. The curtain of the Grand Princess's carriage was drawn back, revealing her clad in black armor, her beauty radiant, and her attire pristine. Qin Ming could not help but marvel inwardly. This woman is truly stunning. Yet, her temperament is utterly deranged. As the Grand Princess disembarked, her piercing gaze fell upon Qin Ming, who quickly lowered his head. She strode past him and Lingyin, and after 3 steps, she abruptly turned back. Her voice icy. How is your injury? Qin Ming replied, it has improved significantly. A brief silence enveloped them. After a few breaths, the Grand Princess turned and ascended to the upper hall. In the square outside the Moon Palace, carts laden with severed heads approached. Lingyin gasped in shock, hastily covering her mouth. Qin Ming was equally shaken by the gruesome sight. Nearly 300 bloody heads were heaped upon the carts, some adorned with modern accessories from the Blue Star. To think that so many traversers had been slain all at once. My heavens, the deranged and invincible Grand Princess. Suddenly, a sultry and alluring goat blocked Qin Ming's path. Her armor was smeared with blood, yet she wore a seductive smile, her ample bosom nearly brushing against him. She taunted the bunny girl. Look, when we're together, little Qinzi's eyes are on me first, simply because I am more appealing than your whatever. Humph. The bunny girl scoffed, her small hands tucked into her armored chest as she approached with a cheerful demeanor. Little Qinzi, you're recovering quite well. Oh, Lingyin, why do you have such dark circles under your eyes? Lingyin replied, how could I not? I've been awake all night. What happened to your arm? constantly swaying back and forth? Oh, nothing. I just twisted it while fetching water this morning. With that, she shot a glare at Qin Ming. Other female officers also entered, expressing their concern for Qin Ming's injuries. Qin Ming exclaimed, "So many traversers from East Buddha Mountain perished? Of course. With us 12 zodiac signs in action. What can't we handle? Oh no. One person remains alive. The leader of East Foshan, known as the Greedy Taoist, has been brought back." A chill ran through Qin Ming's heart. The Greedy Taoist? Damn, that fellow has crossed paths with me before. Bringing him into the palace is akin to introducing a ticking time bomb. Qin Ming quickly probed, "Why has the Grand Princess kept him?" Meng Tu pouted. "It seems His Majesty wishes to extract information from the Greedy Taoist. He intends to interrogate him." Qin Ming sighed in relief. "As long as His Majesty takes him away, it's fine. After all, Qin Ming, does not oversee the fire hall. As long as he does not encounter the Greedy Taoist, everything is manageable." At that moment, the door to the Grand Princess's chamber on the 11th floor of the palace suddenly swung open. She had changed into a long purple gown embroidered with cloud patterns. Her long hair fluttered in the cold wind, exuding an unparalleled beauty. Below, the 12 zodiac bells hurriedly bowed to the Grand Princess. 2 matters. First, hang the heads of these 300 traversers in the market of the Firefly Imperial City. Warn those traversers that anyone daring to harm the people of the Taiyin Palace will face this fate. Understood. Second matter, Little Qin. At your service. From today onward, I appoint you as the Deputy Commander of the Demon Suppression Guard. Tomorrow morning, accompany me to the fire hall for the morning court and receive your official seal." Qin Ming was taken aback, both astonished and elated, left standing in place. Ling Yin eagerly patted his arm. "Quick, express your gratitude." The 12 zodiac members turned to him, their faces adorned with smiles. "Hurry up and thank her." Qin Ming bowed, clasping his fists. "I thank the Grand Princess." The Grand Princess, with a languid grace, turned and re-entered her chamber. In an instant, the 12 zodiac members, disregarding their recent fatigue from battle, and even Ling Yin, ignoring her aching arm, surrounded Qin Ming. "Congratulations. Little Qin, you've made a meteoric rise. No one has ever been promoted directly to Deputy Commander before. Little Qin, we, the 12 Zodiac, have followed the Grand Princess for over 20 years. We've climbed from the Demon Suppression Guard step by step to Deputy Commander, and here you are, becoming one right from the start." Qin Ming himself had not anticipated this. The usually cruel Grand Princess had suddenly turned benevolent. It was perplexing, truly perplexing. Yet, he suddenly remembered a grave matter. The Empress's fire hall was to convene tomorrow, but the Greedy Taoist was being taken to her. If the fire hall were to encounter the Greedy Taoist tomorrow, it could spell disaster. Never mind. Worrying about it now is futile. One step at a time. After all, achieving the position of Deputy Commander of the Demon Suppression Guard is quite commendable. At the very least, it ensures a greater degree of safety for him. Moreover, he would possess the capability to protect his master and junior sisters. As night deepened, Qin Ming checked his luck points, which stood at merely 26, not enough for a lottery draw. He decided to circulate his spiritual energy in his room, engaging in a small cycle of the great circulation. After a while, Qin Ming heard a gentle tapping at the window. He opened it to find a pure white weasel outside, its green eyes gazing at him. Qin Ming waved. "Are you cold? Would you like to come in?" The weasel sprang into the room with a leap of its hind legs, shaking off the snow from its body and curling up at the foot of the bed. "Is it cold?" After his training, Qin Ming's physique had become remarkably robust. Thus he had not lit the charcoal fire in his room. He jumped off the bed and placed charcoal into the Kong. Extending his right hand, he summoned his innate flames, conjuring a swirl of crimson fire that blazed in the palm of his hand. The white weasel, huddled at the end of the bed, was suddenly startled and immediately stood up, its green eyes wide with astonishment. As the charcoal fire ignited, warmth enveloped the room. Qin Ming clapped his hands and chuckled. "Now that the room is warm, you can rest well, little fellow." Qin Ming's promotion to the position of vice captain of the Demon Suppression Guards brought immense joy to Ling Ying. Since last night, when she had spent the entire night nestled beside Qin Ming, she had wholly regarded him as the one to whom she would entrust her life. Naturally, she felt elated by his rise to the rank of captain. This brought her ever closer to the dream of him redeeming her, taking her out of the palace, and establishing a little family together. As this thought crossed her mind, she tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, clutching her blanket. Memories of Qin Ming's antics from the previous night flooded back to her. Although they had not engaged in anything intimate, his playful nature was certainly varied. With this thought, Ling Ying rubbed her arms, a shy smile blooming on her face. Chapter 50. The Dragon Abyss Ancestral Hall. The mysterious black dragon. As dawn broke, Qin Ming awoke from his slumber, hearing Ling Ying outside sweeping the snow. Donning his clothes, he noticed that the white weasel had already vanished without a trace. How odd. He stepped outside to join Ling Ying with a broom in hand. Ling Ying, munching on a piece of ice from the red spirit flower, smiled at Qin Ming, her gaze radiating fondness as though she were admiring her husband. Qin Ming chuckled back, nibbling on a piece of ice himself. With so many people in the courtyard today, he couldn't afford to frolic around Ling Ying as he had done the previous night. They had an early court assembly to attend, and the princess had risen particularly early. After breakfast, she commanded that a set of black official robes be delivered to Qin Ming. After changing into the attire, Ling Ying styled his hair, and he appeared quite spirited. As he stepped outside, he found Princess Han Yueshi standing in the snowy courtyard, one hand resting casually behind her back. She spoke softly. "Let us go." With that, the princess's moonshadow sword erupted with a brilliant blue light, soaring into the sky. The playful bunny atop the roof chuckled softly, remarking, "Princess, Qin Ming hasn't reached the spiritual realm. He cannot fly. If he cannot fly, he should ride a snow steed." With that, the princess took flight on her sword, vanishing into the swirling snowflakes. The playful bunny leapt down from the eaves, leading Qin Ming to a white snow steed. "Little Qin, follow this official road straight until you reach the end, then turn west to reach the Hall of Fire. Remember, turn west, and under no circumstances venture east. The east is the forbidden zone of the entire imperial city, the Dragon Abyss Ancestral Hall." The mention of the Dragon Abyss Ancestral Hall raised several questions in Qin Ming's mind. How peculiar. He had often encountered novels depicting royal ancestral halls, either referred to as the Royal Ancestral Hall or the Hall of Ancestors. However, he was puzzled by the existence of the Lonyuan Ancestral Hall. Nevertheless, Qin Ming did not inquire further. He mounted his white steed and bid farewell to Ling Ying and the 12 Zodiac companions. "Safe travels, little Qin," they called. "May your official career flourish." With a slight pressure from his legs, the white steed galloped swiftly. The imperial palace of the Dayan Kingdom was vast, allowing officials to ride horses, though flying within the palace was strictly prohibited, except for the princess, who was beyond the empress's control. As Qin Ming ventured deeper into the heart of the Dayan Kingdom's power, approaching the Hall of Fire, he felt an increasing sense of awe. The architecture was exquisite, with towering structures every few paces and elegant pavilions and gardens. Through the swirling snowflakes, he gazed eastward toward the Lonyuan Ancestral Hall, where a colossal black dragon statue spiraled skyward, reaching a height of at least 500 or 600 meters. The dragon's likeness was remarkably lifelike, its massive head standing resolutely against the wind and snow, exuding an air of authority that instilled fear at first glance. What could the Lonyuan Ancestral Hall possibly be? Lost in thought, a sudden voice of reprimand broke through. Who dares to ride and look around so recklessly? Turning around, he saw 6 members of the White Feather Guards, clad in white armor and wielding long swords, encircling him. "I am Wang Shan, lieutenant of the White Feather Guards." "State your name." "I am Qin Ming, the newly appointed lieutenant of the Demon Subduing Guard." The White Feather Guard beside Wang Shan erupted in laughter. "The lieutenant of the Demon Subduing Guard? Spare me your tall tales. I know you. You're the eunuch little Qin from the Taiying Palace." Wang Shan stepped forward, his eyes filled with arrogance and disdain. "Eunuchs are rootless beings, powerless and dare to impersonate a lieutenant? What a joke." Qin Ming felt his temper rising. He had no desire for conflict, yet he calmly replied, "I truly am the new lieutenant of the Demon Subduing Guard and need to proceed to the Hall of Fire. I kindly request your leniency, Lieutenant Wang." "Leniency, my foot. You a eunuch?" Wang Shan barked. "Seize him. I've never heard of any eunuch holding such a rank." What a laugh. The other 5 guards burst into laughter once more. Dismounting, Qin Ming declared, "Since Lieutenant Wang believes I am powerless, shall we put that to the test?" He had already discerned that Wang Shan was at the 3rd level of body refinement, while the others were at the 2nd. "Look at this eunuch from the Taiying Palace, daring to challenge me, a lieutenant of the White Feather Guards. Today, I shall show you what true authority looks like." With that, Wang Shan clenched his fist and charged at Qin Ming. Unperturbed, Qin Ming raised his right hand just as Wang Shan approached, unleashing the Ice Soul Fist. The icy mist coalescing around his fist erupted forth, sending Wang Shan hurtling backward, landing 5 meters away. Groaning in humiliation and fury, he shouted, "Kill him! Kill him!" In an instant, the other 5 white feather guards drew their swords and rushed forward. Qin Ming's concealed talent and the turtle-breathing technique endowed him with remarkable perception and speed. 5 swords darted around him, attempting to strike. Yet Qin Ming effortlessly evaded each assault. Seizing the opportunity, he executed the Ice Soul Fist with remarkable swiftness. The sound of impact echoed as the 5 white feather guards were sent crashing to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. Wang Shan, lying on the ground, was utterly astonished. How could a newly appointed eunuch possess such strength? Qin Ming's expression grew increasingly cold as he approached once more, raising his foot to deliver a powerful kick to Wang Shan's chest, propelling him several meters away. At that moment, 2 officials clad in azure robes adorned with intricate beast patterns passed by, witnessing the scene unfold. "Stop, young man. I see you are dressed in the uniform of the Demon Suppression Guard. How can you recklessly assault a white feather guard here? When did you become a captain? Why are you causing such havoc?" Qin Ming clasped his hands together in a respectful gesture. "Esteemed officials, I am Captain Qin Ming. As I passed by, Captain Wang Shan and his guards obstructed my path and insulted me. I was compelled to act in self-defense." "Compelled to act? Do you have any evidence?" One of the officials retorted. "Indeed, do you have proof that someone else initiated the conflict?" "Sir Qin, this is near the Emperor's Hall of Fire. Causing trouble here is a grave offense. If you lack evidence, it will be deemed an act of personal violence, and I will report you to the Emperor." Qin Ming discerned that these 2 officials were nothing but troublemakers. As he pondered how to respond, a figure draped in dark purple approached from a distance. None other than the formidable princess, her visage as cold as frost. Chapter 51, Barbie. The encounter with the greedy one at the Hall of Fire. The 2 officials hurried to greet her, eager to present their grievances. "Princess, we just witnessed Qin Ming assaulting the white feather guards. He incapacitated 6 of them. I asked him for evidence proving he was provoked first, and he has none. This implies he instigated the conflict." Qin Ming followed closely behind, bowing to the princess. He anticipated a reprimand for causing a disturbance near the Hall of Fire, especially in the eyes of these meddlesome bureaucrats. "Princess, Captain Wang Shan has been persistently provoking." Before he could finish, the princess waved her sleeve dismissively. "No need to elaborate. Little Qin, come here." Qin Ming approached her side and bowed again. "You have just begun your official duties today. Allow me to impart some rules of conduct." Your subordinate listens attentively. "Remember, if anyone doubts your actions, do not endeavor to prove yourself. It is utterly futile. Instead, you must crush their vision and inform them to keep their eyes open in their next life." In the next breath, the princess suddenly flicked her sleeve. Snowflakes in the air coalesced into a small crystalline sword of ice. With a swift motion, the eyes of the 2 officials were slashed, blood gushing forth as their eyeballs shattered. They clutched their faces in agony, wailing in despair. "My eyes." Qin Ming was taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment. Goodness! It was the first time he found the princess incredibly cool. The princess turned and strode toward the Hall of Fire, and Qin Ming hurriedly followed in her wake. The biting cold wind swayed her dress, and her black hair cascaded over her shoulders, truly a sight to behold. What puzzled Qin Ming was that the Grand Princess chose to believe unconditionally, without even allowing him to explain. Why did she seem somewhat different from before? The Hall of Fire, presided over by the Empress, stood majestically round and towering to 100 feet. At the pinnacle of the hall, a massive red phoenix sculpted from firefly stones glimmered intermittently, casting a dazzling light that pierced through the dim clouds and mist surrounding it. The walls of the hall were adorned with numerous firefly stones, for in this world shrouded in darkness, people sought warmth and light. Thus such embellishments signified wealth and dignity. At the entrance of the Hall of Fire stood a eunuch clad in blue, his face pale, with a pair of hawk-like eyes and a stout physique. Qin Ming instantly recognized him as Wang Jin, the very eunuch who had once supervised the castration and training of their group. How had he ended up here from the Palace of Ceremonies? A wave of anxiety washed over Qin Ming, fearing that this fellow might recognize him as the disguised little Qin. He was uncertain whether Wang Jin had seen his face when he had undergone the procedure. However, at that time, little Qin had borne a prominent scar across his face, which should have made it difficult for Wang Jin to identify him clearly. Upon seeing the Grand Princess, Wang Jin called out loudly to the Hall of Fire, "The Grand Princess has arrived." Only after she passed did he slightly lift his gaze. a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Qin Ming. Qin Ming returned the gesture with a smile and a nod. Little Qin, when you underwent the procedure, you were scarred and veiled. I never anticipated that you would emerge so strikingly handsome after your recovery. Wang Jin exclaimed. Congratulations on your promotion to the Directorate of Ceremonies. And also, congratulations on your appointment as a captain. Your future is boundless. Qin Ming bowed slightly once more and hastened to follow the Grand Princess inside. It appeared that Wang Jin had not recognized him, or perhaps he had, but he was astutely discreet. However, the latter seemed unlikely. Upon entering the Hall of Fire, Qin Ming was overwhelmed by its grandeur. Having visited the Tai Chi Hall in the forbidden city of Blue Star, he found it utterly incomparable to the magnificence before him. This circular hall boasted a diameter of nearly 100 meters, with 18 golden pillars intricately carved with phoenixes, adorned with luminous firefly lamps. Flanking either side stood a multitude of civil and military officials. With a mere sweep of his senses, Qin Ming discerned that the martial leaders among them were all cultivators of considerable prowess, each surpassing the threshold of spiritual awakening. No wonder the group of transgressors had found their struggles so arduous. Initially, as the Grand Princess entered, all officials slightly bowed their heads, avoiding direct eye contact. However, upon noticing Qin Ming accompanying her, they couldn't help but gaze up in astonishment. Who was this striking young man that they had never encountered before? Rumor had it that he was a eunuch, yet the Grand Princess had appointed him as a captain. What? When did eunuchs in the great Yin kingdom gain such privileges? Hush, you seek death. If the Grand Princess hears you, she might just crush your skull. Qin Ming lowered his gaze slightly, maintaining a poised demeanor. He followed the Grand Princess to the left side of the hall's forefront, where she took her seat upon a grand white jade chair, while he stood attentively behind her. He discreetly observed his surroundings with the corner of his eye. To his astonishment, the female officials in the Yin kingdom comprised more than half, and there were quite a number of female generals as well. At that moment, a tall, slender eunuch on the left shouted loudly, "His Majesty has arrived." All the ministers and generals knelt down, except for the Grand Princess, who remained seated on her jade chair, her expression unwavering. Suddenly, Qin Ming felt several shadows dart past him. He raised his gaze slightly and was astonished to see the legendary phoenixes. There were over a dozen of them, each about 2 feet long, their feathers resplendent in golden hues, shining brilliantly. What an extraordinary sight! Are phoenixes kept as pets in this world? Just then, a wave of scorching heat emanated from the Hall of Fire Control. Qin Ming's skin felt parched, and it seemed as though a fire ignited within him. Many of the officials kneeling in the Hall of Fire Control began to sweat profusely, yet none dared to lift their heads. Gentlemen, no need for formalities. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qin Ming glanced up and immediately spotted the Empress seated on the elevated throne. She radiated an intense, fiery aura, her golden-black dragon robe enveloping her alluring figure. Her stunning beauty rivaled that of her sister, the Grand Princess, yet she exuded a greater imperial might. The dozen or so golden phoenixes that had just flown in gracefully descended around the Empress's throne. Her domineering gaze swept across the assembly, landing on her sister, the Grand Princess. Then, her eyes shifted to glare at Qin Ming. Warning, danger level increased by 200. Luck points will increase at a rate 200 times faster during this perilous period. Good heavens, just a glare, and the danger level skyrocketed by 200 times. How outrageous. The Grand Princess, seated on her jade chair, suddenly lifted her gaze, releasing a piercing chill that immediately pushed back the Empress's murderous intent. The pressure on Qin Ming vanished instantly. The Empress remained composed, her eyes scanning the gathered officials. 2 days ago, I instructed the interrogation of the elders of the Heavenly Tao sect to ascertain the whereabouts of the explosives in Firefly City. Have there been any developments? The hall fell into a deathly silence. After 3 breaths, a rather short general stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have confined them in purgatory and interrogated them for a day and night, but no information has been extracted. The Empress, Han Yueli, frowned slightly, and the flames of the firefly lamps flickered ominously. Utterly useless. 3-time travelers, and you still can't extract any information? What good are you? Raising her right hand, a deep blue flame suddenly ignited with a whoosh. Instantly, the entire Hall of Fire Control became unbearably hot. The general trembled all over and fell to his knees with a thud. Your Majesty, spare me. I will return and continue the interrogation. Please have mercy. Boom. The deep blue flame struck the general directly, sending him flying 10 meters before he lost consciousness. The hall was enveloped in a chilling silence. The blue flames heated the palace to an extreme. Qin Ming marveled inwardly, astonished by the sheer ferocity of the empress. She was even more formidable than the Grand Princess. Her blue flames were astonishingly powerful. The empress, Han Yueli, spoke coldly once more. Bring those 3 time-traveling elders to me. I refuse to believe we cannot extract anything from them. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 3 elders of the heavenly Tao sect were brought forth, the greedy Taoist, the ghost elder, and the cursing Taoist. Their hands were bound behind their backs, a large iron hook hanging from their shoulder blades. Qin Ming felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. He had never anticipated encountering the greedy Taoist in the Hall of Fire. His luck seemed to be at an all-time low. Chapter 52. From my cold moonlight begins, eunuchs in office. Who dares to oppose? Qin Ming swiftly positioned himself to the left of the Grand Princess, ensuring that her body shielded him from the greedy Taoist's gaze. All 3 elders, having traversed time, possessed cultivation at the spirit communication realm. Yet, before the empress, they could barely catch their breath, trembling in fear as they knelt on the ground. The empress spoke coldly. I have heard that the heavenly Tao sect has planted explosives within my imperial city. Reveal their location, and I shall grant you a swift death. The greedy Taoist and the other 2 were disheveled, their garments tattered and their bodies riddled with wounds. They hung their heads in silence. The empress turned her gaze towards the right corner of the Hall of Fire. Bring those 3 alchemical furnaces to me. Since they refuse to speak, bind them to the boiling furnaces and let them suffer. Before long, 3 blazing alchemical furnaces were positioned in the center of the hall. The greedy Taoist, the ghost elder, and the cursing Taoist were bound to the furnaces, the sizzling heat threatening to scorch their backs. Ah, your majesty, spare us. The 3 generals wielding long whips approached the 8 trigrams furnace, beginning to lash out. Each crack of the whip left their skin torn and blood spraying. They screamed in agony, pleading for mercy, yet the trio seemed to have conspired in advance, refusing to disclose the location of the explosives, perhaps hoping to prolong their lives. The empress rested her pale chin upon her right arm, crossing her legs. Qin Ming caught a glimpse of the Grand Princess, whose expression was equally chilling. The 2 sisters were indeed a perfect match. After a mere 10 breaths, one of the generals reported, Your Majesty, the greedy Taoist has been beaten to death. A wave of relief washed over Qin Ming. Good. This was truly splendid news. With the greedy Taoist dead, his identity would remain concealed. However, to his astonishment, the deranged empress suddenly gestured with her delicate hand. National medical sage, at your service. Bring him back to life, and once revived, continue the beating. As you command. Qin Ming thought to himself, this can only be described as utterly deranged. He could scarcely imagine the horror that awaited him should his identity be revealed and fall into the hands of this lunatic empress. The national medical sage swiftly administered a dozen needles, and the greedy Taoist indeed revived, blood still trickling from his mouth as he writhed in pain and cried out. The empress shot a glare at the general, who immediately stuffed paper into the mouths of the 3, resuming the merciless whipping. The empress sat upright on her throne, surveying her ministers. If there is something to report, do so. A short official from the 3rd row stepped forward. Your Majesty, the city of Cold Night has suffered an attack from snow beasts, resulting in over 100,000 soldiers and civilians dead or injured. The empress's eyes narrowed menacingly. What purpose does Blue Sword Heart serve? How could mere snow beasts inflict such devastation upon the city of Cold Night? Truly useless. Where are the 30,000 white feather guards I dispatched? Your Majesty, according to the reports returned, the white feather guards have suffered devastating losses. The empress slammed her palm onto the nearby table, shattering it into splinters. She rose abruptly, blue flames igniting once more around her. Useless. They are all a bunch of useless fools. Inform Lan Jiangxin that I shall send more men. She must ensure that Henicheng is well defended. Should there be any further casualties, I shall take her head. Understood. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. The concubine of the left Minister of Revenue, Yang Fan, has been discovered to be a time traveler and has already faced capital punishment. However, before her execution, Minister Yang shed tears. I believe his actions were inappropriate. He ought to reflect in solitude and learn from this. Reflect in solitude? The Empress retook her seat, pointing at a nearby general, a distinguished left minister. Yet he feels sympathy for a time traveler and weeps? This is utterly insane. Go. Execute left minister Yang Fan by slow slicing, and drag his family to witness. Anyone who dares to shed tears shall also be executed. Understood. Qin Ming was struck with horror. If the princess was a lunatic, then this empress was truly a demon. At that moment, the spellcaster bound to the alchemical furnace could no longer endure the pain. With all his strength, he broke the iron chains binding him and immediately swallowed a white elixir. Qin Ming observed as the spellcaster's aura surged rapidly. Suddenly, both the princess and the empress raised their hands simultaneously. The princess's ice sword pierced straight through the spellcaster's heart, creating a gaping wound, while the empress's blue flames descended upon the spellcaster's head. In less than 3 breaths, his head was reduced to a pile of ashes. All the officials in the Hall of Fire bowed their heads in silence. For the first time, Qin Ming witnessed the terrifying prowess of the 2 indigenous super beings. At that moment, the chief eunuch announced, "Court dismissed." The civil and military officials turned and retreated. Yet the princess remained still, and so did Qin Ming. In the center of the Hall of Fire, the greedy Taoist and the ghostly elder, bound to the Bagua furnace, writhed in agony. They gazed around in suffering. Just then, the officials beside Qin Ming had all departed. The greedy Taoist immediately spotted Qin Ming through his disheveled hair, struggling to recognize him. In that instant, Qin Ming had a flash of inspiration and leaned closer to the princess. "Princess, that greedy Taoist is leering at your legs." The princess momentarily froze, then raised her left hand. With a whoosh, an ice sword flew forth. While the greedy Taoist's eyes were wide as he tried to identify Qin Ming, the ice sword struck, leaving his eyes a bloody mess. His eyeballs burst. The greedy Taoist screamed in agony, his face drenched in blood. Qin Ming felt a wave of relief. "Thankfully, I reacted swiftly. Otherwise, if the greedy Taoist had recognized me, it would have been disastrous. With 2 formidable sorceresses attacking, there would be no escape." The empress, in a huff, pointed at the 2 captured time travelers. "Take them away. Take them away at once." "Understood." The princess stood and looked up at the empress, Han Yueli. "I have brought him here for you to see. From this day forth, he shall serve as the town demon guard's captain." "Presumptuous. Han Yueshi, do you dare appoint an official without my edict and royal seal?" "I appointed him. So what can you do?" "Han Yueshi, you overstep your bounds. I turned a blind eye to your previous appointments of the 12 zodiac signs. But now you dare to bring a eunuch to serve as captain? Have you lost your mind? What of a eunuch? Since the founding of the Dying Kingdom, has there ever been a eunuch in an official position? Then let it begin with me, Han Yueshi." Chapter 53, Sisterly Duel. "You are courting death." The empress, enraged, heaved with indignation. "I have brought him here to show you respect. Do not take my kindness for granted." "What did you say?" The empress sprang to her feet, blue flames erupting from her body, terrifyingly fierce. The grand princess showed no fear, her gaze sharp and unyielding. The 2 sisters stood poised for conflict. Qin Ming felt alternating waves of heat and cold wash over him, 2 formidable adversaries. After a brief pause, the empress's expression softened slightly. "To have him serve as captain is not out of the question. Our Dying Kingdom has always valued talent, but not just anyone can hold such a position." Her eyes suddenly fixed on Qin Ming. "If you, young Qin, wish to be captain, you must extract the truth from these 2 traversers. I wish to know where the explosion originated. Do you dare accept this challenge?" Before Qin Ming could respond, the grand princess dismissed the notion with a wave of her sleeve. "You cannot conduct the interrogation yourself, and you expect him to do so? How shameless. If he does not comply, do not expect to receive my royal seal." "Han Yueli, do you dare withhold the seal? How presumptuous." "Han Yueshi, do you wish to challenge me? Let it come. Do you truly think I fear you?" In an instant, the empress conjured 2 spheres of pure blue flame, their power formidable. Qin Ming sensed that the empress's cultivation far surpassed that of the grand princess, who had also summoned a chilling sword aura. He did not want the grand princess to be harmed in their conflict, as her injury would not bode well for the Tying Palace. Moreover, regarding the interrogation of prisoners, he recalled certain cases he had seen in Blue Star, which might provide a viable approach. To retreat now would be unwise. At this critical juncture, Qin Ming stepped forward. "Your Majesty, please calm your tempers. I am willing to attempt it." Upon hearing this, both the grand princess and the empress were taken aback. The empress regarded Qin Ming with a mixture of murderous intent and a hint of admiration. "Excellent. You have ambition. Then let the 2 traversers be confined in the town demon tower. I grant you 1 day. A reward awaits if you succeed in your inquiry. Fail, and not only will you lose your chance at captaincy, but you must also be wary of your own head." "I shall obey." The grand princess seized the royal seal, shooting an angry glare at Qin Ming, wanting to scold him, but ultimately refraining. The Empress turned, one hand resting behind her back, and departed. The Grand Princess glared at Qin Ming in frustration before storming out of the fire hall. Qin Ming hurriedly followed behind her. Outside the Hall of Fire, snowflakes danced gracefully through the air, blanketing the ground in a layer nearly a foot deep. The biting cold and howling northern winds stood in stark contrast to the searing warmth of the hall. The princess of the Long family did not soar through the skies on her sword, but instead walked steadily along the straight path, with Qin Ming trailing behind her. Their footsteps left 2 long imprints in the pristine snow. After a quarter of an hour, the princess, adorned in a black velvet coat, abruptly turned to face Qin Ming, her eyes narrowing with intensity. "Speak. Are you a fool?" "No. Indeed, you are. I expressly stated that this task should not be undertaken. Who authorized you to accept it? Do you understand that failure may cost you your life?" "I understand. Then why did you take it on, you simpleton?" The princess stepped closer, her eyes glinting with a chilling resolve, forcing Qin Ming to feel an icy dread seep through his bones. "Tell me, do you desire to hold an official position so desperately that you would risk your life for it? Here." She thrust the official seal into Qin Ming's hands. "Take it and perform your duties well. I shall see how long you can sustain this pretense." Qin Ming hastened to catch up with the princess, shaking his head. "I do not wish to hold an official position." He returned the seal to her. "I have previously expressed my contentment with the simple pleasures of the court, such as food and drink." The princess paused, hands on her hips, her demeanor fierce as she chastised. "Then why did you accept a task that is inherently impossible?" "Why? Because you are injured." "What does my injury have to do with this matter?" "You are wounded. You cannot engage in combat with the Empress." The princess stood speechless. The once cold glimmer of lethal intent in her eyes softened significantly. She remained silent for 10 breaths, gazing into Qin Ming's eyes before finally uttering, "What a fool you are. My injuries are mine alone. They concern you not." With that, the princess, Chang Yueshi, abruptly turned, raising her delicate hand as the moonshadow sword appeared beneath her feet with a resonant sound. She did not glance back at Qin Ming, instead soaring into the snowy sky. At the moment she ascended into the swirling snow, a pang of emotion tugged at her heart, and her eyes felt uncomfortably moist. "Curse these wretched snowflakes. Must they intrude upon my vision?" The princess vanished into the distant horizon. Qin Ming did not return to the Hall of Fire to fetch the horse, but continued onward along the long, snowy path. Before him rose the imposing Longyuan Shrine, its magnificent dragon sculpture towering skyward, emanating an inexplicable aura of overwhelming power. Before it, one felt as insignificant as an ant. He pondered whether such colossal entities truly existed in this world. If they did, what sort of formidable cultivator could possibly contend with them? A gust of cold wind swept by, prompting Qin Ming to wrap his cloak tighter around himself. Each step in this world felt arduous, fraught with challenges and thorns. Rubbing his hands together to generate warmth, he chuckled softly to himself. "Though I tread on thin ice, surely I shall reach the other side." In the courtyard of the Taiyin Palace, a pile of firewood blazed, heating water. Lingyin and the 12 zodiac animals gathered around the hearth, basking in its warmth while munching on seeds. The little rabbit nibbled quickly, its tiny fangs clicking rhythmically. In a brief moment, she had devoured a handful of sunflower seeds. And as she reached for another, Lingyin swiftly snatched the bag back and clutched it to her chest. "You mustn't eat any more. Your little mouth is too quick. Save this for Xiao Qinzi." TSK. "Lingyin, you were never like this before, always prioritizing your elder sisters. Now, you have placed Xiao Qinzi before us." Indeed. "Lingyin, you wouldn't have any ulterior motives, would you?" Mei Yang, with her enchanting gaze, leaned close to Lingyin's ear and whispered, "Sister tells you. Eunuchs cannot engage in such matters. Do not squander your true feelings." Upon hearing this, Lingyin's face flushed crimson. She playfully punched Mei Yang and dashed into the room. "I won't talk to you anymore." The 12 constables burst into laughter at Lingyin's antics. Just then, a figure cloaked in black descended from the skies, the Grand Princess. As she touched the ground, the falling snow swirled around her. The 12 zodiac, who had been snacking on seeds, quickly ceased their activities, sensing the frosty demeanor of their mistress, as if she were seething with anger. Chapter 54. The Enchanting Beauty of Yun Shuiyao. Accompanying grandfather for a drink with a single hand resting behind her back, the Grand Princess ascended towards the upper palace. Upon reaching the entrance of the 11th floor's Bagua Xianmen, she turned around, her voice icy as she addressed Meng Tu, Mei Yang. This official is present. Tonight, take that reckless Xiao Qinzi to the demon suppression tower to interrogate the gluttonous Taoist and the ghost elder. If nothing comes of it, so be it. Let him find the empress in the hall of flames for his demise. With that, the grand princess strode into the chamber, the door slamming shut behind her. The 12 Zodiac exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unaware of the gravity of the situation. Lingyin, having overheard from her room, rushed out, her expression fraught with anxiety. What sort of interrogation? What is happening? The 12 Zodiac, equally perplexed, shook their heads in confusion. After waiting for half an hour at the door, Qin Ming finally returned. Covered in a layer of snow, Meng Tu, Mei Yang, and the others hurriedly approached him, brushing the snow off his clothes while inquiring about the situation. Qin Ming succinctly recounted the events, leaving everyone dumbfounded. It turned out that the Grand Princess was indeed correct. Xiao Qinzi was indeed courting death. It appeared that Her Majesty the Empress truly intended to execute him. Xiao Qinzi, the gluttonous Taoist, and the ghost elder have been interrogated by the Bayou Guard for a full day and night without yielding any confessions. Do you believe you can extract anything from them? Exactly, Xiao Qinzi. Those two have clearly disregarded life and death. How can you possibly extract anything from them? Why would you take on this task? Qin Ming smiled at the crowd, a relaxed expression gracing his features. It's fine. How will we know unless we try? With that, he gathered his clothes and headed towards his room. Call me for dinner. Once we finish, we shall head to the demon suppression tower. Qin Ming's nonchalant demeanor left the 12 Zodiac and Lingyin in a state of confusion. What exactly was this fellow plotting? Seated at the bedside after changing his clothes, Qin Ming pondered the interrogation matter. He did not believe that those two would disregard life and death. After all, they were followers of the celestial Tao sect, whose tenet was to prioritize oneself above all. Those who obstructed their interests would face death. It is evident that this group consists of selfish individuals. How could they possibly disregard matters of life and death? Their silence stems from the understanding that speaking would render them devoid of value and subject them to execution. Conversely, remaining mute affords them a semblance of survival for a while longer. With this premise in mind, Qin Ming devised a strategy to elicit their confessions. It had been a day and a half since the last lottery draw. Qin Ming focused his thoughts into the locked heaven gourd. Current luck points, 40. Consuming 40 luck points, draw successful, obtained breath-holding pill, a second-grade elixir that, upon consumption, suppresses all breath, inducing a state of apparent death for a duration of 2 hours. What purpose could the breath-holding pill serve? Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. With the opportunity for interrogation at the demon suppression tower today, could he possibly rescue his master uncle, Musija? Regardless of the circumstances, Musija had extended his guidance to him. After pondering for a moment, Qin Ming formed a plan. Lingyin had risen early to retrieve meals from the imperial kitchen, aware that Qin Ming had significant matters to attend to that night. During their meal, Qin Ming maintained an air of nonchalance, finishing 2 large bowls in succession. This astonished Lingyin, Meng Tu, and Mei Yang, who silently thought to themselves, this fellow truly shows no fear of death. However, Qin Ming's indifference did not alleviate the concerns of others. Lingyin was so anxious that she could barely finish half a bowl. It was challenging enough to suppress the strange energy within her body while being near Qin Ming. What would happen if he were to encounter peril? Meng Tu and Mei Yang also set their bowls aside after only a few bites. After all, during Qin Ming's time at the Taiyin Palace, they had enjoyed a pleasant companionship. Faced with such a formidable task and the looming threat of execution from the emperor, it weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. The princess on the 11th floor of the hall had not touched a single grain of rice. Clutching a wine jug, she drank heartily, allowing the clear liquid to spill from the corners of her mouth and flow into her chest, entirely unconcerned. The night deepened. Qin Ming, Meng Tu, and Mei Yang set forth towards the demon suppression tower, accompanied by 200 demon suppression guards. Sisters, we shall take Xuanwu Street and stop by the Drunken Immortal Tower to procure 3 jars of Drunken Immortal Brew. Little Qin, do you still have the mind for drinking at such a time? Of course. If the interrogation goes well, we shall toast to our success. If not, we shall drink to our demise. Ha. Qin Ming laughed heartily as he rode his steed ahead. Meng Tu softly muttered, what a madman, even toasting to a death sentence. At the Drunken Immortal Tower, patrons filled every seat. Many lanterns hung from the pillars within. The tavern keeper sat at the front, counting the accounts on an abacus, her graceful and serene visage marked by a hint of worry. She was deeply concerned for her disciple, Qin Ming, fearing that his dealings with the greedy Taoist in the palace would bring him trouble. Hey, tavern keeper, a young servant clad in green, seated at the large central table on the first floor, suddenly stood. Tavern keeper, with such beauty, has my young master inquired whether you are married? Yun Shui Yao lifted her gaze briefly. There were 8 people at that table, the highest cultivation being the man in white at the center, who was at the 3rd level of body refinement. Yun Shui Yao ignored him and resumed her calculations. The proprietor, my young master requests your company for a drink. Tonight, we could reserve the entire venue. Yun Shui Yao, without lifting her gaze, responded calmly, if you wish to drink, then drink. If not, please leave and do not hinder our business. The young man in white chuckled and stood, dramatically unfurling his fan. You refuse to entertain my master's request for a drink? It seems you truly have no desire to conduct business. With that, he scanned the tavern, proclaiming loudly, Greetings, I am Xue Huai, son of the renowned General Xue Pan of the White Feather Guard. This ungracious lady has denied us service, and I declare that no one is permitted to purchase wine tonight. Let us see how she manages her trade. In an instant, the patrons upstairs and downstairs began to murmur amongst themselves, surprised to learn that Xue Huai was indeed the son of Xue Pan, explaining his audacious demeanor. It seemed the tavern's proprietor was in for a challenging evening. Indeed, this lady was strikingly beautiful. As anticipated, no one dared to approach and buy wine any longer. Xue Huai, accompanied by 7 subordinates, looked on mockingly at Yun Shui Yao, who, with eyes as serene as autumn waters, remained unfazed, diligently counting on her abacus, ignoring them completely. At that moment, Qin Ming entered through the doorway. His gaze immediately fell upon his master, who was focused on her calculations. Proprietor, 3 jars of drunken immortal brew, he requested. Yun Shui Yao, without raising her head, replied calmly, we are not selling wine tonight. She wished to avoid causing trouble for her other customers. Xue Huai erupted into laughter. See, the proprietor is too frightened to sell wine. He turned to Qin Ming. You must be from the Demon Suppression Guard, but I regret to inform you that no wine shall be sold here tonight. Depart swiftly. My lord is a general of the White Feather Guard, not someone a mere Demon Suppression Guard can afford to offend. Proprietress, come and drink with us. Hearing his master's humiliation, Qin Ming's expression darkened as he continued towards the counter, stating, Proprietor, 3 jars of drunken immortal brew. Xue Huai and his lackeys bristled with anger. Suddenly, as Yun Shui Yao was engrossed in her calculations, she recognized that voice. It was all too familiar. She looked up in shock to see her disciple. Qin Ming. Not only had he recovered from his injuries, but he had also become a member of the Demon Suppression Guard. It must have taken considerable effort to earn the trust of the formidable Princess Chang. Although Yun Shui Yao felt a torrent of emotions, her face remained composed. She gently waved her white sleeves. Esteemed guest, the drunken immortal brew is not for sale tonight. Please do not cause trouble and take your leave. She did not wish for her disciple, newly appointed to the Demon Suppression Guard, to provoke the White Feather Guard. However, Qin Ming turned to Xue Huai and his entourage. Smiling as he declared, I intend to purchase that drunken immortal brew today. Seeking death, Xue Huai sprang up from the table. The 7 lackeys also rose, drawing their weapons. Chapter 55, The Prisoner's Dilemma. Interrogation. Xue Huai, opening his fan, chuckled. A mere member of the Demon Suppression Guard dares to cause trouble here? Do you not fear losing your livelihood? I shall inform you. My father is General Xue of the White Feather Guard. Offending me will lead to your ruin. Worry flickered in Yun Shui Yao's eyes. The railing of the 5th floor of the drunken immortal tavern. Qing Xian and Ma Chong wore anxious expressions. Their desire to take up arms and eliminate Xue Huai had long been simmering. However, their master, Yun Shui Yao, persistently shook his head. After all, the identity of a time traveler is sensitive. The more discreet, the better. You, the Demon Suppression Guard, are truly courting death. Have you not heard of General Xue Pan of the White Feather Guard? Qin Ming smiled calmly and replied, I have not. The reason he had not heard of it was simply that he was a mere nobody. How could he possibly know the name of a general? Go, bring this insolent brat to me and kill him. Kill him. Several attendants were just about to spring into action when Qin Ming shouted towards the outside of the drunken immortal building, Come here. In an instant, nearly 100 members of the Demon Suppression Guard rushed in, swords and blades in hand. Each one possessed formidable abilities, exuding an overwhelming and dignified aura. The previously arrogant Xue Huai instantly shrank back in fear. He quickly wiped his eyes and looked at Qin Ming's attire. The cuffs were embroidered with cloud patterns. He was a lieutenant of the Demon Suppression Guard. This revelation left Yun Shui Yao at the front desk and Qing Xian and Ma Chong on the 5th floor utterly astonished. Just a few days ago, he was but a servant. How had he suddenly become a lieutenant of the Demon Suppression Guard? It is known that among the ranks of the Demon Suppression Guard, aside from the princess, there are no generals. The next rank is that of lieutenant. Shui Huai immediately realized he had kicked a hard stone, but refused to back down. After all, his father was a general of the White Feather Guard. Though he could not offend the lieutenant of the Demon Suppression Guard, he could not afford to lose face either. Since you are a lieutenant of the Demon Suppression Guard, today must be a misunderstanding. Let us not hold grudges. Misunderstanding? No. I see it as anything but a misunderstanding. Qin Ming turned, his gaze cold, and declared loudly, Demon Suppression Guard, heed my command. There is someone here openly inciting hatred between the Demon Suppression Guard and the White Feather Guard. Their malicious intent is to sow discord between His Majesty and the princess. Such treasonous individuals deserve immediate execution. With a resounding clash, the entire Demon Suppression Guard drew their weapons and charged forth. Shui Huai, terrified, began to wail. But soon the sound of heads being severed echoed through the air. In less than 10 breaths, the 8 instigators had all lost their heads. The patrons of the establishment watched in shock and awe. Qin Ming approached the counter once more and gently said, Shopkeeper, 3 jars of drunken immortal brew. Yun Shui Yao feigned panic as she fetched the jars for her disciples. This wine is on the house, a gift for the soldiers. The shopkeeper's business is not easy. How could I accept it for free? Qin Ming placed the silver coins he had prepared on the table. He picked up the 3 jars of wine and turned to leave. The 100 members of the Demon Suppression Guard quickly followed suit. Upon exiting the building, Qin Ming tossed a jar of wine each to the cute rabbit and the charming goat on horseback. The cute rabbit exclaimed, Little Qin, it seems you truly possess the demeanor of a commander. That was so cool just now. The charming goat took a sip of wine and teased. How can someone without a certain endowment exude such masculine vigor? Qin Ming took a sip of wine, feeling quite speechless. One day, I shall show you what true virility is. Qing Xian and Ma Chong hurried down from the upper floors to stand behind their master, their expressions filled with astonishment. Master, how did Qin Ming become a lieutenant of the Demon Suppression Guard? Indeed, Master, this junior brother is incredible. He became a lieutenant of the Demon Suppression Guard so quickly. Qing Xian furrowed his brow as he clutched the Wujin knife. Now that he holds an official position in the Demon Suppression Guard, can he still recall his true identity? Will he eventually forsake us? Yun Shui Yao waved her sleeve dismissively. What nonsense are you spouting? Once a master, always a master. He is my disciple, and shall remain so forever. The master was indeed correct. Disciple Qin Ming, usually composed, had resorted to open murder, undoubtedly driven by the disrespect shown to the master by those individuals. Yun Shui Yao nodded as she gathered the silver. She picked up the 3 taels of silver given by Qin Ming and sensed something amiss. The silver appeared to bear inscriptions. Turning it over, she read, Rescue Master Uncle at the mass grave. A shock ran through her heart. Could it be that Qin Ming intended to devise a way to rescue his junior brother? Were they to await at the mass grave in advance? The risks seemed insurmountable. There were so many Demon Suppression Guards accompanying them, along with 2 female captains. Although Yun Shui Yao harbored a strong desire to save her junior brother, she deemed the endeavor nearly impossible. How could one possibly extricate someone from the Demon Suppression Tower? Upon reaching the interior of the tower, Qin Ming addressed Meng Tu and Meng Yang. Ladies, please take a moment to rest and enjoy a drink. We shall conduct the interrogation in the deep of night when these 2 are at their most fatigued. With that, Qin Ming headed towards the area designated for the literature of transgressors. This evening, he planned to employ the strategy of the prisoner's dilemma against the 2. To prevent any subsequent inquiries regarding this tactic, he had arrived early to prepare. He found a volume titled Police Notes, pinned by a police transgressor, on the shelf. Taking advantage of the solitude, Qin Ming imitated the transgressor's handwriting and succinctly described the prisoner's dilemma within its pages. This way, if Princess Chong and others inquired later, he would have a plausible explanation ready. Descending into the depths of the inferno, Qin Ming briefed Meng Tu and Mei Yang before assigning them the task of interrogating the ghost elder. He intended to handle the greedy Taoist personally, leading him to a solitary confinement cell not far from Mu Sijia's. At that moment, the greedy Taoist was utterly exhausted, having lost his sight after Princess Chong had mutilated him. As Qin Ming entered and took a seat, the greedy Taoist let out a cold laugh. Do as you will. whether to kill or to torture. What is the point of this incessant interrogation? I shall not speak. Qin Ming took a sip of tea, deliberately adopting a hoarse voice as he chuckled. No matter, I'm merely going through the motions here. If you refuse to talk, the ghost elder next door will surely oblige. You think the ghost elder would trust you natives? Of course, he doesn't trust me, but he trusts you even less. The greedy Taoist furrowed his brow. What do you mean by that? Given the significance of the explosives, His Majesty has made a concession. You and the ghost elder will be questioned separately. Whoever reveals the location of the explosives will be granted freedom, while the other shall face a gruesome demise. Should both remain silent, you shall languish in this cell until death claims you. With that, Qin Ming turned and resumed his seat. The essence of the prisoner's dilemma lay in the psychological struggle. Have you finished? The greedy Taoist demanded. Do you think I would believe you? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It matters not. You may confront the greedy Taoist with unwavering resolve, yet I wonder if the elder ghost will betray you. Should he speak, you will bear the burden, gaining his release while you face a torturous death by 1,000 cuts. The greedy Taoist clenched his teeth, his brow furrowed. I refuse to believe that the Empress would be so benevolent as to grant us our freedom. Let us wait and see. A quarter of an hour passed, then 2, and finally 3. The adorable rabbit captain, having arranged it in advance, deliberately shouted, "Bring paper and ink to the elder ghost." The shout echoed loudly. Both the greedy Taoist and Qin Ming heard it. The greedy Taoist raised his head slightly, his sightless eyes still oozing blood. Did you hear that? Paper and ink have been sent to the elder ghost. Time is running short, greedy Taoist. Qin Ming rose from his seat, brushing off his sleeves. If you remain silent, we shall abandon you completely, and you may await your grisly fate. Chapter 56. The Trap. The adorable rabbit was taken aback. Qin Ming turned and strode towards the prison door. Upon reaching the entrance, the greedy Taoist suddenly called out, "Wait." Qin Ming's heart leaped with joy as he turned back. Greedy Taoist, do you have a new idea? Indeed, I do. Qin Ming stepped back a couple of paces. Then tell me, where exactly is the detonator? The greedy Taoist smirked coldly. You primitives have always been rather foolish. I never anticipated you would employ the prisoner's dilemma. Qin Ming's heart skipped a beat. You have separated me from the elder ghost using the prisoner's dilemma. Do you think I would fall for it? The greedy Taoist is quite clever. His mind reacts with remarkable speed. However, the greedy Taoist may be quick, but Qin Ming was swifter still. Since you are so familiar with the prisoner's dilemma, let us implement the second plan. Very well. Qin Ming waved at the 2 demon-suppressing guards in the distance. As they approached, they feigned, "My lord, the elder ghost has confessed. The rabbit captain commands that the greedy Taoist be executed immediately." In reality, the 2 guards gestured to Qin Ming, indicating that no interrogation had taken place. The greedy Taoist furiously exclaimed, "The elder ghost could not have confessed. It is impossible." As Qin Ming reached the 2 guards, he suddenly raised his hand. Bang! Bang! The sound of 2 strikes echoed as the guards fell unconscious. The demon-suppressing guards indeed lay incapacitated, the thud of their bodies unmistakable. The greedy Taoist sat bewildered in his cell, utterly lost as to what had transpired. Qin Ming dashed forward. Listen, greedy Taoist. You are familiar with the prisoner's dilemma. It surely originates from the modern blue planet, does it not? Why do you ask this? Your previous performance was commendable. At last, I have found a like-minded individual from the modern world. The greedy Taoist, astonished, inquired, "Who are you?" "I am a programmer who was tragically ensnared by the 996 system, transported to this realm." "Is that true?" The greedy Taoist was utterly astonished. "Then tell me, who is Einstein?" "Einstein was a Jewish scientist." "And Zhao Gao?" "Who is Zhao Gao?" "Zhao Gao was a eunuch of the Qin state, the one who pointed at a deer and called it a horse." Upon hearing this, the greedy Taoist was thoroughly convinced. Despite the indigenous people's efforts to read and comprehend, it is inconceivable that they could attain such familiarity. "My brother, I never anticipated that you would be lurking within the demon suppression guard." Greedy Taoist, a path of mutual benefit lies before you. Allow me to be unequivocal. I am currently in competition with the Elder of Interrogation Ghost for the position of captain within the demon suppression guard. The Elder has instructed his men to set off explosives. I require the location and I seek this credit. In return, I shall offer you a powerful pill, and I will ensure your release under the cover of nightfall. Are you serious? Qin Ming promptly produced the remaining powerful pill from earlier. The greedy Taoist, with his right arm lost and his vision impaired, was gravely injured. even with the aid of the powerful pill. It would be a simple task for Meng Tu and Mei Yang to eliminate him. Qin Ming held the pill before the greedy Taoist's nose. He sniffed it, and, indeed, it was genuine. One single pill could significantly restore his internal spiritual energy. Qin Ming, taking advantage of the moment, broke the pill in half and directly fed it to the greedy Taoist. Hurry. If he discovers my intentions too early, this credit will be of no use to me. The greedy Taoist remained hesitant. Everyone yearns for survival. Everyone covets power. I seek advancement, and you desire to live. Your only opportunity now is to place your trust in me. As the greedy Taoist chewed the powerful pill, his spiritual energy began to rejuvenate, and he fell into contemplation. He was now utterly convinced. The person before him was undoubtedly a time traveler, hailing from the modern era of Blue Star. Trusting a time traveler is far more reliable than relying on an indigenous person. Wait, what if you acquire the information and then renege on saving me? The greedy Taoist's mind was indeed sharp. Consider my position. I am, after all, a time traveler. I live in constant anxiety, desperately seeking an organization for protection. Once I liberate you, I hope you will introduce me to the heavenly Tao sect. I implore you. So it was. The greedy Taoist felt considerably reassured. Which time traveler? Mingling among the indigenous people would not be anxious? Very well, I shall take a gamble. At the Lantern Bridge in the Western Market. I initially intended to wait until the Lantern Festival to detonate, eliminating this group of indigenous beastmen. Excellent. Thank you. Without hesitation, Qin Ming handed him the other half of the powerful pill. Now the greedy Taoist was resolute. He had divulged the information, and the other party continued to provide him with the powerful pill, indicating a genuine intent to save him. Greedy Taoist, stay here and recuperate quietly, without making any noise. I shall return to escort you when the night deepens. All right, young man, I, the greedy Taoist, shall surely repay your kindness. Qin Ming swiftly exited the confines of the prison. Just then, he encountered Meng Tu and Mei Yang, who appeared crestfallen at the table. They shook their heads, indicating that the elder of interrogation had yet to extract any information. Little Qin, we have done our utmost, but his lips are sealed. Noticing that no one else was around, Qin Ming leaned closer to Meng Tu and Mei Yang, speaking in hushed tones. Sister Meng Tu, you must immediately lead a search at the Lantern Bridge in the Western Market. Meng Tu and Mei Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. You managed to extract information? It is said that the greedy Taoist is even more difficult to deal with than the elder of interrogation. How could you possibly succeed? Indeed, Meng Tu, hasten to search. The plan is to detonate during the Lantern Festival. Understood. Meng Tu gave Qin Ming two enthusiastic thumbs up. Swiftly, accompanied by a dozen demon suppressors, they exited the tower. Mei Yang's enchanting eyes sparkled with delight. Little Qin, you truly astonish your elder sister. I had only regarded your exterior before. It seems I must now peel away your layers to scrutinize further. Qin Ming remarked, in this predicament of separate interrogations, it is a psychological game. Neither party wishes to betray the other. Sister, allow me to share a couple of drinks with you, for now that the information has surfaced. There is no need for the ghost elder to continue the interrogation. Interrogate? Of course we must. Qin Ming grasped the poisonous goo blade earnestly. If the ghost elder interrogates once more, we can ensure the information's accuracy. He stepped into the ghost elder's prison, with Mei Yang following closely behind. The hunched elder was bound to a chair, blood oozing from his mouth. Do not expect to extract any information from me. Oh, is that so? Qin Ming smiled. The greedy Taoist does not share your sentiment. Upon hearing that whoever confesses first may live, he surrendered. He instructed us not to divulge this to you, suggesting that you should be executed by 1,000 cuts. How dare you speak such nonsense? The greedy Taoist would never betray his brethren. Absolutely not. The location mentioned by the greedy Taoist is simply 2 words, Huadeng. The ghost elder's eyes widened in shock, his expression turning alarmed. How could he do this? We agreed not to disclose this information. It is only by holding leverage that one can survive. How could he betray me? Rising, Qin Ming raised his hand. Bring forth the ghost elder and subject him to 1,000 cuts. Tonight, let us witness how many slices a single individual can endure. The thinner, the better. I have heard that human flesh possesses a delightful flavor. We might as well sample it. Chapter 57, A Plan to Rescue. You dare to bully my master. I shall annihilate you. Mei Yang's eyes were wide with disbelief. How could this fellow speak with such cruelty? After 3 breaths, the once obstinate ghost elder capitulated. Since the greedy Taoist has confessed, what use is there in my continued resistance? I still hold value. I can inform you that there are 3 full carts of explosives. When were the explosives planted? It should have been 3 months ago. I was not involved in the burial. I only know that it is beneath the Huadeng Bridge. I speak the truth now. I will not deceive you any longer. I beg you, do not subject me to 1,000 cuts. The greedy Taoist is a scoundrel. He has betrayed his own sect. Please, execute the greedy Taoist by 1,000 cuts. Are there any other detonation points? Speak, and you shall be spared. There are none. At this juncture, I am not lying. Truly, there are none. Seeing no further information to extract, Qin Ming and Meiyang arrived at the entrance of the demon suppression tower. Soon after, a demon suppressor hurriedly approached, reporting to Captain Qin and Captain Meiyang. We have thoroughly searched beneath the Huadeng Bridge, including the waters. There are no explosives. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's brow furrowed deeply. Meiyang's face was etched with confusion. How could this be? Little Qin, could they both be lying? Qin Ming shook his head. The information confirmed by both should not be false. He raised his gaze to the demon suppressor and inquired, has the bridge undergone any repairs in the past 3 months? It seems it has been repaired. Where exactly was it repaired? It seems, the bridge's pillars were repaired. Qin Ming suddenly realized. Go. Split open the newly repaired bridge pillars. There are 3 carts of explosives in total. Unable to find everything, let us inspect the other bridge columns and the bridge deck. Qin Ming turned around. Beside him, Meiyang was gazing intently at him, her lips curving into a seductive smile. Sister Meiyang, is there something on my face? No. You're looking so earnestly. You know that admiring handsome men comes at a price. Humph. You stare at my chest every day, and I haven't charged you a dime. Qin Ming replied, I must say, little Qin, you are quite remarkable. I originally had no understanding, but I gleaned knowledge from the books written by time travelers. With that, he tossed the police records into Meiyang's arms, which contained an article where he had added several hundred words on the prisoner's dilemma. Meiyang, though not well-versed in simplified characters, could comprehend the gist. Impressive, truly impressive, little Qin. While the adorable rabbit had not yet returned, Qin Ming stealthily approached the cell of Mu Xizhi. Upon seeing Qin Ming, Mu Xizhi's eyes sparkled with surprise. He cautiously glanced around, noting the absence of the demon guards, and quietly crawled over. Qin Ming crouched down and whispered a few words in his ear, subsequently placing a breath-holding pill into Mu Xizhi's hand. This pill could halt respiration and heartbeat for 2 hours, rendering one as good as dead. Qin Ming visited the greedy man's cell once more, initiating a series of schemes to rescue him. Greedy man, how are you? Has your spiritual power significantly restored since taking the strength pill? Thank you. Indeed, my strength has returned greatly. However, the stabbing pain from this chest wound persists. That wretched brat from the 5 Elements Alliance. I wonder what kind of blade he used to stab me. I shall avenge this grievance. A smile crept across Qin Ming's face. Just wait. There will be moments of greater pain ahead. Greedy man, the number of people in the tower is dwindling. When you hear me cough from a distance, rise and kick open the cell door. Brother, you're not leaving me behind, are you? I've heard that there are traps within this demon tower. I must draw away the other guards outside. However, I have devised a plan. After you escape the cell, there is a middle-aged man locked in the 7th cell on your left. He is a time traveler of considerable standing, and the princess treats him with respect. If you take him hostage, the other demon guards will surely hesitate to activate any traps. Is this for real? What would I gain from deceiving you at this juncture? But remember, you can only take him hostage. Do not kill him. He is a formidable time traveler, and we are in the same boat. I do not wish to create enmity within the time traveler organization. All right, I understand. Half an hour later, Qin Ming awaited the return of the adorable rabbit at the entrance of the demon tower. The rabbit jumped off her snow steed, rubbing her 2 frozen red hands together, appearing quite jubilant. Little Qin, Sister Rabbit is back. Hurry and brush the snow off me. How did it go? Did you find the explosives? Indeed, little Qin. You have made a significant contribution. Upon seeing the 3 carts piled high with explosives, Meiyang exclaimed, these deranged individuals have hidden away so much dynamite. Little Qin, you were spot on. After we break open the newly constructed bridge pier, it will be hollow inside, filled to the brim with explosives. These time travelers are truly barbaric. During the Lantern Festival, who knows how many souls traverse this bridge? An explosion here would spell disaster. Little Qin, should we imprison that ghostly elder and the greedy Taoist? Qin Ming must eliminate them to prevent any leaks. Such despicable time travelers undoubtedly deserve death. Moreover, we have compelling reasons to execute them. He glanced at Mei Yang and Meng Tuesday. Are you two familiar with the methods of interrogation this time? Meng Tu and Mei Yang nodded in affirmation. If these two are spared, the Empress will undoubtedly learn of the situation and demand their release, inquiring how the information was extracted. Our unique methods at the Demon Suppression Guard would be compromised. That makes sense. Sister, I find myself increasingly fond of you. Qin Ming, accompanied by Meng Tu and Mei Yang, approached the chamber of the ghostly Taoist. Mei Yang, with her alluring charm, showed no hesitation in taking lives. Her slender goat sword pierced the ghost elder multiple times before she ceased her assault. Qin Ming deliberately coughed loudly several times. Of course, this cough served as a signal to the greedy Taoist. Upon hearing the sound, the greedy Taoist sprang into action. He shook the iron chains bound to his feet, which snapped apart. With a slight restoration of his spiritual energy, he moved much better than before. He kicked open the cell door and stealthily made his way to the seventh cell on the left, just as Qin Ming directed. Qin Ming, Mei Yang, and Meng Tu exchanged light-hearted banter as they entered. However, midway, they were taken aback to see the greedy Taoist emerge, clutching Mu Sijia by the neck with his left arm. Greedy Taoist, how audacious you are! Panic seized the greedy Taoist. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. His mind raced with confusion. The one who had just rescued him clearly stated he would divert the Demon Suppression Guard. How could so many appear at this moment? Release me, or I shall take this man's life. Meng Tu and Mei Yang paid him no heed, advancing with their blades drawn. The greedy Taoist, filled with trepidation, retreated several steps. Just then, Mu Sijia, whom he was holding hostage, suddenly collapsed, his eyes rolling back. The greedy Taoist was dumbfounded. He hadn't exerted any force. Was this man feigning death? Oh no. The greedy Taoist had inadvertently killed Mu Sijia. What a fool. In an instant, Meng Tu sprang into action. Behind her, the figure of the three-eyed spirit rabbit emerged, its overwhelming presence amplifying her combat prowess several-fold. The greedy Taoist, already deprived of his sword arm and gravely injured, could barely muster 2 moves before Meng Tu landed a kick that sent him reeling, blood spurting forth. As he attempted to rise, Qin Ming charged in, wielding the venomous blade, leaping onto his back. The blade swiftly sliced across his neck. Blood gushed forth. The greedy Taoist trembled. Pain. Pain. Such excruciating pain. He suddenly recognized the familiar agony of the blade that had just severed his neck. It struck him as a revelation. Just as he was about to scream, Qin Ming tightened his grip on the venomous blade, decisively severing his neck completely. He whispered in the greedy Taoist's ear, "This is for bullying my master. I promised I would personally end your life." The greedy man's eyes widened in shock, blood gushing from his throat, his gaze fixed in death. Chapter 58. The Empress is astonished. This eunuch is quite capable. As Qin Ming rose, Meng Tu and Mei Yang approached him. We have witnessed it. Mu Sijia was indeed strangled to death. His breath ceased, and his heartbeat has stopped. Qin Ming feigned indifference. If he is dead, then so be it. The crossing princess would hardly care. Send someone to dispose of the body in the mass grave. Sisters, it is time for us to return. I am utterly exhausted. I must go back to enjoy the supper prepared by Sister Lingyin. Mei Yang stretched languidly, her charm on full display. I wish to indulge in a luxurious bath upon my return. A splendid night's sleep awaits me. Sister Mei Yang, I too desire a bath. Considering how arduous it is for Sister Lingyin to boil water, shall we conserve it and bathe together? Mei Yang, how delightful you think. Are you not afraid of having your head severed by the princess? The princess is aware that I am a eunuch. What wicked thoughts could a eunuch possibly harbor? Both Mei Yang and Meng Tu burst into laughter. This fellow is indeed formidable when he is serious. When he is not, he is quite the entertainer. In the Tying Palace's 11th floor, the night was frigid, deep into the midnight hours, the surroundings enveloped in silence. The only sound was the low, raspy calls of the soul-devouring birds drifting through the air, akin to specters. At this moment, the princess, Han Yueshi, was in a tumult of emotions. Clad in armor and wielding the Moonshadow sword, she paced her chamber. How was the interrogation at the Demon Suppression Tower progressing? Sigh. What else could it be? Han Yueshi, do you still hold any hope for young Qin? This was a matter that even the torturous White Feather Guards could not resolve. How could a mere lieutenant, fresh to the political arena, accomplish it? With this thought, Han Yueshi tightened her grip on the Moonshadow sword. She had already resolved that if there were no results from the interrogation tonight, she would seek out Han Yueli post-haste, devising a means to secure a reprieve for young Qin. In the west wing of the Qin Palace, Ling Yin, donned in a pale yellow brocade dress, curled up on her bed, lost in thought, her face etched with concern. Earlier that morning, Qin Ming was to retrieve the official seal from the fire hall. She had been buoyant, bouncing with excitement all day. Yet, who could have anticipated that upon his return, he would be assigned such an insurmountable task? Moreover, as the princess had indicated, if the interrogation yielded no results, the empress would surely seek a pretext to eliminate Qin Ming. What should she do? At that moment, the sound of hooves from the snow steed echoed from outside the courtyard. Ling Yin hastily opened the door. The princess also promptly pushed open the hexagonal window on the 11th floor. The Red Serpent lieutenant rushed in from outside. Upon spotting the princess, she immediately knelt. Reporting to Your Highness, regarding the demon suppression tower, the Red Serpent lieutenant was breathless from her haste. What transpired at the demon suppression tower? Speak quickly. The princess, wielding the Moonshadow sword, soared out the window. She feared her mad sister might act against Qin Ming prematurely and was determined to find her first. The Red Serpent lieutenant, catching her breath, exclaimed, Your Highness, the interrogation has yielded results. Just as the princess soared through the air, she froze at this revelation. What? Princess Chang. News has arrived from the demon suppression tower. Young Qin has successfully uncovered the locations of the explosives. Moreover, he has dispatched personnel to retrieve the explosives, which are now situated at the Lantern Bridge. The princess felt a surge of excitement and astonishment within her. How did young Qin manage to uncover this? Truly, he is a remarkable talent. Ling Yin rushed over, her skirts lifted. Hongxi, is your statement true? Has he really uncovered it? Indeed. A total of 3 carts of explosives were extracted from the Lantern Bridge. Had this not been discovered in time, the consequences during the Lantern Festival would have been dire. The princess descended to the ground, waving her violet sleeves. Quickly, tell me how he managed to uncover this. Your Highness, I am at a loss to answer that. I am not privy to the specifics of young Qin's methods. You would do better to inquire directly with him. However, I did visit the Lantern Bridge. Initially, we searched thoroughly, even in the water, but found nothing. It was only after young Qin suggested whether the bridge had been repaired that we indeed discovered the explosives hidden within the newly constructed bridge pillars. 3 full carts of explosives. These traversers are truly reckless. Excellent, the princess exclaimed, slapping her hand on the stone table. It is good that he uncovered it. Young Qin has truly impressed me. Ling Yin, equally delighted, called out to the retreating figure of the princess. Your Highness, you have yet to dine. Allow me to warm your meal. Very well. In the inner hall of the Fire Master Palace, Empress Han Yueli reclined in a crimson robe upon a jade chair. Beside her, her loyal attendant, Shangguan Qing'er, gently read aloud from a memorial. Your Majesty, this is a report from the Lord of Cold Night City, Lan Jinxin. I humbly report, Your Majesty, that 20,000 snow beasts have recently launched a surprise attack on Cold Night City. Our 30,000 defenders fought valiantly, suffering heavy casualties due to a lack of weapons, equipment, and provisions. I beseech Your Majesty for swift replenishment. Additionally, this memorial is from General Bai Qi of the White Feather Guard. I report to Your Majesty that as the year draws to a close, the common folk are frequently out purchasing goods. However, there has been no news regarding the explosives buried by the Tao of Heaven's Traversers. I fear that if an explosion were to occur, the losses would be catastrophic. After the attendant finished reading, the Empress remained silent, her delicate hands pressing lightly against her temples. After a pause of 10 breaths, she suddenly inquired, Qing'er, do you believe that my sister's choice of young Qin can yield any results? Your Majesty, I find it unlikely. The White Feather Guard has been interrogating for so long without any news. The greedy Taoist and the Ghost Elder are quite obstinate. It seems my sister places great importance on young Qin. However, if he fails to produce results, I shall still take his head. Just then, a pale-faced eunuch, Wang Jin, rushed in, kneeling before her. Your Majesty, news has arrived from outside the palace. Young Qin of the Qin Palace has uncovered information and located the explosives. What did you say? The Empress sprang upright from her jade chair in astonishment. Your Majesty, young Qin has found the explosives, 3 entire carts. The Empress's expression was one of profound surprise. Chapter 59. Qin Xian enters the palace. Yun Shui Yao is astonished. He truly rescued them. How did he accomplish this? This subordinate does not know. Moreover, It is said that the young Qin Zi discerned that the explosives were concealed within the stone pillars of the lantern bridge. The empress pondered for a moment and spoke solemnly. It appears that he is indeed a talent. How could such a person end up with my sister? He ought to serve the Deyin kingdom. A decree was issued for his merit in discovering the explosives. Qin Zi shall be rewarded with 500 taels of silver and a tome of profound techniques. He may select it himself at Tian-E Academy. The mass grave was located in the eastern outskirts of the Deyin kingdom, where the discarded corpses predominantly belonged to nameless refugees or transmigrators. The wails of restless souls echoed incessantly. Few cultivators from the Deyin kingdom dared to venture here, for the atmosphere was laden with malevolence. Yet, at this very moment, Yun Shui Yao ascended the hillside accompanied by her 2 disciples, Qing Xian and Ma Chong. Master, Ma Chong spoke softly, I just inquired. It seems no bodies were delivered to the East City Gate tonight. Just because none were delivered earlier does not mean they won't come later. We shall remain vigilant here. Clad in azure, Qing Xian held a black gold blade, her hair styled in an elegant bun. Her demeanor calm amidst the surrounding phantoms that cried out in despair. She paid them no mind. Master, Qing Xian approached Yun Shui Yao. I do not doubt Qin Ming. Rescuing our master uncle is simply too formidable. The demon suppression tower is filled with demon suppression guards, and the 12 zodiac figures are all formidable and ruthless. How could Qin Ming possibly? Ma Chong interjected. Master, I too find it implausible. After all, he is currently a lieutenant among the demon suppression guards. Why would he risk his life to save us? What are you saying? Yun Shui Yao suddenly became irate. A hint of anger graced her otherwise fair visage. Ma Chong, your junior sister Qing Xian may lack understanding, but how can you, as the eldest disciple, speak so of your junior brother? Not to mention that Qin Ming once saved you within the spirit realm. Look at his conduct today at the tavern. How can you say he has forgotten his roots? Though he is a lieutenant among the demon suppression guards, he remains my disciple. The bond of apprenticeship is eternal. Master, I do not question Qin Ming's character. I know he is admirable. It's just that rescuing him is exceedingly difficult. How can we possibly extract Master Uncle from the clutches of the demon suppression guards? Ma Chong's words struck Yun Shui Yao deeply, causing her delicate brows to furrow. Indeed, what Ma Chong said was correct. What sort of place is the demon suppression tower? It has been constructed over a century by the second princess of the indigenous people, as solid as an iron fortress. The demon suppression guards, upon hearing of transmigrators, react with a fervor akin to cats spotting mice, eager to shred them into mincemeat. How could they possibly allow junior brother Musija to return safely? As these thoughts crossed her mind, suddenly, Qing Xian gently tapped her shoulder. Master, several demon suppression guards are approaching from over there. Indeed, through the surrounding pristine white snow, they could vaguely make out a few demon suppression guards steering a cart laden with corpses, swaying as they made their way to the mass grave. Perhaps the surrounding cacophony of wailing spirits was too terrifying. The 4 guards did not venture further. They simply dragged 3 bodies from the cart and discarded them onto the hillside before hastily departing. Yun Shui Yao did not rise immediately. They lingered in place for nearly 30 breaths, ensuring that the demon-suppressing guards had completely departed. Only then did Yun Shui Yao rush towards the 3 corpses like a flash. To her astonishment, the first corpse was that of the greedy Taoist. His body was riddled with wounds, his right arm severed. The fatal injury was a deep cut on his throat. In an instant, Yun Shui Yao recognized the serrated mark on the wound as belonging to the venomous gu blade wielded by her disciple, Qin Ming. Had Qin Ming slain the greedy Taoist? This disciple of hers truly possessed remarkable skills. Master, uncle, are you here? Yun Shui Yao dashed forward, grasping Mu Sija's pulse. There was no heartbeat, and he showed no signs of breath, his forehead icy to the touch. Master, uncle is dead. With her right palm pulsating with spiritual energy, Yun Shui Yao unleashed her innate sword heart. This skill not only served as a combat technique, but also allowed her to probe another's meridians to sense the sword energy within them. This sensation brought relief to her anxious heart. If a person were truly dead, it was not merely the absence of breath or a heartbeat. The spiritual energy within their meridians would also cease to flow. At this moment, however, there remained a faint pulse within Mu Sija's meridians. This proved he was in a state of suspended animation. He needed to be awakened immediately, for prolonged cessation of heartbeat and breath could lead to irreversible loss. Ma Chong, Qing Xian, support your uncle. Yun Shui Yao elevated her fair arms, channeling energy, as white sword energy blossomed in her palms. After 5 breaths, she suddenly exerted force. The surging spiritual energy erupted from her hands with a resounding clap. Her palm struck Mu Xi's back. He slightly raised his head and spewed forth a mouthful of black blood. Pooh! Mu Xi gasped for air. Ma Chong and Qing Xian were utterly astonished. Yin Shuiyao, too, felt a wave of relief. Master, you truly revived him. Master, do you think my junior brother is that remarkable? He managed to rescue someone from the demon suppression tower. Qing Xian harbored genuine admiration for Qin Ming, yet maintained her calm demeanor, revealing no emotion. Mu Xi opened his eyes, brimming with joy. Senior sister, Qing Xian, Ma Chong, it is so good to see you again. Uncle, how do you feel? I feel great. Ever since Qin Ming arrived at the demon suppression tower, he often came to check on me, bringing food and medicine. Thus, my injuries healed swiftly. What surprised me was that he truly managed to rescue me today. Mu Xi's excited gaze turned towards Yin Shuiyao. Senior sister, your discernment in accepting him as a disciple is truly commendable. Hearing Mu Xi praise Qin Ming brought joy to Yin Shuiyao's heart. What master wouldn't he wish to see their disciple excel? As they descended the mountain, a crimson messenger bird soared toward them from afar. Yin Shuiyao extended her delicate hand. The bird landed softly in her palm, leaving behind a bamboo tube containing a note, before taking flight once more. It seemed that the little Qin they had asked the 5 Elements Alliance headquarters to investigate had news. Upon opening the note, her suspicions were confirmed. Little Qin, in the western district of Cold Night City, in Shuetao village, all of his family perished from illness and starvation. There were 2 individuals who came to Yingshi City with him. Firstly, the esteemed Xiaolu from the Respectful Affairs room has unfortunately passed away. The other individual, Tang Wei, now serves as a bookkeeper at the entrance of Tianyi Academy. What? Tianyi Academy? Upon hearing this, Mu Xi hastily seized the note. If Tang Wei is at the entrance of Tianyi Academy, then Qin Ming is indeed in peril. Brother disciple, what do you mean by that? Qin Ming confided in me during his incarceration that he was tasked by the Empress to interrogate the greedy individuals. Judging by the situation just now, he must have succeeded in his interrogation. The Empress of the Dian Kingdom often rewards such efforts with martial arts techniques from Tianyi Academy. These techniques necessitate that the recipients personally visit Tianyi Academy to claim their rewards. Upon hearing this, Yin Shuiyao's exquisite visage immediately manifested a look of anxious concern. Qin Ming rescued you, which signifies that he has fulfilled his mission and will soon be taken to Tianyi Academy to select his techniques. Yin Shuiyao bit her luscious lips. Qing Xian, you and Ma Chong should escort your master back, while I shall make a trip to the palace. No way. Qing Xian firmly grasped his master. Master, you are already afflicted by the 7 serpent venom of the greedy individuals, and you were injured by the Grand Princess on that day. It is far too perilous for you to enter the palace now. Yet, we must expedite the delivery of this news to Qin Ming. Qing Xian tossed his braid behind him, and, with a resolute expression, declared, I shall go. Chapter 60. The Grand Princess is a fierce tigress. A woman's mood can change as swiftly as the weather in June. When Qin Ming, Mei Yang, and Meng Tu returned to the Taiying Palace, it was already late at night. However, the entrance that should have been desolate and cold was instead bustling with people. The other 10 members of the 12 Zodiac and Ling Yin were all present. Upon seeing Qin Ming's return, they rushed forward to greet him. Little Qin, how did you manage to extract the truth? We all believed you were doomed this time. Who would have thought you would transform calamity into fortune? You truly are the blessing of Taiying Palace. Ling Yin squeezed her way through the crowd, presenting a freshly peeled, warm egg to Qin Ming's lips. Hurry and eat. You must be famished. Without hesitation, Qin Ming swallowed the egg whole. Behind him, Meng Tu teased with a pout. Oh, it wasn't just little Qin who ventured out tonight. I, Meng Tu, also participated. Alas, I am utterly famished. And me, my delicate waist has grown thin from hunger. Yet no one has offered to peel an egg for me. This remark elicited laughter from the entire 12 Zodiac. Ling Yin felt a blush rise to her cheeks at the banter. Go on, I have boiled a dozen eggs in the courtyard. Feel free to indulge. Mei Yang, with a playful grin, approached Ling Yin, feigning a coy demeanor as she pouted, I only want to eat the eggs that Ling Yin has peeled and be fed directly. Ah, those eggs taste the best. No sooner had Mei Yang finished her jest than she turned around. Goodness. The others from the 12 Zodiac had already dashed to the courtyard, each clutching an egg. She exclaimed in alarm, wait. Leave some for me. Don't take them all. I'm starving. Ling Yin, too, hurriedly lifted her skirt and ran over. You all can have one each. Just don't eat Qin Ming S. I boiled an extra 2 for him. Hey, Red Snake, you took 3 eggs. Return them at once. Ming too, quickly give me back my eggs. Gazing at the empty pot, Ling Yin pouted in frustration, her foot tapping in irritation. It was as if the famished ghosts had reincarnated, leaving nothing for Qin Ming. As Qin Ming approached from behind, he spoke softly. All right, Sister Ling Yin, I just ate earlier, and besides, I'm not hungry. Just as Ling Yin noticed the buttons on Qin Ming's chest were undone and was about to reach out to fasten them, she suddenly heard the sound of the palace door creaking open, causing her to retract her hand in haste. The princess, clad in black armor, stood by the window and said in a deep voice, Little Qin, come here. Yes. Qin Ming hurried up the stairs to the 11th floor, pondering to himself why the princess was still awake at such a late hour, dressed in armor no less. Was she prepared for a sudden confrontation with time travelers? Sigh. Truly a battle maniac, invincible and mad. He knocked on the door, entered, and closed it behind him. The princess sat at a jade table, illuminated by a glowing stone lamp, with the flame grass Qin Ming had gifted her beside it. Tell me, how did you conduct the interrogation? Qin Ming recounted the process of the prisoner's dilemma interrogation to the princess, of course omitting the parts where he revealed his identity as a time traveler and enticed the greedy man into a trap. The more the princess listened, the more astonished she became. Your method, while initially unimpressive, upon further reflection, is indeed quite profound. Human nature is treacherous. Even if an alliance is formed to withhold the truth in separate interrogations, no one can guarantee they won't betray one another. Exactly, Your Highness. It exploits that psychological game, defeating them one by one. The princess smiled, reaching for the wine jug of drunken immortal brew, about to pour. Qin Ming quickly took over. Let me do it. He filled a cup and placed it before her, only for the princess to push it back toward him. The hour is late. I do not drink at night. This is for you. Qin Ming exclaimed. The fierce tigress is being so kind. The sun must be rising in the west. Thank you, Your Highness. Suddenly, the princess's tone turned cold again. The interrogation method you just described is excellent, but it seems our Yin Kingdom has never employed such a strategy. How did you come to know of it? Qin Ming had anticipated the princess's meticulous and suspicious nature, so he was well prepared. He retrieved a booklet written in simplified characters from his sleeve. Flipping to the middle, he presented his imitation of the prisoner's dilemma. Your Highness, while learning simplified characters that day, I stumbled upon this story. I found it intriguing and never expected to use it today. The princess was not well versed in simplified characters, but she could roughly understand the concepts of game-theoretic interrogation described within. Nodding, she set the book aside. Qin Ming breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for his foresight. With her inquiries concluded, the princess seemed to seek a topic of conversation but found herself at a loss for words. A brief silence enveloped them. After 5 measured breaths, Qin Ming broke the stalemate. Your Highness, it is late. You should rest. The Grand Princess raised her left arm, pointing at the dishes laid out on the dining table. The food, freshly brought by Ling Yin, was still warm. I do not wish to eat anything. Please take it away, she declared. Qin Ming observed the dishes, not even stirring. Had this erratic Grand Princess not dined yet? Your Highness, do consider eating a little, he suggested. I have no appetite. The Grand Princess's countenance was heavy with melancholy. Qin Ming recalled the words she had uttered in her sleep that night, speaking of how she and the 3rd princess had aided the Empress in slaying her brother, only for the Empress to turn against them and even compel the 3rd princess to become a nun. He hesitated for 3 breaths, then softly spoke. There is something I am uncertain whether to voice. Then do not speak, she replied. Qin Ming thought, why is this not following the usual script? Resigned, he gathered the 4 dishes and 1 soup, preparing to leave, when the Grand Princess suddenly called out, come back. Speak. Qin Ming was left speechless. This erratic individual was undoubtedly unhinged. Such a woman must be restrained and treated, 1 injection a day until she is cured. I commanded you to speak of that earlier remark. Your Highness, my mother once told me, do not punish yourself for the mistakes of others. The Grand Princess, Han Yueshi, abruptly lifted her head, her eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. What do you mean by that? What do you know? Qin Ming's reflexes were swift. He could not reveal the dream he had overheard. That would be a death sentence. Your Highness, I believe your troubles stem from discord with His Majesty. I witnessed your quarrel the other day. This morning, I accompanied you to the fire hall, and I perceive that His Majesty is quite unreasonable. Regardless of your disagreements, it is her fault. Do not let her mistakes be your punishment, for that would be a losing endeavor. The Grand Princess looked utterly astonished. Stepping a few paces toward Qin Ming. Xiao Qinzi, you possess remarkable courage to criticize the Emperor of Dian. Do you realize such words could lead to your execution? I am well aware, yet I trust that your highness would not betray me. Oh, and why is that? To report me would be beneath you. What manner of person is the Grand Princess of Tyne Palace? Noble and dignified. How could she bow to an unreasonable emperor? The Grand Princess chuckled softly, having never before encountered anyone bold enough to denounce her sister. Your highness, do take care to rest early. I shall take my leave now. Qin Ming's stomach growled, craving the tantalizing dishes before him. He needed to hasten to his chamber to indulge. Wait. The Grand Princess, invigorated, beckoned him. Bring the food over. I suddenly wish to eat. But, your highness, you yourself stated you would not eat. I had already prepared for a meal. You wish to eat now? It is said that a woman's mood is as changeable as June weather, and indeed it proved true. Qin Ming placed the 4 dishes and 1 soup back on the table, offering chopsticks to the Grand Princess. Your highness, please enjoy. I shall take my leave. Leave? Who permitted you to go? Sit down. Your highness commands me to sit? Indeed. The Grand Princess gently sipped her soup. You seem rather uneasy. Does the Grand Princess prefer to hear the truth or a fabrication? What distinguishes a lie from the truth? If it were a falsehood, I would say that your beauty overwhelms me, and sitting so close makes me feel apprehensive. But the truth? The truth is I am somewhat afraid. The Grand Princess nearly spat out the soup she had just sipped. Chapter 61. Rewarding Martial Arts Techniques. Tianyi Academy. The Grand Princess remarked, somewhat incredulously, Am I truly that fearsome? Qin Ming chuckled inwardly. Fearsome? Indeed, you are far more intimidating than a ferocious tigress. Of course, he dared not voice such thoughts. The Grand Princess was not truly fearsome. It was simply that his own appearance provoked her ire whenever he presented himself before her. When you are angered, you threaten my life, hence my fear. The Grand Princess took a bite of her dish, avoiding eye contact with Qin Ming, and calmly stated, You are not unattractive. A flicker of delight crossed Qin Ming's heart. He thought to himself, I am indeed handsome. At last, you possess the discerning eye to recognize beauty. Little Qin, regale me with tales of your homeland. Qin Ming felt overwhelmed. My hometown lies in the Blue Star, Huaxia, in the county of Dazhua, 996 town, Fubao village. I have never set foot in this cold night city. Sigh, how to articulate this? However, an idea struck him. Given that cold night city is enveloped in darkness and perpetually frozen, I shall lean towards the theme of ice. It cannot lead me astray. After all, the Grand Princess would never send the demon suppression guards to investigate cold night city. Qin Ming began to weave his fabricated tale. Your Highness, I have 6 brothers in total, and I am the youngest. Oh, the youngest. Your Highness, I am the 6th, not merely the youngest. The Grand Princess set down her chopsticks, intrigued. In our illustrious Emerald City, many affluent families dare not bear so many children. How did your parents manage to have 6 sons in a place like Cold Night City? Why is this Grand Princess so acerbic? Just listen to the story without interjecting. If you respond to every statement, how can the tale unfold? Your Highness, there is indeed a reason. My father is in good health. Specifically, his waist is quite robust. Moreover, in our region, it is perpetually night, and during the dark hours, there is little else to occupy oneself with, so my father often retires early. Additionally, the cold climate means my parents typically retreat to bed quite early. The Grand Princess erupted in laughter. Are you suggesting that your father and mother simply enjoy? Her words abruptly ceased. She took out a handkerchief to dab her rosy, slightly greasy lips, attempting to mask her momentary lapse in composure before continuing. Qin Ming felt a wave of anxiety. Your Highness, might we not rest at this late hour? I find myself at a loss for words. I cannot continue this fabrication. I must find a suitable excuse to bring this narrative to a close, along with a reason to refrain from further elaboration. Feigning sorrow, Qin Ming adjusted his expression. However, the good times were fleeting. Our household soon faced famine, and the children were left starving. My father ventured out to hunt and was killed by a snow beast. My elder brothers banded together in search of him, only to vanish as well. The Grand Princess furrowed her brow, and then the household fell into disarray, and shortly thereafter, my mother passed away due to illness. My 4th and 5th brothers, who went out to beg, also vanished without a trace. The princess was taken aback, her gaze lifting to observe Qin Ming's sorrowful expression. She was astonished to discover that young Qin's background was so tragic. No wonder he cherished the opportunity to come to the Qin Palace so dearly, which explained his unwavering loyalty. And what happened next? I wandered the streets, following others until I arrived at the Emerald City. I never anticipated that your origins were equally pitiable. Princess, upon entering the palace and witnessing the abundance of food, it felt as though I were celebrating a festival every day. The princess pointed at the dishes on the table. You should take up your chopsticks and eat. Your humble servant cannot accept such an honor. If I command you to eat, then eat you shall. Having endured hunger before, I shall not allow you to suffer again. Thank you, your highness. Qin Ming took a bite of the tofu and fish. My heavens. The chefs in the imperial kitchen ought to be executed for producing such unpalatable dishes. He then sampled the sought-ed vegetables with mushrooms. Insipid. Trying the other two dishes, he found them equally distasteful. None could compare to the culinary delights of Blue Star. Though he had previously felt a twinge of hunger, he was now wholly satiated. Your highness, please eat. Your servant is not hungry. How can you not be hungry? You just recounted how so many in your family perished from starvation. These dishes in the palace are like a feast to you, so indulge. The princess pushed 4 plates of food towards Qin Ming, along with a bowl of rice and a bowl of soup. She insisted, eat. Clear your plates. Do not stand on ceremony with me. You performed admirably today. I permit you to finish everything. Qin Ming sighed, feeling overwhelmed. As dawn broke, Qin Ming glanced at the current luck points of the locking sky gourd, which stood at only 30, insufficient for a draw. He took the bloodfall sword and made his way to the western courtyard for sword practice. Before long, Lingyin the cute rabbit came running to find him. Qin Ming, hurry. Supervisor Zhou Chong is looking for you. What does Zhou Chong want with me? Qin Ming sheathed the bloodfall sword, draping a long coat from the maple tree over his shoulders as he walked, fastening the buttons. Lingyin chuckled, saying, what else could it be? It's to reward you. I heard that after your interrogation revealed the information about the explosives, His Majesty was greatly pleased and specifically sent the inner court eunuch Zhou Chong to see you. Qin Ming, this Zhou Chong is quite formidable. Many in the palace fear him. Lingyi nodded seriously. It is said that Zhou Chong once worked in the laundry, cleaning toilets and washing clothes. By a stroke of fortune, he had an epiphany, rapidly advancing in his cultivation. He has now reached the 9th level of body refining and has been appointed to the Hall of Fire by His Majesty. Qin Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Just as he exited the western courtyard, he spotted eunuch Zhou Chong standing beneath the red maple tree in the courtyard from a distance. The man was tall, with graying hair at his temples, exuding a formidable aura of someone at the 9th level of body refining. He could certainly be considered a master among the eunuchs. Good morning, Zhou Gonggong. Good morning, General Qin. Zhou Chang's face beamed with a smile. He retrieved an imperial edict from his sleeve and proclaimed loudly, Commander Qin, I have heard that you were recently attacked by a time traveler. His Majesty has graciously permitted you to receive the imperial edict while standing. Thank you, Your Majesty. By the will of heaven, the Emperor proclaims, young Qin of Qin Palace has successfully conducted an interrogation, uncovering a potential explosive hazard. Therefore, I bestow upon him 500 taels of silver and a volume of profound martial arts. Thus it is decreed. As Qin Ming received the imperial decree, joy blossomed within his heart. Though he already possessed the profound martial arts, having more could only be beneficial. The purchasing power of 500 taels in this world remains formidable. With wealth in hand, one feels no anxiety. Let us proceed. Master Zhou made a gesture of invitation. Commander Qin, the profound martial arts granted by His Majesty allows you to personally select a volume from the Tianyi Academy. I may choose for myself. Indeed, Master Zhou replied, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. The Tianyi Academy houses a plethora of martial arts techniques, allowing one to select according to personal interests and needs. But only one may be chosen. Excellent. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Master Zhou. Qin Ming followed Master Zhou towards the Tianyi Academy. Chapter 62. The world, much like espionage, is steeped in bloodshed. As Qin Ming accompanied Master Zhou, the princess remained blissfully asleep, indulging in her beauty rest. Meng Tu and Ling Yin had long commenced their cleaning in the courtyard. Ling Yin, why do you appear so radiant lately? You seem to be brimming with the joys of spring. Ah, Meng Tu, do I? Am I not the same as before? Quite the contrary. In the past, while you smiled daily, your eyes bore the melancholy of a woman from the inner palace. Yet, recently, that sorrow has vanished, replaced by the essence of youthful infatuation. Ling Yin's cheeks flushed as she playfully punched Meng Tu's shoulder. You tease me again. Be careful, or I'll tickle you. I am not teasing. I speak the truth. With that, Ling Yin rolled up her sleeves and began to tickle Ming too, who spun around in the snowy courtyard, fleeing in laughter. Ling Yin, I must remind you. Do not engage in such playful antics like the palace maids. Take care not to overexert yourself. What do you mean? Dare you speak such nonsense? Today, I shall not let you off easily. Their playful banter echoed from the Qin palace, adding a touch of merriment to the dim, snowy morning. In the imperial garden, the stone path lay blanketed in snow. Qin Ming followed Master Zhou, their footsteps crunching upon the snow. Commander Qin, you have garnered the favor of the princess at such a young age. Moreover, you have received rewards from His Majesty. Your future is limitless. Master Zhou, you flatter me. We are merely trying to make a living in the palace. Flattery is scarce in our line of work. We are simply servants, after all. Yet you, in the Qin palace, have been elevated to the position of commander of the Demon Suppression Guard by the princess. This is indeed a remarkable advancement. You must understand. Within the Demon Suppression Guard, there are no generals. The 12 zodiac signs are all commanders, placing your status on par with theirs. Qin Ming suddenly recognized this truth. He had previously thought of the commander as a minor official. Yet within the context of the Demon Suppression Guard, it is indeed a significant position. Where do you hail from, Commander Qin? From Cold Night City. I have never been there, but I have heard it is dark and frigid. Indeed, it remains thus year-round. Qin Ming swiftly redirected the conversation towards Zhou Chang, for he was at a loss for words when it came to Hanyi City. Where is Lord Zhou from? He inquired. From Starlight City, Zhou Chang replied with a smile, his voice gentle. Starlight City is far more luminous than Fluorite City. One could almost say it is devoid of night, with the sky adorned by countless stars throughout the year, shimmering beautifully. However, it experiences frequent rainy seasons and significant flooding, which is why the villagers in our home resided in the trees. That sounds rather appealing, Qin Ming mused thoughtfully. The 4 major cities of the Dian Kingdom indeed possessed an air of enigma. How curious it is, he pondered. Hanyi City is shrouded in darkness, utterly devoid of light. Traveling north to Fluorite City, there's a faint glow, yet it remains perpetually dim. Upon reaching Starlight City, however, night seems to vanish, replaced by a sky brimming with stars. Aurora City, on the other hand, is an unceasing realm of brilliance. This world is truly full of mysteries. As the two traversed the Imperial Garden, Qin Ming spotted a stone tablet inscribed with the words "Winding Path leads to solitude." Beside it stood a young eunuch clad in green, his stature modest, head bowed. Upon noticing Zhou Chang's approach, he promptly stepped forward. Lord Zhou, I have matters to report. Zhou Chang turned to Qin Ming with a smile, gesturing towards a line of buildings obscured by mist in the distance. Captain Qin, we shall not accompany you further. If you continue down this path, you will arrive at Tianyi Academy, where someone will be there to assist you in obtaining your cultivation techniques. Very well, Lord Zhou, do attend to your affairs. I take my leave, Qin Ming replied, moving ahead. His turtle breathing technique heightened his senses, allowing him to faintly hear the sounds of the Imperial Garden. Zhou Chang's voice seemed to grow colder. What brings you to seek me so early? Brother Zhou, it is indeed of great importance. Did you not mention that if a traveler from another world appeared in the palace, we were to report it at once? What do you mean? There is a traveler? Yes, there is. We can extract essence from her. Zhou Chang surveyed the surroundings, lowering his voice. What ordinary traveler possesses essence? Little did Lord Zhou know, the 5 Elements Alliance believed they had an undercover traveler within the palace, but we had already detected and monitored her. This female traveler is the one connected to that clandestine line. If we capture her, we can exchange her for essence from the 5 Elements Alliance, allowing us to enhance our talents. Qin Ming, who had been 100 meters away, had long since halted his steps, concealing himself behind an artificial mountain. He maximized the effects of the turtle breathing technique and his stealth ability. He overheard the entire conversation between Zhou Chang and the young eunuch. What a revelation! This world is akin to a spy thriller, rife with treachery. I never imagined that even the Empress's flame hall could be infiltrated by travelers. But how did Zhou Chang evade the bloodline detection? Fortunately, I had not displayed any signs before him. Otherwise, I would have faced betrayal once more. As Qin Ming heard their footsteps moving away, he seized the opportunity to advance, his own presence concealed and his movement silent, allowing even Zhou Chang, at the 8th level of body refinement, to remain oblivious to his presence. The small stool inquired about the whereabouts of the time traveler. Master Zhou, along with De Kuei and Orchid, has cornered her in the cold palace of the Clear Pool. She is likely waiting for nightfall within, came the response. Well done. Who exactly is she affiliated with in the Five Elements Alliance? We have yet to ascertain that. She is clad in blue with long braids. Upon hearing this, a figure immediately sprang to Qin Ming's mind. Qin Xian, dressed in blue, with long braids. There can be no mistake. But what brings Qin Xian to the palace? Is she here to seek me? Zhou Chang and the small stool then turned left at the blue stone and departed. After a brief moment, Qin Ming stealthily followed, moving with remarkable speed and concealed breath. Zhou Chang and the small stool continued onward, navigating through numerous twists and turns until they arrived at a desolate cold palace, a place unfamiliar to Qin Ming. The area was adorned with crimson maple trees, their leaves blanketing the ground, untouched by human hands for years, forming a thick layer of foliage. Zhou Chang, along with the individuals he referred to, Orchid and Decouet, convened in unison. The four of them surrounded the clear pool palace from the north, south, east, and west. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Chang commanded the assault on the palace's interior. Qin Ming quickly assessed their abilities. Zhou Chang, at the 9th level of body refinement, was a formidable opponent, while the small stool and Decouet were at the 7th level. The palace maid, Orchid, was no slouch either, being at the 8th level. They swiftly advanced into the palace. Qin Ming, lying low on the eaves, was fortunate to be clad in white today, blending seamlessly with the snow atop the roof, rendering him nearly invisible. The four approached the upper hall of the clear pool palace step by step. The eunuch, the small stool, brandished a long sword as he pushed open the hall's door. Suddenly, a chilling flash of a blade sliced through the air towards his face. Startled, the small stool stumbled backward, his feet tracing an arc in the snow. The massive blade inside the hall cleaved the air. In an instant, a figure clad in blue emerged, her long braid billowing over her shoulder. Chapter 63, The Encirclement. The ghostly bride of the cold palace. Qin Ming recognized her immediately. Indeed, it was his junior sister, Qin Xian. She appeared to have sustained some injuries, likely from an attack after entering the palace. In the blink of an eye, the stout and short Decouet charged from the left, weaponless but with fists clenched. Upon seeing this, Qin Xian wielded her black gold blade and slashed to the left. Decouet, with a clenched fist, activated his innate talent, Iron Arm, sequence 135. In an instant, his right arm became as hard as steel. Boom. Bang. Qin Xian's black gold blade was unexpectedly halted. She immediately retreated, gasping for breath. Yet, from the right, the palace maid Orchid launched another assault. Raising her hands, she summoned the 10 orchids in the courtyard, causing their blossoms to levitate into the air. Her innate talent, Flower Sword, sequence 201, was suddenly unleashed. Using the flowers as weapons, dozens of orchid petals surged toward Qin Xian. Qin Xian executed a swift roll, soaring into the air. With her black gold blade, she unleashed 3 powerful slashes from her front. Boom, boom, boom. Each strike carried with it the formidable aura of her spiritual prowess. The blade deflected all the hidden projectiles like petals. Qin Ming observed the pallor on Qin Xian's face, indicating she was gravely injured. He scanned the surroundings, seeking the most advantageous escape route. Qin Xian soared into the air once more, yearning for respite. Unexpectedly, the enigmatic and swift eunuch Zhou Chang launched a sudden attack. Already wounded and her spiritual energy still recovering, Qin Xian hastily positioned her black gold blade before her. Bang! The force of the attack sent the blade retreating repeatedly. Zhou Chang's innate skill, the Inch Force, sequence 93, was unleashed. With a swift motion, he struck the blade fiercely once more. Crack! The sword rebounded violently, crashing into Qin Xian's abdomen. She plummeted from the air. Zhou Chang, Decouet, Xiao Dongzi, and Lan Hua descended from all directions, converging together. This was the moment Qin Ming had been waiting for. Masked in black cloth, he brandished the bloodfall sword and surged forth. His concealed talent activated, granting him an uncanny swiftness. The four were utterly oblivious to his approach until the moment Qin Ming's sword lunged forward. Zhou Chang was taken aback. Who goes there? He hurriedly employed the Inch Force to parry the bloodfall sword. Boom. In that fleeting instant, Qin Ming unleashed a fiery attack with his left hand. A surge of crimson flames erupted, forcing Decouet, Lan Hua, and Xiao Dongzi to retreat several steps. Thick black smoke billowed from the flames, prompting them to wave their sleeves in a futile attempt to disperse it. Once the smoke dissipated, the four found themselves staring at empty air, Qin Xian had vanished without a trace, whisked away by Qin Ming. Damn it, they've escaped, Zhou Chang exclaimed. They cannot get away. With a flick of his sleeve, he soared to the rooftop. Scanning the area, he pointed towards the depths of the cold palace. They are deep within the Qingqi Palace. Pursue them. De Kuei, Lan Hua, Xiao Dengzi, and Zhou Chang hastily followed into the cold palace. Qin Ming sprinted onward, cradling his sister Qin Xian. Put me down. Who are you? Who else could it be? Qin Ming shot her a glare through his mask. Who else would risk their life to save you, foolish girl? Recognizing his voice, Qin Xian gasped. Qin Ming, how did you know I was here? A shared connection. He replied. Shared connection? Let me down. Call me senior brother. Not a chance. Let me down. Sensing the four pursuers behind them, Qin Ming dashed into a grand palace. Kicking the door open as he entered with Qin Xian, he set her down, and they raced down the left corridor. Where are we? She inquired. I've never been here either. This is the cold palace, usually devoid of visitors. Qin Ming led Qin Xian into a secluded courtyard, where the snow had accumulated over a meter thick. Strange, twisted weeds protruded from the snow, swaying in the wind. The trees in the courtyard, devoid of leaves, resembled gnarled claws in the darkness. It was evident that this cold palace had been abandoned for quite some time. Yet, as Qin Ming and Qin Xian stepped through a circular archway, they were immediately taken aback. The courtyard was adorned with numerous red lanterns hanging from the surrounding corridors, casting an eerie crimson glow upon the trees and flowers. Each window bore a prominently displayed character for joy. What on earth is happening here? Just as they sensed something amiss and contemplated retreating, they were swiftly encircled by Zhou Chang and his three companions, who had barged into the estate. Remove that cloth from your face, Captain Qin. I am all too familiar with your attire. One of them exclaimed. I never imagined that the illustrious Captain Qin, who has just achieved merit before His Majesty, is also a traveler from another realm. Weapons were drawn, and a fierce confrontation seemed imminent. At that moment, an unexpected sound emerged from the empty corner of the courtyard, a series of light, tinkling female laughter, as if a multitude of women were reveling in joy. The 6 individuals present were left wide-eyed in astonishment. The courtyard grew increasingly dim, with only the lanterns illuminating the surroundings. After 3 breaths, suddenly, a procession of palace maids emerged from the laughter-filled corner. They were graceful and exquisitely beautiful, each holding trays laden with delectable dishes. Swaying their bodies in rhythm, there were exactly 18 of them. Qin Xian tugged at Qin Ming's sleeve and whispered, Look quickly, none of these women have feet. This revelation drew everyone's attention, for indeed, the 18 maidens floated in the air, their pallid faces twisted into unsettling smiles. As they glided by, the lanterns shone even brighter, illuminating the courtyard completely. The eaves, trees, and buildings were festooned with red fabrics and lanterns, all emblazoned with characters for joy. Qin Ming's mind raced. If I am not mistaken, we have inadvertently stumbled into the spirit realm. The spirit realm? Zhou Chang and his companions exchanged alarmed glances. We have only heard of it, but never entered. Boss Zhou, I have heard that the spirit realm is a manifestation of lingering resentment and hatred between travelers and the indigenous inhabitants. One of them interjected. It is extraordinarily perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. Da Kuai, filled with indignation, declared, Then let us unite our swords and obliterate this wretched place. Qin Xian cast an exasperated glance at him. What foolishness! The fundamental rule of the spirit realm is, do not act recklessly. If you strike wildly, you may find yourself trapped within, unable to escape forever. Suddenly, a voice called out, Look over there, pointing toward the corner of the wall. The group turned to see a woman clad in red standing in the right corner. She wore intricately embroidered red shoes, a red veil covering her head, and her pale hands were clasped at her abdomen with blood-red nails. She stood there silently, her figure ethereal and indistinct. Warning, danger level increased by 100-fold. During this period, luck points increased by 100-fold. Chapter 64. My junior sister is quite remarkable. The ghost bride's dark marriage. The group was taken aback. Even as cultivators, they felt a chill run down their spines in the face of such a situation. The robust figure of De Kuei clenched his fists and loudly demanded, Who are you? Speak. I ask you once more, who are you? If you remain silent, I shall shatter your jaw. He pressed on. Tell us how we can escape. Zhou Chang, the leader of the 4, swiftly intervened, his demeanor calm as he stated, You cannot harm her. I have just tested it. I threw 3 spinning needles, all of which passed through her without effect. Qin Ming was taken aback, realizing Zhou Chang's formidable skills, as he had not even detected the moment the needles were released. To Qin Ming's left, Qin Xian stepped forward slightly, seemingly casual, yet Qin Ming understood that she was instinctively shielding him from Zhou Chang's lethal weapons. My little junior sister is truly remarkable. Suddenly, Xiao Deng exclaimed in astonishment, pointing to the corner. Where did she go? How could she vanish so abruptly? No practitioner, no matter how powerful, could achieve such a feat. Qin Ming recognized the complexity of their current predicament. If they faced Zhou Chang and his companions in betrayal, their situation would become dire indeed. With that thought, he fixed his gaze on the four men, declaring coldly, "You all witnessed it. That was no human. She is a ghost born of lingering resentment and sorrow. Regardless of how formidable your weapons and fists may be, they are utterly ineffective against her." With a swift motion, Qin Ming lifted his hand, and a burst of crimson flames erupted. "However, my fire is certainly effective against malevolent spirits. I warn you refrain from any mischief within this realm. If my junior sister and I are ambushed without provocation, it will spell doom for us all." Zhou Chang's expression brightened as he replied, "Captain Qin, your words are too severe. Our collective escape is paramount. Personal grievances are of no consequence." Qin Ming beckoned Qin Xian to follow him deeper into the area. As he ascended the steps, an intense chill emanated from the right side, where the ghostly bride had stood moments before. Hesitating briefly, he veered towards the right. Xiao Deng, astonished, remarked, "Boss Zhou, that fellow is incredibly bold, daring to tread where the ghost once stood." "You know nothing," Zhou replied. "This individual possesses the gift of fire, abundant in yang energy. He certainly fears nothing." In truth, Qin Ming felt a deep-seated fear himself. He had assessed that even unleashing flames against the ghostly bride would likely prove futile. Previously, during their encounter at the Yingshi Academy, fire had had little effect on that scholar. Upon arriving at the spot where the ghostly bride had stood, Qin Ming felt an icy grip. The chill here was not merely cold. It was a sinister, hellish aura that pierced the very soul. With a gentle wave of his hand, he conjured a warm flame to illuminate the area. He beheld an inscription carved into the pillar where the ghostly bride had once stood. "Dynamite has shattered the grave. Perfume has turned to poison. With my eyes that read, and my mouth that eats, unfaithful lover, all I desire is to wed." The group stood frozen, contemplating these words. As fellow time travelers, they were no strangers to perfume and explosives. It seemed that the ghostly bride harbored a deep resentment towards them. Had she, then, been betrayed by a fellow traveler? Undoubtedly. The time travelers have tormented the indigenous people, and the remnants of their grievances have coalesced into a spiritual realm. As the group pondered this unsettling situation, 6 crimson cards suddenly drifted from the darkness at the entrance. Each of the 6 individuals picked up one, revealing bold characters that read, "Wedding Invitation." Qin Ming opened the invitation, which bore the inscription, "Ghost Bride, Underworld Marriage. Please register the groom's information. The esteemed suitor shall select one among you." At the bottom of the invitation dangled a small brush, already dipped in ink. Zhou Chang and the others exchanged uncertain glances. "What should we do?" Zhou, the eldest, inquired. "Since they require us to fill in our details, we shall comply and let fate decide." Qin Ming grasped the brush. Name, Qin Ming. Gender, male. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he glanced at Qin Xian beside him. She also inscribed her name, but as her brush hovered over the gender section, poised to write female, Qin Ming seized her arm and pointed at the male he had written. Though perplexed, Qin Xian trusted Qin Ming's judgment and accordingly registered her gender as male. Upon completing the registration, a new line appeared at the bottom of the invitation. "Please grant the bride an unforgettable wedding. You shall reap unforeseen rewards." Instantly, the 6 invitations soared into the abyss of the inner courtyard. After a brief moment, the courtyard before them erupted into brilliant illumination. Every lantern glowed a vibrant red, while the lanterns in the courtyard they had just occupied extinguished one by one, as if urging them to advance. Zhou Chang was the first to step into the inner courtyard, followed closely by the others. At the center of the courtyard stood a table draped in crimson cloth, laden with an array of fruits and delicacies. The surrounding corridors were shrouded in a red haze illuminated by lanterns, and sporadic eerie laughter echoed through the air. Qin Xian tugged at Qin Ming's sleeve, pointing upward. It was then that he noticed 4 lanterns adorned with inscriptions slowly descending from the sky, resembling riddles. Zhou Chang took a few steps forward and spoke in a low voice. "Lan Hua, You work in the palace embroidery workshop. You should be well acquainted with such riddles. Go take a look. However, there was no response. Lan Hua? Where is she? The group turned abruptly, realizing that the maid Lan Hua, who had been trailing behind, had vanished. A chill swept over Qin Ming from his left. Reacting instinctively, he conjured a flame and hurled it into the shadows. The glowing fire illuminated the corner, revealing a horrifying sight that left everyone aghast. The maid Lan Hua had been hanged, her tongue grotesquely extended, hair disheveled, eyes bulging with blood, and drops of crimson seeping from her nostrils onto the ground. She was dead. How could this have happened so suddenly? Xiao Deng, pale with fright, exclaimed. She was a formidable warrior at the 8th level of body refinement. How could she have perished so silently? De Kuei trembled in shock. I have heard that the spirits in this realm are immensely powerful. Not only those at the body refinement level, but even those at the spirit communication level would meet their demise here. Let us not linger. We must proceed further. One step at a time. Qin Ming approached Lan Hua, noticing the wedding invitation she had discarded at her feet. He picked it up and observed that she had indicated her gender as female. Qin Xian had marked male, alive. Lan Hua marked female, deceased. This confirmed Qin Ming's earlier assumptions. Qin Xian, who stood beside him, also recognized the discrepancy and, taking advantage of the distance between Zhou Chang and his companions, whispered, "What could be the reason? How did you know to have me fill in male?" I relied on my intuition. Since this ghost bride is involved in a ghost marriage, she undoubtedly requires a groom. If you had marked female, it could have led to immediate death. I guessed correctly. Lan Hua has indeed perished. A glimmer of gratitude and admiration shone in Qin Xian's eyes. Her master had been right. Qin Ming was remarkably composed and astute. Following him, even in such perilous circumstances, provided a sense of security. Chapter 65, The Betrothal Gift. Welcoming the bride Lan Hua, a master of the 8th layer of body refinement, was silently and effortlessly hanged from the beam. This sight heightened the worry and caution of Zhou Chang and his companions. They swiftly headed to the locations of the 4 lantern riddles. Qin Ming and Qin Xian followed suit. The backs of the lanterns bore the same inscription, betrothal gift. Given that the ghost bride was to be wed, the concept of a betrothal gift was easily understood. However, what precisely constituted this gift? Qin Ming focused on the riddle inscribed on the lantern, stating, "It must pertain to the answers of these 4 riddles." The first lantern bore a winding inscription, "To grow old together." De Kuei looked utterly perplexed, scratching his head. I had little education on Blue Star, and now I'm supposed to guess riddles about ghosts? Zhou Chang was equally baffled, glancing towards Qin Ming. "Lieutenant Qin, it is known to all present that you possess great intellect. As you stated earlier, we are a team. We must solve the ghost bride's marriage riddle to escape this spiritual realm, so please, share your insights. What do you believe the answers to these 4 riddles are?" Qin Xian gently stroked her chin, still contemplating. However, Qin Ming had already deciphered the riddles, which were not particularly challenging. He had a general understanding of ancient marriage customs and was aware of what betrothal gifts typically included. The first betrothal gift, to grow old together, likely referred to a comb. A comb? Qin Xian pondered for a moment before nodding. That makes sense. To grow old together indeed signifies a comb. The second riddle stated, a bit of iron, a bit of copper, a bit of wood, and a bit of rope. What could this refer to? De Kuei looked utterly bewildered. Nearby, a small stool with wide, glaring eyes exclaimed, "I know. I worked in the Imperial Pharmacy. The reference to a bit of copper, a bit of iron, a bit of wood, and a bit of rope must indicate a scale." Qin Ming nodded. A scale, indeed. In ancient betrothal gifts, it was often referred to as a wishful scale. The third riddle read, "Skinny in summer, plump in winter." Qin Xian immediately deduced the answer. That describes a quilt. It is thin in summer and thick in winter. Qin Ming nodded, casting an appreciative glance at Qin Xian. "You guessed correctly, junior sister. It is indeed a quilt." The 4th riddle appeared convoluted and challenging. Seated in the south, facing the north, the elephant feels both sorrow and joy. The phrase may seem convoluted at first glance, yet Qin Ming immediately grasped its meaning. He had encountered this line before, within the pages of Dream of the Red Chamber. It was a riddle posed by Lin Daiyu. This was not overly complicated. It referred to a mirror. A mirror? Indeed. Eunuch Zhou Chang suddenly comprehended and gave Qin Ming a thumbs up. Commander Qin is truly astute. It is indeed a mirror. De Kuei, anxious, interjected, "We've deduced the 4 items of the betrothal gifts. A mirror, a comb, a rui scale, and a happy quilt. So, what now? The door ahead remains shut. There is no path to take. Eunuch Zhou surveyed the surroundings. I have been in the palace for quite some time and have witnessed marriage ceremonies. Now that we know what the betrothal gifts are, we must search within these rooms. Once we locate the gifts, we shall surely be able to pass through that grand door. However, there are only 4 gifts and 5 of us here. Xiao Dingzi pointed out a critical detail. A thought arose in the minds of nearly everyone. With only 4 gifts and 5 individuals, it implied that at least one must perish to proceed. No one wished to be that first victim. Thus, a silent understanding passed among them, and they immediately dispersed to search for the betrothal gifts. Qin Ming promptly approached the left wing of the house. In ancient affluent households, young ladies typically resided in the left upper chambers, while the right side was generally reserved for maids. Surely, within the young lady's room, there must be a mirror, a comb, or a quilt to be found. A golden lock hung on the door. Qin Ming clenched his fist and struck it down with force. With a crack, the lock shattered, and the door swung open. A chilling draft rushed forth, seeping deep into one's soul and sending shivers down the spine. The room was enveloped in darkness. Qin Ming raised his right hand, unleashing his innate flames. A sphere of red fire ignited in his palm, illuminating the room. His assumption proved correct. This was indeed the young lady's chamber. A screen depicting mandarin ducks frolicking in water stood in the center. The shelves were adorned with blue and white porcelain vases, their designs predominantly featuring pairs, either magpies or mandarin ducks. Advancing forward, Qin Ming flicked his middle finger, sending a flame soaring to ignite the candlestick on the table. The candles, standing approximately 2 feet tall, dripped crimson wax that resembled blood. Qin Ming dared not tarry. He scanned the room, but found neither the mirror nor the comb. His gaze shifted to the inner bedding, where a quilt lay. However, it was green. The ghostly bride, so eager to marry, had chosen a green quilt, which was evidently inauspicious. Qin Ming turned to leave, his eyes landing on a drawer beneath the table. He forcefully pulled it open. To his astonishment, nestled in the center was a red mirror, albeit turned upside down. Hurriedly, he took it out and flipped it over. Although it was a bronze mirror, it shone remarkably bright. Warning: danger level increased by 100 times. During this period of danger, luck points will increase at a rate of 100 times. As he gazed into the mirror, he caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting behind him. What could it be? Qin Ming swiftly turned around, only to find nothing but emptiness behind him. He glanced back into the mirror, and to his astonishment, the ghostly bride, adorned with a red veil, stood merely a meter away. An overwhelming chill enveloped him, sending shivers down his spine and raising every hair on his body. Instinctively, flames ignited in his hand as he turned once more, but still, nothing was there. However, a sidelong glance at the mirror revealed the ghostly bride standing right behind him, gradually lifting her red veil. His heart raced with trepidation. What lay beneath that veil? A skull's visage, or the face of a decaying corpse. She appeared unfazed by the flames, her powerful aura of malevolence seemingly impervious even to the most adept spiritual practitioners. At last, she had pulled the veil down to her chin. Through the mirror, Qin Ming noticed a vivid red mole on the left side of her neck. As the veil continued to rise, it unveiled a pair of cherry-red lips, which slowly parted into a subtle smile at the right corner. Panic surged within Qin Ming, compelling him to flee. With a decisive motion, he slammed the mirror shut and clutched it in his palm as he turned to escape. Upon opening the door, an immense force seemed to pull him back. Raising his right hand, he unleashed a burst of flames. With a resounding roar, the oppressive grip vanished, and he darted outside. Chapter 66. The plagiarist must perish. Unbeknownst to him, for crimson plates had been arranged in the courtyard, presumably for presenting betrothal gifts. Qin Ming hurried to the first plate and placed the mirror inside. Instantly, the suffocating aura surrounding him dissipated. It seemed he had indeed chosen the correct offering. At that moment, a door on his right burst open, revealing a figure cloaked in azure, hurtling through the air. Behind her trailed 3 ethereal specters, the same apparitions he had encountered earlier, emerging from the walls. They giggled and chased after her, handkerchiefs in hand. Quickly, Qin Ming stepped forward, igniting flames in his right hand. With a resounding explosion, a torrent of red fire erupted, scattering the mischievous spirits. The azure-clad figure rushed over, panting heavily, cradling a vibrant red wedding quilt, embroidered with mandarin ducks frolicking in water, and adorned with a large character for happiness at its center. She placed the quilt into the second plate. 15 breaths later, A disheveled Zhou Chang burst from the room behind him, his clothing tattered and blood trickling down his face. In his hand was a comb. What the hell is this nonsense? My nimble strikes felt like hitting cotton, utterly ineffective. He approached and placed the comb into the third plate. Just then, the door to the room on his right swung open, and De Kuei and Xiao Deng rushed out simultaneously. Xiao Deng clutched a set of scales, while De Kuei pursued him vigorously. Those scales are mine. I found them first. The small stool bellowed. Whoever reaches it first shall claim it. De Kuei appeared to be quite enraged. With a firm stomp of his foot, he leaped into action. Just as the small stool charged forward, De Kuei struck it on the temple with a powerful punch, causing blood to spatter. Damn you! De Kuei then delivered a swift kick, sending the small stool crashing against the wall and a nearby tree. He approached with his auspicious scale and placed it upon the fourth plate. Indeed, with the next breath, a resounding boom echoed as a 5-meter-high red door swung open. The gifts on the 4 plates unexpectedly soared into the entrance. Qin Ming advanced towards the doorway. As the 4 of them stepped through, they witnessed the small stool, which had just fallen into the corner, desperately clawing at the dirt and stuffing it into its mouth, handful after handful. Had this creature lost its mind? Zhou Chang scolded. Are you out of your wits? What purpose does eating dirt serve? The small stool, undeterred, continued to dig and consume the soil until its hands were soaked in blood. Its entire mouth and throat were filled with dirt. Ultimately, it collapsed into the earth, suffocating to death. Qin Ming exchanged a glance with Qin Xian. It seems our speculation was correct. Those who fail to claim a gift are doomed. At that moment, 2 paper dolls appeared in the courtyard. Suspended in midair, a boy and a girl, their cheeks adorned with rouge and their lips of vivid crimson, reminiscent of blood. Their soft hands swayed gently in the breeze. Yet their eyes darted about like those of living beings. De Kuei clenched his fists in anger. Zhou Chang intervened. Do not be rash. These paper dolls are likely guides. As expected, the 2 dolls raised their limp right arms, pointing towards the left front of the hall, where numerous lanterns flickered. The group followed the dolls into the hall. In the center of the hall stood a writing desk, adorned with a blank writing tablet and ink set. Above the desk, a wedding invitation bore the words in gilded letters. Please, groom, compose a wedding poem. Such a poetic challenge, if posed in a typical otherworldly scenario, would be a mere task for a skilled scribe. However, in this realm, being a scribe often equated to death. To conjure a wedding poem without cause would prove even more arduous. Qin Ming lacked such talent. A chill wind swept through the room, causing the lanterns that hung around the hall to sway. The mottled light illuminated the surroundings, revealing several paintings suspended on the left wall. The first depicted a woman in a yellow brocade dress instructing soldiers in the creation of explosives, the successful detonation eliciting applause from the onlookers. The second illustrated the same woman teaching a group of girls to craft perfume, their laughter ringing out as they applied the scents to their arms. The third painting portrayed the emperor's wedding. A young girl in red, beaming with joy, held hands with the emperor as they entered the palanquin, surrounded by jubilant officials clapping in delight. However, behind the crowd stood a woman in a green dress, her face awash with tears, her expression a tempest of anger and sorrow. At this sight, the burly De Kuei suddenly slapped his forehead. I comprehend now. I have heard that many realms are dominated by time travelers who oppress the native inhabitants, inciting their wrath. This realm must certainly be a consequence of the resentment harbored by the time-traveling woman, who, through her crafting of explosives and perfumes, won the emperor's favor and subsequently married him. Thus, the weeping lady nearby must be one of the emperor's other concubines, now fallen from grace and harboring bitterness towards the time traveler. This realm is undoubtedly the manifestation of the grievances of the spurned woman. The esteemed eunuch Zhou Chang stroked his chin in agreement. I concur as well. Thus, it is imperative that we refrain from literary mimicry here. Should anyone attempt to transcribe poetry, this vengeful ghost bride would assuredly strangle them. Qin Xian furrowed her brows, pondering deeply. She found De Kuei and eunuch Zhou Chang's reasoning compelling. With this thought in mind, she turned to gaze at Qin Ming, who wore a handsome visage tinged with perplexity. Qin Ming, what is your perspective? De Kuei chuckled nearby. What perspective? This is nothing but a ruse, deliberately enticing you, the literary imitator, to expose your identity and thus meet your demise. Qin Xian gently tugged at Qin Ming's sleeve. Qin Ming, they have already advanced ahead. This hint must be a trap. The moment you transcribe poetry, your status as a time traveler will be revealed. Not so, Qin Ming shook his head. Do you recall the initial words left by the ghost bride? Explosives blasted the grave. Perfume turned to poison. My eyes for reading, my mouth for eating, unfaithful man. I merely wish to wed. This phrase has crossed my mind as well. Qing Xian murmured softly. Is it not the ghost bride lamenting the time traveler, claiming that it was the traveler's explosives that destroyed her grave? Her perfume is her own poison? Qin Ming shook his head once more. This phrase should not be interpreted in such a manner. Just as he contemplated this, de Kuei, with his robust frame, forcefully grasped the large red door behind him, attempting to push it open. This challenge is, after all, a deception. We must not compose poetry. If we can simply push the door open, we can pass through. To engage in literary imitation is certain death. However, as soon as he spoke, a creaking sound emanated from above the red door. Suddenly, a gleaming guillotine, 2 meters in length, descended with deadly precision. De Kuei, startled, instinctively summoned his spiritual energy to leap away. Yet, to his dismay, for ghastly white arms emerged from the corners of the door, seizing his hands and feet with an iron grip. No matter how he wielded his spiritual power, it was futile. Boss, save me. With a chilling snap, the guillotine sliced downwards, cleaving de Kuei in half from head to groin, blood gushing forth. Eunuch Zhou Chang was taken aback, retreating in alarm once more. What is happening? Must we truly engage in literary imitation to fall into this trap? Qing Xian gripped her obsidian blade tightly, her eyes fixed intently on the rear door. Where had those 4 small hands come from? She felt a pang of anxiety. How could they possibly navigate this challenge now? Desperately, she turned to Qin Ming, only to find him remarkably calm, coolly observing the 3 illustrations before him. Qing Xian could not help but feel a profound admiration. Qin Ming was truly remarkable, remaining so composed in such a moment. Qin Ming once again directed his gaze towards the first painting. The woman in the yellow attire, seemingly a traveler, appeared to smile directly at him. Upon closer inspection, he suddenly noticed a red birthmark on her neck. Shifting his attention to the second painting, he observed that the yellow-clad traveler bore the same mark. This indicated that both representations depicted the same individual. In the third painting, featuring the weeping woman in green, he noted the identical red mark on her neck as well. Qin Ming's heart raced with astonishment. He recalled the red birthmark on the neck of the ghostly bride he had seen earlier while retrieving the mirror. This confirmed that the ghostly bride was not a native but, indeed, a traveler. The true aggrieved souls within this ethereal realm were not the natives, but the travelers. Qing Xian, prepare the ink, he urged. What? Qin Ming, do you intend to compose poetry? Copying poetry here signifies you are a traveler. You will perish. Prepare the ink. Trust me. Oh, Qin Ming seized the brush, lightly dipping it in the ink. Though his handwriting was far from elegant, he inscribed a brief poem on the white paper. Drink and be merry, together we shall grow old. With melodies in harmony, may all remain tranquil and good. Chapter 67. The wedding night. As soon as Qin Ming completed his poem, the paper suddenly fluttered up, igniting midair in a blaze. Moments later, a resounding rumble echoed as the grand red door swung open. He had guessed correctly. Qin Ming sighed with relief. He had not anticipated that this ethereal realm was born from the resentments of travelers. Qing Xian and Zhou Chang exchanged puzzled glances, the latter's expression cold, yet secretly relieved. He was thankful he had refrained from ambushing the young rascal, not realizing how resourceful Qin Ming truly was. Qin Ming led Qing Xian through the red door first, with Zhou Chang trailing behind. Before them stood 3 identical houses, each adorned with auspicious symbols on their windows and doors. The beams above inscribed with the bold characters, Wedding Chamber. The trio inhaled deeply. It was evident that this was the final stage of the ghostly bride's ethereal realm. They quickly understood that the 3 houses were designated for each of them to confront the final challenge. Qing Xian nodded at Qin Ming, proceeding towards the central house. The eunuch Zhou Chang gritted his teeth as he walked towards the leftmost room. Left with no other option, Qin Ming pushed open the door to the 3rd chamber. The room was adorned with an antique charm, featuring a screen depicting mandarin ducks frolicking in water. Beside a red candlestick lay an array of fruits and nuts. As he entered, a redwood wedding bed appeared before him, elegantly dressed with a festive quilt, red pillows, and delicate curtains. Qin Ming settled down at the bedside. Suddenly, he heard Zhou Chang's agonizing scream. What was happening? Had someone perished at the very beginning of the wedding chamber? A realization struck him. Zhou Chang was a eunuch. Entering the wedding chamber was akin to the situation he had witnessed earlier, where a female gender was inscribed. With this thought, Qin Ming immediately recognized the peril Qin Xian faced. He had to find his junior sister, Qin Xian. If they were not together, Qin Xian is a woman, and undoubtedly, she faces certain death on her wedding night. She entered the palace to deliver a message for herself, and it would be utterly unacceptable for her to perish in such a bewildering manner. How could she justify this to her master? As Qin Ming arrived at the entrance of Qin Xian's bridal chamber, he sensed a chilling presence looming behind him. Warning, danger level increased by 200. Luck points accumulation rate multiplied by 200 during danger. He turned around to behold the ghostly bride standing at the doorway of the first room. Clad in a crimson wedding gown and veiled in red, she stood there eerily still, her hands stained with blood as droplets fell to the ground, creating a haunting spectacle. The ghostly bride glided towards the second bridal chamber, her legs seemingly motionless. Qin Ming hastily crossed the threshold and rushed into the room. At that very moment, Qin Xian inside the second chamber also contemplated her dire predicament. The moment eunuch Zhou Chong perished, she realized her fate was sealed. This ghostly bride's domain was a certain death trap for any woman who entered. What filled her with regret was not the imminent death itself, but the fact that she had yet to convey the crucial message to Qin Ming. What should she do now? Master, Qin Xian has failed your expectations. Outside, hurried footsteps echoed, growing increasingly frantic. Qin Xian gently placed her hand on the hilt of her obsidian blade. No matter what, even if these vengeful spirits proved insurmountable, she was prepared to fight. Suddenly, a figure darted forth. Just as Qin Xian drew her blade, Qin Ming, moving with extraordinary speed, grasped the hilt of her sword. Qin Ming, what are you doing here? Without uttering a word, Qin Ming pushed Qin Xian onto the bed and leaped beside her, shielding her from behind. Qin Ming, shoo, do not speak, she is coming. Qin Xian was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. The room grew increasingly frigid, the flame of the red candle flickering erratically. At last, out of the corner of his eye, Qin Ming spotted a pair of red embroidered shoes stepping into the room. The ghostly bride in her crimson attire drifted toward the window, her veil obscuring her visage. Her hands, inexplicably, appeared pristine, yet her nails were stained a deep crimson. Warning, danger level increased by 300. Luck points accumulation rate multiplied by 300 during danger. Behind Qin Ming, Qin Xian's heart raced uncontrollably. Fear gripped her, and she clutched her obsidian blade tightly. Suddenly, the ghostly bride raised her right hand, gesturing towards her veil. Qin Ming's heart nearly leapt from his chest. He understood she was instructing him to unveil her. He cautiously reached for the ruby scale resting by the bedside and began to lift the veil gradually. Huddled behind him, Qin Xian's eyes widened in terror, her body curling tightly under the covers. Slowly, the ghostly bride's pale neck became visible, revealing a vivid red birthmark. However, when Qin Ming finally lifted the veil completely, he was nearly paralyzed with fright. There was no head. No head at all. Just then, the scene abruptly shifted. Before Qin Ming and Qin Xian, numerous scenes from the past unfolded. Among these images was a youthful girl clad in yellow, with striking beauty and a captivating smile, adorned by a vibrant red mole on her neck. She was a time traveler, and upon her arrival in this world, she dedicated her abilities and knowledge to benefit the common people. She crafted soap and established the first bookstore in the imperial city. Her talents caught the attention of the fourth prince, a dashing figure who vowed to take her as his wife and make her the future empress. To assist him in seizing the throne, she devised explosives, offered strategic counsel, and helped him market perfumes and books, establishing a commercial enterprise to fund his ambitions. For a full 8 years, she served as his military advisor. However, on the day of the fourth prince's ascension, the empress was not her at all. It turned out that the Empress Dowager and the fourth prince had been exploiting her all along. They regarded a woman capable of inventing various items and possessing unconventional thoughts as a demoness, one unworthy of the title of empress. On that fateful day, snow fell heavily. The emperor wed another woman, while she was executed by the Empress Dowager as a witch. The emperor perceived her eccentric behavior and unique thinking as traits of an otherworldly fiend. To ensure her eternal demise, he decreed that her head must be severed, granting her no chance of rebirth. The vision abruptly ceased. Chapter 68. What happened in the bridal chamber? Qin Xian, nestled under the covers, felt a pang of sorrow. The image of the headless bride in her wedding gown seemed less terrifying now. A deep, mournful weeping echoed through the room. The ghostly bride slowly lifted her right hand. brushing it against Qin Ming's face. Her touch was icy, seemingly reaching into his very soul. A shiver coursed through Qin Ming, as if the waters of a lake had burst forth. The entire spiritual realm began to twist and dissolve. Once again, he and Qin Xian found themselves in the Qingqi Palace, where the remains of De Kuei and Zhou Chong were nowhere to be found. At that moment, 3 sparkling essence shards appeared in Qin Ming's hand, while 2 manifested in Qin Xian's. Qin Ming tucked the essence shards into his sleeve, only to discover a red ring nestled within. Inscribed upon it were the words, Lang Jun Ring. Lang Jun Ring, a gift from the ghostly bride. A single-use item that allows the ghostly bride to intervene once. Not bad. Clearly, the ghostly bride possessed formidable strength, rendering those below the spirit realm nearly powerless to obstruct her. With her assistance, his safety would be further ensured. Qin Xian, still trembling with fear, gasped for breath. Qin Ming, is it over? Yes, it is over. This spiritual realm is terrifying. I must ask, what transpired between you and her in the end? What transpired? During the final trial, it was obviously the bridal chamber. Did you? With that headless ghostly bride? Were you not watching beside me at the time? What could I possibly do? Yet Zhou Chong was a eunuch. He died during the bridal chamber scene. How did you manage that? You should inquire with the master once you return. But first, tell me, what brought you to the palace to find me? In a flurry, Qin Xian regained her composure, nearly forgetting the urgent matter at hand. The master instructed me to inform you that your information has been uncovered. Your family in the Snow Peach village of Cold Night City has perished. Accompanying you to Fluorite City were 2 individuals. One, Xiao Liuzi, has met his demise, while the other, Tang Wei, is serving as a library attendant at Tianyi Academy. Qin Ming immediately felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Junior sister, your arrival is most timely. I was indeed on my way to Tianyi Academy. Had you not mentioned it, I would have surely entered through the front gate and encountered an unfortunate surprise. Qin Xian noted that time was of the essence. The message has been delivered. I must take my leave. Qin Ming grasped her sleeve and produced a shard of his essence. This is for you. What do you mean by this? Last time, the master gave me your essence, and now I return it to you. I refuse. Do you take me for someone unworthy? Besides, you just saved me. With that, Qin Xian turned and dashed toward a side exit. How do you intend to leave? Our 5 Elements Alliance has secret routes. Please be cautious, junior sister. Understood, senior brother. Ah, the little girl finally concedes to call me senior brother. Qin Ming chuckled, shaking his head as he adjusted his attire and hurried toward Tianyi Academy. As he walked, Qin Ming reflected on the recent spiritual realm experience. This time, it was entirely different from the first. In the initial encounter, the unprincipled traveler had bullied the natives, resulting in the resentment of the white-clad scholar. Conversely, this time, the traveler had acted on behalf of the emperor but ultimately fell victim to betrayal and hatred, producing a similar animosity. Over the course of a millennium, such incidents must have occurred frequently. Could all this accumulated hatred be the root of the conflict between travelers and natives? Yet, Qin Ming sensed that it could not be so simple. The influence of travelers in this world is inherently limited, affecting at most a few individuals or perhaps a few hundred or thousand in their emotions. It is inconceivable that the entire Yin nation harbors animosity towards travelers, desiring their swift elimination. Such a scenario transcends mere personal grievances. What, then, is the true nature of this situation? Qin Ming directed his consciousness into the locking heaven gourd, now possessing 3 shards of essence. He chose to upgrade his talent replication first. Talent replication upgrade successful. Sequence 9, number of talents that can be replicated. 3. Current remaining replicable talents. 1. Is it true that the talents closer to the front of the sequence are more powerful? In principle, yes, but individuals differ, and the manifestation of talents varies. Then tell me where I might find top-tier talents. I shall seek the opportunity to replicate. Indeed, the master's talents are commendable, but they are difficult to operate with when the master is not in a state of vulnerability. Locking Heaven Gourd kindly reminds, the top 10 talents possess self-protection mechanisms, making replication quite challenging. Attempting to upgrade the replication talent to level 5 or above may yield better results through self-exploration. Are you suggesting that my replication talent must reach level 5 or higher to replicate the talents in the top 10? Indeed. Then how do these talents come into existence? Who bestows them upon the travelers? This question exceeds the Locking Heaven Gourd's realm of understanding. Please explore on your own. There is another query. What is the relationship between the indigenous people and the beasts? Beyond the realm of the locked celestial gourd, one must explore this independently. How frustrating. What purpose does your gourd serve? As Qin Ming pondered this, he approached the side entrance of the Tianyi Academy. He deliberately searched quietly and, indeed, found a young scholar standing at the main entrance. His features were clear, and he appeared somewhat familiar. It seemed he had inadvertently glimpsed this face on the night of their gathering. Undoubtedly, this young scholar was Tang Wei. This Tang Wei posed a significant threat. However, he was surrounded by many formidable individuals. Qin Ming currently had neither the motive nor the opportunity to eliminate this danger. He turned to evade Tang Wei and entered the academy. Before him stood a grand poetry platform. According to the adjacent introduction, any excellent poem could be inscribed there for public appreciation. Yet, in reality, this poetry platform was devoid of any characters. In a typical world of transmigration, even a casual recitation by a transmigrator could astonish the masses. However, in this realm, if one dared to compose a poem, they would likely be reduced to mere pulp. As he ventured further, Qin Ming noticed numerous skeletal remains of exotic beasts beside the classrooms. These skeletons were all over 5 meters long, with some astonishingly reaching 30 meters. A group of scholarly students surrounded the skeletons, seemingly engaged in some form of study. Qin Ming yearned to comprehend the connection between the indigenous people and the beasts, but it appeared that a formidable barrier surrounded the classrooms. Each time he approached, he was repelled. Moreover, the words spoken by the students did not reach his ears. Chapter 69, The Princess's Massage. What a remarkable senior brother. Advancing further, Qin Ming finally heard the teacher conducting an outdoor lesson for the young scholars. Any who dare to plagiarize poetry shall face execution without mercy. This is the fundamental principle for identifying transmigrators. Over the millennia, nearly half of the transmigrators we have slain were exposed due to plagiarizing poems. Qin Ming was taken aback. Any who amass wealth through malevolent business practices, monopolizing and starving their peers, are likely to be transmigrators. Those advocating for land distribution among the populace, promoting gender equality, and endorsing monogamy. Most are transmigrators and shall face execution without mercy. Any woman who disregards her duties, extorts bridal gifts, flaunts herself, and claims to be a fairy shall be directly reduced to pulp, without a doubt. Qin Ming was somewhat speechless. Such a terrifying principle of execution meant that most transmigrators would undoubtedly perish within a month of their arrival. Before long, Qin Ming located the library of Tianyi Academy. This was the repository of the Dian Kingdom, spanning 6 floors in total. However, Qin Ming could only select from the first and second floors. After sifting through the selections, he found a mid-grade mystical martial arts manual titled The Art of Shattering Bones. This tome meticulously detailed the techniques for shattering each of the 108 bones of the human body. With his innate speed of concealment, he would undoubtedly grow faster, and combined with the art of shattering bones, his efforts would yield remarkable results. Just then, a voice suddenly called from behind, "Qin Xiaowei." What a coincidence! Qin Ming turned to see the somewhat hunched figure of Wang Jin, holding a whisk. He was now the messenger eunuch of the Ministry of Rites. It was also during the time when Qin Ming had just arrived that he received admonitions from the esteemed Wang Gongong. "I come at His Majesty's behest to select martial arts," he stated. "I am aware. Congratulations are in order. Captain Qin, you have indeed excelled among the recent batch of candidates." Qin Ming hastily diverted the conversation. "What brings you here, Wang Gongong?" "I am here to procure a book for His Majesty." "You truly are remarkable. The Tianyi Library comprises 6 levels. I can only peruse the first 2. Yet you are able to ascend higher. Ascending is not particularly impressive. With time, you will also have access to the 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels. However, the 6th level of the Tianyi Academy is strictly off-limits." Qin Ming feigned confusion, adopting an innocent demeanor. "Having only recently arrived in the capital, no one has mentioned this to me. I am quite in the dark." Wang Gongong tugged at Qin Ming's sleeve, guiding him away from the Tianyi Academy. Along the way, he kindly advised, "Captain Qin, you are one of my own. We share a bond. Now that I am in the Ministry of Rites and you in the Demon Suppression Guard, we must support each other." "Of course, Wang Gongong. Considering your cleverness and sensibility, I shall impart this warning. There are 3 places in our Dian Kingdom's imperial city that are strictly forbidden. The first, which you may have encountered, is the Lonyuan Ancestral Hall." Qin Ming appeared contemplative. "The second is the 15th to 18th levels of the Demon Suppression Tower." Qin Ming pondered deeply. Having explored the first 2 levels, but lacking the key for the upper tiers. And the third is the 6th level of the Tianyi Academy. Qin Ming nodded. I shall remember this. Thank you, Wang Gonggong. He dared not inquire further. Probing too deeply often arouses suspicion, necessitating a cautious approach. What secrets lie within these 3 forbidden places? Upon returning to the Tianyi Palace, Qin Ming immediately commenced his cultivation. He sensed a breakthrough to the 5th level of body refinement was imminent and resolved to exert greater effort. He ventured to the western hall of the Tianyi Palace, where a vast expanse lay blanketed in 3 feet of snow. After practicing the ice soul fist for a while and warming his body, he retrieved the bone-crushing hand, focusing intently on his training. Within 2 hours, he had mastered all 108 techniques. Additionally, he sought out several tomes on footwork, boxing, and swordplay from the Tianyi Palace's library. These techniques were of relatively low rank, chosen deliberately to obscure his true prowess and prevent suspicion arising from his mastery of the heavenly severing technique, gale sword technique, and turtle breath spirit technique. Qin Ming continued his training until dusk, feeling his meridians flowing freely and his body radiating warmth. Finally, he achieved a breakthrough to the 5th level of body refinement. His aura transformed entirely. Whereas he would tire after merely 15 minutes of combat before, now he could engage for an entire hour without issue. In the drunken immortal pavilion, in room 1, Yun Shui Yao donned a resplendent moonlit robe, cradling a steaming cup of tea as she perched upon a high chair. Her disciple, Qing Xian, stood before her, hands clasped around a sword, reporting on the affairs of the spirit realm. Qing Xian refrained from embellishment, recounting everything she had witnessed and contemplated. After listening to Yun Shui Yao, a silence lingered for 10 breaths. The master had ventured into 3 spiritual realms, yet none were as perilous as the ones you have encountered. Had it not been for Qin Ming's unwavering calm and sharp intellect, your escape would have been exceedingly difficult. Qing Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Master, my senior brother saved me at least twice within that realm, moments when my demise seemed inevitable. One instance was at the very beginning when I was about to fill in the invitation card with female. Had I done so, I would have been directly slain in the ghost bride's domain. Then there was the wedding chamber. How could a woman like me be wed to a ghost bride? Yet my senior brother rushed to my side, unafraid of the rules that could cost him his life. Yun Shui Yao took a sip of tea and smiled. Why are you suddenly referring to your senior brother? Oh, master, I am sharing something crucial with you. Why do you focus on that? Yun Shui Yao chuckled. This is precisely why your master and your uncle value Qin Ming. Not only is he astute, but he possesses a kind and compassionate heart. He understood that without his intervention in your wedding chamber, your fate would be sealed. He also recognized the peril he faced in defying the rules by leaving the room. Yet he still sought you out. Qing Xian appeared momentarily taken aback, nodding slowly. Master, I have another question. That Zhou Chang, a eunuch, perished in the wedding chamber. My senior brother, also a eunuch, survived. I even saw him shiver. Yun Shui Yao a shiver? Indeed. But why? Yun Shui Yao suddenly recalled her disciple's experience with the ghost bride and felt a twinge of embarrassment. We shall discuss this matter later. What transpired afterward? After the spiritual realm concluded, he intended to return my essence, but I declined. Good. It is precisely when he needs the essence the most. Master, the timing of this message was impeccable. When I encountered him, he was just about to head to Tianyi Academy. Had I not warned him, he would undoubtedly have exposed himself. Master, could we enlist the 5 Elements Alliance to eliminate that Tang Wei? That is not feasible. Yun Shui Yao waved her sleeve. I have contemplated this matter. The area surrounding Tianyi Academy is heavily fortified, making it exceedingly difficult to commit murder within. Just then, Ma Chong entered through the doorway. Master, the uncle has received word from the headquarters of the 5 Elements Alliance, requesting your presence at a conference in Star City. Qin Ming practiced late into the night. Feeling an intense heat radiating from his body, he decided to break the ice nearby and jump in. The frigid water surged into his pores, clashing with the searing heat within him. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. As Qin Ming emerged from the icy depths, he noticed the 8 trigrams window on the west side of the 11th floor of the Long Princess's palace had opened. The Long Princess, Han Yueshi, reclined against the windowsill, holding a jar of drunken immortal brew, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Why must you plunge into the icy waters while training? Long Princess, I am burning with heat. This cold water brings relief. You, a rootless wanderer, how could you be so heated? What technique did you acquire at Tianyi Academy today? Long Princess, I obtained the bone-shattering grip. Demonstrate it for me. With that, Qin Ming leapt from the icy water, executing the 108 moves of the bone-shattering grip with powerful and natural vigor. He used his concealment ability to keep his cultivation at the third level of body refinement. The martial art appears quite impressive. Come closer. Your Highness, my clothes are drenched. I shall return after changing. However, unexpectedly, the princess raised her right hand and gently grasped it. In an instant, the moisture from Qin Ming's garments was entirely extracted, coalescing in the air into a flurry of snowflakes that gracefully descended. Qin Ming couldn't help but be astonished. This madwoman possesses remarkable prowess. Now that my clothes are dry, I shall approach. Qin Ming entered the princess's chamber, pushing open the door. The room was illuminated by a shadow stone lamp, and a gentle flame flickered in the fireplace nestled in the western corner. At that moment, the princess reclined on a jade bed adorned with a velvet blanket, her black robe accentuating her alluring curves. Little Qin, your technique of drawing and shattering bones earlier was commendable. Come here and demonstrate it to give this princess a massage. Qin Ming, feeling perplexed, thought to himself, this technique is a lethal skill. You wish for me to massage you? Where shall I apply pressure? Are you not afraid of it being too forceful? Chapter 70. Do eunuchs also fancy women? The princess beckoned. Little Qin, why are you standing there in a daze? Qin Ming quickly approached, a faint yet enticing fragrance wafting through the air, seemingly not derived from any flower, but rather an innate essence of the princess herself. Qin Ming gently began to massage her shoulders. To his surprise, the fierce princess had skin that was both smooth and soft. Little Qin, employ your technique of drawing and shattering bones. Qin Ming channeled his energy into his palms, gradually executing the move. He delicately grasped the bones of the princess's shoulders, initially anticipating that it would cause her discomfort. To his astonishment, she let out a pleasurable sigh. You have mastered this technique quite well today. Continue. After finishing with her shoulders, Qin Ming moved to her back. He began to sense that beneath her seemingly delicate exterior, her sinews and bones were remarkably resilient. He couldn't help but reflect on the relation between the indigenous people and beasts. Little Qin, also strike my legs. Of course. Qin Ming turned to behold her long, white jade-like legs gleaming under the light. He employed his technique, kneading and striking her legs, even venturing to the upper thigh. His heart raced several beats faster. The princess leaned against the edge of the bed, eyes closed in repose, softly remarked, Little Qin, as an eunuch, do you also harbor an admiration for women's legs? Qin Ming replied, just now, my heartbeat was steady while massaging your back, but now, it races uncontrollably with this leg massage. He felt a surge of anxiety, adjusting his leg position to avoid revealing his inner turmoil. The princess opened her eyes, a hint of seduction gracing her lips. It was once stated that traversers are inherently lustful, unless they meet their demise one day. I never believed it until now. If even an eunuch like you exhibits such tendencies, what of ordinary men? Qin Ming retorted, is it truly so, Little Qin? I dare not say. You are fortunate to be an eunuch. Otherwise, the ancestors of the Longyuan ancestral hall would have already emerged to tear me, Han Yueshi, to shreds. The princess implied that the ancestors of the royal city forbade her from marrying, ever since the incident involving her brother. My deranged sister has prohibited me and my third sister from associating with men. Qin Ming pondered the incident involving his elder brother. Could it be that the crown princess and his third sister conspired to take his life? His gaze inadvertently fell upon the painting resting on the bedside, mentioning his brother. The crown princess Han Yueshi's expression abruptly darkened with sorrow and melancholy. Her eyes too were fixed on that very painting. The handsome young man seated beside the empress was indeed his royal brother. Wasn't he remarkably striking? Qin Ming nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Yet, I, along with my third sister, were the ones who ended his life. The crown princess suddenly murmured with self-deprecation. I still vividly recall the moment my moonshadow sword pierced his heart. The haunting look in his eyes. I cannot forget it, even now. It torments me incessantly. Noticing Qin Ming's silence, the crown princess turned to him. I confess to you, I killed my brother, yet you remain utterly unfazed. Do you consider me heartless? Qin Ming shook his head. He gently placed her legs on his lap and began to massage her feet. Your Highness, regarding this matter, I possess both truths and falsehoods. Which would you prefer to hear? The truth. If you wish to hear the truth, do not scold me. Speak. That night, when you fainted and spoke in your dreams, I was not surprised, for I had heard it. The crown princess's expression shifted slightly in surprise. She then pressed her temples in apparent distress. I truly did not wish to kill him. I genuinely did not. Suddenly, the crown princess withdrew her legs. Her demeanor turned cold, her gaze sharp and fierce. I took his life not solely at the behest of my sister Han Yueli, but because he had to die. The crown princess abruptly fixed her gaze upon Qin Ming. My royal brother, Han Yulong, is talented, ambitious, and capable. If he were to ascend the throne, he would undoubtedly excel. Yet, he foolishly fell in love with a time traveler. Qin Ming's mind buzzed with disbelief. He stared at the crown princess in shock. He fell for a time traveler, even intending to marry her and make her his queen. How could this be permissible? The ancestors of the Dayan kingdom would never forgive him. The empress would never forgive him, which is precisely why my third sister and I conspired to end his life. How could we allow a time traveler to ascend as queen? The crown princess's expression suddenly became profoundly sorrowful. She slightly turned her head to gaze out the window, as if reminiscing about the past. Do you know, little Qin? That day, when you returned injured with the red bean glutinous rice balls and urged me to pierce your heart with my sword, I thought of my brother. At that moment, when my sister and I approached him with swords in hand, he ceased to resist. He allowed our blades to penetrate his heart. I truly cannot comprehend why a promising heir to the throne would fall for a time-traveling woman. What could possibly justify this? Why? The crown princess's demeanor once again turned icy. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Qin Ming rose and stepped back a few paces. After a brief pause, the crown princess raised her hand and gently waved her sleeve. You may leave. I wish to be alone. Understood. Qin Ming was eager to depart immediately. Truly, she is a madwoman. Just moments ago, she spoke gently, her demeanor warm and alluring. In the blink of an eye, a sudden frenzy arose. A murderous intent that compelled one to flee far away. Qin Ming emerged from the upper hall, the night deepening around him. The chambers of the 12 zodiac signs had long since extinguished their lights, save for the lone illumination of the west side, where Ling Yin's room remained aglow. As Qin Ming descended the steps of the upper hall, the light in Ling Yin's room abruptly flickered out. He proceeded along the cobblestone path towards his own quarters. Passing by Ling Yin's window, he heard a faint tapping sound, 2 gentle knocks against the glass. Circling around, he approached the back window of Ling Yin's room and softly rapped on it. Sister Ling Yin. Startled, she quickly climbed from her bed and opened the rear window. Observing that the surroundings were deserted, Qin Ming stealthily slipped inside. Sister Ling Yin, why haven't you retired yet? It is quite late. I couldn't sleep. Were you watching over the princess's chamber, fearing for my safety? Ling Yin lowered her gaze slightly, yet Qin Ming could sense a blush creeping onto her face, perhaps having struck a chord with her unspoken worries. She was clad in scanty attire, consisting only of a green bodice and white undergarments. You should hurry and get under the covers, lest you catch a chill. Qin Ming pulled back the quilt and lay down beside Ling Yin. After a moment's hesitation, she turned her body, curling up and nestling into his embrace. Qin Ming, keep your hands still. I wish to converse with you. All right. In the palace, the Longyuan Ancestral Hall is a place you must absolutely avoid. Do not approach it. Sister Ling Yin, what exactly lies there? Today, Eunuch Wang Jin informed me that it is a forbidden area, and I have no intention of venturing there. I do not know what is there, but it is undeniably terrifying. Even the palace denizens dare not draw near. At that moment, Ling Yin felt a sudden warmth radiating from her palm. She realized that the eerie beam of light was about to manifest once more. She clenched her small fist tightly. This cannot happen now. What if Qin Ming gets discovered in the room? There is no way to explain. Uncertain of the nature of the light, she added, Sister Ling Yin, what troubles you? I am fine. Qin Ming, do not move. Understood. Qin Ming nodded. Ling Yin, following suit, tightened her fist and slipped beneath the covers. Chapter 71. Empress, did Zhou Chang kill you? As dawn broke, Qin Ming returned to his quarters. He practiced the cycles of the minor and major heavenly circulation for a while, solidifying his cultivation at the 5th level of body refinement. He examined the locking heaven gourd, noting that his current luck points stood at 43, enough for a single draw. Consume 40 luck points, draw successful, obtain Qi Bone Pill. Qi Bone Pill, a second-tier elixir. Upon consumption effectively refines muscles and bones, replenishing spiritual energy and enhancing the body's strength. It sounded quite promising. As long as the elixir could bolster his physique and bones, Qin Ming welcomed it eagerly. He promptly tossed the Qi Bone Pill into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, a cool sensation coursing through his entire being. He could almost feel his muscles and bones being refined, a subtle cracking sound accompanying the process. He felt invigorated, fully replenished from the exertion spent in Ling Yin's room the previous night. Truly delightful. At that moment, a sudden clamor of armored footsteps echoed from outside the Taoyin palace of the princess. Qin Ming had just leaped from his bed when Ling Yin hurriedly rushed in. Qin Ming, Lord Wang Jin from the Hall of Fire has arrived, stating that His Majesty summons you to the Hall of Fire. Qin Ming donned his attire and stepped out of his room. In the courtyard stood the slightly stooped figure of Lord Wang Jin, his face adorned with a smile. Captain Qin, we meet again. Good morning, Lord Wang. His Majesty has commanded Captain Qin to enter the Hall of Fire. But, Lord Wang, is today not a day of rest? Why does His Majesty summon me? This old servant is unaware of the reason. Once you arrive, His Majesty will elucidate. With no alternative, Qin Ming knew he had no choice but to comply. He raised his gaze towards the closed windows of the princess's upper chamber, realizing she must have stayed up late the previous night and had yet to rise. He clasped his hands in salute. I appreciate your guidance, Lord Wang. As Qin Ming approached the entrance of the Hall of Fire, Lord Wang Jin suddenly spoke softly. Captain Qin, yesterday, Lord Zhou Chang came to convey a decree, mentioning he would take you to Tianyi Academy, but he did not return. A chill ran down Qin Ming's spine. Could it be that the deranged empress sought him for this reason? How would he explain? Lord Wang, I do not comprehend your meaning. Yesterday, Lord Zhou Chang escorted me partway, pointed the direction, and then departed. Lord Wang chuckled, gesturing towards the interior of the hall with his feather duster. I merely mentioned it in passing, Captain Qin. Do not take it to heart. His Majesty awaits you inside the Hall of Fire. A sense of unease began to gnaw at Qin Ming. He was well aware of how Lord Zhou Chang had met his demise, a truth that could not be easily concealed. But who was the Empress? Her sinister gaze and formidable presence instilled fear in all who stood before her. As Qin Ming stepped inside, he endeavored to steady his nerves. Remain calm. It is imperative to keep my composure. The more frantic one becomes, the swifter the demise. He quickly recalled 2 points. First, Lord Zhou Chang had reached the 9th layer of body refinement, while he himself had concealed his cultivation to the 3rd layer. Even if the Empress could perceive him at the 5th layer, it was implausible for her to slay one at the 9th layer. Second, possessing the innate ability to conceal his bloodline, he felt fortified against threats. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Ming lifted his head and strode confidently towards the inner hall. After Qin Ming was escorted away by Lord Wang, Ling Yin wandered anxiously in the courtyard. After sweeping the accumulating snow for a while, she sensed something amiss. It was a day of rest. What could His Majesty possibly want with Qin Ming? After all, the enmity between the Empress and the princess was known to all within the palace. For Qin Ming's safety, Ling Yin resolved to act. She tossed her broom to the ground and hurriedly ran towards the 11th floor of the princess's quarters, lifting her skirts as she went. Knock, knock, knock. There was no response from within. Knock, knock, knock. The princess seemed impatient, her voice cold and indifferent. What is it? Your Highness, Ling Yin has something to report. Speak. Just now, Lord Wang Jin from the Hall of Fire came and took Qin Ming away. What? In less than a breath. The door to the room was flung open with a loud bang by the princess, startling even the swift Ling Yin. The princess was draped in a delicate purple gauze dress, revealing her graceful figure and alabaster chest. What did you say? Han Yueli has taken Xiao Qinzi away? Indeed. Ling Yin is uncertain about the intent, hence the report. The princess's gaze turned frosty. With a swift motion of her hand, a dark purple robe from the bed enveloped her in an instant. Seizing the Moonshadow sword, she soared into the sky. Ling Yin felt a measure of relief. As long as the princess intervened, Qin Ming should remain unharmed. Within the inner sanctum of the Hall of Fire, the Empress, clad in a resplendent red robe that accentuated her enchanting form, stood with her smooth jade feet adorned in long black boots. Her personal female guard, Su Guanqing'er, stood by her side. Qing'er, what are your thoughts on Zhou Chang's enigmatic disappearance? Does your Majesty suspect Xiao Qinzi? Zhou Chang took him to Tianyi Academy and was likely one of the last to see him. Naturally, I have my suspicions. However, with Xiao Qinzi's cultivation at merely the 3rd level of body refinement, he should not pose a threat to Zhou Chang. I harbor doubts, but it does not imply that Xiao Qinzi is guilty. However, his ability to extract information from the greedy man indicates he possesses some skill. Such capable individuals cannot remain near my sister. Does your Majesty mean to eliminate him? He cannot be killed. Look at Han Yueshi. If I were to slay this Xiao Qinzi, she would seek my life and vengeance. Yet, I have devised a plan to compel him into a perilous situation from which he may not return, and my sister shall have no grounds to object. At that moment, a palace maid knelt outside the inner chamber. Your Majesty, Qin Shaowei has arrived. Let him enter. As you command. This was Qin Ming's first entrance into the Empress's inner sanctum of the Hall of Fire. Upon stepping inside, he was engulfed by an overwhelming heat, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The room was suffused with intense warmth, surrounded by numerous firefly stones generating energy. The Empress, Han Yueli, sat regally upon a dragon-shaped throne, her beauty unparalleled, emanating a faint blue flame. Several golden phoenixes circled around her gracefully. Qin Ming stepped forward to pay his respects. I bow before your Majesty. Warning, danger level has increased 100-fold. Luck points are accelerating 100-fold during danger. Qin Ming felt exasperated. The moment he entered, the Empress exuded murderous intent. Was she unwell? Xiao Qinzi, did you kill Zhou Chong? Qin Ming's heart nearly leapt from his chest. He feigned a look of bewilderment. Your Majesty, how can this be explained? Yesterday, Zhou Chong accompanied me to Tianyi Academy and did not return. The palace searched high and low, yet there is no sign of him. Your Majesty, Zhou Gonggong parted ways with me at Xujing Tongyu Garden, pointing the direction and stating he had matters to attend to. I truly know nothing. With a swift motion, an overwhelming pressure filled the room, making it hard for Qin Ming to breathe. Warning, danger level has increased 150-fold. Luck points are accelerating 150-fold during danger. The Empress's demeanor turned cold and authoritative. Xiao Qinzi, speak the truth. Your Majesty, I speak only the truth. Moreover, my cultivation is shallow. Zhou Gonggong has already reached the 9th level of body refinement. Unbeknownst to me, who has spread such falsehoods before your Majesty, I have been wronged. Warning, danger level increased by 200 times. During this perilous period, the rate of fortune points will also escalate by 200 times. Chapter 72. The Grand Princess. Those who dare to harm my Tian Palace shall face me in eternal conflict. The Empress's eyes radiated a blue flame as she fixed her gaze upon Qin Ming. After a full 10 breaths, her expression softened, and she gently raised her arm. Rise. Thank you, your Majesty. At that moment, 2 female guards hurriedly entered, kneeling before her. We report to your Majesty. The Grand Princess has arrived. What does she seek? The Empress's brows furrowed with anger. Block her. Inform her that should she dare to intrude, I shall take the life of this young Qin. Outside the hall, the Grand Princess was already unleashing a torrent of curses. Han Yueli, if you dare to touch anyone from my Tian Palace, we shall not rest until one of us is dead. Han Yueli, you shameless harlot. Qin Ming's spirits lifted. The Grand Princess was truly formidable. Does my Tian Palace not have any talents worthy of recognition? Must you eradicate us entirely? Then let it be a fight to the death. The Empress seethed with fury, her proud chest heaving. Qing'er, this subordinate is here. Go tell her to cease her shouting and remain outside quietly. I shall not harm young Qin. If she continues to insult me, I will reduce everyone in Tian Palace to mere pulp and ashes. Understood. As Shangguan Qing'er exited, the Empress flicked her fingers, and a burst of flame slammed the red doors shut. Only Qin Ming and the Empress Han Yueli remained in the chamber. Young Qin, is your home in Hanyi City? Indeed. Then you are quite familiar with Hanyi City? Qin Ming paused briefly before responding. My family's residence is in the western district of Hanyi City. I am relatively familiar with that area, though not with others. I refer to the dark, icy environment of Hanyi City, which you should know well. Yes, the snow beasts of Hanyi City have caused turmoil, leaving the populace in despair. Recently, numerous travelers from the Qinglong Guild, Tiandao sect, and 5 Elements Alliance have flocked to Hanyi City for unknown reasons, placing immense pressure on the city lord, Lan Jinxing. Qin Ming lowered his head slightly, pondering why the Empress was sharing this information with him. I am considering that, as a Zhimaowei captain, you could assist the court by transporting supplies and firefly stones to Hanyi City. What say you? Qin Ming's mind raced. Why would the Empress entrust him with such a task? There were countless individuals in the Bayou Guard. The possibilities were twofold. First, as he was currently associated with the Grand Princess, the Empress might be using this opportunity to undermine her and eliminate him covertly. The Empress could not overtly harm him, so she dispatched him to Hanyi City, a journey fraught with peril that might cost him his life. The second point was that there were few Bayou Guard generals familiar with Hanyi City. Aware it was a trap, could he possibly refuse? Of course, that was impossible. Before an emperor, especially one as formidable as this, Daring to utter a word of dissent was unthinkable. Not only would one lose their position, but their life could also be forfeit. Moreover, knowing that travelers from the Five Elements Alliance had ventured to Hanyi City, there might be unique treasures awaiting discovery there. The current atmosphere within the Imperial Palace is fraught with peril. Venturing outside offers a semblance of freedom. I am but a minor official of the Dayan Kingdom, naturally compelled to act upon your Majesty's commands. Very well. Your youthful vigor brings me great solace. The Empress rose from her golden dragon throne, and nearby, several golden phoenixes took flight, flapping their wings. The Dayan Kingdom faces both internal strife and external threats. Outside, the snow beasts wreak havoc, while within, these wretched time travelers rampage unchecked. The people suffer greatly, and my heart is heavy with concern. Should you successfully undertake this mission and deliver the supplies to Lan Jinshin, I shall bestow upon you ample rewards. Agreed. Do you have any further requests? Your Majesty, I humbly beseech you, the Demon Suppression Guard has not received their military pay for 2 months. They toil tirelessly to eliminate the time travelers and safeguard the capital. I implore you, Your Majesty. The Empress took a few steps forward, her eyes flickering with a mild fury as she regarded Qin Ming. You certainly excel at attending to my sister's affairs. Very well. You do have a point. Apprehending time travelers and ensuring the safety of the capital is indeed arduous work. I shall ensure the military pay is delivered, but only at the moment you embark on your journey. I thank Your Majesty. On the table lay 2,000 taels and silver notes. Take them as compensation for this mission. Understood. I am grateful for Your Majesty's grace. Prepare yourself. You shall depart in 2 days. Qin Ming took a deep breath and nodded. Understood. As Qin Ming exited the Hall of Flame, the Grand Princess stood amidst the swirling snow outside. Her long black coat billowed in the wind, and her raven hair was dusted with snowflakes. Upon seeing Qin Ming emerge, she turned gracefully, one hand resting behind her back as she walked away. Qin Ming hurriedly followed her. As they traversed a stone path blanketed in snow, the Grand Princess suddenly halted, turning sharply to address him with a cold tone. What did she say? Your Highness, the Emperor has commanded me to escort a shipment of supplies to Cold Night City. What did you say? The Grand Princess's expression shifted to one of fury. The Emperor has ordered me to deliver a shipment of supplies to Cold Night City. Did you refuse? I accepted. The Grand Princess stepped forward, her anger palpable. Are you foolish? Who instructed you to do so? Your Highness, under such circumstances, I could not decline. Han Yueshi, in a fit of rage, stomped her foot on the ground, causing the snow beneath her to scatter into the air with a resounding crack. This Han Yueli has gone too far. I shall confront her. As she took a step forward, Qin Ming swiftly spread his arms to block her path. Do not go, Your Highness. The Empress possesses formidable strength. What do you mean? Do you believe I cannot defeat her? That is not my intention. It is merely that Your Highness is injured. It would be best not to engage her in battle. Step aside, I command you. No. Move aside. The Grand Princess forcefully shoved Qin Ming aside and stormed toward the Hall of Flame. At a loss for how to deter her, Qin Ming noticed the ground was covered in pristine white snow. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. He scooped up a handful of snow and fashioned a small snowball. As the Grand Princess continued her determined stride, a snowball was hurled from behind. With a resounding thud, it struck her on the head, and the snow dispersed, showering her porcelain-like face with white flakes. The Grand Princess stood momentarily stunned. She fixed her gaze squarely on Qin Ming. Dare you throw a snowball at me? Try it again. Qin Ming, undeterred, formed another snowball and hurled it her way. The princess did not flinch, allowing the snowflakes to settle upon her hair. This time, the princess was incensed. With a swift motion, she summoned a mass of snow, compacting it in her grasp. Little Qin, I shall strike you down. With a resounding whoosh, a large clump of snow hurtled towards Qin Ming, prompting him to sprint forward. A sharp crack echoed as the snowball struck his back, the cold flakes seeping into his clothing, sending a chill through him. He quickly scooped up another handful of snow, shaping it into a snowball, and launched it once more at the princess. This time, it struck her squarely in the chest. Qin Ming watched in dismay as the snowflakes slipped into her bodice. Oh no, this is bad. Run. The furious princess, clutching 2 snowballs, gave chase. Stop right there. Little Qin, halt. Qin Ming dared not use his stealth abilities. He merely dashed across the snowy terrain. After a quarter of an hour, silence fell behind him. Turning back in confusion, he was startled to find the princess standing directly in front of him, each hand cradling a massive snowball nearly a meter in diameter, which she promptly hurled at his face. With a resounding thud, the snow engulfed him, knocking him to the ground, completely covered. The princess, hands on her hips, stood amidst the snow, laughing heartily. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Ming stealthily rolled a snowball on the ground and, as she was caught up in her laughter, he threw it at her, striking her squarely in the mouth. The princess froze in shock. "Little Qin, I will make you pay for this." Qin Ming sprang up from the ground like a fish leaping from water, racing away. The princess pursued him fiercely, snowballs in hand. "Stop! Halt!" Snow swirled around them, and the crimson leaves fluttered down like confetti. Along the serene, snowy path, two erratic trails of footprints led off into the distance. Chapter 73. So many time travelers. The bizarre capture of the expedition that night. The sky was pitch black. Qin Ming sat quietly on his bed, practicing his cultivation. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed from outside the room. Assuming it was either Lingyin or Meiyang, he jested, "Sister, come in." To his surprise, when the door swung open, the princess draped in a dark purple robe stood there. She emanated an aura of chilling coldness, seemingly lowering the room's temperature by more than 5 degrees. Qin Ming jolted, quickly leaping off the bed. "Your Highness." The princess shot him a glare and coldly retorted, "Who are you calling sister?" "Your Highness, I misspoke," he replied. Behind her, Meiyang and Meng Tu covered their mouths, stifling laughter. The princess beckoned him over. "Little Qin, I shall take you to the demon-suppressing tower to select a weapon." "Yes, thank you, Your Highness." Qin Ming donned his robe and leaped out of the room. The princess walked ahead with one hand behind her back, while Qin Ming followed closely. He found it peculiar that neither Meiyang nor Meng Tu accompanied them. Lingyin, Hongxi, and others stood whispering in the snowy courtyard. "It has come to my attention that Shao Qinzi has received a task from His Majesty to deliver supplies to the Cold Night City. No wonder the princess intends to take him to select weapons. Our master truly treats Shao Qinzi with great kindness." Today, Lingyin is on duty at the imperial kitchen, having just returned to the Taiying Palace. Upon hearing that Qin Ming is to deliver supplies to Cold Night City, her heart was immediately filled with worry. She is more aware than anyone of what Cold Night City entails. Meng Tu and Meiyang, is what you say true? Is Qin Ming really going to Cold Night City? Of course it is true. It is His Majesty's decree, and Qin Ming has accepted the imperial edict. Lingyin's heart swelled with concern, akin to a newlywed bride learning that her husband must go to war. The already dim glowstone imperial city appeared even darker at night. The broad streets of the imperial city were adorned with shimmering glowstone lanterns. The old snow on the ground had yet to melt. As fresh snowflakes began to fall from the sky, Qin Ming drove the carriage, with the princess seated inside, devoid of any other guards or demon suppression guards accompanying them. The princess remained silent within the carriage, while Qin Ming's thoughts were tumultuous. He had never anticipated that the princess would bring him to the demon suppression tower to select weapons. He wondered on which level the weapons were concealed. As the carriage came to a halt before the towering demon suppression tower, all the demon suppression guards turned to observe it. Qin Ming leapt down from the driver's seat and lifted the carriage curtain. The princess, clad in a purple-black velvet attire, elegantly stepped out of the carriage. In an instant, over 5,000 demon suppression guards knelt to the ground. "We pay our respects to the princess." The princess's demeanor was cold and indifferent, emanating an icy aura that made the guards dare not lift their heads. She strode into the demon suppression tower, with Qin Ming following closely behind. Once they disappeared into the tower's darkness, the guards finally raised their heads, utterly astonished. "Captain Qin is truly favored by the princess." I just saw Captain Qin supporting the princess's hand as they descended from the carriage. My heavens! Others would have their eyes gouged out for merely stealing a glance at the princess, yet he was permitted to hold her arm. The demon suppression tower consists of 18 levels. Qin Ming had previously visited the first and second levels. The prisoners confined here were mostly recent arrivals from other realms, their powers relatively low. Many of the interlopers on the first level trembled and cowered in the corners upon seeing the princess, their foreheads pressed to the ground. Too fearful to even look up, Qin Ming could well imagine how the princess appeared to these interlopers, truly a formidable demon. Finally, they reached the bottom of the second level, where a spiral staircase leading to the third level awaited them. Qin Ming had accompanied Meiyang here once before, but they had no permission to ascend, for the staircase was protected by powerful wards. The princess retrieved a black token from her sleeve. The front bore the engraving of a purple phoenix, while the back inscribed the words Demon Suppression Order. With a flick of her sleeve, the black token floated forth. Suddenly, the previously empty staircase revealed a gate of prohibition that appeared to flow in midair. The Demon Suppression Order spun rapidly, tearing open a rift in the wards. The princess stepped inside, and Qin Ming followed closely behind. A potent and acrid scent of blood and decay assaulted the senses. The third level of the Demon Suppression Tower was starkly distinct from the first and second. The surrounding walls were adorned with numerous bizarre symbols and prohibitions, intricately connecting each cell. The first figure to catch Qin Ming's eye was a frail scholar, his tattered blue robes clinging to him as he huddled in a corner, his gaze devoid of spirit. Notably, he wore a pair of Nike sneakers, unmistakably identifying him as a traveler from another realm. As Qin Ming advanced further, he was astounded to discover nearly 100 scholars, both male and female, each bearing conspicuous traits of interdimensional travelers. Their expressions were hollow, fearfully glancing at the princess as she passed by their cells. Once she had moved on, their collective attention shifted to Qin Ming, sizing up the unfamiliar stranger who had never set foot in their domain. At that moment, the princess unexpectedly halted. Qin Ming, lost in contemplation, inadvertently bumped his head against her back, startling him into retreating 2 steps. "Your Highness, forgive me." The sight left many travelers in shock, their hearts racing for the young man. It was common knowledge that the ruthless princess would likely reduce him to a mere pulp with a single strike. They had witnessed such fates befall those who dared to resist during their own capture. However, to everyone's astonishment, the princess did not display anger. Instead, she spoke softly. "Little Qin, there are a total of 140 travelers confined here on the 3rd level. In the year 1623 of the Dayan calendar, a civil examination was held in the capital involving poetry, arithmetic, cultivation, and national policies. After the papers were collected, the candidates did not disperse. Instead, they were promptly assessed, leading to the apprehension of 140 travelers, all of whom are now confined here." Qin Ming was taken aback, his mind racing. The year 1623 of the Dayan calendar, that was merely a century ago. How could so many travelers congregate for the imperial examination? He suddenly realized that had he found himself in this world, he too would likely have enrolled upon hearing of the examinations, as most travelers would not quickly grasp the true nature of this realm, dreaming instead of literary fame and mathematical success. Yet, it was utterly bizarre that this world seized travelers right on the examination grounds. Daring not to inquire about the specifics of their capture, he did have a question he could pose. He caught up to the princess and murmured, "Your Highness, I am perplexed. After a century, how is it that these travelers still survive?" "I do not comprehend either," she replied. "We, the natives, require cultivation and physical training to gradually extend our lifespans. However, these travelers possess unique physiques, allowing them to live for 200 years or even longer. This is one of the reasons for their confinement and study." Qin Ming was left bewildered. What on earth is happening? Exceeds the cognitive limits of the locking gourd. Please explore independently. What use are you then? Chapter 74. Is the princess not splendid? Truly courting death. Upon reaching the 4th level, he encountered many individuals from the Ming nation. They were adorned in remarkably distinctive attire, with numerous women donning knee-length blue skirts. Their appearance was slender and unadorned, bearing countless scars upon their bodies. The number of individuals present was scant, approximately 50 in total. Qin Ming contemplated engaging in conversation with these time travelers should an opportunity arise. Progressing to the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th levels, all required the princess to unlock the prohibitions for entry. These 4 levels confined individuals from ancient times who had traversed through dimensions. They were emaciated and frail, clutching books in trembling hands. Upon seeing the princess, they all knelt, not daring to raise their heads, their scars revealing the harsh beatings they had endured. However, a common trait among them was their low cultivation level, most residing below the 4th stage of body refinement. Once the barrier to the 9th level was lifted, the princess offered a word of caution to Qin Ming. From this point upward, the cultivation levels of the time travelers would increase, and he was advised to remain in the center to avoid injury from them. The 9th, 10th, and 11th levels predominantly housed time travelers with cultivation levels ranging from the 5th stage of body refinement to the spirit connection realm. They no longer exhibited the fervent devotion of those confined below. As the princess guided Qin Ming through the center, many time travelers glared at them with expressions of hatred. Yet none dared to voice their contempt. Perhaps all understood that provoking the princess was tantamount to courting death. Qin Ming also learned from the princess that the total number of time travelers confined within these 3 levels was fewer than 200. Yet they had committed numerous heinous acts in the world. Relying on their cultivation, they bullied indigenous women, monopolized trades, and drove others to ruin with their ruthless and sinister actions. Qin Ming felt a sense of shock. Indeed, there existed a myriad of time travelers. Upon the opening of the 13th level's door, a pungent stench of blood emerged, overwhelming the senses. The walls bore strange, blood-stained patterns of prohibitions, infused with spiritual energy. Each time traveler within the cage was connected by a bizarre talismanic line attached to their heads, which incessantly siphoned their spiritual blood. Qin Ming was left utterly astonished. What was the purpose of this? Why were so many time travelers tethered by these talismanic lines? His heart raced in disbelief. Was it possible that the natives captured these travelers to extract their blood and spiritual energy for sustenance? The princess seemed to perceive Qin Ming's distress. Little Qin, do you find this perplexing? Your Highness, I have only recently embarked on my path of cultivation, thus I am quite bewildered. Do not feel alone in your confusion. I too am perplexed. Qin Ming replied. The 13th level is akin to a small hell within the demon suppression tower, where those above the spirit connection realm are confined. The talismanic lines on their heads extend to the 18th level, but the reason behind this and the nature of the 18th level remain a mystery to me. Qin Ming nodded, utterly bewildered. No wonder eunuch Wang Jin had remarked that levels above 15 in the demon suppression tower were forbidden grounds. Your Highness, if the time travelers are subjected to such extraction, won't they perish swiftly? Not so quickly. They possess a certain innate quality that allows for rapid absorption of spiritual energy. As one transcends the realm of spiritual communication, one can extract vitality for 50 years without succumbing to death. Qin Ming was drenched in cold sweat. The traversers below had not lost their cultivation. It seemed they were merely awaiting the moment they reached the realm of spiritual communication, only to be drawn up and consumed as nourishment. What on earth was this 18th level? Could it be a terrifying beast, specifically one that feasts upon the blood of traversers? There were approximately 50 traversers on the 13th level, with an almost equal number of men and women. The moment they spotted the princess and Qin Ming approaching, they went into a frenzy, banging on the iron prison door with their hands, producing a cacophony of noise. Han Yushi, release us at once. Princess, I implore you to set us free. I shall be your loyal subordinate, a native from now on. Han Yushi, you are becoming more beautiful by the day. The princess, with one hand clasped behind her back, strode forth with an air of indifference that suggested she was ready to unleash wrath. They soon turned their jests upon Qin Ming. It appeared the princess also lacked male company. Little eunuch, are you but a bed companion? Little eunuch, is the princess not exquisite? Laughter erupted throughout the 14th level. Suddenly, the princess became enraged. She pivoted swiftly, raising her right hand. Boom! A blast of icy sword energy surged towards the runic barrier on the wall. In an instant, the eerie blood-red runes emitted a chilling aura that permeated the minds of each traverser. There were 50 consecutive cracking sounds. Each traverser felt their heads freeze, blood gushing from their orifices, the pain excruciating. You seek your own demise. The princess coldly admonished. Should you dare utter another insolent remark, I shall crush your skull. Qin Ming suddenly sensed that the princess appeared significantly more powerful within the demon suppression tower than usual. It seemed as though these runic barriers were entirely under her control. As Qin Ming turned his gaze to a female traverser nearby, she abruptly shed her upper garment, revealing a vast expanse of pristine skin. In that astonished moment, bizarre images flooded Qin Ming's mind. He envisioned his parents back on Blue Star, glimpsed the struggles within the 996 work culture, and even saw the 108 alluring maidens stored within his hard drive. Something was amiss. Abruptly, he snapped back to reality, probing the locking heaven gourd with his consciousness. The chaotic visions vanished entirely. Gasping for breath, his forehead slick with cold sweat, he refocused on the female traverser, only to realize her attire remained unchanged. The female traverser was extending her hand towards Qin Ming. Suddenly, a streak of icy sword energy shot forth, severing her hand. Blood splattered everywhere. She writhed in agony within the prison. A droplet of blood landed upon Qin Ming's arm. Detected traverser talent. Chaos. Rank 69 capable of inducing a temporary state of confusion in the opponent's thoughts, lasting between half a breath to 10 breaths, depending on the level of cultivation. Would you like to replicate? Remaining transferable talents. 1. This talent is quite impressive. Replicate. Talent replication successful. Remaining transferable talents. 0. Current replicated talent level. 3. Concealment talent level. 2. Flame level. 1. Chaos level. 1. Little Qin, come here. Qin Ming was jolted back to awareness. The princess gazed intently at the female traveler, allowing her to writhe in pain in the corner. This wretched creature possessed the ability to confound the mind. Henceforth, one must tread carefully in her presence. Indeed, Qin Ming felt a surge of joy within, as he had unexpectedly stumbled upon a remarkable talent. The princess opened the 14th level of the Demon Suppression Tower, revealing an array of magical weapons, the majority of which were of yellow grade. Without pausing, she led Qin Ming to the 15th level, where the quality of the weapons was markedly superior, predominantly above the profound grade. Little Qin, there are many weapons here. Choose one that pleases you. The Bloodfall sword is no longer suitable for our journey to Cold Night City. Qin Ming nodded with delight, expressing his gratitude. I thank you, Princess. He perused the selection, finding most to be profound grade blades, spears, forks, and arrows. Just then, a long sword emanating a dark glow caught his eye in the right corner. This sword was peculiar. At first glance, it appeared as a single blade, but upon closer inspection, one could discern that it housed a short sword embedded within. In battle, if the two swords were to separate unexpectedly, it would deliver a surprising lethal effect. As Qin Ming grasped the sword, words suddenly materialized in his mind. Twin swords. Earth-grade medium quality, a relic from a battle fought by indigenous travelers a millennium ago, subsequently acquired by another traveler, and steeped in blood for 1,000 years, imbued with a heavy aura of malevolence. The princess observed from a distance, her expression revealing astonishment as she beheld Qin Ming holding the twin swords. Do you fancy this sword, little Qin? She inquired. What do you think of it? I cannot discern its grade, yet it feels remarkably comfortable to hold. The fact that you can wield it without discerning its grade suggests a true bond between you and the sword. It is indeed a fine weapon. It belonged to a master-level traveler whom I vanquished years ago. Qin Ming responded. Chapter 75. Carrying the princess, we depart. The enigmatic figure of the Demon Suppression Tower. My heavens! Is it true that the princess's cultivation is but a novice master? How could a novice master traveler not triumph over her? The traveler I defeated was indeed a novice master. I could have easily slain him had he not wielded this twin sword, which forced me to expend 20 additional moves. In my view, that traveler barely tapped into 10% of the sword's potential. If you truly choose the twin swords, ponder it well. I thank you, princess. I shall choose this sword. The princess nodded and turned to a nearby wall, delicately pressing her hand against it. The intricate patterns of the prohibitions began to tremble violently. After 10 breaths, a hidden compartment appeared in the wall. From within, Princess Han Yueshi retrieved a piece of black armor. Come here, little Qin. This armor is called the Dark Bone Armor, an Earth-grade medium-quality protective gear, which my mother bequeathed to me. However, I do not favor it. It shall belong to you from this day forth. I thank you, princess. As Qin Ming accepted the Dark Bone Armor, words emerged once more in his mind. Dark Bone Armor, Earth-grade medium quality. Blocks physical attacks by 20, resists magical attacks by 20, and enhances agility by 10. This truly is a divine artifact. Princess, I am utterly enamored with you. Just then, suddenly, a warning flashed in Qin Ming's mind. Alert! Danger level increased by 300 times. Lucky point growth during danger period increased by 300 times. A shiver ran down his spine. He promptly turned around and beheld a thick, ominous darkness creeping along the distant wall. Princess Chang, he exclaimed. Be careful. Princess Han Yueshi swiftly turned, her expression transforming into one of grave seriousness. Raising her arms, she began to form icy sword energy before her. Little Qin, retreat. In an instant, the terrifying black mist coalesced into a sphere, hurtling directly towards the princess. She quickly thrust the icy talisman she had formed forward. Boom! Bang! The icy talisman exploded midair. Yet the black mist charged forward relentlessly. With a resounding clang, Princess Chang unsheathed her Moonshadow sword, swinging it vigorously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dreadful black aura, like a raging torrent, shattered her sword energies into fragments. The princess was consequently thrown backward, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Qin Ming rushed forward from a distance. "Step aside," the princess commanded, as she seemingly erupted with fury once more, soaring into the air. She drew forth a black magic suppression token from her bosom. "You vile creature, daring to wreak havoc in the magic suppression tower, you seek your own demise." She unleashed 2 streams of icy energy into the token. The chilling force of the 9 Een surged, activating the entire array of runes on the 15th layer. Boom! The cold aura emitted by the talismans ensnared the black mist within. At last, the sinister energy could no longer withstand the pressure and exploded. Qin Ming thought the danger had passed, but the warning in his mind flashed once more. Alert! Danger level increased by 500 times. Lucky point growth during danger period increased by 500 times. In the next breath, the entire prison began to tremble violently. Boom! Boom! The upper layers of the magic suppression tower echoed with chilling laughter. "GGG, Han Yueshi, let me out! Let me out! I will kill you all!" The sounds of violent impacts reverberated throughout the tower, shaking it fiercely. "Let me out! I will slay every last one of you!" GGG. As the princess hovered in midair, her complexion grew increasingly pale. She poured all her 9 Een icy sword energy into the magic token, yet the tremors intensified with terrifying ferocity. From a distance, Qin Ming observed that this black aura likely emanated from the topmost 18th layer. Who could be speaking? Was it a formidable time traveler? But in the next breath, Qin Ming's perception was shattered. From the entrance of the 15th layer's barrier, a colossal, otherworldly beast surged forth, crashing towards Princess Chong with earth-shattering force. It resembled a writhing worm, covered in crimson fur, with long, twisted horns extending over 10 meters from its head. Qin Ming could not even begin to name this beast. "Little Qin, run!" Princess Chong shouted, gripping her sword and soaring upward, swiftly unleashing a flurry of sword energies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The aberrant creature was battered, its hair and flesh flying in all directions. The princess fell from midair, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her visage pale as death. Qin Ming hurriedly rushed to support her. With a frail voice, the princess spoke. "Little Qin, ask it loudly. Who exactly is it?" Qin Ming shouted towards the pinnacle of the tower. "Who are you really? Who am I? Am I human? Am I a bug? Am I a traveler from another world? No, I am an indigenous person. Who am I truly? Who am I?" The tower trembled violently once more. A more terrifying black mist surged forth. The princess waved her sleeve, shielding Qin Ming behind her. Clutching the Moonshadow's sword, she soared into the sky once again. With swift movements, the princess formed seals with her arms. The Moonshadow's sword spun rapidly, emitting a resonant hum, chilling the entire 15th floor. Yet, that ominous black energy was undeniably dreadful. It continually coalesced into a circular black fog. No matter how many icy sword energies the princess unleashed, they were devoured by it. As Princess Han Yueshi grew increasingly fatigued, beads of sweat adorned her brow. Suddenly, the Moonshadow's sword was jarred from her grasp. As she reached for the sword, the black mist struck her abdomen, sending her flying backward. While plummeting from the sky, she caught a glimpse of a sword formed from the eerie black mist, aimed directly at her heart. The princess realized she could not withstand this. In that fleeting moment, a multitude of memories flooded her mind. She recalled joyful gatherings with her siblings during her childhood. She thought of the time she and her third sister had slain their elder brother. She remembered how kind little Qin had been to her and lamented that she had yet to repay him. The black sword drew ever closer. The princess understood that this time, there was no escape. Just then, she saw Qin Ming sprinting towards her in a frenzy. She yearned to shout at him to flee, but her throat was completely choked with blood, rendering her voice silent. At the critical moment, Qin Ming unexpectedly positioned himself before the princess. Whoosh! The terrifying black sword pierced through Qin Ming's abdomen. The princess nearly suffocated at the sight. A thunderous tremor caused weapons on the 15th floor to clatter to the ground. Amidst this overwhelming vibration, the princess felt her blood surge, and she fainted. The black sword pierced through Qin Ming, as if tearing apart his flesh and blood. The laughter from the top of the tower grew increasingly frenzied and bizarre. At that instant, the sky-lock gourd in Qin Ming's mind stirred and began to spin violently. The gourd transformed into a crimson hue. The countless eerie black energies that had invaded Qin Ming's body began to converge towards the sky-lock gourd. The gourd devoured relentlessly. Upon contact with the ominous black energy, it appeared exceptionally invigorated, even doubling in size. In merely 3 breaths, The black sword that had just pierced Qin Ming vanished entirely. The wound on his abdomen, once grievous, now bore no pain, and the bleeding ceased. Qin Ming gasped for breath, sweat pouring from his brow. The mysterious figure at the tower's summit seemed utterly astonished. "Young man, who are you? Who are you really? Are you a traveler from another world? A traveler? What is a traveler? Who am I truly? Who am I?" After a sudden and frenzied tremor, the cacophony of madness abruptly ceased. The 15th floor returned to an eerie calm. Qin Ming, with no time to ponder, hurried towards the Princess Chang. Princess Han Yueshi was huddled tightly against the corner of the wall, her complexion ashen, and her lips stained with blood. Her purple-black robe was tattered from the recent assault. Qin Ming enveloped her in his arms, gently wiping the blood from her lips. Fearing that the mysterious assailant might strike again, he removed his outer robe and wrapped it around her, then lifted her onto his back. With her legs marred by injuries, he could only support her by her soft hips. "Princess, we must leave." Chapter 76. The Explosion. The princess wishes to visit the drunken immortal pavilion for a drink. Qin Ming was utterly astonished today, his mind in disarray. Who could possibly be behind the 18 floors? Was it a colossal, terrifying insect? Its power was unfathomable. Even more perplexing was the gourd's ability to absorb dark energy. "Gourd, how can you absorb such ominous essence?" "Host, do not be astonished. It is quite normal for the locking heaven gourd to draw in the extraordinary energies of heaven and earth." "What exactly is that entity on the 18th floor? Exceeds the locking heaven gourd's cognitive parameters. Please explore on your own." Qin Ming was rendered speechless. He carried the princess to the 13th floor, which had previously been filled with noise and chaos, now rendered utterly silent. The numerous travelers were left in shock, their eyes nearly popping out. "What? That man is actually carrying the princess. It appears that the bizarre entity injured her, and quite severely. I envy this man. Even the magnificent princess is in his grasp, and his hands are on her hips. How strange. That terror from the 18th floor still lingers in our minds on the 13th. How is it that this young man, with only third-level body refinement, remains unscathed?" Without uttering a word, Qin Ming hastened down the stairs. The travelers on the lower floors were astounded. The long-esteemed princess, who had been their source of trepidation, was being carried by Qin Ming, and the position of his hand. As Qin Ming emerged from the demon suppression tower, a lieutenant spotted him from afar and immediately commanded the over 5,000 demon suppression guards to turn away. No one dared to look back. Upon exiting the tower, Qin Ming was met with a pitch-black night. Only the scattered luminescent stones hanging from the trees illuminated the snow-covered path. The snow fell heavily, and the cold wind howled. At that moment, the princess awakened. Her eyes flew open, and she urgently inquired, "Little Qin, are you all right?" "I'm fine." The princess glanced down and saw the gaping wound in Qin Ming's abdomen, instantly feeling a pang of sorrow. "Please set me down. I must check if your meridians have been harmed." Qin Ming smiled softly. "Not yet." Perhaps he deemed me too weak to warrant his full effort. "Although the sword pierced me, it did not strike a vital point. It doesn't hurt." He then laughed heartily and vanished. Qin Ming replied with ease, but his words only deepened the princess's heartache. How could a penetrating wound not cause pain? "You speak nonsense." The princess attempted to dismount from Qin Ming's back. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she began to cough incessantly, her body weak and frail. Qin Ming once again hoisted her onto his back. Though my abdomen bore a wound, it had ceased to bleed. For a cultivator, a wound that does not bleed is not regarded as a true injury. Moreover, I now possess the strength to carry you. "No, put me down." "I shall not." "Release me." "I said I will not release you." The princess, unable to argue further, grasped Qin Ming's shoulders in an attempt to leap down. To her surprise, his arms tightened around her. "Princess, may I inquire about something? Are you referring to that mysterious entity above?" Qin Ming nodded. "Indeed, it was terrifying. I thought I would perish. If you were aware of its dreadfulness, why did you feel compelled to shield me?" "I do not know. Perhaps it was instinct." The princess inhaled deeply. "Instinct? What kind of instinct sacrifices oneself for another?" "You are truly a fool. I have no knowledge of that mysterious existence, nor do I know if it resides on the 16th, 17th, or 18th floor. It had always awakened only once a year, yet today it has stirred unexpectedly. Previously, I had no trouble suppressing it. However, my body has sustained injuries in recent days that have yet to heal." Qin Ming continued onward, carrying the princess through the snow. Were those traversers on the 13th floor extracting resources for that enigmatic being? I had suspected as much, but could not verify it. As I cannot access the 16th to 18th floors, a deeper sense of confusion settled within Qin Ming. The princess, as the leader of the demon suppression tower, was unable to unlock the doors above. Little Qin, in the future, when you visit the demon suppression tower, exercise caution and refrain from using your cultivation to avoid awakening it. I certainly will not venture to the 15th floor. I cannot unlock those restrictive doors either. The princess fell silent for a moment before softly stating, "Today, I have guided you from the 2nd floor to the 15th. You have traversed all the restrictions." The prohibition talismans recognize their master, allowing you to pass freely in the future. A wave of elation surged within Qin Ming. He had intended to find an opportunity to discreetly communicate with those traversers in hopes of acquiring useful information. To his astonishment, the princess had granted him access to the tower. How splendid! It appeared that Princess Han Yueshi was increasingly placing her trust in him. Qin Ming ascended into the carriage while still carrying the princess. He had initially been driving the horse, but was forcefully summoned inside by her. This spirited white steed required no guidance, instinctively making its way toward the palace. Once inside, the carriage felt even more cramped, with Qin Ming and the princess less than half a meter apart. "Lift your clothing. I wish to examine your wounds." "I am fine. I have already used spiritual power to staunch the bleeding. I must take a look." The princess suddenly glared. "Very well. I shall remove it." As if I were afraid to undress before a beauty, Qin Ming began to unbutton his attire. Although the wound appeared gruesome and bloodied on the surface, it seemed that the internal injuries had entirely healed when the black energy was absorbed by the celestial gourd. He felt no pain whatsoever. The princess retrieved a roll of white cloth from the corner of the carriage. "Come, let me bandage your abdomen. I can do it myself, Your Highness." "Are you truly so afraid of me?" "It is not fear. I simply do not wish to trouble you." "What trouble is there?" "Your injury was incurred because of me. Had you not blocked that sword, I might have perished." Qin Ming allowed the princess to wrap the cloth around his abdomen twice, securing the wound tightly. "All done. Thank you, Your Highness. Now, even if I drink, nothing will leak out." This remark elicited a chuckle from the princess. "You speak nonsense. If drinking could cause a leak, what a calamity that would be." Suddenly inspired, she gazed out at the swirling snow and pointed towards the distant glow of the luminous lanterns at the drunken immortal pavilion. "Let us go indulge in some fine wine." "Your Highness, is this truly the time to go?" "Why ever not? Drinking the fine wine amidst a heavy snowfall is quite the experience." "Then I shall wait at the entrance while you go in to purchase it." "Absolutely not. We shall drink inside the establishment." "Oh no, oh no. How could I possibly bring the princess into my master's territory without revealing everything? If my master sees the injured local, he will undoubtedly draw his sword in fury. If the princess discovers my master is a time traveler, she may very well cleave me in two. What a disastrous situation that would be." "Little Qin, I command you to proceed to the drunken immortal pavilion immediately." "As you wish. However, Your Highness, might I suggest a disguise?" "Why would we need a disguise?" "Your Highness, what if we encounter a time traveler?" "Should we meet a time traveler, I would dispatch them with a single stroke. They are not the terrifying beings from the 18th floor." "What is there for me to fear?" "Your Highness, I merely meant that such an encounter could disrupt our enjoyment of the wine. Furthermore, you a princess, wandering into a tavern with a man in the dead of night. What if word of it spreads?" The princess, Han Yueshi, pondered for a moment. "Very well. I shall acquiesce to your request and don a disguise." Qin Ming dressed the princess in a flowing black robe, obscuring her visage with a hood. He too adorned himself with a black face covering. Should the princess be recognized by the Five Elements Alliance while entering the drunken immortal pavilion, his identity would be irrevocably compromised. He would not even know how he met his demise. Chapter 77. Are you teaching me how to work? Qing Xian, is the senior brother entertaining women right under my nose? Though the hour was late, the drunken immortal pavilion was bustling with patrons. Merchants and wandering heroes filled the upper and lower floors. Clad in ethereal white, the enchanting Yun Shui Yao sat at the counter, diligently calculating with an abacus. Qing Xian stood behind her, arms crossed, scanning the establishment for any security threats. "Master, why do you appear so troubled this evening?" Yun Shui Yao sighed. "Today, we received intelligence from the Five Elements Alliance that 3 more time travelers have been captured by the demon suppression guards outside the city. That princess is a heartless fiend. How many of our people has she apprehended to date? Many have lost their heads at her hands." Qing Xian exclaimed in indignation, "Master, we should gather our forces and confront the princess directly." What nonsense are you spouting? The princess found it utterly impossible to approach the Qin palace. Moreover, her malevolent nature made it so that even if one stood directly before her, striking her would prove futile. Just then, Qin Ming entered through the doorway, carrying the princess on his back. The once lively atmosphere of the tavern, filled with animated conversations, suddenly shifted as two figures, dusted with snow, caught everyone's attention. Who were these individuals? A man obscuring his face and a woman concealing her features. It was evident they were likely a young master eloping with a maiden, seeking a private room for their escapade. Upon hearing this remark, the princess, furious, raised her hand, poised to strike, only to be swiftly restrained by Qin Ming. "Stay calm, Your Highness," he urged. He had already noticed his master, Yun Shuiyao, and his junior sister, Qin Xian, gazing intently from the counter, causing his heart to race wildly. He hastily ascended the stairs, carrying the princess. The second and third floors were still occupied by numerous guests, merrily toasting and laughing. "I tell you, judging by her figure, that woman is undoubtedly exquisite. Her proportions are exceptional. That man will surely revel tonight." The princess could no longer contain herself. She raised her left hand once more. But Qin Ming, in a state of urgency, grasped her wrist tightly. "Your Highness, please, listen to me." He realized he was out of options. If the princess acted out, it would escalate into chaos, and their evening would descend into a frenzy. He could sense her mounting impatience. Her tolerance was at its limit. He tightened his hold around her, sprinting faster up the stairs, crossing the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth floors, until reaching the seventh. Spotting a young attendant carrying a water jug, he called out, "Are there any rooms available?" "Yes, room 1 on the ground floor is vacant," the attendant replied. "Excellent. I shall come down shortly to settle the payment. Please bring us 2 jars of drunken, immortal wine." The princess abruptly turned her head. "2 jars are insufficient. Bring me 8. Qin Ming kicked the door open, quickly entering with the princess still on his back. He let out a sigh of relief, yet unexpectedly, the princess moved to open the window. A chilling aura began to coalesce in her hands. "I shall slay those who dared speak." In a panic, Qin Ming rushed over and seized her hands from behind. "My lady, let us simply enjoy a quiet evening, sipping wine peacefully. Can we refrain from causing trouble?" The princess suddenly turned to face him. "Do you think I fear trouble?" "That is not my intention," he replied hastily. "Then what do you mean? Are you instructing me on how to act?" Qin Ming paused, then quickly responded, "Your Highness, look. I bear this grievous wound upon my abdomen." He lifted his garment to reveal a deep gash. "As I carried you, it has reopened and is causing me great agony. Let us sit quietly, share a drink, and not stoop to the level of those uncouth individuals. Otherwise, the pleasant atmosphere of our drinking will surely be disrupted." The princess hesitated for 3 breaths, then waved her purple-black sleeves dismissively. "Let them count themselves fortunate today. Should I encounter them again, I shall ensure their heads adorn the city gates." Qin Ming took a deep breath, relieved yet aware of the precarious situation. A gentle knock resounded as a young attendant delivered wine. As Qin Ming opened the door, a gust of chilly wind brushed against his face, causing the already loose cloth mask to fall away. The attendant stood before him, momentarily stunned. Qin Ming recognized him instantly, and in a surge of excitement, he nearly called out. However, in the nick of time, he activated his talent, chaos. The attendant, with his mouth agape, seemed to be engulfed in turmoil, recalling numerous peculiar memories. It was as if he no longer recognized Qin Ming, perceiving him as a stranger. Quickly, Qin Ming seized the wine from the attendant's hands and shut the door. The influence of the chaos ability on the minds of cultivators is rather limited, yet its effect on an ordinary person devoid of cultivation is profoundly strong. That was indeed a close call. Yun Shuiyao and Qin Xian stood at the reception on the first floor, observing as Qin Ming entered the room with the long princess on his back. Nearby, Ma Chong whispered, "Master, junior sister, do you not find these 2 rather peculiar?" Holding the black gold blade, Qin Xian murmured, "They are indeed strange. Yet, what strikes me more is that the man's gaze resembles Yun Shui." Yao lifted her head to look at her disciple, Qin Xian. "Resembles what?" "It resembles my senior brother, Qin Ming." Ma Chong burst into laughter. "I say, Qin Xian, what has come over you these past few days? Ever since you left the palace, you've seemed lost. You can recognize anyone just by their eyes. Besides, if it were truly Qin Ming, would he not greet us?" "Of course, he would not," Qin Xian countered. "Did you not see the beautiful woman he carried on his back, with long legs and a curvaceous figure?" The guest just mentioned he was up to no good tonight. At that moment, the young attendant who had delivered wine descended. Qin Ming quickly waved him over. I ask you, did you see the face of that man earlier? The attendant, his gaze vacant, replied softly, my mother died such a tragic death. Qin Ming, perplexed, responded. What does that have to do with my question? Did you see that man? My father also died a tragic death. Qin Ming was utterly bewildered. What was wrong with this attendant? I ask you again, did you see that man? My sister also died such a tragic death. Go away, go away. Are you out of your mind? Qin Ming declared. No, I must see for myself. Ma Chong jested. If it truly is junior brother Qin Ming, why would you need to disturb him? What do you mean disturb him? Qin Ming placed her hands on her hips. He arrives at our tavern in the dead of night with a woman, renting a room for illicit activities. Ma Chong nodded. And what does that concern you? It does not concern me, but does it not tarnish the reputation of our tavern? Ma Chong shook his head slightly. Tarnish the reputation? There are over 100 rooms in this tavern, and every night, more than 90 of them house couples. I've never heard you complain about the atmosphere being polluted. You. Qin Ming pouted in frustration. I shan't converse with you any longer, senior brother. Talking to you is utterly tedious. Qin Ming took 2 small dishes from the attendant's hands, rushing straight towards the 7th floor. Chapter 78. Master, lend me a belly band. It's over, I'm doomed. The princess drank rapidly, lifting the jar to her rosy lips and gulping it down. The clear wine cascaded down her fair neck. Drink slowly. No one is competing with you, she chided, placing the jar down and biting her luscious lips as she fixed her gaze on Qin Ming. Impertinent. How dare you speak to me like that? Who gave you the audacity? Qin Ming remained silent, pushing all 6 unopened jars of wine towards the princess. Drink. Indulge as you please. With that, he took a jar of wine for himself and stood by the window. The princess realized her words had been too harsh. She turned to Qin Ming and said softly, Little Qin? Qin Ming did not respond. Little Qin, you've given me so much. Want you drink? I cannot. I've been pierced through the abdomen. If I drink, it will leak. The princess suddenly recalled the moment when Qin Ming risked his life to save her, envisioning the sword that had pierced his body. Though cultivators could mend their internal injuries, the pain was inescapable. She approached Qin Ming with the wine jar. All right. I've merely grown accustomed to speaking in that manner. It was not directed at you. You are the exalted princess. There is no need to address me in such a tone. I am merely a lowly eunuch of the Qin Palace. Where does that notion arise from? The princess grasped Qin Ming's shoulder, turning him to face her, her eyes wide with intensity. How could a mere junior eunuch become my captain in the demon suppression? How could I bring a junior eunuch to the 15th level of the demon suppression tower? You must know, even the 12 Zodiac have only accompanied me to the 8th floor. They have never seen the levels above. Just as Qin Ming poured a large mouthful of wine into his mouth, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a shadow approaching from the doorway. A blurred silhouette of a beautiful woman, her high ponytail swaying. Qin Ming immediately realized it was his junior sister, Qin Ming. Goodness, Qin Ming, what brings you here at this hour? He swiftly pulled the princess to the window to admire the distant snowy landscape. I am not displeased. I am merely captivated by the scenery. Look, how beautiful the fluorite lamps are near the imperial city. Following Qin Ming's gesture, the princess looked into the distance. Beneath the vast night, the imperial city, blanketed in snow, was indeed a sight to behold, grand and beautiful. At the same time, Qin Ming swiftly darted towards the door. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Ming rapped on the door. With a creak, she pushed it open and immediately spotted her senior brother, Qin Ming, striding towards her. She also noticed a woman standing by the window behind him. Though only her back was visible, her graceful figure overshadowed countless others. How dare you, senior brother, stealing women right under the noses of your master and junior sister. Just as she prepared to speak, Qin Ming abruptly raised his hand and pointed at Qin Ming, scolding her in anger. I asked you to bring 2 dishes. Why have you only just arrived? Offending me will not end well for you. Qin Ming, what do you mean by that? Qin Ming snatched the plate from her. What do you mean? What do I mean? You are slow in delivering the dishes. Today's beverages are rather insipid. How dare you remain here? Depart at once. With a resounding clap, Qin Ming slammed the door shut. Qin Ming, standing at the doorway, was taken aback. She felt a surge of indignation. How audacious of you, Qin Ming, to cavort with women right under the watchful eyes of my master, and then brazenly chastise a junior sister. Humph. I shall inform my master of this transgression. As Qin Ming turned around with a platter of dishes, he was met by the clear gaze of the princess. her face adorned with a hint of perplexity. Assuming she had discerned something amiss, he nervously approached the table, placing the dishes down. Let us enjoy the meal while it is still warm. Little Qin, why are you in such a foul mood? The princess queried. Qin Ming was at a loss for words. I have never witnessed you exhibit such ferocity, especially towards someone as young as her. Aren't you usually fond of women? Qin Ming retorted, Princess, I see you are quite amiable with our Qin Palace's Lingyin, as well as the 12 zodiac companions. I did not expect you to be so harsh with this serving girl. He seized the opportunity to elevate his standing. Settling at the table, he took a hearty swig of his drink. Affection can be selective. One must have standards. A serving girl in such an establishment, slow in her service and lacking in sophistication, hardly merits admiration. The princess's heart skipped a beat upon hearing his words. She had been acutely aware of the admiration reflected in Qin Ming's gaze since his arrival at the Qin Palace. His every action and word was imbued with an ardent fervor. Could it be that he harbored deeper feelings? Suddenly, the princess felt a wave of panic. But with a deep breath, she reminded herself, calm down, Han Yueshi. You are the crown princess of the Dian Kingdom. You and your sisters have pledged not to engage with men in this lifetime, focusing solely on eliminating invaders and solidifying the dynasty. Taking a deep breath, she returned to the table. Qin Ming, allow me to propose a toast. He raised the wine jar, taking a generous gulp before setting it down. The princess, clutching the wine jar, continued to drink unabated. How could this eccentric princess possess such a penchant for alcohol? Within a brief span, she had emptied 2 jars. Do indulge in some dishes. The drunken peanuts at this establishment are quite exceptional. The princess raised her delicate brows. Have you tasted them? Qin Ming nodded. The last time I visited to procure the drunken brew for you, I was famished and ordered a plate of drunken peanuts along with a bowl of noodles. Why did you not order more dishes during your last visit? Why such simplicity? Qin Ming hesitated, unsure of how to respond. The princess continued. Is it because you spent all your funds on me? As a eunuch, your monthly allowance is merely 50 coins. Yet you dared to accrue a debt of 430 taels at the Yunu Pavilion. Qin Ming's heart raced at the revelation. The princess had conducted a private investigation. Fortunately, the debt incurred for the firegrass was for her benefit. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. The princess raised the wine jar again, clinking it with Qin Ming's, taking another hearty sip. I have settled your debt at the Yunu Pavilion. Now you owe me a lavish meal. I am also aware that you received 2,000 taels from my sister. Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback. This eccentric and audacious princess seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of everything. I shall treat you, your highness, and ensure you are well fed and well watered. Having said this, Qin Ming hastily rose to order the dishes. Wait, my bodice is torn and stained with blood. You must procure a new one. Huh? Qin Ming was utterly bewildered. Your highness, at this late hour, where am I to find such an item? Shall we not return? Absolutely not. I intend to stay here and watch the snow tonight. If you cannot find one, then go borrow it. Qin Ming felt a headache coming on. Is it really possible to borrow a bodice? Which respectable girl would lend such a garment? I just noticed the innkeeper's cleanliness and elegance. She resembles my figure. Ask her for one. Also, bring a new quilt. Make the bed softer. Qin Ming exclaimed, this is hopeless. Should I really ask my master for a bodice? Your highness, you might as well end my life. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Your highness, this seems rather inappropriate. Will you go or not? If you refuse, I shall go myself. Fine, fine. I shall go. You rest. With that, Qin Ming opened the door and stepped outside. He immediately spotted his master, Yun Shui Yao, conversing with Qing Xian at the counter below. His mind raced. What should he do? Approaching them directly would risk encountering acquaintances, and a casual greeting would surely expose him. Besides, how could he possibly broach such a subject in front of his master? Forget it. I shall be straightforward and call out loudly. His master was astute. Surely she would understand. She wouldn't hold it against him, would she? At that moment, Qing Xian happened to glance up and spotted Qin Ming on the 7th floor. Master, my senior brother has come out. Yun Shui Yao raised her head gracefully, her eyes like autumn waters, serene as an ethereal being. Your senior brother is a man of virtue. How could he engage in such indiscretions? He has emerged now. In the next breath, Qin Ming called out loudly to the innkeeper at the counter. Innkeeper, bring forth the finest dishes. And a new quilt. Also, fetch me your bodice. Quickly. Qing Xian was left speechless, while Yun Shui Yao's expression shifted to one of icy disbelief. Qin Ming thought to himself, this is it. I am doomed. I shall meet a most tragic end. Chapter 79. My brother has lost his mind. I shall go cut him. With that, Qin Ming hurried back into the room, praying fervently for understanding from his master. I truly did not intend to request your bodice. At that moment, Yun Shui Yao and Qing Xian stood frozen below in the inn. The entire establishment was engulfed in a cacophony of confusion. Qing Xian, pouting and stamping her foot, exclaimed, "Master, my brother has gone mad. I shall assist you in punishing him. Master, I too wish to confront him. That impertinent little rascal." "Stop right there." Yun Shui Yao's face flushed slightly. "Ma Chong, send someone to guard the fifth-floor staircase and prevent any outsiders from interfering." "Yes, master." "Qing Xian, come with me." Yun Shui Yao turned and entered the room. Her complexion was flushed and her delicate brows knitted together. She recalled the earlier scene, which was utterly absurd. Disciple Qin Ming cannot possibly be a madman. The only plausible reason is that he cannot reveal his identity and is left with no alternative. "Master, my brother is requesting your bodice. This is too much." Yun Shui Yao promptly retrieved a white bodice from the cupboard. "Qing Xian, take this bodice and also bring a new quilt." Qing Xian remained speechless. In accordance with Qin Ming's request, swiftly deliver the vegetables to him, and remember to feign ignorance. The woman accompanying him is undoubtedly a member of the Demon Suppression Guard, so do not expose his identity. "Yes, master." Qing Xian immediately grasped the situation. Although senior brother Qin Ming may have his reasons, the teasing remarks made by those individuals earlier about the woman's alluring figure and her supposed flirtations with senior brother stirred a sense of irritation within her. Before long, a lavish spread of dishes was laid out in the room, accompanied by a large bowl of nourishing pearl soup. Qing Xian approached, tossing a belly wrap into his arms. The innkeeper assured her it was clean, but advised against borrowing it in public again, as it would be quite embarrassing. Qing Xian acted with intent. Remaining calm after borrowing a belly wrap would have been truly abnormal. Today, as circumstances necessitated such a borrowing, and she would make amends with the innkeeper another day. As Qin Ming entered and closed the door, he exhaled deeply. This day had indeed been tumultuous. The princess looked at his flustered demeanor, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Little Qin, you appear quite anxious over borrowing a belly wrap." Qin Ming quickly replied, "I have never seen a girl in such attire since childhood. How could I shamelessly ask for one in public?" The princess burst into laughter. Qin Ming approached, extending the belly wrap to her. "Your Highness, I suddenly have no desire to wear it. You may keep it." Qin Ming protested. "Your Highness, this." The princess, clutching the wine jar, laughed heartily. "You expect me to let you borrow it after I've worn it? How utterly embarrassing. Please, Your Highness, if I have to borrow again, I shan't dare return to this establishment." The ladies would surely flee, clutching their chests. The princess chuckled, the sound bubbling forth as she sipped her wine. "Your Highness, let us eat." Outside, the snow fell ever more heavily. The princess and Qin Ming sat at the table, drinking, eating, and laughing together. Qin Ming had a remarkable ability to render even the simplest matters entertaining, captivating the princess's attention. She had never laughed so joyously on a night like this before. "Your Highness, we would scatter grain beneath a winnowing basket, then prop it up with a stick. When the birds approached, we would pull the stick away with a rope, allowing us to catch several birds at once." "And what would you do with the captured birds?" "Certainly not keep them. We had little to eat, and the birds would become our meal." Qin Ming shared the method of preparing a beggar's chicken. We would clean the birds, stuff them with herbs, and sprinkle them with salt. Then, we would encase them in mud and bury them to roast. Once cooked, we would crack the mud off, leaving the birds completely featherless. The aroma was simply divine. The princess gazed at him with wide, admiring eyes, resting her chin in her hands. She listened intently, clearly moved by his tale. With so many brothers, it must have been quite enjoyable to prepare the bird meat together. I can only imagine you devoured every last bit. Indeed, my second brother would even eat the bird's backside. The princess let out a soft giggle, her beauty blooming like a flower in the moonlight. Next time, I shall journey to Cold Night City as well. You must catch birds for me to roast, she teased. Qin Ming thought to himself, what a grandiose boast. Who knows if there are even any birds in Cold Night City? As the princess reminisced about the joyful moments spent with her 3 sisters and elder brother, a sense of melancholy enveloped her heart. She seized a jar of wine and drank deeply, downing 5 jars in succession before succumbing to a drunken stupor, her head resting on the table. Qin Ming gently lifted her and laid her on the bed, tucking her in with care. In her inebriated state, her brow bore the weight of sorrow, and she murmured incoherent dreams, her voice barely above a whisper, yet Qin Ming heard her clearly. Han Yueli, where have you cast aside the emperor's child? Qin Ming was taken aback. Han Yueli, my sister and I have already helped you eliminate the emperor. You promised not to harm the child. She is still so young. Have you taken her life as well? Qin Ming lingered by the princess's bedside for a moment, digesting the revelations from her ramblings. He learned that the princess's elder brother, Han Yulong, had wed a time traveler, and together they had a child whose fate remained uncertain. However, Qin Ming speculated that given the empress's ruthless nature, it was highly probable that the child had already met a tragic end. If she would not even permit the existence of a time traveler, how could she allow her elder brother to have a child with one? Wiping the remnants of wine from the princess's lips with his sleeve, he drew the bed curtains and swiftly exited the room. Upon reaching the corridor, Qin Ming did not leave immediately. He stood at a distance, observing for about a quarter of an hour, until he was certain the princess was truly asleep. Only then did he make his way to the 6th floor, to room 1, the quarters of his master, Yun Shuiyao. At that moment, Yun Shuiyao sat in a grand redwood chair, a teacup in hand, his expression grave. Beside him was Mu Sijia, recently recovered from serious injuries, while 2 core disciples, Ma Chong and Qing Xian, stood before him. Qing Xian stared at the ceiling, exclaiming, Master, why is there no sound? What kind of sound are you expecting? Master, they say the bed creaks. Yun Shuiyao retorted with mild irritation. Enough of your nonsense. Not nonsense. He was being quite intimate with that female demon suppression guard. And what of my relationship with the female demon suppression guard? At that moment, Qin Ming pushed the door open with a creak and stepped inside, clad in white robes. Impeccably groomed, his belt neatly fastened. Qing Xian jumped in surprise and, in a huff, remarked, Weren't you just with her? What brings you here? Qin Ming's expression turned serious as he made a shushing gesture. Lower your voice. The one above is a demon suppression guard. I intended to extract information, which is why I brought her here for drinks. We must not raise any alarms. Ah, I see. Yun Shuiyao shot a glare at his disciple. Qing Xian, your tongue is too loose. Your senior brother is a person of integrity, not one to pursue women. How can you speak so? Yet he did ask to borrow your pouch. Qin Ming had initially intended to return it to his master, but hesitated, fearing the princess might inquire and feeling embarrassed to mention it directly. He then turned to Mu Sijia, observing that his injuries had significantly improved. Uncle, how do you fare? Qin Ming, I have yet to express my gratitude, Mu Sijia replied, rising to pay his respects. Your life-saving grace is forever etched in my heart, dear master. You are too modest. Mu Sijia, cradling his left arm, exclaimed with indignation, My left arm is fractured, a result of that wretched princess assault. One day, I shall break her arm in return, so she may experience this agony. Qin Ming thought to himself, fortunate they were unaware that the princess was right above them, or else there would be chaos. Yun Shuiyao sipped her tea, gently pressing her hand to her chest as she coughed violently. Qin Ming looked on, puzzled. Master, are you injured? Qing Xian interjected from behind. Master was wounded by the princess sword energy while vanquishing the greedy cultivator that day. That malevolent princess is truly despicable. I shall surpass her cultivation one day and reduce her to mere pulp. Qin Ming replied. Chapter 80. Can transmigrators not reproduce? The white-haired demoness is quite the anomaly. By the way, Master, I have an important matter to discuss regarding my visit to the drunken immortal pavilion. Both Yun Shuiyao and Qing Xian turned their expressions serious. Anything that could render Qin Ming solemn must be of great significance. Yun Shuiyao immediately signaled to Ma Chong, who promptly dashed outside to stand guard. Master, I shall depart for Cold Night City the day after tomorrow. What? Yun Shuiyao gasped in shock. You have never been to Cold Night City. It is exceedingly perilous. Why must you venture there? Master, the Emperor has ordered me to escort supplies to Cold Night City. Yun Shuiyao's face clouded with concern. As far as I know, Cold Night City is not only under siege by snow demon beasts, but also besieged by the Tiandao sect and the Qinglong Guild, who have dispatched numerous transmigrators there. Something of great import must be unfolding. Your journey there will be fraught with danger. Qin Ming raised his hands in resignation. They say accompanying a ruler is akin to walking with a tiger, yet I find myself in the company of a princess empress, a being far more malevolent than any tiger. She commands my presence, and I am left with no choice. Qing Xian, feeling sympathy for his elder brother's plight within the palace, quickly handed him a cup of hot tea. Yun Shuiyao furrowed her brow slightly and instructed Qin Xian. Fetch me paper and ink. Qin Xian laid out a piece of rice paper on the table and prepared ink for his master. Yin Shui Yao grasped the brush with her right hand and began to sketch. Master, what are you doing? As she drew, Yin Shui Yao spoke softly. You hail from Cold Night City. Obtaining a map now may be impractical. I visited Cold Night City 5 years ago. From memory, I will illustrate the route and buildings for you. Commit them to memory for a general understanding to avoid revealing yourself. Yes, Master, Qin Ming nodded enthusiastically. His master, Yin Shui Yao, truly cared for him, her thoughts so meticulous. As she continued to draw, she added earnestly, moreover, the city lord of Cold Night City, Lan Jinxin, is an exceedingly ruthless individual. Her methods rival those of the Empress. She is utterly loyal to the Empress, and it is rumored that the Empress once took her as an adopted daughter. You must avoid her. Lan Jinxin, Mu Sijia chimed in. This woman with her white hair is said to be cursed. The curse arose because she devoured the female commander of the snow demons alive during battle. Qin Ming was utterly stunned by this revelation. What madness is this? A white-haired demoness. It is imperative to steer clear. The name Lan Jinxin sounds formidable. Alas, why are there so many perverse women in this world? The map was soon completed. Under the flickering oil lamp, Qin Ming committed the rudimentary map to memory before promptly incinerating it to ashes. Yin Shui Yao once again retrieved 2,000 taels of silver from her sleeve and presented it to Qin Ming. Beside them, Mu Sijia chuckled and shook his head slightly. Sister, you are excessively partial. Our tavern's monthly revenue amounts to merely 300 taels, yet you bestow upon your disciple a sum of 2,000 at a whim. Indeed, Master, Qin Xian chimed in, pouting in jest. I am always by your side, yet you refuse to purchase even a bit of rouge for me. You lavish 2,000 on your senior brother without hesitation. What do you know? Yin Shui Yao placed the silver in Qin Ming's palm. Qin Ming, remember this. In the lair of the beasts, if money can resolve an issue, never resort to violence. Your safety is paramount. Holding the silver, Qin Ming felt a twinge of gratitude. Thank you, Master. I shall remember. By the way, I have a question, he continued. If a native and a traveler were to have a child, would it be human or beast? Mu Sijia immediately interjected with a laugh. What you inquire does not exist. Natives and travelers may wed and conceive, but it always results in stillbirths. I have never heard of a living child being born. Then what of the claim made by the crown princess about her royal brother having children? Is that true? Qin Ming asked. Moreover, Yin Shui Yao added, travelers with travelers also cannot bear children. They too are stillborn. This is utterly absurd. How shocking, Qin Ming exclaimed. But why is this so? Currently, the prevailing belief among travelers is that the natives dominate the natural order in this world, and we travelers are afflicted by a curse of fertility. Qin Ming found himself utterly perplexed. How bizarre. Master, it is getting late. I must escort that demon suppression guard back. Exiting the room, Qin Ming swiftly leaped to the 7th floor. He pushed the door open to find the crown princess still sleeping soundly in bed. The bed curtains were drawn in the same manner as when he had left moments ago. This was a deliberate detail Qin Ming had left behind. He sat by the bedside, observing the crown princess, whose face bore a slight flush. If he were to inform his master and uncle that the crown princess lay here asleep, and that she bore grave injuries, it would likely result in her swift demise. After all, the enmity between her and the travelers was irreconcilable. Yet, Qin Ming refrained from doing so. His conscience reminded him not to be so ungrateful. Outside, the first crow of a rooster heralded the dawn. Time was of the essence. Qin Ming lifted the crown princess from the bed. Crown princess, I shall take you back to the palace. Groggily, she was drawn by her arms onto his back. Qin Ming then tossed his black robe over his shoulder, tightly enveloping her face and body. Instead of exiting through the front door, he leapt from the window. After running approximately 300 meters, Qin Ming was astonished to discover that the carriage, which had been parked on the road, had been stolen. Alas, what a strange and dire state of affairs. With no other choice, Qin Ming trudged through the snow, carrying the crown princess step by step towards the palace. The snow fell heavily, and each step was taken slowly. The chill emanating from the grand princess sent a shiver down Qin Ming's spine. What manner of woman is she, constructed entirely of ice? How could she be so frigid? Within the pavilion atop the 8th floor of the drunken immortal tower, Yin Shui Yao, Mu Sijia, Qin Xian, and Ma Chang observed Qin Ming's silhouette in the distance. Master, who is it that junior brother is carrying? One inquired. I suspect it might be a female commander, another suggested. Could it possibly be one of the 12 Zodiac? Impossible. Mu Sijia interjected, shaking his head decisively. The members of the 12 Zodiac, trained alongside the Grand Princess, are all exceptionally formidable. If Qin Ming dared to carry one of them, he would surely be cleaved into pieces. With a playful stroke of his short beard, Mu Sijia chuckled. But to speak candidly, the onlookers in the tavern are not mistaken. Based on her silhouette, she is indeed a rare gem. Yin Shuiyao responded, while Qin Xian shot a disapproving glare at Mu Sijia. Uncle Master, at your age, you should not be so lecherous. Ha ha ha. It is human nature to be drawn to beauty, Mu Sijia retorted, gazing at Ma Chong. Isn't that right, Ma Chong? Ma Chong, in his usual naive manner, nodded, but quickly shook his head under Qin Xian's glare. Uncle Master, please do not ask me. I know nothing. This elicited another hearty laugh from Mu Sijia. After a brief pause, Yun Shuiyao seemed to resolve herself and abruptly turned around. Junior brother, you shall represent me at the Hall Master meeting organized by Starshine City. What? Senior sister, and what about you? She bit her rosy lips. I am determined to venture to Cold Night City. I cannot trust Qin Ming alone. I must follow him. Senior sister, this is far too perilous. Should I arrange for members of the Five Elements Alliance to accompany you? Absolutely not. My injuries have nearly healed, and I am on the verge of breaking through to the 7th level of spirit communication. There are no disciples in the Firefly Royal City who can keep pace with my speed. They would merely be a hindrance. Master. But Cold Night City is fraught with danger. If I am in danger, it merely signifies that Qin Ming is in greater peril. I have stated before, Qin Ming is likely the key to the conflict between the natives and the travelers. The Heavenly Path sect and the Azure Dragon Guild have both descended upon Cold Night City. Something significant is bound to transpire, and I cannot remain behind. Master, let us not discuss this further. My mind is made up. With a decisive flick of her sleeve, Yun Shuiyao descended the stairs. In the Diyan Kingdom, within the Hall of Fire, the Empress engulfed the surrounding firefly stones with blue dark fire. Her personal guard, Shangwan Qinger, rushed in and whispered something in her ear. The Empress's countenance suddenly darkened with fury. Is this information accurate? Indeed, it is true. Our infiltrators within the Demon Suppression Guards have confirmed it. How audacious. With a resounding slap, the Empress shattered the nearby wooden table into splinters. Chapter 81. Ling Yin's Wit. Danger. The Empress investigates Qin Ming. Fuming, the Empress exclaimed. Han Yushi, have you lost your senses? My mother once decreed that no outsiders are permitted beyond the 3rd level of the Demon Suppression Tower. I turned a blind eye when you previously took the 12 Zodiac to the 8th level, but now you dare to bring that young Qin into the 15th level, causing a disturbance within. Your Majesty, it is said that there was a violent tremor in the Demon Suppression Tower yesterday, leaving many of the guards outside with damaged heart meridians. Even I would not dare to provoke the existence at the pinnacle. What audacity! The Empress, Han Yueli, paced with her hands clasped behind her back, flames of azure fury igniting around her, as if she had reached the pinnacle of her wrath. Her mother had previously forbidden any outsiders from ascending beyond the 3rd floor, let alone the 15th. Moreover, she had entered in the company of a man, one with no blood ties to the royal family. To violate the rules of the imperial lineage was to undermine the very foundation of the Dian Kingdom. With a swift motion, the Empress turned to face Shangwan Qing, her gaze piercing. I commanded you to investigate Qin Ming. What have you discovered? Your Majesty, the response came, I have uncovered the truth. This young Qin employed the crisis of the Transcender method during his interrogation in the Demon Suppression Tower. He hails from the western county of Heniqing, and since his arrival at court, several individuals connected to him have met untimely ends. His fellow townsman, Xiao Yozi, was inexplicably slain by a strange beast. The eunuch Wang Yu, who escorted him to the Taiyin Palace, was killed by the palace maid, Jingxiang. Jingxiang herself perished at the hands of Qin Ming. Furthermore, eunuch Li Shan of the Taiyin Palace also died indirectly due to him. Just 2 days ago, eunuch Zhou Chong, who escorted him to Tianyi Academy, similarly vanished. It is indeed highly suspicious. The Empress's eyes flared with indignation. I grow increasingly convinced of his dubious nature. Should he be a transcender infiltrating my palace? My foolish sister's act of bringing him to the 15th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower could spell disaster. Everything there is shrouded in secrecy. How dare she, Han Yueshi? With a sharp pivot, the Empress coldly inquired, who else accompanied that young Qin from Heniqing? Your Majesty, came the reply, there is another named Tang Wei, who serves as a page at Tianyi Academy. Go. Bring him to me at once. I demand he identify Qin Ming personally. However, Your Majesty, the Grand Princess has confirmed through bloodline testing that this young Qin is indeed a native. With a sweeping gesture of her opulent golden sleeves, the Empress declared, the so-called bloodline verification employed by our native strongholds merely involves extracting the subject's blood to ascertain its compatibility with our cultivated techniques. While this is generally accurate, I have long heard that transcenders have devised rare elixirs and techniques to circumvent such tests. What if this young Qin possesses some secret method to conceal his bloodline? Have my sister and I been deceived? At this moment, the Empress was consumed by fury. The more she pondered, the more suspicious she became. If he were merely an ordinary palace eunuch, there would be no need for such scrutiny. A simple bloodline test would suffice. Yet he had accompanied Han Yueshi to the 15th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower, a forbidden ground of the royal family. I must investigate him thoroughly. Dispatch someone to bring Tang Wei here. If his identification proves valid, I shall take Qin Ming to the Longyuan Ancestral Hall. Upon hearing the mention of the Longyuan Ancestral Hall, Shangguan Qing'er recoiled in alarm. Your Majesty, are we to conduct a bloodline test there? Indeed, the Longyuan Ancestral Hall is the totem of our Dian Kingdom. Regardless of the Transcender's secret methods or elixirs, they cannot evade the scrutiny of the Longyuan Ancestral Hall. Should he prove to be a Transcender, I shall have him reduced to mere pulp, splattering his brains upon the face of my foolish sister. At the Time Palace, Lingyin observed the Grand Princess's prolonged absence with Qin Ming at the Demon Suppression Tower. She mused that given the biting cold, she should prepare some hot soup for their return. Lingyin braved the heavy snowfall to arrive at the imperial kitchen, which lay in a desolate stillness, devoid of any eunuchs or palace maids who had yet to awaken. Taking matters into her own hands, she began washing the vegetables. Just as she completed her task, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from outside the kitchen. Peering through the door curtain, she was surprised to find it was eunuch Wang Jin from the fire hall. He stooped slightly, his corpulent figure moving at a leisurely pace. Wang Gonggong, what an early hour! Lingyin exclaimed. You are even earlier than I am, young lady. What brings you to stew soup at such an hour? I'm preparing a vegetable broth for the master, she replied. Wang Gonggong licked his lips. I would truly love to stay for a bowl, but alas, I am quite busy with other matters. You may wait here. I will have the soup ready shortly and serve you a bowl. No, that won't be necessary. Wang Jin waved his dust brush dismissively. I must hurry to the Tianyi Academy. His Majesty has summoned that young attendant, Tang Wei. Lingyin initially thought little of it, but suddenly Wang Jin added, interestingly, it is said that Tang Wei came from Henicheng with young Qin. In an instant, Lingyin's heart raced, though she maintained a facade of calmness. Take care, Wang Gonggong. Her mind was in turmoil. She understood that if the emperor sought Tang Wei, it signified growing suspicions regarding Qin Ming's lineage. She abandoned her soup preparations and hurriedly dashed along the corridor towards the Time Palace. Meanwhile, Qin Ming had carried the princess into the palace, shielding her well. With the insignia of the Demon Suppression Guard, he moved swiftly and soon reached the Time Palace. He opened the door to the princess's chamber, gently laid her on the bed, removed her shoes, and tucked her in snugly. 5 jars, truly impressive. How can your abdomen remain so flat despite such indulgence? When men drink, they tend to develop a pronounced belly. Having settled the princess, Qin Ming stepped outside and spotted Lingyin rushing back towards him. She waved at him urgently. Uncertain of the matter at hand, he leaped from the 11th floor. What is it, Sister Lingyin? Lingyin's anxious demeanor shifted to a gentle smile. It's nothing grave. I merely have delightful news to share. What news? I encountered eunuch Wang Jin earlier. He mentioned going to the Tianyi Academy to find that attendant, Tang Wei, who is your fellow townsman, as the emperor wishes to summon him. Qin Ming's heart plummeted in shock. His pulse raced. This is disastrous. Is the empress deranged? What does she want with Tang Wei? Has she begun to doubt my identity? No. I must ensure that Tang Wei does not meet the empress. Qin Ming. Lingyin gently tapped his shoulder. Oh, Sister Lingyin, I was merely caught up in the moment. Indeed, I am happy for you. You should find time to visit your fellow townsmen. After all, there are few of us from Henicheng. Very well. Qin Ming, in disarray, walked towards his room, watching as Lingyin returned to her own chamber and closed the door. With a swift leap from the rear window, he activated his stealth abilities and swiftly made his way towards the Imperial Garden. Eunuch Wang Jin was headed to the Tianyi Academy to fetch Tang Wei. When he returned, he was bound to pass through the Imperial Garden. Qin Ming resolutely resolved to eliminate Tang Wei almost immediately. If he did not kill Tang Wei, he would surely perish. Yet, if he succeeded, there remained a glimmer of hope. Chapter 82. Slaying a Fellow Villager. The Eerie Dragon Abyss Ancestral Hall. Time ticked away with relentless precision. Qin Ming stood behind the artificial mountain, his heart racing tumultuously. His eyes, sharp as an eagle's, fixated on the stone path beneath the heavy snowfall. This bizarre world was truly filled with heart-stopping thrills every single day. Were they not to allow anyone to live in peace? At last, Qin Ming beheld Tang Wei and the eunuch Wang Jin approaching along the path of the imperial garden. However, just as he was about to act, he was astonished to discover that Wang Jin was followed by 50 white feather guards, among them General Tai Hu, whose cultivation had reached the 8th level of body refinement. If Qin Ming wished to stealthily assassinate Tang Wei and escape unscathed, it would be exceedingly difficult. What to do? Suddenly, he recalled the Langjun ring he had obtained in the ghostly bride's realm last time. He could only summon the ghostly bride's aid once, and could only kill one person. Whether it was true or not, he had no choice but to try. Qin Ming retreated 300 meters from the artificial mountain. He took out the Langjun ring and silently recited a phrase. In an instant, a red phantom shot forth from the ring, eerie and unsettling. Eunuch Wang Jin led Tang Wei forward. Tang Wei, your Majesty has heard that you are from the same village as Lieutenant Qin and wishes for you to have a chat. Tang Wei was astounded, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. How could that little Qin become a lieutenant? Back in Cold Night City, he was nothing more than a wastrel, lacking in skills and talent. How could someone like him possibly hold the rank of lieutenant? General Tai Hu chuckled from behind. The rapid rise of little Qin in the palace has spread throughout the court. Was he not exceptional when he was in Cold Night City? A smirk crossed Tang Wei's face. He wasn't that impressive, really. He was involved in his share of petty misdeeds. Eunuch Wang Jin maintained an impassive smile, while Tai Hu appeared perplexed. If that is the case, then you should recount Lieutenant Qin's misdeeds in front of His Majesty. Of course, Tang Wei, consumed by jealousy, thought to himself, why does that little Qin, such a worthless individual, get to be a lieutenant? I, Tang Wei, am far more capable than he. Surely I could be a general. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden chilling wind swept through, enveloping the surroundings in an unnatural cold. The swirling snowflakes obscured the vision of the white feather guards. General Tai Hu swiftly drew his sword, bellowing, in this vast world, who dares to disturb the peace? Eunuch Wang Jin waved his feather duster before him. In the dim light, he glimpsed a woman in red, eerily gliding past him. Her long hair concealed her face, revealing only one eye. Wang Jin was taken aback. An assassin. Quickly, apprehend the assassin. As the white feather guards advanced, they were sent flying by the snowflakes whipped up by the chilling wind. Moments later, the surrounding malevolence dispersed abruptly. The swirling snow ceased, leaving Wang Jin and Tai Hu in shock. Just moments ago, Tang Wei stood before them. Now he lies dead, his demise grotesque, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. His eyes brutally gouged out. Tang Wei is no more. How did he meet his end? What shall we do? How can we report this to the emperor? Who is responsible for this heinous act? General Tai Hu swiftly searched the vicinity. I must return immediately to inform His Majesty. Amidst the chaos in the imperial garden, Qin Ming had already retreated to his chamber. The ring he held had shattered into dust, carried away by the wind. With Tang Wei's death, the empress would undoubtedly cast suspicion upon him, especially since his 2 compatriots, Xiao Liuzi and Tang Wei, had both perished. Yet, Qin Ming possessed the innate ability to conceal his bloodline, so he remained unperturbed. At worst, he could request the empress to conduct another bloodline test. What did you say? The empress, in a fit of rage, smashed a nearby red maple tree to splinters. Her gaze bore into Wang Jin. You worthless fool, how did Tang Wei die? Your Majesty, at that moment, I was with General Tai Hu and 50 white feather guards escorting Tang Wei. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, and a red phantom appeared, killing Tang Wei. A red phantom? The empress's eyes blazed with cerulean flames, a harbinger of violence. Can there truly be malevolent spirits haunting the imperial palace of Diyan? She raised her arm. Boom. With a single strike, she sent eunuch Wang Jin tumbling through the snow for several meters, blood pouring from his mouth. Your Majesty, spare me. The empress, with her hands clasped behind her back, stared intently towards the direction of the Tian palace. Tang Wei could have died at any time. Yet I summoned you to investigate Xiao Qinzi's lineage, and now he is dead. Does this not further implicate Xiao Qinzi? The Empress turned sharply, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Jin. Go, bring Xiao Qinzi to me at once. Your Majesty, should we take him to the Hall of Fire for the bloodline test? The Hall of Fire's bloodline test has already been conducted on Han Yueshi, yielding no results. I want him taken to the Longyuan Ancestral Hall. This matter is of great significance. Let our ancestors of the Yin conduct a true test on him, regardless of any martial arts or innate talents. In the presence of the Longyuan Ancestral Hall, they will all prove ineffective. If it is revealed that he is a time traveler, watch how I skin him alive. Understood. Ling Yin was outside the Taiying Palace, sweeping the snow. Her small hands were reddened by the cold, and she stomped her feet to warm them. Before long, she heard the white feather guards within the palace announcing Tang Wei's death. Ling Yin felt an immense sense of relief wash over her. Just then, she spotted Wang Jin approaching once more, and from the direction of the Longyuan Ancestral Hall, a dark light seemed to rise ominously. Having spent considerable time in the palace, Ling Yin was well aware of the implications. The Empress was heading to the Longyuan Ancestral Hall. Miss Ling Yin, why is Eunuch Wang so busy this morning? Returning to the Taiying Palace? The Empress has ordered me to escort Colonel Qin to the Longyuan Ancestral Hall. What? Ling Yin's face turned pale. To the Longyuan Ancestral Hall? Isn't that a place where outsiders are forbidden to approach? I do not understand either. The Empress insisted on bringing him there, and specifically instructed not to disturb the Grand Princess. Ling Yin bit her lip, just as she saw Qin Ming emerge from his room. Wang Jin stepped forward to explain the situation. A myriad of questions swirled in Qin Ming's mind. He had a vague feeling that going to the Longyuan Ancestral Hall for a bloodline test might expose him. His current concealment talent, which hid his bloodline, might not be effective. What should he do? Should he flee immediately? However, nearly 500 white feather guards were already densely stationed outside the Taiying Palace. The escape route was completely blocked. Should he seek help from the Grand Princess? Qin Ming glanced back at the 11th floor of the main hall. Eunuch Wang, who stood by, gently reminded him, Captain Qin, His Majesty has specifically ordered not to disturb the Grand Princess. Please act accordingly. Qin Ming took a deep breath. Today, he was truly facing an inescapable predicament. Just then, beside him, Ling Yin gently closed the door of the Taiying Palace and softly said, Eunuch Wang, regardless of your plans, Qin Ming worked last night without even having a meal. Let him have a bowl of hot soup before he leaves. Eunuch Wang can have a bowl as well. Eunuch Wang hesitated. Ling Yin continued, Eunuch Wang, it is not easy for us to serve in the palace. If you send him to the Longyuan Ancestral Hall on an empty stomach, and he is frightened by the dragon's might, he could lose his life. Very well, Miss Ling Yin. Let him have a bowl of soup. After the soup, we shall depart. Chapter 83. The Empress is mad. It's over. Qin Ming's mind was in disarray as he pondered his next course of action. Ling Yin swiftly entered the room and ladled out 2 bowls of soup. Then, she picked up a small pair of scissors beside her and gently pricked her middle finger. How painful. Ling Yin bit her lip at the sting. 3 drops of bright red blood fell into the left bowl. She covered the blood with the leaves from the soup. She brought the 2 bowls over, handing the right bowl to Eunuch Wang and the left, dripping with blood, to Qin Ming. Qin Ming, drink some hot soup before you go. No matter what His Majesty asks you, do not be nervous. We are not bad people. His Majesty does not bully the good. Qin Ming nodded and lifted the bowl, drinking it in one go. Eunuch Wang also chuckled as he drank a bowl. Miss Ling Yin, this soup is truly delightful. We shall take our leave now. Do remember not to disturb the Grand Princess. This is a special instruction from His Majesty. Qin Ming followed Wang and the 500 white feather guards toward the Longyuan Ancestral Hall. From a distance, he gazed at the colossal black dragon soaring above the Longyuan Ancestral Hall. Its red eyes seemed to move slightly, and it appeared to exhale a breath, exuding an air of terror. This monstrous creature made one feel insignificantly small. The closer Qin Ming approached, the more he sensed the overwhelming power of the dragon, causing his bones to creak. Even the spiritual energy within him nearly ceased its flow. Warning, danger level increased by 500 times. During this danger period, luck points will increase by 500 times. What the hell? This was the highest danger coefficient he had faced thus far. What should he do? Qin Ming pressed on, and the dragon's might grew stronger. Warning, danger level increased by 800 times. During this danger period, luck points will increase by 800 times. It was over. This time it was utterly finished. Qin Ming had already sensed that the heavenly lock gourd, which had been slowly rotating in his mind, had come to a halt. It seemed to tremble in fear, too afraid to move. What in the world was happening? Foster father, aren't you the system? Isn't the system invincible in its own realm? Why are you so afraid to move at this moment? Is this some kind of joke? Gourd. Gourd. The locking gourd senses a lethal threat and is about to shut down. What the hell? Are you out of your mind? Can that hidden talent still be utilized? All talents can be used normally. Gourd, you can absorb the dark energy from the demon suppressing tower. It should work here too. Don't shut down. The mysterious beings imprisoned in the demon suppressing tower are fundamentally different from those in the Longyuan shrine. The locking gourd senses a deadly threat and is about to close. Qin Ming, this is simply absurd. Are you suggesting that even those who traverse worlds with a system can be slain? Correct answer. But I have never heard of such a thing. That is because you have yet to encounter it. The locking gourd shuts down. The crimson locking gourd in my mind surprisingly remains utterly still. This is truly a predicament. The terrifying entities confined within the demon tower should be on par with those in the Longyuan shrine, right? If you can absorb the black energy there, why not here? And you speak of the risk of annihilation? What on earth is going on? It's over. Today indeed seems to be fraught with peril. Empress Hanueli stands before the Longyuan shrine, her flowing yellow robe billowing in the wind. A faint blue flame flickers atop her crown, exuding an imposing aura. Her eyes gleam with a murderous intent. Qin Ming realizes that this is no ordinary bloodline examination. Were it so, the Empress could easily conduct it in the Hall of Fire. The reason she has brought Qin Ming to this Longyuan shrine undoubtedly indicates a more rigorous and terrifying method of testing. Qin Ming approaches the Empress, just 50 meters from the Longyuan shrine. I pay my respects, Your Majesty. The 12 Zodiac members, including Mo2 and Mei Nyang, have been executing tasks outside these past 2 days. They have apprehended nearly 13 traversers on the outskirts of the fluorescent stone imperial city. Those with corrupt morals were directly executed outside, while the innocent traversers were all imprisoned within the demon-suppressing tower. Mo2 dismounts outside the Tying Palace. Little Qin, why haven't you come out to welcome me back? You truly have some audacity. Mo2, Hong Shi, and others follow behind. Mei Yang, you should say sisters. As there are clearly 12 of us, yet you insist on referring to yourself alone. Mei Yang giggles as she dashes to Qin Ming's room. She raises her long leg and kicks the door open with a loud bang. Little Qin, if you don't come out, I shall stuff this stockinged foot into your mouth. However, the room is empty. Ling Yin emerges from her own room, carrying a basin of hot water with numerous boiled eggs inside. Come, let us have some eggs. I've prepared them for you. Where's little Qin? Oh, Qin Ming was just taken to the Longyuan shrine by Lord Wang. What? Upon hearing this, Mei Yang is instantly taken aback. Hong Shi and Mo2 behind her widen their eyes in astonishment. The Longyuan shrine is a place for in-depth bloodline testing, rumored to extract 1/3 of a person's blood. How could Her Majesty do this? Ling Yin, does the princess know? Ling Yin shakes her head. The princess was resting after drinking too much yesterday. Her Majesty expressly ordered that the princess not be informed. Mei Yang immediately covers her ears. Ling Yin, you just mentioned a command from His Majesty that I did not hear. Hence, I am not obliged to comply. Upon uttering these words, she propelled herself into the air with her long legs, soaring upwards. Upon reaching the 11th floor, Mei Yang proceeded to knock on the Bagua Xianmen. Your Highness, what is it? Your Highness, we, the 12 Zodiac, have returned from our mission, having captured 13 time travelers and eliminated 5. Understood. I find myself rather fatigued today and wish to rest. Please do not disturb me further. Certainly. However, Your Highness, there is a matter of concern. Xiao Qinzi has been taken to the Longyuan shrine by His Majesty. As Mei Yang spoke these words, silence enveloped the room. She pondered whether the princess was aware of this occurrence or if she simply did not care about Xiao Qinzi's fate. In the next breath, the Bagua Xian window shattered with a resounding crash. The princess, garbed in a cloak of dark purple, soared into the night sky on the Moonshadow's sword, heading directly towards the Longyuan shrine. The 12 Zodiac members swiftly leaped onto the rooftop of the Tying Palace. The princess has departed. She is seeking Xiao Qinzi. The area before the Longyuan shrine, once blanketed in pristine snow, transformed as the Empress arrived, causing all the snow in the square to melt. Even the accumulated water was evaporated by flames. Shangguanqing and General Jinhu stood guard nearby, forbidding anyone from approaching. The Empress advanced towards the Longyuan shrine with Qin Ming in tow. On the door of the shrine was a black dragon's head. Xiao Qinzi, go? Insert your hand into the dragon's mouth. Your Majesty, what is this? I have received news that your fellow townsman, Tang Wei, has suddenly perished. This compels me to exercise caution. Do not blame me. My deranged sister has taken you to the 15th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower, a place that is a forbidden secret of the Dayan Kingdom. Since you have ventured there, you must undergo a more rigorous bloodline examination than others to face the ancestral tests of our Dayan lineage. Go, place your hand in the dragon's mouth. Qin Ming felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Yet, he could only move forward. Any hint of hesitation would raise the Empress's suspicions. What to do? This was the gravest and most daunting crisis he had encountered since his arrival. He extended his hand, slowly approaching the dragon's head, which radiated an intense heat. Ancient chants echoed from within the shrine, instilling a sense of awe and dread. Warning, danger level increased by 1,000 times. During this perilous period, the rate of luck points acquisition is amplified by 1,000 times. Oh my, this time it truly might be the end. Chapter 84, Sisterly Battle. I shall surely fight you to the death. As Qin Ming's hand barely grazed the dragon's mouth, suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky. Hanueli, you have gone too far. A dark cloud enveloping the heavens was cleaved apart by the princess's sword. In an instant, a 10-meter-long icy sword aura surged towards the Empress. Clad in purple-black armor, wielding the moon shadow sword, she hovered in the air, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall. Resembling a deity, the Empress barely managed to intercept the icy sword aura. The princess raised her right hand abruptly. The moon shadow sword emanated a blinding radiance, sweeping up the surrounding wind and snow. With a hum, the moon shadow sword lunged towards the Empress. The Empress stood resolutely in the square, her gaze chillingly fierce. Hanueshi, you are courting death. How dare you strike at me within the Dragon Abyss Temple? With a sweep of her right hand, a thunderous dragon roar resounded, and a blue fire dragon surged forth from her palm, its power overwhelming as it soared into the heavens. The icy sword energies unleashed by the princess were annihilated in the air, disintegrating into nothingness. Even the moon shadow sword was forcefully repelled by the blue fire dragon. Enough! Hanueshi, cease this at once. The Empress's voice thundered. Hanueli, you have gone too far. Do you intend to slay everyone around me? Hanueshi, you are audacious. I am the sovereign of this realm. Must I seek your permission for my actions? Release Shao Qinzi. I shall not. Today he undergoes the bloodline test, a decree set by the ancestors of the Dragon Abyss Temple, which you, Hanueshi, have no right to interfere with. Then witness whether I possess the authority, declared the princess as she swiftly drew a purple demon sealing order from her sleeve. Casting it into the air, she united her hands, and in an instant, a hexagonal purple bagua symbol manifested behind her, spinning rapidly. The demon sealing order ascended and emitted a chilling white light towards the distant demon sealing tower. In a heartbeat, the tower's restraints seemed to activate, ascending from the 1st to the 15th layer, coalescing in the sky to form a terrifying bagua talisman that surged menacingly towards the Empress. The talisman descended with the might of a tempest, eclipsing the sky. The Empress, seething with rage, seemed poised to unleash flames from her very eyes. She spread her arms and soared into the air. Hanueshi, you dare to manipulate the restraints of the demon sealing tower against me? Have you lost your senses? I have long endured your provocations. Hanueli, you beast. Before my royal brother's demise, we vowed to spare his daughter, yet you have slain her. You wretched creature. A colossal, swirling talisman bore down upon the Empress. In a moment of urgency and fury, she raised her hands, igniting a blazing blue Qin Ming fire behind her. 3 blue fire dragons streaked forth toward the bagua talisman. The collision between the talisman and the fire dragons erupted in a deafening roar, illuminating the sky as if it had never shone so brightly before. The entire luminous stone imperial city had never witnessed such brilliance, even startling those dining within, such as Yun Shu Yao and Qing Xian. Standing before the temple, Qin Ming was profoundly shaken. He had never anticipated the princess's formidable strength when she decided to go all out. The restraints of the demon sealing tower could indeed be summoned for battle. The princess activated the restraints once more. In a fit of desperation and rage, the Empress swept her sleeve towards Qin Ming, a terrifying blue fire propelling him to reach into the dragon's head. Warning, danger level increased by 1,200 times. Luck points during danger period increase by 1,200 times. Qin Ming instinctively attempted to withdraw his hand, but it felt as though a powerful force had ensnared him tightly. He found himself utterly immobilized. acutely aware of his blood being drawn out frantically. Clenching his right fist, he felt his bones nearly shatter under the strain. As the Long Princess concluded her incantation, she swiftly descended, rushing towards Qin Ming. Little Qin, little Qin. The enormous black dragon emanating from the Dragon Abyss shrine exhaled flecks of crimson essence. Its two pairs of hauntingly red eyes seemed to flicker with life, instilling dread in all who stood below. The Empress, in a display of respect, knelt before the Dragon Abyss shrine, hands clasped in supplication. Han Yueshi, the ancestral spirits of the royal lineage have manifested. How dare you remain standing? The Long Princess, momentarily taken aback, reluctantly knelt as well. She had unleashed her icy aura, attempting to extract Qin Ming from the dragon's maw, but to no avail. She sensed Qin Ming was gradually losing blood. Han Yueli, I have conducted a bloodline test on him. Why do you persist in this manner? How dare you question me? Who permitted you to bring him to the higher levels of the Demon Suppression Tower? Levels above 15 require validation from the Dragon Abyss Shrine. What's wrong? Are you feeling guilty, Han Yueshi? What have I to feel guilty about? Then let me remind you once more, if he is a traveler from another realm, he cannot hope to deceive with any pill or innate talent. He will be obliterated by the Dragon Abyss Shrine. Upon hearing these words, Qin Ming braced himself for death. In the face of overwhelming power, he felt utterly helpless. Farewell, Master. Farewell, Sister Qingxian. Farewell, Sister Lingyin. Farewell, Princess Hunyu. With that, Qin Ming closed his eyes. Suddenly, the once blood-red, giant black dragon ceased its tumultuous motions. Qin Ming felt the suction from the dragon's mouth gradually diminish until it vanished completely. What was happening? Had he passed the bloodline verification? Yet, his earlier concealed talent had proven utterly ineffective. Why? As he withdrew his hand from the dragon's mouth, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The Empress, standing at a distance, was filled with shock and confusion. Could I have been mistaken? Both Shangwan Qing'er and Eunuch Wang Jin widened their eyes in disbelief. The Long Princess, Han Yueshi, rushed to Qin Ming's side, supporting his arm. Are you all right, little Qin? Qin Ming weakly nodded. I'm fine. The Long Princess glared fiercely at her sister, the Empress. Now you see, you madwoman. Even the Dragon Abyss Shrine has verified that little Qin is not a traveler. If you dare to doubt him again, I shall risk my life to fight you to the death. Chapter 85. Qin Ming, you are the most genuine native. Qin Ming was bewildered. The Empress's gaze turned towards him, her previous wrath and fury dissipating. She acknowledged her prior suspicions regarding Qin Ming. However, the validation from the Dragon Abyss Shrine proved there was no issue. Little Qin, do not hold it against me. I too must adhere to ancestral laws. From this day forth, you are an unequivocal native, and I shall no longer harbor doubts about you. Come here. Shangwan Qing'er hurriedly approached from afar, presenting Qin Ming with a fourth-tier pill, the purple qi blood-nourishing pill. Here, Shangwan Qing'er swiftly retrieved a crimson pill from her sleeve, stepping forward to place it into Qin Ming's hand. The Empress's eyes radiated authority and dominance. Little Qinzi, the Longyuan Shrine has drained a third of your blood. This purple qi blood-generating pill will restore it. Tomorrow, as planned, we shall deliver hundreds of carts of supplies to Cold Night City. With that, the Empress sleeves billowed, and she soared skyward in an instant. The princess held the moon shadow sword, her eyes blazing with indignation at her sister's vanishing figure. Madwoman! Fool! It has been a decade since the Longyuan Shrine last tested bloodlines, and today that lunatic has dragged you here. However, after today's ordeal, that madwoman will no longer doubt your lineage, which is indeed a blessing for you. Qin Ming nodded, still bewildered by the events that had transpired. He had no comprehension of how he managed to pass the test. After all, he was a genuine traveler from another realm, a devoted employee under the pressures of a 996 work schedule. Astonishingly, he had passed the test. How extraordinary! He simply could not fathom it. Before arriving, he had done nothing out of the ordinary, merely sipping a bowl of Sister Lingyin's vegetable soup, which he consumed regularly without a second thought. Moreover, the Empress had stated that no elixir or innate talent would prove useful. Believing that his concealed abilities were ineffective before the Longyuan Shrine was entirely reasonable, truly unfathomable. Little Qinzi quickly consumed that purple qi blood-generating pill. It is a fourth-tier elixir, and usually, that madwoman would not part with it so easily. Today, she has shown a modicum of compassion. Qin Ming tossed the crimson pill into his mouth. Instantly, a wave of warmth surged through his abdomen. The once weak veins began to be fervently replenished, It felt as though his pores had opened wide, drawing in a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Qin Ming sensed his vitality improving with each passing moment. "Let us go, little Qinzi. We must return to the palace." As they journeyed halfway, the locking sky gourd in his mind began to spin slowly once more. "Gourd, what on earth just transpired? How did I pass the bloodline test?" Unable to perceive the actual situation, "Please explore on your own, host." Qin Ming shook his head, wishing he could extract the gourd and give it a good thrashing. The princess supported Qin Ming's right arm as they walked along a snow-covered path. Occasionally, eunuchs and palace maids scurried past, startled and eager to avoid them. They were utterly astonished. The princess was actually assisting a eunuch. Good heavens! Who is that eunuch, so esteemed that even the princess must lend him support? The princess, naturally, overheard their whispered comments. Her expression hardened, and she prepared to retaliate. Qin Ming shook his head at her. "Never mind. What else to consider? If they dare to gossip behind my back, I shall have their heads." The princess raised her right arm, a surge of icy energy emanating from her, only to be seized by Qin Ming, who grasped her wrist firmly. "You exerted such force against the empress earlier. Your internal energy must be in turmoil now. To forcefully draw upon that icy power would only amplify your pain. What do you know?" The princess glared at Qin Ming. "I extend my hand to assist you in your injury, and you grow brazen. Should you dare to speak to me with such disrespect again, I shall." Qin Ming immediately feigned a stomachache, clutching his abdomen and bending slightly. "What is it?" the princess asked anxiously, rushing to his side. "Little Qin, what troubles your stomach? Is it due to an injury from yesterday?" "No, the injury from yesterday has nearly healed." "Then is it because of the blood lost just now?" "No, the blood lost earlier has been replenished." "What is the reason then?" "It seems I was suddenly provoked by someone, and the pain struck unexpectedly." The princess's eyes widened in surprise. "You dare to toy with me, little Qin? Just wait and see." Before she could finish her words, Qin Ming seized a snowball and hurled it directly at her, splattering her face with snow. Enraged, the princess pursued him fiercely. A chilling aura emanated from her hands, coalescing into a snowball with a diameter of 3 feet. Upon witnessing this, Qin Ming exclaimed, "Oh dear, such a massive snowball." He quickly turned and leaped into the Qin palace. The princess flung the snowball ahead, and it spun rapidly as it barreled through the entrance of the palace. The moment Qin Ming entered, he turned to press himself against the wall. To his astonishment, the charming sheep was struck squarely in the face by the snowball, covering her neck and clothes in snow. Who dares to throw snow at my sister?" The charming sheep glared at Qin Ming. He shrugged helplessly. "I had nothing in my hands when I came in." "Then who was it? Who struck you, Sister Meiyang? Speak up." Just then, the princess entered, her demeanor cold and distant, a stark contrast to her earlier playful self. Meiyang quickly bowed to her. "Princess, I was just hit in the face with snow at the entrance." "Oh," the princess replied nonchalantly. "I am unaware of it. You may look outside to find out." Meiyang rushed outside the Qin palace, only to find it empty, devoid of anyone. "Who struck me? Who dared to do this? How could they act, but not take responsibility for it?" As these words left her lips, the princess, who had already ascended the stairs, suddenly raised her sleeve. A burst of icy air struck Meiyang, sending her tumbling thrice in the snow, her mouth filled with it, provoking laughter from the other 12 zodiac figures. Qin Ming leaned against the wall, stifling his laughter. Meiyang looked back at the princess on the stairs, then at the others, and a realization dawned upon her. Could it be that the one who hit me was the princess? Ling Ying covered her mouth, laughing quietly. "You only just now realized?" "We all witnessed it." The princess still held a small snowball in her hand. "My goodness, is there a sun in the sky? Are there stars and a moon? This is too shocking." The princess actually threw snowballs. Meiyang exclaimed in disbelief, shaking her head. Having reached the 11th floor, the princess stood at the railing and addressed the gathered crowd below. "Meiyang, Meng too, heed my command. At your service. Tomorrow, little Qin will transport 100 carts of supplies to Cold Night City. You too shall accompany him with 500 demon suppression guards." "We obey. We obey." Chapter 86. Ling Ying, tonight, you are safe. The princess entered her chamber. The 12 zodiac animals and Ling Ying gathered around. "Little Qinzi, you are indeed fortunate. 5 years ago, when I, the Red Serpent, visited Cold Night City, the princess had me bring 10 demon-subduing guards. Yet you, my dear, are bringing a full 500. Meiyang elbowed her way through the crowd, patting her ample bosom. "Stick with your 2 sisters on the road, and you'll surely deliver the supplies safely." Meng Tu chimed in playfully. Going to Cold Night City with little Qinzi will surely be entertaining. Rest assured, little Qinzi, I will help load the 100 carts of supplies this afternoon. You only need to send people tomorrow, no effort required. Qin Ming quickly clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Sister Meng Tu. Thank you, Sister Mei Yang. The crowd dispersed with laughter. Following Ling Yin, Qin Ming stepped outside to clear the snow. Noticing him with a broom, Ling Yin smiled and snatched it away. You are a school officer now. You need not do such chores. Seeing that he would be leaving the next day, Qin Ming wished to say something to lift Ling Yin's spirits. I do not regard myself as a school officer. I see myself as your husband, with my wife working here. How could I just stand by? Ling Yin blushed slightly, lowering her head. Have you recovered from the blood loss today? Yes, the Emperor provided me with a blood-replenishing pill. It works wonders. I feel as if I haven't lost any blood at all. Qin Ming, you are truly remarkable, having even undergone the validation at the Longyuan Shrine. Apart from you, I have only heard of Lord Lan Jinshin of Cold Night City being summoned there for verification. Qin Ming, still puzzled by his inexplicable success in passing the test, tentatively inquired, Sister Ling Yin, what happened to the soup today? Was it not to your liking? No. It was delightful. It warmed me and gave me confidence facing the shrine. Ling Yin smiled and resumed sweeping the snow. They stood side by side, merrily clearing the snow together. Sister Ling Yin, when I visit Cold Night City, I must see your home. Ling Yin trembled slightly and shook her head. There's no need. My family is no longer alive. But I insist. I can light incense for your parents and bow in gratitude for bringing forth such a wonderful wife. Ling Yin's cheeks flushed with youthful shyness. Well, if you wish to go, then go ahead. Our Liuhua village may not even exist anymore. They finished clearing the snow from the entrance. Qin Ming noticed a hint of sorrow in Ling Yin's expression, likely due to his impending departure. Sister Ling Yin, how about I take you out for a stroll this afternoon? Nonsense. I am a palace maid. How can I leave the palace? I would be executed. Do not worry. I will seek the princess. I'll say I need assistance carrying goods. Then I will ask for someone beautiful to accompany me. There are many lovely maidens in the Tyne Palace. Qin Ming teased Ling Yin as he leaned closer. Then I shall specify one with a red mole on her chest. Ling Yin's face turned crimson, reaching her neck. Do not say such things. If the princess hears, it will be disastrous. Qin Ming chuckled. I was just teasing you. He stepped onto the snow, soaring gracefully to the entrance of the 11th floor where the princess resided. Princess, what brings you here? I shall depart tomorrow, and I wish to venture outside to procure a few items. May I request Sister Ling Yin to accompany me? She is quite meticulous, but we have ample provisions within the palace. Is it truly necessary to shop outside? It is different. His Majesty has bestowed silver upon me, and I wish to buy a token for everyone, a remembrance. What if I do not return from the Cold Night City this time? Nonsense. How could a mere trip to Cold Night City prevent your return? The princess scolded angrily from within her chamber. If you wish to buy, then go ahead. Must you utter such ominous words? Yes. May I take Sister Ling Yin with me? Go ahead. Upon hearing this news, Ling Yin was nearly overcome with joy, almost leaping with excitement. For a full 8 years, she had resided in the palace without ever stepping outside. Even when she had visited Cold Night City, she had not experienced the world beyond the palace walls. Now, she could finally go out, accompanied by Qin Ming. Ling Yin was filled with exhilaration. She rushed into her room, shouldering a hefty bundle, with a large basket in each hand. Qin Ming couldn't suppress his laughter upon seeing her. Sister Ling Yin, we are heading to the market, not to sell vegetables. Hurry. The left basket is for the princess and you to place items in. The right one is for the 12 zodiac signs. This bundle on my back is for other purchases. I've saved some silver over these 8 years. Qin Ming smiled. Today, whatever you wish to eat, drink, or play with shall be on me. Spend freely. Now let us set forth. This was Ling Yin's first excursion to the market in the Emerald City. She gazed curiously at the bustling streets. Qin Ming, why do their stools look different from those in the palace? Sister Ling Yin, the shopkeeper said this is called a sofa, reportedly brought by travelers from another realm. It feels so soft. If the princess sat on this, she surely would not feel so cold. Yet, she dislikes everything associated with those travelers. Qin Ming caught a whiff of an enticing aroma and pulled Ling Yin into a nearby alley. Sister Ling Yin, follow me. This afternoon, I shall treat you to a feast. This is the snack street of the West Market. There's a plethora of delights. They emerged from the alley, greeted by a myriad of snack stalls, the air filled with fragrant smoke. Wow, so many delicious treats. Qin Ming, it's so lively. I haven't witnessed such a bustling scene in ages. Sister Lingyin, once I return from Cold Night City, I will frequently bring you out to explore. Lingyin turned to Qin Ming, speaking softly, you must promise me. Be cautious over there, do not overexert yourself. Avoid any unnecessary risks, and return promptly after delivering the items. As you command, my lady. Lingyin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment at his words. Who is your lady? Qin Ming smiled gently, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, yet, in our cozy moments, you do not speak in such a manner. You always call me your husband. Lingyin lightly tapped his wrist with her small hand. My mother once said that only when one truly becomes a woman can they address someone as their husband. The two of us have never engaged in such activities. It is not counted as such. This is not due to the constraints of the Moon Palace, but rather the concern of potential complications should you become pregnant. Lingyin, her cheeks flushed, spoke softly. Have you not been inquiring about my menstrual cycle? I have just started my period today. Does that mean my body is safe today? Come to my room tonight. Before you leave, I wish to surrender myself to you. That is out of the question. Qin Ming pulled Lingyin close, resting her head on his shoulder. Silly sister, I meant after your period. How could one engage in such activities during menstruation? That would invite misfortune. Chapter 87. Purchasing belly bands. The princess, if I were to indulge in such pursuits, I would leap from the balcony. Qin Ming removed his black robe and wrapped it tightly around Lingyin. Qin Ming, what are you doing? I'm not cold. You just mentioned your period. My mother always said that a young lady must not be exposed to the cold during her menstrual cycle. Had I known, I would not have brought you out today. It would be troublesome if you catch a chill. Not at all. Lingyin giggled. I am especially happy today. Let us go. Qin Ming, treat me to some food. Very well. We shall eat from the east end of this street to the west. Shopkeeper, 2 bowls of tofu pudding with chili oil, please. Shopkeeper, 2 freshly made twisted donuts. Shopkeeper, for pieces of osmanthus cake, please add extra osmanthus syrup. Shopkeeper, cut 2 pieces of mirror cake. And make sure to add plenty of sweet dates. Good lady, 2 sticks of candied hawthorn. Shopkeeper, please add extra chili to the lamb skewers. Madam Shopkeeper, 2 jars of fragrant osmanthus wine. After a full hour, Lingyin and Qin Ming finally emerged from the end of the street. Lingyin patted her slightly rounded belly, beaming with joy. Wow, today I have eaten to my heart's content more than ever before, and it was the most delicious meal. Qin Ming, how much did we spend? It matters not. I have money now. Let us go to Yuxiafang to shop. Upon arriving at Yuxiafang, Qin Ming selected a box of rouge for each of the 12 zodiac signs. He noticed exquisite belly bands hanging on the wall of the inner room, vibrant in color and silky in texture. Qin Ming, why are you looking at belly bands? I am searching for the right size for Sister Lingyin. Lingyin protested. I don't want this. I already have some. But can't you buy a couple more? The proprietress of Yuxiafang approached promptly. Madam, please help my sister choose 2 belly bands, using the finest material. The most beautiful ones, if you please. Certainly, esteemed guest, rest assured. Qin Ming then approached the shopkeeper of the neighboring Yunu Pavilion. Shopkeeper, I have settled the debt for the firegrass I purchased last time, correct? Yes, yes. You are indeed a person of integrity. In the future, when I shop here, you must keep it confidential. Do not speak of what should remain unsaid. Understood? Understood. Are there any good items recently? The shopkeeper stroked his small mustache. If we are speaking of fine items, there is indeed one, though it is rather expensive. 3 customers have recently inquired, but all deemed it unaffordable. Please show me what it is. Follow me inside. Qin Ming followed the shopkeeper into the left room, where he beheld a luxurious dark purple suede coat hanging. Upon entering the room, a wave of warmth enveloped Qin Ming. He instinctively reached out to touch it, but the shopkeeper promptly intervened. Young sir, that is not to be touched. I have never permitted any guest to do so. It is crafted exclusively for noble ladies. From the intricate embroidery to its completion, every detail has been executed by skilled seamstresses, untouched by male hands. What kind of fur is this? Why is it so intensely warm? It is evident that you are well informed. Allow me to disclose that this is the hide of a 3rd-tier spirit beast, the fire cloud leopard. A 3rd-tier spirit beast? Qin Ming understood that such creatures typically reside at the level of spiritual communication or higher. The combat prowess of the fire cloud leopard is formidable, rivaling that of humans at the 5th or 6th level of spiritual communication, and they are exceedingly rare. Esteemed guest, this fire cloud leopard dwells in the city of Aurora, and its body exudes warmth year-round, ensuring that its hide radiates heat. When worn, it provides unparalleled comfort, in even the coldest of environments. How much does it cost? Young sir, I can offer you a slight discount. It is priced at 2,400 taels. 2,400 taels? That is exorbitant. I assure you. This fire cloud garment is the only one of its kind in our imperial city. It has only arrived 2 days ago and has already attracted considerable attention. Should you decline, it will surely be sold by this afternoon. All right. A little less, please. We are familiar faces. Then the lowest price I can offer is 2,000 taels. Qin Ming winced at the expense. I will take it. Please wrap it up for me. Certainly. I shall have my wife prepare it for you. It is undoubtedly a gift for a lady, and we gentlemen refrain from handling such items. It is a matter of professional decorum. You, the shopkeeper, are quite discerning. Qin Ming gritted his teeth and produced the 2,000 taels of silver given by the Empress. However, shopkeeper, should anyone inquire about the price in the future, please do not disclose its true value. Simply state that it is quite inexpensive, perhaps 100 or 200 taels. The shopkeeper chuckled. You, young sir, are truly amusing. Others would wish to inflate the price of their purchases, yet you insist on lowering it. Very well. Qin Ming carefully stowed away the fire cloud garment intended for the Grand Princess and proceeded to the neighboring shop to pay for the Lingyi's belly band. He then acquired 12 boxes of rouge, cheerfully preparing to return. By now, it was afternoon, and many households began hanging red lanterns, with some setting off firecrackers. Lingyi, with her basket in tow, remarked softly, Qin Ming, tomorrow is Little New Year, but alas, you shall be departing. It was only then that Qin Ming realized the significance of the day. In this world, Little New Year refers to the first day of January, marking the beginning of the year 1724 in the Dian Kingdom. No worries, Sister Lingyi. We can celebrate Little New Year in advance. How shall we do that? I have a plan. This afternoon, we can prepare a small New Year's Eve dinner at home. Once again, Qin Ming and Lingyi returned to the market, purchasing an array of snacks and vegetables, which they loaded onto their snow steed. They visited the stall selling red bean dumplings, spending a considerable time learning the craft from the vendor, and procured ample ingredients to fill their 2 horses. On their way back, Qin Ming also bought a variety of fireworks. This era, enriched by the arrival of time travelers, boasts an abundance of spectacular fireworks. Qin Ming specifically invested nearly 50 taels in a firework that would burst in the sky, revealing written characters. He decided to host a small celebration at the Lunar Palace tonight, ushering in the festivities a bit early. When Qin Ming and Lingyi returned to the palace, the snowfall had intensified. They arranged a variety of delicacies in the courtyard and began to boil water. The 12 zodiac animals were being guided by the princess in the backyard, primarily to refine the formation among them. The princess, clad in a flowing purple-black robe, wielded a 9-section whip, which she held nonchalantly behind her back. Little rabbit, take your position at the can, using the red rabbit blade to seal the left side's resting gate. Understood. Charming goat, you stand at the chin position and wield the goat intestine sword to unleash several sword shadows, guarding the northwest birth gate. Understood. Swift rat, with your speed, ensure the southern Qin gate is secured while reinforcing the southeasterly gate. Understood. The 12 zodiac animals took to the air, forming a circular hexagram formation. The dazzling array of blades and sword shadows was overwhelming. The princess observed with great satisfaction. Although most of the animals were at the first level of spiritual connection, the formation was potent enough to contend with those at the 8th level without issue. After half an hour of practice, the group took a break. The celestial dog sniffed the air in astonishment. What is that delightful aroma? Nonsense. Can you truly smell anything appetizing from the palace's kitchen? Little rabbit sniffed carefully. It smells wonderful. Leaping onto the rooftop, she gleefully called out, "It's Lingyi and little Qin making dinner. Wow, it smells divine." As soon as those words escaped her lips, the 12 zodiac animals soared up to the rooftop. Wow, is there a festival today? Why is there so much food in the courtyard? What are little Qin and Lingyi cooking? Charming goat immediately recognized it. It's red bean tang yuan. Little Qin, how did you learn to make this? I learned it from the shopkeeper this morning, persistently asking until he relented. I even got his utensils back. Laughter erupted among the group. The princess, standing on the western eaves with her hands behind her back, suddenly remarked, "How brazen." Qin Ming turned to the princess and exclaimed, "Today, we discovered that every household is preparing lanterns for the festival tomorrow, which is the small New Year. However, charming goat, little rabbit, and I will be leaving tomorrow morning. May we celebrate the small New Year tonight?" The princess was momentarily taken aback. Small New Year? How many years has it been since the Lunar Palace celebrated it? Before little Qin arrived, every day was the same, without any semblance of festivity. She turned and saw the hopeful gazes of the 12 zodiac animals. With a wave of her sleeve, she declared, "Do as you wish." Qin Ming then called out to the 12 tall beauties standing on the eaves, "Tonight, anyone who comes to help will receive a gift after the small New Year's Eve feast." "What? Little Qin, you prepared gifts for us?" "Of course. Ling Yin and I picked them up today." "I'll help. I'll help too. I will too." Little Rabbit rolled up her sleeves and jumped down, followed by Charming Goat, Red Snake, Swift Rat, and others, all eager to join in. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with lively commotion. Some hung red lanterns, while others set tables. Some poured wine and arranged dishes. Others had already taken out the fireworks. "Princess, look! Little Qinzi even bought fireworks. Haha, this is so much fun. I only played with them when I was a child." The princess slightly shook her head and coldly remarked, "Childish. Such things are beneath me." "Princess, are you sure you won't play?" "I will not. If I stoop to playing with such foolishness, I might as well jump from the rooftop of the palace." Chapter 88. The princess is touched. Fireworks spell words. With that, the princess turned and walked towards her room, one hand resting behind her. Qin Ming rushed to the fireworks. Laughing, Cute Bunny and Sister Mei Yang. "Do you believe I can call the princess down?" "Little Qinzi, you are boasting." The princess said fireworks are childish. She wouldn't even look. Qin Ming thought to himself, no matter how childish fireworks are, can they be more childish than a snowball fight? He took out a skyrocketing firecracker and lit the fuse, aiming it towards the direction the princess had gone. With a whoosh, the firecracker shot into the sky. The princess, startled, turned around just in time to see it explode in the snowy ground beneath her. Bang! The flying snowflakes splattered all over her. "You little Qinzi, you are being outrageous." As soon as she spoke, another firecracker from Qin Ming came. The princess hurriedly retreated and instinctively formed an ice shield with her hand to block it. Bang! It exploded again. The princess, exasperated, waved her sleeve. "Little Qinzi, cease this at once." The surrounding 12 zodiac animals and Ling Yin were all amused, giggling. To everyone's surprise, Qin Ming not only did not stop, but also retrieved a 2-meter-tall cylindrical firework from his bag. The princess was astonished. "Such a large one. Little Qinzi, if you dare use that against me, I shall not let you off easily. Just try it." Qin Ming set up the giant firework. "Princess, this firework is not aimed at you. Look up to the sky." He lit the fuse with a candle, and it began to fizz and spark. The 12 zodiac animals and Ling Yin were all drawn in. The princess, too, looked up at the sky in curiosity. Suddenly, a series of whistling sounds filled the air. 11 fireworks shot into the sky, one after another, exploding. Bang, bang, bang. How beautiful. Like countless stars in the sky. Wow. Is this what the legendary stars look like? I've never seen anything like it. So lovely. To everyone's astonishment, after exploding, the sky displayed words. The princess rubbed her eyes and murmured, "New year, new scenery. May you always smile." In that instant, she felt an inexplicable touch of emotion, a warmth she had long been deprived of, as her heart had been tormented by inner demons, rarely allowing herself to smile. These firework words from little Qinzi were clearly meant for her. The princess turned around to gaze at the brightly lit Qin Palace. How lively. It has been ages since we had such festivities after mother passed away. Thinking of how little Qinzi and the others would leave the next day, she realized how rare it was for everyone to gather so warmly in the Qin Palace tonight. Suddenly, she longed to immerse herself in the joyous atmosphere of the celebration. With a graceful sweep of her sleeve, she descended from the 11th floor. "Little Qinzi, I wish to join you in setting off fireworks." Qin Ming jested. "I seem to recall someone saying that fireworks are rather childish. If they touch you, you might as well jump off a building." Mei Yang Ling Yin couldn't contain herself and burst into laughter. "Xiao Qinzi, you are quite audacious." The Grand Princess grasped 10 sparklers, igniting them and aiming them at Qin Ming. "Qin Ming, what the heck? This mad Grand Princess is ruthless." "Xiao Qinzi, I command you to stand still." With a flurry of pew-pew-pew, Qin Ming stared in disbelief at the 10 sparklers soaring towards him. "Oh, divine beings, take me away." The fireworks crackled and popped until they were all spent. The courtyard was adorned with luminous fairy stone lanterns, casting a warm glow. Tonight's dinner was particularly sumptuous, as Qin Ming and Ling Yin had procured almost everything from the snack street, filling the table to the brim. Each person had a steaming bowl of red bean dumplings before them. The The Grand Princess savored her meal with delight, consuming 2 full bowls of red bean dumplings. Her lips curling into a subtle smile that never faded throughout the night, reveling in joy until the late hours. Qin Ming returned to his room and retrieved the rouge he had prepared in advance. A gift for my childhood friends. The adorable rabbit, Meiyong, and Red Snake rushed over, having already spotted the rouge in Qin Ming's hands. The rouge from Yuxiafang was the finest, of exquisite quality. Indeed, I rarely indulge in such luxuries. Sister Rabbit, this is for you. Sister Meiyong, this is yours. Sister Red Snake, this is for you. Each one was elated to receive their rouge. The Grand Princess watched from a distance, her expression darkening as she noticed the rouge had been distributed. With a soft huff, she turned and walked back to her room. Ling Yin gently poked Qin Ming from behind. Qin Ming, did you forget to buy something for the Grand Princess today? Of course not. I bought something for her. Then hurry and deliver it. The Grand Princess is upset, go. Qin Ming dashed towards the 11th floor, clutching the purple-black velvet cloak. What do you think Xiao Qinzi bought for the Grand Princess? I have no idea. It looks like the bag is packed to the brim. Why didn't he buy her rouge? Have you ever seen the Grand Princess use rouge? Oh, right. The only color that has touched her face is the blood of the time traveler. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Ming rapped on the door, but no response came from within. Knock, knock, knock. Grand Princess? I'm asleep. I have something to discuss. I told you, I'm already asleep. Then I shall depart at dawn. Do you have any final instructions? None. Then I implore you for one favor. What is it? If I perish outside, remember to collect my remains. Silence enveloped the room. After 3 breaths, the door creaked open. Qin Ming, with a beaming expression, leaped inside. You little rascal. You're still not easy to handle. The Grand Princess shot him an exasperated glare before turning back towards her bed. Grand Princess, your room is quite chilly. So what if it's cold? What business is it of yours? It's certainly my concern. Seizing the moment, Qin Ming produced the purple-black velvet cloak from behind him, swiftly draping it over the Grand Princess, wrapping her snugly. The princess felt a sudden warmth enveloping her body. She looked down in astonishment. What is this? This is a gift I procured for you today. Who asked you to buy me anything? Does this palace lack for anything? This is no ordinary item. It is crafted from the fur of a fire cloud leopard, and it will surely keep you warm. The princess examined it closely. Indeed, it was incredibly warm. She practiced the 9-in cold ice technique, which left her body perpetually chilled. If she possessed this garment, it would bring her considerable comfort. The fire cloud leopard is a 3rd-tier spirit beast. This must have cost a fortune, right? Not at all. I haggled with the seller and managed to acquire it for merely 100 taels. 100 taels? I find that hard to believe. It is indeed 100 taels. Qin Ming stepped in front of the princess, their gazes locking. The princess felt somewhat ill at ease under his scrutiny, tilting her head slightly to the right. Suddenly, Qin Ming reached out and pulled the ties of the fire cloud cloak, gently fastening them. It looked splendid. The princess raised her eyes to meet his. What looks splendid? The garment is beautiful. What did you say? The princess's expression turned icy. Qin Ming continued. The person wearing it is even more striking. How dare you? You cannot speak to me in such a manner. Chapter 89. The Battle of Heavenly Tao. In darkness, we seek the flame. The princess felt intensely uncomfortable under Qin Ming's gaze. She hurriedly seated herself upon the jade chair, attempting to calm her flustered heart. Xiao Qin, come here. Qin Ming approached her. You are to depart tomorrow. I have 3 matters to entrust to you. First, your task is to deliver the supplies and return without getting involved in their affairs. Understood. Second, prioritize your safety above all. Should you encounter danger on the journey, do not adhere to the principle of goods over lives. Simply retreat with the demon suppression guard. If you lose the goods, so be it. It's not a grave matter. Third, the snow demons in Cold Night City are numerous. It is said that the first battle of Heavenly Tao took place in the eerie snowy mountains of Cold Night City. Qin Ming furrowed his brow slightly and nodded. I comprehend. You likely know nothing of the Battle of Heavenly Tao. I discovered this information from the Heavenly One Academy. The Battle of Heavenly Tao has occurred 3 times since the founding of the Dian Kingdom, involving the natives, the transgressors, and the beast clans. Noticing Qin Ming's unwavering gaze, the princess felt a gentle hope in his eyes. Though this information was highly confidential, she divulged it to him eagerly. The first battle of Heavenly Tao transpired 700 years ago in the snowy mountains of Cold Night City, where the transgressors and the natives joined forces to combat the beast clans. Qin Ming exclaimed. It seems the natives and the transgressors had a good relationship back then. My master mentioned that conflicts began to arise between the two factions around 600 years ago. The Second Battle of Heavenly Tao occurred 800 years ago in Starlight City, where the natives and the transgressors engaged in a fierce war, each side fighting for their lives. Qin Ming listened, astonished. His master had recounted that this particular group of transgressors, 800 years prior, acted with great brutality, igniting the conflict. Was it truly so? The Third Battle of Heavenly Tao took place 500 years ago in the fluoride imperial city, where the beast clans and the natives united against the transgressors, resulting in a cataclysmic confrontation. Qin Ming was left breathless by the gravity of this history. The scene of a complete war would undoubtedly be one of carnage and rivers of blood. Little Qin, you must diligently cultivate your skills. According to the predictions of the Dragon Abyss Shrine, the Fourth Great War of the Heavenly Path is imminent. The natives have vowed to eradicate the traversers without mercy. Qin Ming exclaimed, "The Fourth Great War of the Heavenly Path? How shall we navigate this? My identity will surely be exposed, and I could be reduced to mere pulp." The princess reclined against her jade bed, her long, fair legs elegantly crossed. "Do not dwell on it. When the time comes, I will slay wherever I please, and you shall follow suit. In any case, during this Fourth Great War of the Heavenly Path, all traversers are destined to perish." Qin Ming sighed, "Alas, my hair may very well thin out. In this heart-stirring world, little Qin, bring forth your cramping bone-shattering hand and massage my legs." This continued until late into the night, as she had her legs pounded, feet kneaded, shoulders pressed, and belly rubbed. The princess noticed a peculiar glint in Qin Ming's eyes, which made her slightly uneasy, her body feeling exceedingly unnatural, even her breathing becoming somewhat irregular. She quickly lifted her arm and waved it gently. "It is getting late. You must rise early tomorrow, so you should take your leave." "Yes, Your Highness." As Qin Ming approached the door, the princess suddenly spoke. "Tonight, as you distribute New Year gifts, do you have any personal wishes?" "Naturally, I have wishes. I just haven't figured out how to articulate them. If you are unsure of how to express them, write them down. I shall do my utmost to fulfill them." "All right." That evening, the 12 zodiac animals, buoyed by fireworks and a festive dinner, lingered on the rooftop, unwilling to retire for the night. Approaching midnight, 500 demon suppression guards were summoned to begin securing supplies and vehicles. Qin Ming, unable to find an opportunity to visit Ling Yin's room, chose instead to cultivate in his own quarters. In less than 2 days, his luck points astonishingly reached a remarkable 80. This demonstrated just how formidable the Dragon Abyss Shrine truly was, with the rapid accumulation of luck points. Consuming 40 luck points drew the Golden Wound Healing Ointment, a mid-grade mystical remedy, indispensable for travelers, possessing exceptional healing effects for flesh wounds. Consuming 40 luck points successfully obtained the Tears of the Transforming Bull. Tears of the Transforming Bull. Legend has it that the transforming bull hails from hell. Its tears enhance one's sensitivity to spiritual beings, allowing one to navigate the spiritual realm with ease. These two items are quite commendable. Qin Ming stored them within the confines of the celestial locking gourd. As dawn broke, the sky faintly illuminated. Meng Tu and Mei Yang, accompanied by 500 demon suppression guards, stood in formation, conducting further inspections of the luminous stones and supplies. Ling Yin was in Qin Ming's room, styling his hair into an intricate updo. "I instructed Meng Tu to assist you with your hair once you step outside. Sister Ling Yin, even though I am also a captain, Meng Tu has held her title for many years. I cannot possibly have her style my hair. Why ever not? You may address her as sister. It is only natural for her to assist you. Moreover, she gifted you something last night." Qin Ming chuckled. All right. I shall heed your counsel." Once his hair was neatly arranged, Qin Ming grasped Ling Yin's arm, drawing her into an embrace, pressing his face against her smooth, fair cheek, softly whispering in her ear, "Wait for my return." Qin Ming was acutely aware that time was running short. He lowered his head and gently kissed Ling Yin's forehead, inhaling deeply. "I shall forever remember this scent." With those words, he turned and exited through the door. Outside the Taiying Palace, 500 demon suppression guards were scattered, protecting 100 carts. "Little Qin," he noted, "the first 50 carts are laden with provisions and weapons, while the subsequent 50 carry luminous stones." Qin Ming circled around, fully aware that in an age devoid of light, people huddled around flames, rendering luminous stones exceedingly precious. These stones not only emitted light, but also had the capacity to ignite into flames. The 50 carts filled with luminous stones, brimming with fiery energy, had been sealed with magic by the Empress, to be consumed only when needed. Meng Tu and the 500 demon suppression guards called out from a distance towards the 11th floor of the princess's palace. "Princess, we are ready." Ling Yin dashed out from the courtyard. "I just inquired with the princess. She said she would not come out and instructed you to proceed directly." "Understood," Qin Ming commanded with a wave of his hand. "Sisters, demon suppression guards, mount your steeds and prepare to depart." Dressed in silver-green official attire with a sky-blue belt, adorned with twin swords, Qin Ming exuded an air of authority. The eunuchs and maidens on either side murmured softly, their heads bowed. "That little Qin who came with me has unexpectedly risen to the rank of lieutenant. How impressive," one remarked. "I remember many eunuchs in Qin Palace were slain. Yet little Qin has thrived alongside the 12 zodiac signs and the princess. Truly a remarkable feat." As Qin Ming rode, he occasionally glanced back towards the 11th floor of the princess's palace. The Bagua window remained steadfastly closed. Meng Tu remarked softly, "Little Qin, stop gazing. The mistress dislikes farewells and sentimentality. She will not emerge." Chapter 90. "Princess, I wish to embrace you." Qin Ming, Meng Tu, and Mei Yang led the army, escorting the 100 carts out of the palace. Upon exiting the divine martial gate, Qin Ming inadvertently glanced back to find a white weasel perched atop the gate. Its plump figure and the glint of its green eyes were conspicuous. He considered bidding it farewell, but with so many demon suppression guards nearby, he thought better of it. After all, the natives seemed oblivious to its presence. On the 8th floor of the drunken immortal tower, Yun Shui Yao and Qing Xian were intently observing Qin Ming's grand procession. "Master, my senior brother is now leading the demon suppression guards. Truly impressive," one remarked. "Have you prepared the luggage for master?" "Yes, it is ready. And the horse is also prepared. Once they leave the city, I shall accompany Qin Ming northward. You and your uncle Ma Chong will proceed to Starlight City, so be cautious along the way." "Yes, master." In the Hall of Fire, the Empress sat upon her dragon throne. A mountain of memorials piled high on the table before her. The trivial matters from the 4 great cities were numerous. She held a vermilion brush, perusing a memorial from General Bai Qi of the White Feather Guard. "Your Majesty, I report that the eldest son of Right General Feng Du, who has been in a coma for many years, suddenly awoke yesterday, exhibiting a drastic change in demeanor towards the maidservant he used to frequently scold and chastise, nearly showing gentleness and affection. Under strict interrogation, I discovered he is a time traveler, and even more rare, a soul transmigrator. I have already severed his head." The Empress furrowed her brows. The soul transmigrator, who merges memories, is a challenging phenomenon to encounter. Fortunately, such individuals are exceedingly scarce. She picked up a vermilion brush and inscribed, "Excellent. Mutilate his dantian into a pulp." At that moment, her loyal guard, Shangguan Qing approached and quietly said, "Your Majesty, Lieutenant Qin Ming has departed with 500 demon suppression guards to escort supplies." The Empress halted her writing. "This young man, wise beyond his years and trustworthy, is a rare talent. He has passed the assessment at the Longyuan Shrine. If he performs well on this mission, I shall surely employ him in the future." "Your Majesty, you appear fatigued. You haven't slept all night. Perhaps you should rest now?" "How could I possibly sleep? My mad sister set off fireworks in the Qin Palace throughout the night. Today is merely the little new year. What was she thinking?" Shangguan Qing chuckled helplessly. "By the way, I promised young Qin that the military wages for the demon suppression guards would be issued upon his departure." "Understood." Ling Yin retrieved a long ladder from the courtyard and propped it against the eaves. She climbed laboriously to the rooftop. From here, she could vaguely see the convoy exiting the city. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her heart heavy with unease. Would Qin Ming face danger on this journey? When would they meet again? Ling Yin noticed the gossiping window of the Grand Princess was ajar. The Grand Princess had somehow ascended to the highest tower of the Qin Palace. She was wrapped in a dark purple fire cloud robe, presumably a gift from Qin Ming. Oh right. Ling Yin remembered that Qin Ming had instructed her to deliver a note to the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess stood atop the high tower, snow swirling around her. In such weather, she would typically appear shrouded in darkness. However, today, clad in the fire cloud robe gifted by Qin Ming, she felt an unparalleled warmth, as if every inch of her skin and every cell in her body was embraced by heat. She gazed at Qin Ming's carriage as it departed through the city gates. Qin Ming turned in his saddle, looking toward the Tying Palace. The Grand Princess instinctively stepped back, not wanting Qin Ming to catch her spying. After 2 breaths, when she stepped forward again, she found the convoy of 500 had vanished into the vast snowstorm. Curse this snow. Why must it obstruct my view? Just then, a figure clad in red, the Red Serpent, flew up from below and knelt behind the Grand Princess. I report to your highness, I inquired, and this garment you wear is a unique piece from the Firefly Imperial City, of great value. Initially, the manager of the Yunu Pavilion was reluctant to disclose this, but under my persistent interrogation, he finally revealed that young Qin paid a total of 2,000 taels. What? The Grand Princess exclaimed in surprise. He faces perilous circumstances on this mission, and my sister only provided 2,000 taels, which he spent entirely on buying me clothes. What on earth is he thinking? Doesn't he realize how precious money is on the road? The Grand Princess took a deep breath. Xiao Qinzi, how dare you deceive me into believing there were merely 100 taels? I was certain that such garments imbued with spiritual fire could not possibly be so inexpensive. Just then, a commotion of footsteps resonated through the courtyard. General Tai Hu of the Fire Command Hall entered, accompanied by 10 members of the White Feather Guard, bearing several chests. I report to your highness, the decree from His Majesty has arrived. As promised to Xiao Qinzi, when he ventures out on duty, the military salary for the Demon Suppression Guard for 3 months is to be dispersed. In total, there are 80,000 taels. Please accept, your highness. What did you say? The Grand Princess inquired loudly. Are you saying this is what Xiao Qinzi requested from my mad sister? Indeed, your highness. On that day, His Majesty granted Xiao Qinzi the privilege to make a request. Xiao Qinzi stated that it is arduous work for the Demon Suppression Guard to capture time travelers, and it is essential that the military salaries be dispensed punctually. Upon hearing this, the other 10 members of the 12 zodiacs standing atop the building were filled with profound sentiments. Xiao Qinzi is truly admirable. I always wondered how the Empress could be so benevolent. Xiao Qinzi has just left the city, and I already find myself missing him. Indeed, today is the true little new year. I wish I could relive the joyous moments of last night. The Grand Princess felt a pang of discomfort within her heart. She recalled the day when Qin Ming received the assignment to journey to Cold Night City. She had assumed Qin Ming was motivated by the promise of silver. Yet, he did not utter a single word of defense or objection. He spent all 2,000 taels on garments for her and retained not a single coin for himself. The only request he made to the Empress was for the military salaries of the Demon Suppression Guard to be issued. Taking a deep breath, the Grand Princess inhaled the frigid air that pierced her lungs, causing a sharp twinge in her heart. Grasping her chest with her right hand, she retreated to her chamber. As she settled into her chair, Ling Yin entered, holding a slip of paper. Your Highness, this is a note that Qin Ming entrusted me to deliver to you before he departed. He mentioned that you asked him for any New Year wishes and requested him to write them down for you. The Grand Princess accepted the note, which was folded into a heart shape. She gradually unfolded it, revealing a few awkwardly inscribed traditional characters. My New Year wish is rather excessive. Please do not scold me. Flipping the paper over, she read, Tiger Girl, I wish to embrace you. In that instant, the Grand Princess felt as though her defenses had crumbled. Her grip tightened around the jade chair as she struggled to contain her emotions. However, the wave of bittersweet sorrow was unstoppable. Trembling, she rose unsteadily from her jade seat. Ling Yin, you may withdraw. Yes. At the moment Ling Yin closed the door, an overwhelming sense of melancholy enveloped the Grand Princess. She could not restrain herself. Clutching her chest, she attempted to calm her racing heart, but, unbeknownst to her, crystalline tears had already silently cascaded down her cheeks. You foolish boy, why didn't you say anything last night? Were you afraid I would scold you? I haven't been harsh with you for quite some time. Fool. Great fool. Chapter 91, Tearful Eyes. How can I live without my wife and child? This marked Qin Ming's first official venture into the desolate wilderness. The heavens were dim. Snowflakes danced in the air, and a blanket of white enveloped the world. Strange flowers and grasses, towering over 3 or 4 meters, emerged from the snow-covered ground, swaying in the wind. Occasionally, a stout tree stands with its leaves completely shed, its branches resembling ghostly claws in the darkness. With neither sun, moon, nor stars. How do these flora thrive? Qin Ming, Meng Tu, and Mei Yang ride ahead on their snow steed. 500 demon town guards are dispersed alongside 100 horse-drawn carriages. Qin Ming has instructed that each carriage be adorned with a glowing stone lantern, assisting them in following the procession through the darkness. Atop the first carriage stands a tall bronze pole, crowned with a phoenix statue. One of the phoenix's wings is curled, while the other points into the distance. Qin Ming recognizes this as the compass of the Dian Kingdom. With it, they can journey northward to reach the city of cold night. In the vast darkness, the growls of beastly creatures resonate. The sky is still haunted by a dozen soul-eating birds, emitting raspy, ghostly calls. Qin Ming reflects on the markings from his master's map, calculating the appropriate spots for the army to rest. Suddenly, the alluring Mei Yang offers a meat pie before Qin Ming. Here, little Qin, eat up. Don't say your sister neglects you. I only have this one pie, but I'm sharing it with you, and Ming Tuesday. Qin Ming takes a bite. The pie is delicious and warm. Where did you hide this, Sister Mei Yang? Mei Yang smiles coyly, her eyes sparkling with temptation. Guess. I bet it's hidden in a warm place. The pie has a delightful milky flavor. Huh. Meng Tu bursts into laughter beside them, rather than being offended. Mei Yang teases further. Next time, whatever you eat, I'll hide it for you a while, so you can relish that milky sensation. That would be wonderful, Sister Mei Yang. I want to hide in there myself. Meng Tu giggles and coughs repeatedly. Even the woman from the Demon Town Guard following behind them can't help but chuckle. At that moment, amidst the heavy snowfall, a red-sound spirit bird flies in. Meng Tu swiftly rides her snow steed towards it. The bird circles twice before landing in her palm. She retrieves a note from a small bamboo tube attached to its talon. Mei Yang follows closely behind. Mei Yang, this note is from our master for the two of us. The note bears a few elegant characters. Take good care of him. Meng Tu and Mei Yang exchange glances. This him certainly refers to little Qin, but why did the princess emphasize taking good care of him? Mei Yang gently strokes her chin. Could it be that I must warm his bed at night? Mei Yang, what nonsense are you talking? Qin Ming is a eunuch. What bed warming? So what if he is? I've heard tales of eunuchs in the palace having quite the fun with maidens. Meng Tu shudders. Oh, don't speak such nonsense. I think I understand our master's intent. What do you mean? Don't beat around the bush, Meng Tuesday. Meng Tu gazes at Qin Ming's figure at the front of the line, inhales sharply, and states resolutely, our master's meaning is, when there is no danger, we take care of his daily needs. In the face of danger, even if it means our demise, he must survive. Mei Yang, outside the back door of the drunken immortal pavilion, Yun Shui Yao, clad in flowing white garments, resembled a celestial being. She rode a glossy snow-white steed, adorned with a bamboo hat upon her head and wielding a pristine sword. Behind her, Mu Sijia accompanied Qing Xian and Ma Chong. Master, it is far too perilous for you to venture alone to Cold Night City, Mu Sijia respectfully addressed Yun Shui Yao. I will soon break through to the 7th level of spiritual connection. Furthermore, Zhu Xianqing, the leader of Linmu Hall, is also in Cold Night City. It is not dangerous. Mu Sijia bowed to Yun Shui Yao. Senior sister, ever since the day Qin Ming rescued me, I have recognized his extraordinary nature. Remarkably, he has even passed the examination at the Empress's shrine. This is truly commendable. A single instance of turning peril into safety may be attributed to luck, but multiple instances signify exceptional skill. Yun Shui Yao nodded in appreciation. You shall attend the conference in Starlight City on my behalf and inform the leader, Jin Yangzi, that I believe Qin Ming is the key to breaking the deadlock. Let him draw an oracle to discern the truth. Qing Xian approached his master, carrying a bundle. Master, I have prepared buns and 2 jars of drunken immortal brew for you. Please take them. Very well. You and Ma Chong shall accompany your uncle to Starlight City. Be cautious along the way, and remember not to act impulsively. In times of danger, reflect on how your elder brother Qin Ming would respond. Qing Xian nodded, clutching his black gold knife. I understand, master. Moreover, aside from the leader, you must not disclose Qin Ming's identity to anyone. Understood, master. Yun Shui Yao gently urged her legs, and the snow-white steed galloped forward, vanishing at the end of the street. Just then, Ma Chong hurriedly approached Mu Sijia. Uncle, trouble is brewing. What is it? East, west, north, and south gates are conducting strict inspections. No one is permitted to wear face coverings. What will you do if they recognize your visage? Mu Sijia inhaled sharply. Whether they check or not, I have long prepared myself for this. Senior sister has such faith in Qin Ming. I cannot lag behind. I am one who believes in fate. With that, Mu Sijia suddenly raised his right hand, and a short knife, about half a foot long, spun in the air. Swiftly, the dagger flew up, whirling rapidly around his face. Blood spattered as he turned, revealing 10 deep lacerations across his left and right cheeks, leaving his visage unrecognizable. "Uncle, what have you done?" "To protect that insufferable lad. I too wish for him to unravel the mysteries of this world swiftly, perhaps allowing me to traverse back." Blood streamed down Musija's face. Yet a carefree smile graced his lips. "I have spent 50 years in this world, yet I am perpetually yearning for my wife and daughter back on Blue Star. My wife suffers from cancer, and my daughter is still in middle school. After losing my job, I have been delivering meals to make ends meet, but that day, I encountered an accident and crossed over. How I long to return. How will my wife and daughter survive without me?" Tears welled in Musija's eyes, cascading down his bloodied visage. Chapter 92. Do not entangle me with your long black legs. TCH, it is just men, my sister understands. Qin Ming, accompanied by the enchanting rabbit-like Mei Nyang and the demon suppression guard, journeyed for an entire day. The snow lay thick, and the winds howled fiercely. Each step grew increasingly arduous, and with every stride, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. He recalled the map drawn by his master, as well as the route traversed along the way. It seemed as though the villages and cities were all aligned along this north-south axis. The map appeared elongated, with the east-west expanse largely blank. This world was indeed peculiar. From north to south lay the dark and frigid city of cold nights, the dimly lit city of fluorite, the star-studded city of starlight, and the brilliantly illuminated city of aurora. If one were to drift through these mysteries without much thought, it might be inconsequential. Yet, once these questions began to intertwine, one would inevitably feel as though they were being controlled by some unseen force. As evening descended, the caravan arrived at a village that had evidently fallen into decay. The weight of accumulated snow had caused the structures to collapse. Mei Yang rode in on a snow steed, her long black legs perched on the stirrups, her ample bosom gently swaying. Qin Ming could not help but chuckle. "Sister Mei Yang, aren't you cold wearing stockings?" "I'm not cold. I wore them so you wouldn't feel cold," she replied. "Your wearing stockings has nothing to do with my warmth. You see, stockings bring light to the eyes and warmth to the body. Men, you understand," Qin Ming mused, occasionally questioning whether this Mei Yang might be a time traveler. After all, such boldness was rare in ancient times. However, the reality was that he had already witnessed her beast form as a unicorn demon goat. Little Rabbit, who had been scouting ahead, returned, her hood adorned with 2 rabbit ears bobbing playfully. "Little Qin, there's no one in the town ahead, and all the houses have collapsed under the snow. How shall we rest tonight?" Qin Ming turned back and noticed the fatigue etched on the faces of the troops, particularly the snow steeds laden with supplies, each drooping their heads in exhaustion. If they were to push on, they would surely be driven to collapse. He raised his hand, signaling the demon suppression guard to come to a halt. Jumping down from his horse, he tested the snow beneath his feet. The layers had accumulated over the years, exceeding 5 meters in depth. "Little Qin, I just tested it. Setting up a tent on this snow wouldn't work either, as the stakes would be blown away by the cold wind. Then we'll take refuge in a snow house tonight." "A snow house?" Both Mei Yang and Little Rabbit looked bewildered. The fluorite imperial city had only begun to see snowfall in recent years, and they had never encountered such a concept. Qin Ming smiled. "When I was in the city of cold nights, my father taught me how to dig a snow house. The snow here is thick and solid, making it ideal." With that, he drew forth his twin swords. He raised his hand, and the twin swords soared into the air, spinning rapidly under the influence of his formidable spiritual power. He had concealed his strength to the 3rd level of body refinement. Many members of the Demon Suppression Guard, witnessing Qin Ming's prowess for the first time, were taken aback. Has the young officer reached the 3rd level of body refinement in less than a month? How is it that his 3rd level seems several times stronger than mine? With a flourish of his hands, Qin Ming directed the twin swords to carve through the snow, creating a pit 2 meters deep. The swords then began to excavate a snow cave within the walls of the pit. The twin swords were remarkable. He could control both the large and small swords simultaneously to shovel snow. Before long, a perfect snow cave was completed. Little Rabbit and Mei Yang exchanged gleeful glances and simultaneously dove inside. "Little Qinzi, how strange it is. The house made of snow is surprisingly warm inside." "Little Qinzi, dear sister, this snow house appears quite spacious. I shall cease digging for the night and sleep alongside you." Qin Ming gazed joyfully at Mei Yang. "Naturally, I am delighted. It is much warmer for 2 to share a bed." Mei Yang leaned in, whispering mischievously to Meng Tu, "Look, How enticing it is. Fortunately, he is a eunuch. If he were a real man, we would be in trouble. This elicited a giggle from Ming Tuesday. She unsheathed her red hair blade and called out to the distant demon guard, "Everyone, come here and see the snow cave dug by Captain Qin. Tonight, we shall rest here." Qin Ming further instructed the demon guards to dig a deeper snow pit, allowing the carriage to be parked inside for shelter from the wind. Mei Yang directed the male demon guards in constructing the snow cave, while Ming Tu prepared meals for the female demon guards. Qin Ming surveyed the vast expanse of white snow, feeling invigorated. If one were to cultivate here, it would undoubtedly yield significant results. He shouted to Mei Yang, "Sister Mei Yang, I shall practice over there." "Little Qinzi, must you be so diligent? I can practice with you tonight." "No, your long, alluring legs would distract me from my training," Mei Yang replied with a charming smile. "Go on then. Stay safe and return for dinner soon." Qin Ming dashed into the wind and snow, heading 500 meters away. He was apprehensive that his swift wind sword technique and sky-slaying sword might be discovered. The desolate area was perfect for cultivation. As night enveloped the land, Qin Ming could sense movements within a 200-meter radius. He drew his twin swords and began fervently practicing the swift wind sword technique. He experimented with controlling the second sword to launch a sneak attack as he executed the first strike with the twin swords. The twin swords were indeed a perfect fit, responding to his every thought. After a quarter of an hour, Qin Ming sheathed the twin swords and commenced training in the bone-shattering technique. With swift footwork, his movements flowed like water. He felt the spiritual energy within him surging wildly. It wouldn't be long before he could break through to the 6th level of body refinement. A frigid wind swept through, causing Qin Ming to descend from the air. He glanced east and then west, as the perplexing question that had been lingering in his mind resurfaced. Why are Aurora City, Starlight City, Fluorite City, and Cold Night City all aligned on a north-south axis, while the east and west remain largely unexplored? What lies beyond to the east and west? Unable to fathom it, he resolved to investigate. He heightened his concealment abilities and activated the turtle breathing technique to its maximum speed, nearly tripling his original pace. Qin Ming sprinted eastward across the snowy terrain, his speed akin to a bolt of lightning. Snowflakes danced in the air beneath his feet. He ran fervently for nearly half an hour when he suddenly sensed an invisible resistance. It was intangible, but upon careful perception, he noticed nothing amiss. Yet, while sprinting, it felt as though an unseen hand were trying to push him away. After persevering for another half hour, he realized he could run no further. A thick fog lay ahead. His current state was so obstructed that no matter how he tried to move forward, he was met with insurmountable barriers. This bizarre world was indeed peculiar. Why was he restricted to moving only in a north-south direction? Just as Qin Ming contemplated retreating, a sudden rustling sound echoed beneath his feet. Warning, danger level increased tenfold. Luck points accumulation rate increased tenfold during danger period. He swiftly turned to observe, only to see a vibrant crimson vine rapidly advancing towards him. Unlike the firefly corpse grass he had encountered previously, this plant bore 5 tendrils adorned with numerous strange red flowers, each equipped with sharp teeth. A flurry of these peculiar floral tendrils surged toward him. Qin Ming unsheathed his twin swords and executed a series of swift strikes, severing the heads of the flowers. As he prepared to retract his swords, the bizarre tendrils sprouted flowers once more, lunging at him to bite. The flowers swayed and emitted an eerie laughter. The twin swords glimmered with blue light. Heaven-slaying sword technique. Boom. A 5-meter-long sword aura plunged 20 meters into the snow, severing the crimson vine's root. The severed base writhed and bled, resembling a grotesque tumor. The initially strange laughter morphed into mournful weeping. After 3 breaths, the tendrils withered instantaneously, and the eerie cries ceased. Qin Ming sheathed his twin swords, preparing to return. Yet, barely 10 meters into his journey, a warning sprang forth. Warning, danger level increased 100-fold. Luck points accumulation rate increased 100-fold during danger period. In the next breath, a colossal creature leaped from behind a snow mound. Towering at 8 meters, its body was pure white, revealing bloodied fangs. It was the Ice Beast Demon Bear, a second-tier monster. Its strength rivaled that of a 7th-level body refinement practitioner, perhaps even surpassing it. With a thunderous clap, the Ice Beast Demon Bear slammed its massive paw onto the ground, causing the snow to tremble violently. Qin Ming hastily retreated a step and leaped into the air. The twin swords unsheathed and surged forth with the gale sword technique. Whoosh, whoosh. A series of 5 or 6 5-meter sword auras struck the bear's back. However, to his astonishment, the sword energy dissipated, leaving the ice beast demon bear completely unscathed. How could this be? Was its hide truly so resilient? In the blink of an eye, the ice beast demon bear had charged toward him, propelling itself 7 to 8 meters high with its sturdy legs. Its massive paw swung toward Qin Ming's face. Instead of confronting it head-on, he vanished in a flash, activating his stealth ability to appear behind the beast. He reached out and executed a bone-crushing grip on its neck, applying pressure. A faint crack echoed. It seemed this technique was indeed effective. The power-enhancing pills he had consumed had granted him considerable strength. Enraged, the ice beast demon bear spun around, its colossal paw aiming to strike Qin Ming's face. Chapter 93, The Author's Deceit. The transmigrator stabbed 18 times. Qin Ming quickly retreated. Boom. The bear's paw struck nothing but air, sending snowflakes spiraling into the air. Qin Ming soared once more, gripping his sword with both hands, his spirit energy surging, the sword light shimmering. Heaven-slaying sword. The terrifying momentum of the thunder-cleaving sword swept past the neck of the ice beast demon bear, tearing through its fur and revealing a gaping crimson wound. Enraged, the ice beast demon bear bared its blood-stained fangs. Qin Ming raised his twin swords and lunged toward its gaping maw. Simultaneously, he lifted his left hand. Flames. A roaring inferno engulfed the visage of the ice beast demon bear. With a swift motion, Qin Ming plunged his twin swords into its upper jaw. The bear, writhing in agony, fell heavily to the ground, causing snowflakes to scatter in every direction. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Ming beheaded the beast and extracted a second-tier demon core from its abdomen. This second-tier demon core primarily served to replenish vitality and refine one's physique, bearing effects akin to the Great Strength Pill. Struggling to move the bear's massive 8-meter-long body, he could only carry its head as he made his way back to the camp. The wind and snow were fierce, and the soldiers, with their limited cultivation, had just finished digging snow caves and were queuing for porridge. It was exhausting work. They longed for a piece of meat to replenish their strength. What are you thinking? It's already difficult enough to have a warm bowl of porridge in the wild, and you still wish for meat? Meng Tu and Mei Yang sat at a simple wooden table, their meals already prepared for Qin Ming. Neither had eaten, instead gazing blankly into the distance. This fellow immersed in his training was utterly oblivious to the meal. This won't do. I must go find him, Mei Yang resolved, recalling the note from the princess that was so explicit. If this little rascal is injured or lost, both our lives would be forfeit. Just as Mei Yang stood and took a few steps, suddenly, she spotted a gigantic bear's head emerging from the darkness. The members of the demon suppression guards also noticed. A second-tier spirit beast, the ice beast demon bear? The diameter of that head was nearly 2 meters. This is bad. The ice beast demon bear is attacking. Meng Tu, with her keen eyes, rubbed them and exclaimed loudly, "You blind fools. That is not the ice beast demon bear. It is clearly someone carrying its head. Who has slain the ice beast demon bear?" Truly impressive. As the crowd drew closer, they realized that it was none other than Qin Ming, who had only reached the 3rd level of body refinement. How could he possibly have killed a second-tier ferocious beast? It was utterly astonishing. With some bloodstains on his clothing, Qin Ming approached and casually tossed the enormous bear head to the ground. "I found a severely injured bear. We have meat now." In an instant, the crowd of demon suppression guards erupted into cheers. "Lieutenant Qin is remarkable. Just as I was saying I wanted to eat meat. You brought it back." Mei Yang and Meng Tu rushed over, their expressions filled with concern as they examined him for any injuries. Qin Ming sat down at the table. "Sister Meng Tu, send someone to follow my footprints and drag the meat back. Can 3 people manage it?" He shook his head. "I doubt it. The ice beast demon bear is fully grown, measuring over 8 meters. "Over 8 meters? Mei Yang exclaimed. "You cannot act alone in the future. If you were to sustain any injuries, neither Meng Tu nor I could bear the consequences. I am uninjured. Then where did the blood on you come from?" "I don't believe it. After finishing the meal, I entered your snow cave, where you removed all your garments for a thorough inspection." Qin Ming remarked that Meng Tu had arranged for nearly 10 individuals to assist in the butchering of the ice beast demon bear, whose head had been cleaved open. Several large cauldrons were boiling with water. Soon, numerous soldiers sat outside the snow hut, relishing the meat soup and feasting heartily. Qin Ming and Meng Tu Mei Yang sat together, with him gnawing on a bone. To his surprise, the flesh of the ice beast demon bear contained spiritual energy. Indeed, all beast meats possess such energy, with higher levels containing greater vitality. Little Qin, despite your injuries, you are remarkably resilient. How did you manage to kill it? Qin Ming chuckled, taking another bite of meat. The ice beast demon bear was severely wounded, and I simply wore it down. My stamina is commendable, and I managed to outlast it. Mei Yang, sitting nearby, smirked, her eyes sparkling with allure. Stamina, you say? I find that hard to believe. If you doubt it, Sister Mei Yang, come to the snow hut tonight and experience it for yourself. Humph. What could a eunuch possibly experience? Do you expect me to endure your peculiar and twisted techniques? I think not. Besides, with a figure as splendid as mine, I would fear suffocating you. Coughing persistently while holding the meat soup, Qin Ming protested, Sister Ming too, do reign in Mei Yang. Why is she so brazen? In response, Mei Yang mischievously replied, well, it's all my sister's influence. She is 20 years my senior and often indulges in reading unspeakable texts, sharing peculiar notions that I have inevitably absorbed. Once, when my sister reached the 9th level of body refinement, our elders summoned a beast spirit for her. Hearing this mention of beast spirits, Qin Ming became intensely focused, eager to comprehend the connection between the indigenous people and beasts. Mei Yang set her bowl down after taking a sip of soup and continued. My sister's beast spirit summoning lasted 3 full days and nights, yielding no results, as even the high-level exotic beasts summoned by our ancestors could not be awakened. And then, Qin Ming inquired. Then, it was quite simple. My father instructed me to stab her while she was asleep. Did you truly kill her? Qin Ming asked incredulously. Of course. If the beast spirit summoning fails to integrate, that indicates a transmigrator. How could she possibly survive? Qin Ming pondered the nature of beast spirit summoning. Mei Yang's demeanor was striking. She appeared gentle and alluring, yet had brutally taken her sister's life upon discovering her status as a transmigrator. As Qin Ming finished the meat in his bowl and prepared to set it down, Mei Yang tossed a large cylindrical piece of meat into it. This bear's tail is for your nourishment. Though it may lack, consuming it will alleviate the regret in your heart. You mischievous lamb. I shall undoubtedly reprimand you in due time.